Boom! With a loud bang, a spatial rift suddenly tore open in the sky. Immediately afterwards, an alien army so powerful it defies description swarmed out of the rift, launching a full-scale invasion of Earth and beginning a frenzied hunt for humans. Panic spread instantly, and all of humanity fled frantically for their lives. At that moment, Chen Xuanfeng was also on his desperate escape. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless tide of alien beasts. Despair almost consumed him. Just when he was on the verge of life and death, a clear mechanical voice suddenly rang in Chen Xuanfeng's mind. Ding, danger detected. Killing system has been successfully activated. Every time a living being is killed, a killing clone with 100% of that living being's original strength will be created. Furthermore, as the killing clone continues to kill other living beings, there is still a chance that new clones will be created. At this moment, Chen Xuanfeng suddenly rallied from his despair. He vowed that he must survive this cataclysmic disaster and find a way to slaughter the alien races, rapidly increasing his strength in the fastest way possible. Chen Xuanfeng was currently checking the clone parameters listed by the system. Slaughtering clone. Level 2, when a clone kills any living being, the probability of creating a new clone increases to 20%. Upgrade requirement, 100 spirit stones. Killing clone. Level 3, when a clone kills any living being, the probability of a new clone being created increases to 30%. Upgrade requirement, 200 spirit stones. Killing clone. Level 10, when a clone kills any living being, a new clone will always be created with a 100% success rate. Upgrade requirement, 25,600 spirit stones. A glint flashed in Chen Xuanfeng's eyes. A 100% probability of creating a new clone. If this speed truly reached that level, it could be described as defying the heavens by a massed army. But amidst his excitement, he also noticed the only drawback. The upgrade requirements were far too stringent. He couldn't help but give a wry smile. Not to mention, once you're teleported to the territory of another race, where you're unfamiliar with the place, getting your hands on spirit stones becomes incredibly difficult. Chen Xuanfeng shook his head and muttered to himself, "Unless I can develop rapidly and greatly increase the number of my clones, even if I can't speak the language and resort to murder and robbery, I'll still be able to get some spirit stones." For Chen Xuanfeng, morality and rules were subjective. It depended on who he was dealing with. Foreign races, they were enemies with whom he had a blood feud. He wouldn't be satisfied until they were killed. Ultimately, while he may not have many other strengths, he has one exceptionally strong trait: adaptability. No matter where he is, he can always quickly find a way to survive. Just then, the bus gradually slowed down and finally came to a smooth stop. The previously quiet atmosphere inside the bus became lively again as the bus came to a halt. "Have we arrived yet?" Chen Xuanfeng muttered to himself, looking out the window. Wow, good heavens! As far as the eye could see, there was a vast, densely packed sea of people. He only needed one glance to identify them by their school uniforms. Almost all the high school students in the city who had reached the level of a beginner quasi-martial artist had been gathered here. At this moment, one of the accompanying teachers stood up, his eyes heavy, and spoke with some difficulty. "Everyone, it's time to get off the bus." His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an overwhelming sorrow. He knew in his heart that after this trip, probably only 1 in 10 of these students would survive. But that was reality, cruel and merciless. In order to perpetuate the human race and avoid complete extinction, all those with combat potential must venture into the land of all races. While inside the carriage, the female students, who had finally calmed down, burst into tears again. Amidst the chaotic sobs, only one person remained calm: Chen Xuanfeng. There was no fear on his face, but rather a hint of anticipation in his eyes, as if they were not heading to a blood-soaked battlefield in another world, but rather on a spring outing. "Wah, Mom, Dad, Grandpa, and Grandma are all waiting for me at home. I don't want to go to the land of all races. I want to go home." "Save your energy," another person interjected. The Fire Seed Project is very clear. Apart from complete mortals, all humans who have reached the quasi-martial artist level or above must go to the land of 10,000 races. Those who disobey will be punished for the crime of rebelling against humanity, and will be killed without exception. The scene became lively and chaotic, with cries and curses mingling together. But Chen Xuanfeng remained silent, listening quietly and observing silently, trying to glean more information about the land of 10,000 races from these words. It was at this moment that a voice, as powerful as the heavens, suddenly resounded in everyone's minds. Like a thunderclap, it instantly stunned the entire scene. The clamor abruptly ceased, and the entire square fell silent. Countless people in the crowd instinctively looked up, their faces displaying expressions of fear, awe, humility, and even fanaticism. This is a transmission from heaven and earth. Only a martial grandmaster level expert could achieve this. Chen Xuanfeng's gaze narrowed slightly, his eyes flashing. A slight ripple stirred in his heart. This was a martial grandmaster level expert. Chen Xuanfeng still remembered the martial arts realm classifications clearly in his mind. From lowest to highest, they were quasi-martial artist, martial master, martial general, and the soon-to-be-revealed martial grandmaster. Above the martial grandmaster level, there are even higher beings. Martial marquis, martial king, martial emperor, and martial god. Those at these levels are so powerful that even humans struggle to accurately describe them in words. They are practically legendary, mythical beings. Just then, a blue streak of light suddenly flashed across the horizon, like a falling meteor, its speed astonishing. In just a few breaths, the aura of that flowing light was already close, causing tens of thousands of students below to feel an invisible yet heavy pressure emanating from the depths of their souls. Many people immediately turned pale and couldn't breathe. "I'm having some difficulty breathing," Chen Xuanfeng gritted his teeth, suppressing the pressure in his chest, while analyzing his mind. It is said that martial grandmaster level experts can fly by borrowing the power of heaven and earth, and they carry the pressure of heaven and earth themselves. It is indeed well-deserved. He took several deep breaths, but his chest still felt tight. When the blue light flew overhead, everyone finally saw clearly that it was a middle-aged man wearing blue and gold armor with a cold expression. His body floated in midair, surrounded by blue light, and he stood in the sky like a god, looking down on all living beings. "I am a blue-gold grandmaster." He spoke, his voice clear and cold. "I am not here to teleport you to the land of 10,000 races. My mission is to conduct advanced preparations for you and distribute void furnaces." His words were concise and to the point. The tens of thousands of people on the ground were instantly thrown into confusion and commotion. "A virtual furnace? What's that?" The students whispered among themselves, and Chen Xuanfeng had never heard of this term before. Even the students with family connections were visibly surprised. But what surprised them wasn't the virtual furnace itself, but rather the implications of distributing virtual furnaces. The blue-gold grandmaster waved his hand. In an instant, countless white light spots rose from his blue-gold armor, and tens of thousands of streams of light rose up, streaking across the sky like celestial maidens scattering flowers. Every ray of light fell precisely onto the left wrist of each student below. Chen Xuanfeng also looked down. He saw that after the light entered his wrist, it transformed into an extremely mysterious black brand, embedded in his skin like a tattoo, faintly emitting a glow. "This is the void furnace?" He raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with complex emotions. "The void furnace has immense uses, but I have limited time, so I will only mention the three most important functions." The blue-gold grandmaster's voice rang out again in the air. First, communication. The void furnace can open a specific channel to exchange information with all those who possess it within a range of 100 kilometers, so that you can exchange intelligence in the alien territories. Hearing this, many students looked surprised, while others felt relieved. Although the scope of communication was limited, it was extremely valuable in this otherworldly environment. Second, map and location. The void furnace has a complete map of the land of myriad races, with both dangerous and safe zones marked, and it can display your current location. However, please note that the map information is from 6 months ago, and you'll need to judge for yourselves whether it is accurate. Hearing these words, many students who had been in despair saw a glimmer of hope rekindled in their eyes. With communication and maps available, they weren't just being thrown to their deaths. Third, battle merit system. After killing aliens in alien territory, transport the corpses to the designated location on the map to earn battle merits. Battle merits can be used to exchange for various resources, such as spirit stones, cultivation techniques, pills, and weapons. All of these are 100% compatible with the human race system and can prevent you from directly dealing with other races. The scene erupted in cheers. These three functions were like a beacon of light in a desperate situation. Chen Xuanfeng, in particular, was so happy he almost jumped for joy. A battle merit system? Perfect for me. His eyes lit up. He already had a cheat system, and with the assistance of these three systems, it was like heaven was helping him. Finally, Grandmaster Longines said again, his voice low and somber, "I hope you will live at all costs. No matter how despicable or shameless your methods, living is your primary goal. The flame of humanity must not be extinguished. May heaven protect us, and may humanity never perish. May heaven protect us, and may humanity never perish." The resounding response echoed across the sky like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing down. The blue-gold Grandmaster said no more, turned around and transformed into a streak of blue light, instantly disappearing into the horizon. The students immediately began excitedly studying the virtual furnace. Chen Xuanfeng was no exception. With a thought, the brand on his wrist began to move as if alive, eventually revealing several words. Public channel 9999 plus people online data graph information. Unable to detect battle merit system. 0 battle merit points. Just as he was about to examine the function more closely, the previously bustling scene suddenly fell silent. Chen Xuanfeng sensed something was amiss and looked up sharply. The white clouds in the sky had stopped, the gale had ceased, and even the grass on the ground was no longer swaying. The entire space seemed to be frozen, eerily so. Even more bizarrely, he couldn't hear any sound, and even speaking seemed to be muted, as if the whole world had been put on pause. His pupils constricted sharply. High in the sky, a long, narrow black line suddenly tore through the heavens, as if someone had cleaved space open with a knife. The black line rapidly expanded, becoming a bottomless black hole that devoured everything. Even Lin Miao Miao, a student from a prominent family, was filled with terror. Tearing through space. That's a top-tier human expert. Chen Xuanfeng was shocked. The next second, an irresistible feeling of weightlessness washed over them. Chen Xuanfeng and everyone else present were forcibly pulled into the air by that force, flying straight towards the black hole. As he drew ever closer to that void, he realized that the black hole was far larger than he had imagined, at least 100 meters high. The moment he was swallowed into the black hole, and his vision was completely plunged into darkness. Even Chen Xuanfeng, with his exceptional mental fortitude, couldn't help but feel a pang of panic. Fortunately, it only lasted a moment. He suddenly found himself suspended above a lush, primeval forest, then landed 2 or 3 meters above the ground, his feet firmly planted on the earth. His near martial artist's physical abilities allowed him to easily absorb the impact. The spiritual energy here is so dense. He took a deep breath, immediately shocked. The concentration of spiritual energy here is more than 3 times that of Blue Star. Even if it's just for a year, in this environment, he's confident he can quickly break through and enter the ranks of martial artists. Looking around, he saw trees that were hundreds of meters tall, and even the bushes were almost as tall as him. Let me see where I am. He pulled up the map of the Void Furnace and found that he was located in the southeast of the land of 10,000 races, in the territory of the Bone-Eating Clan. The Bone-Eating Clan, ranked 9,142nd on the Myriad Races ranking, feeds on bones and possesses incredibly strong bones. Even infants have the strength of a beginner martial artist, and adults start as beginner martial masters. Damn, even an infant can beat me. Chen Xuanfeng's face darkened. Not to mention, this race is only ranked around 9,000th, so how strong must the monsters at the top be? Just as he was thinking this, the Void Furnace public channel suddenly flashed. Public channel, 2 people online. It seems there is another human within 100 kilometers. He quickly clicked on it. A new message had just been sent in the channel. ID 001 for 790249. I'm Lin Miao Miao. Are you a student from Manhwa? Which high school? Chen Xuanfeng raised an eyebrow. Lin Miao Miao? That school beauty with a powerful family background? Chapter 4 First Clone, Corpse Eating Vine. Chen Xuanfeng never expected that the person closest to him when he teleported was actually Lin Miao Miao, the well-known female student from Manhwa City. He remembered that when he first heard someone mention her, he glanced at her casually and was immediately amazed by her beauty. She was like a character straight out of comic book. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a unique temperament. In addition, she is outstanding in strength and broke through to the level of a quasi-martial artist at a young age, entering the ranks of true martial artists. She is a standout among her peers. In Chen Xuanfeng's memories of both lifetimes, Lin Miao Miao was definitely one of the most outstanding beauties he had ever seen, not only beautiful, but also possessing a powerful background and strength. However, now is clearly not the time to have such thoughts, so he quickly looked away, ignoring her communication requests and offering no further response. If this were on Earth, he might have taken the initiative to greet them and learn more about them. But in this land of myriad races, any contact means risk. Lin Miao Miao is not only a martial artist, but also comes from a powerful clan. His resources and trump cards far exceed those of ordinary people, and he might just take his life with any random treasure. The land of myriad races is not like Earth. There are no laws here, and even among humans, there are not necessarily allies. Sometimes, humans are more dangerous than other races. Therefore, Chen Xuanfeng always kept in mind the saying, better safe than sorry. He preferred to travel alone rather than easily form alliances with others. Meanwhile, about 80 kilometers away in an open area, Lin Miao Miao stared at the communication channel on her wrist, frowning slightly in annoyance. The lack of response from the other party made her wonder, had they simply not seen it, or were they deliberately ignoring her? However, Lin Miao Miao did not dwell on it any longer. She quickly switched to a new mode, began to look for a safe area, and left the original spot, proceeding cautiously. At the same time, Chen Xuanfeng also understood that the most crucial thing now was how to face the first life-or-death battle before him. How to deal with the first bone-eating clan. The problem is that even the newborn cubs of the Bone Eater clan are as powerful as a low-level martial artist, not to mention the terrifying level of their adult forms, which are comparable to or even higher than that of a martial general. He was currently only a barely qualified quasi-martial artist. The gap in strength was like an insurmountable chasm, and he had absolutely no chance of winning against the Bone-Eating clan. Since he couldn't defeat the alien race, he could only take a step back and find some ferocious beasts in the wild to practice on. The land of 10,000 races also had all sorts of wild beasts, just like on Blue Star. The textbook mentioned that common wild creatures here include ant colonies, bee swarms, wolf packs, and cattle herds, all of which are highly aggressive and widely distributed. Chen Xuanfeng immediately opened the map to check, and the result almost made him curse out loud. Even the lowest combat strength of these beasts was at the martial artist level. The swift wolf beast, the granite bull demon, and the giant horn ape were all at the martial master level. Even the weakest wind ghost rabbit appeared in groups, and each of them possessed the strength of a martial artist. This wasn't a trial at all, it was suicide. Chen Xuanfeng's temples twitched instantly, and he understood why the system came with the killing clone cheat. Without the cheat code, all the aspiring martial artists would probably be wiped out. Just as he was analyzing the situation, a slight rustling sound came from behind him, making him alert and quickly turn around. Not far away, a vine-like plant suddenly stood upright, its flower at the top instantly opening to reveal a mouthful of fangs, lunging at him with a gaping maw. Damn, this thing is disgusting. Chen Xuanfeng reacted quickly, immediately jumping back to dodge several attacks. He thought it was a plant-based monster, and that keeping his distance would allow him to escape danger, but it actually sprouted from the ground and chased after him. Chen Xuanfeng cursed loudly, never expecting that these vines could also have the ability to snake, making it impossible to get rid of them. What was even more terrifying was that two more identical vines suddenly stood up not far away, and the three blood-red vine monsters rushed towards him at the same time. Chen Xuanfeng's face turned pale instantly. This situation was beyond what a quasi-martial artist could handle. In that instant of distraction, he was bitten on the shoulder. A sharp pain struck, and blood spurted out instantly. Chen Xuanfeng couldn't help but let out a low growl, and for a moment, the thought of dying here even surged in his mind. But the next second, he gritted his teeth and his eyes blazed with fury. Even if I die, I'll take someone down with me. He roared and lunged at the vine that had bitten him. He gripped the vine tightly with both hands, roared, and tore at it with all his might. With a crisp snap, the vine was torn in two. Green sap splattered everywhere, and then a clear voice rang out. You have gained a killing clone. Chen Xuanfeng was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed, almost forgetting about the cheat code. A semi-transparent clone appeared on the corpse of the vine he had torn off. It was a ghostly vine with a mercury-like texture, looking exactly like the original, but it showed no hostility towards him at all, instead appearing very docile. So you're called corpse-eating vine. A strange sense of control rose in Chen Xuanfeng's heart. He could clearly feel that this clone was connected to his mind. Before he could think further, the two vines behind him approached again. This time, Chen Xuanfeng did not panic and directly ordered the clone to rush forward. The clone swiftly bit into one of the carnivorous vines, engaging it in a fierce struggle, while Chen Xuanfeng seized the opportunity to move quickly, circling around to the side of another vine. Then, just as before, he once again swung his hand, grabbed the vine, and with all his might, ripped it apart, successfully breaking it once more. You have obtained a killing clone. The second clone was generated, also in transparent silver color, and looked very spiritual. After obeying Chen Xuanfeng's command, it immediately joined the battle. The two clones worked together to deal with the remaining corpse-eating vine, tearing it to shreds in a few seconds. Unfortunately, no additional clones were generated this time. Chen Xuanfeng was not disappointed, because he knew very well that the current system's probability was only 10, and he couldn't be greedy. Only when the quantity increased could the probability be stacked. Since the odds aren't high, let's rely on sheer numbers and keep killing. Chen Xuanfeng gave the order, and his two clones immediately pounced on the awakened vine monsters around them. Chapter 5: Ruthless Slaughtering Machine. Clones proliferate frenziedly. Chen Xuanfeng watched as two corpse-eating vine clones pounced out to fight, while he rested against a large tree. He took out a healing pill from his pocket, the life-saving medicine issued by the school before the trip, worth at least tens of thousands of yuan, one for each person. To be honest, with his current superficial injuries, it wasn't worth using this stuff, but Chen Xuanfeng always believed in one thing: avoiding pain. Since he was already on the verge of life and death, not using the pill would be a waste. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. The pain subsided noticeably the next second, and the wound on his arm began to heal slowly. as expected of a piece of junk worth tens of thousands. He let out a satisfied sigh, glancing at the battle unfolding over there. The two clones had already worked together to kill a carnivorous vine, but unfortunately, no new clones were generated. However, Chen Xuanfeng wasn't in a hurry. Since he wasn't the one doing the work, a lower probability was acceptable. As long as he could afford to wait, the number of clones would eventually increase. Time passed slowly, and just as his arm wound was almost completely healed, a system notification suddenly sounded. Your killing clone has killed a living being, gaining a new killing clone. The 10% drop rate has finally been triggered. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes lit up. Perseverance really does pay off. Looking around, there were already 7 or 8 dead corpse-eating vines lying on the ground, and a new clone had quietly appeared on one of them. Go help. He waved his hand, issuing the first order. The clone team expanded to 3, increasing their combat strength to another level. 3 against 1, their efficiency was astonishing. Within minutes, 5 corpse-eating vines fell one after another, a remarkable achievement. However, Chen Xuanfeng was somewhat frustrated. Not a single clone of these 5 vines had appeared. This 10% drop rate is such a rip-off, he cursed under his breath. But then a thought suddenly struck him. Wait, why don't I just finish them off myself? That's it. The clones can cripple the enemies, and he can finish them off himself. 100% drop rate, high efficiency, and no risk. It's perfect. Thinking of this, Chen Xuanfeng immediately called out to his clone, don't rush to kill it. Quickly bring that one that's about to die over here. The corpse-eating vine, which had already been beaten to a pulp, was quickly dragged to his front by his clone. It was bleeding profusely and was on the verge of death. I'll take care of it. He stepped forward, snapped the vine with a swift movement, and a system notification sounded. You have obtained a new killing clone. Perfect harvest. He happily pointed at the new clone and assigned it a task. From now on, you will be responsible for dragging back the ones with low health, and the rest can continue to gang up on them. The 4 clones quickly took action. After each corpse-eating vine was severely injured, it would be dragged in front of Chen Xuanfeng, allowing him to easily finish it off. With each head slain, a new clone appeared, causing the killing efficiency to skyrocket. Before long, the 5th, 6th, and 7th clones appeared in succession, and the pace of the battle quickened. Go straight back after you've finished moving them. No need to wait for my orders. The more you kill, the more movers you'll send. We're all about efficiency. Chen Xuanfeng kept optimizing the process, and the entire clone team became more and more organized as it operated. He killed 1 when 1 was sent, and ripped off 2 when 2 were sent, like a lawnmower on an assembly line. At first, he was full of anticipation for the system notifications, but later, the system notifications became so frequent that they sounded like background music. He had long since gotten used to it and became more and more numb to killing. Half an hour later, the number of corpse-eating vine clones had exceeded 100, reaching an astonishing 115. Looking around, the entire forest was filled with ghostly corpse-eating vine clones, attacking in all directions with a menacing aura. Looking back, the corpses of the carnivorous vines were piled up like mountains. Green sap was flowing all over the ground, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Your killing clone has killed a living being, and you have gained a new killing clone. The system notification sounded again, but Chen Xuanfeng no longer had much of an emotional fluctuation. After all, with the number of clones increasing dramatically, some clones occasionally go too far and cause enemies to die on the way. These mistakes actually trigger the system's drop rate. With more people, the unexpected harvests are becoming more and more frequent. Chen Xuanfeng looked at everything in front of him, feeling extremely pleased. At this scale, we can protect ourselves. Even if I do nothing, my clones can fight and expand on their own. However, he also realized a problem. Having too many clones and transporting them over long distances was actually reducing efficiency. Currently, at least 20 of the 115 clones are busy transporting rather than fighting, wasting resources. Seeing the ever-thickening pile of corpses at his feet, he couldn't take it anymore and gave the order. All clones, listen up. Stop moving them, kill them all. Those who deserve to die, die. Leave no one alive. At the command, all clones immediately changed direction, further increasing their battlefield clearing efficiency. Whenever a clone unexpectedly succeeded in reaping a kill, the system would display that familiar notification sound. Your killing clone has slain a living being, gaining a new killing clone. The number of clones continued to rise. At this rate, it won't be long before this jungle is completely cleared away, Chen Xuanfeng estimated. At this speed, breaking the 1,000 clone count wouldn't be a problem. At that time, using the jungle as a base, we can gradually expand outwards. Even if we encounter a powerful enemy, like the bone-eating clan, we will have a chance to fight them head-on. Once we have established a foothold in the land of 10,000 races, we can turn back to support the human race and fight for Blue Star. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, as if he could see himself conquering cities and sweeping across the land. However, at that moment, you lost a killing clone. Chapter 6. Hundreds of clones besiege a powerful enemy. gaining high combat power clones. Huh. A sudden notification sound interrupted Chen Xuanfeng's mental plan for the future. What's going on? He frowned, immediately becoming alert. He had never heard of this system notification before. The first time he heard the words lost clone made him tense instantly. Chen Xuanfeng immediately looked around and quickly spotted a blurry black shadow in the distance, fighting with the corpse-eating vine clone. The dark figure moved with incredible speed and was quite large, appearing to possess formidable combat power. Before it could even get close, the system notification sounded again. You have lost one killing clone. Chen Xuanfeng's heart sank. The number had decreased to 115, the loss occurring faster than anticipated. He immediately summoned his 5 clones to defend him. Escort me closer. Under the protection of his clones, he rushed towards the battlefield, with a notification sounding almost every 10 seconds as he walked. You have lost a killing clone. You have lost a killing clone. Your killing clone killed a living being, gaining a new killing clone. You have lost a killing clone. Chen Xuanfeng grew increasingly anxious as he listened, cold sweat beading on his forehead. At this rate, even if he had over 100 clones, he couldn't hold out for 10 minutes. All troops, listen up. Forget about the drop rate. Everyone go to support. Kill that thing. At his command, all the corpse-eating vine clones surged toward the target location from all directions like a tidal wave. When Chen Xuanfeng finally got close and saw the enemy clearly, he frowned. It was a giant rat that resembled a wild boar, enormous in size, with fur as hard as carapace. Even more terrifying was its astonishing fighting power and agility. It could bite through the body of a carrion vine in one bite. Even more absurdly, it actually bit, but ate nothing, only swallowing a puff of black smoke, its face filled with bewilderment. This rat is not right. This thing should be a high-level alien beast, at least with the strength of a high-level quasi-martial artist. Chen Xuanfeng quickly judged its combat level, which was far beyond that of ordinary alien creatures. He realized that although his clones had many combat abilities, their individual strength was still too weak and completely insufficient to deal with such a powerful enemy. Looks like I was too naive. I thought I could be invincible just by having a lot of clones. But once I encounter an enemy with a large level difference, no matter how many clones I have, they won't be enough to kill me. He finally understood what his teacher had said in class. The higher the level, the easier it is to crush lower-level enemies like stepping on ants. We need to improve the quality. Let's start with this giant rat. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes turned cold, and he immediately gave the order. All clones, listen up. Concentrate your attacks on its eyes, neck, abdomen, and other soft flesh. Kill it at all costs. The clone army immediately obeyed, precisely targeting the giant rat's weak points. Although the giant rat had tough fur, its eyes and neck were ultimately vulnerable. Soon, blood gushed from the giant rat's body, causing it to squeak in pain. It also sensed the danger and began frantically biting and killing the corpse-eating vine clones, trying to escape by speed. But with so many clones, it had no time to dodge and was quickly entangled. Finally, the giant rat couldn't withstand the attack and tried to escape, but it was too late. Trying to run? Too late. A cold glint flashed in Chen Xuanfeng's eyes. If it had tried to escape from the beginning, perhaps it would have had a chance. But now, it was exactly what Chen Xuanfeng wanted. After escaping for less than a few hundred meters, the giant rat finally collapsed, barely alive. Stop! Leave it alive! He immediately ordered. His clones obeyed, stopping instantly and making way for him. Chen Xuanfeng rushed forward, his eyes sharp as he looked at the dying giant rat. Without a word, he stomped its head several times, crushing it. You have acquired a new killing clone. The familiar notification sound rang out. A semi-transparent, giant rat ghost slowly rose from the giant rat's corpse, its silver-gray eyes silently awaiting Chen Xuanfeng's command. Different clones can be acquired. View related information in the character panel. The prompt that followed once again lit up the virtual interface in Chen Xuanfeng's mind. Host, Chen Xuanfeng Realm. Beginner quasi-martial artist unlocked functions. Killing clone level 1 number of clones owned. Corpse-eating Vine 69, Vine-eating Beast 1. Oh, there's a panel to view. This function is so convenient. No need to count them one by one anymore. The types and numbers of the clones are clear at a glance. So this is the official name of the giant rat, the vine-eating beast. It seems that the reason it attacked my clones before was really to eat them, Chen Xuanfeng thought to himself. Although he had defeated a powerful enemy in this battle, the cost was not small. He lost a total of 48 clones, almost half of them. You caused me heavy losses. Now that you become my clone, you have to make up for those losses. He calmly pondered. Your target is no longer the corpse-eating vine, but your own kind. He approached and ordered. Next, you're responsible for finding other vine-eating beasts. Once you find them, lead the other clones to surround and attack them, weaken them, and bring them back for me to deal with. Do you understand? The vine eater roared, indicating it understood. The rest of the clones, listen up. Keep your movements focused on the vine eater and advance around it. If it encounters an enemy, immediately assist in the attack. With the order given, the clones quickly adjusted, and all actions revolved around the Vine Eater. The vine-eating beast charged out first, seemingly possessing an innate tracking instinct. It soon discovered a hidden carrion vine in the soil. With a few quick tugs, it dragged it from the ground and bit it off. The whole process was astonishingly fast, taking less than 10 seconds. Chen Xuanfeng, standing behind, couldn't help but nod. Quality makes all the difference. The other corpse-eating vine clones quickly followed, sweeping around the area within 100 to 200 meters of the corpse-eating beast. System notifications kept coming. Your slaughter clone has killed a living being, gaining a new slaughter clone. Your slaughter clone has killed a living being, gaining a new slaughter clone. Efficiency has more than doubled compared to before. At this pace, I estimate I can recover all 48 clones I lost in less than an hour, maybe even more. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes brightened. Once I gather enough clones and can access the exchange outpost, I'll be rolling in money. Chapter 7. The number of clones has skyrocketed. Foreign martial artists have been teleported here. The exchange base is one of Chen Xuanfeng's most crucial goals right now. With this place, the countless corpses he possesses can be immediately converted into tangible resources such as spirit stones, battle merits, pills, and cultivation techniques. No matter how powerful or numerous his clones are, they only increase his efficiency in killing enemies. His human body remains as fragile as paper. If he were to encounter a particularly strong beast, even with numerous clones, he couldn't guarantee his survival. Therefore, not only do his clones need to be upgraded, but he himself urgently needs to strengthen himself. The key to strengthening him lies in the human exchange outpost located 392 kilometers away. Once he reaches there, corpses become battle merits become resources, and he can immediately use those resources to build up his strength. Don't underestimate him just because his aptitude is average. With enough resources, even an ordinary person can cultivate step by step to great heights. Not to mention, spirit stones can also be used to upgrade the killing system. Once his clones evolve to a 100% drop rate, he can completely leave them alone and watch the system automatically raise his troops for 1,000 days. It's no exaggeration to say that this kind of AFK cultivation is a dreamlike, cheat-like life. No wonder the exchange points are of paramount importance to him. Unfortunately, this stronghold is good, but it's too far away. It's nearly 400 kilometers as the crow flies, and you have to cross 3 bone-eating clan towns and a small city. The towns are all right. They're said to be guarded by martial generals, so you can barely hide there. But that small city is actually guarded by a quasi-martial grandmaster level figure, who can almost mobilize the power of heaven and earth. If it's discovered, Chen Xuanfeng won't even be left with ashes. Taking a safer route around it would be possible, but the distance would double, a full 800 kilometers. Fortunately, I have clones that can scout ahead and test the waters for me. As long as his clones can find a way out, he can sneak over and avoid most of the dangers. Planning before acting is the key to survival. Just as he was planning his route and strategy, a commotion arose. Several corpse-eating vine clones were carrying a bloodied and mangled vine-eating beast rushing towards him. Seeing that the creature was on the verge of death, Chen Xuanfeng didn't hesitate and finished it off with a single kick. You have obtained a new killing clone. The transparent, new vine-eating beast clone stood up and quietly awaited orders. Go work with your older brother, Chen Xuanfeng casually ordered, then turned and added, the rest of you, clean this vine-eating beast, separate its skin, flesh, bones, and internal organs, and find a water source to wash it. With his clone around, even surviving in the wilderness would be more comfortable for him. Eating, hunting, and cleaning were all handled by his clone. He didn't have to lift a finger. 10 minutes later, another dying vine eater was brought in. The number of vine eater clones became 3. 25 minutes later, 2 more arrived, bringing the total number of clones to 5. Over the next hour, the number of clones continued to rise, even surpassing the previous record of 117. The number of vine eater clones surged to 120, and the number of vine eaters increased to 7. Chen Xuanfeng leisurely studied the map while munching on the prepared vine-eating beast meat, occasionally glancing at his character panel. He felt particularly good whenever he saw the number of clones increase. Especially with each additional vine-eating beast, he felt incredibly satisfied. Several hours later, when he looked at the panel again, he was overjoyed. Host, Chen Xuanfeng, Realm, Beginner Quasi-Martial Artist Unlocked Functions, Killing Clone, Level 1, Number of Clones Owned, Corpse-Eating Vine, 308, Vine-Eating Beast, 37. Black Mist Wolf 3. Judging from this data, his army of clones has become a genuine beast-hunting legion. The newly acquired Black Mist Wolf clone is as strong as the vine-eating beast, belonging to the advanced quasi-martial artist level. In a one-on-one fight, the Black Mist Wolf is stronger than the vine-eating beast. However, under the siege of dozens of vine-eating beasts, the Black Mist Wolf didn't even have a chance to resist and was directly captured alive and used as soldiers. With this lineup, we shouldn't have much trouble dealing with ordinary martial artists. Even if we encounter a mid-level martial artist, we might not be able to lose. Although high-level martial artists are still a tough nut to crack for now, Chen Xuanfeng is already very satisfied with his automatic army expansion system. Just as he was eating and secretly enjoying himself, the message on his wrist suddenly flashed. Huh, someone's here. He was taken aback. Looking down, he saw that the number of people in the public channel had suddenly increased from 2 to 15. Public channel, 15 people online. The channel had been almost empty before, but now it was suddenly lively. Obviously, another wave of teleportation operations had been initiated. Moreover, this time, it wasn't just warriors from their own country who arrived. Various IDs and identities lit up in the channel. ID 049-204-8521. Is this the land of 10,000 races? Are there any dwarfs who teleported here with me? ID 087-593-0123. I'm from the United States of America. Are there any brothers from the Freedom Alliance nearby? Calling for an alliance. ID 183-920-4856. I'm from Qingzhou City, Dragon Kingdom. I have 18 people around me. We can form an alliance if needed. It seems this is an international operation. Foreign martial artists are starting to be teleported to the land of 10,000 races. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes narrowed instantly. Chapter 8 Powerful Foreign Warriors, over 1,000 clones, taking the initiative. According to Chen Xuanfeng's memory, there are currently 18 countries still existing on Blue Star. However, only 4 can truly rival the Dragon Kingdom in terms of the number and strength of their warriors. The Star-Striped Kingdom, the Giant Bear Kingdom, the White European Kingdom, and the Iron-Blooded Kingdom. Although fighting against alien races is a common mission for all humanity, behind the scenes, friction between these major powers has never ceased. The Dragon Kingdom has allied with the Great Bear, the Stars and Stripes, the White Europe, and the Iron Blood have formed another faction, while smaller countries such as the Cold Kingdom and the Dwarf Kingdom have long been vassal states of the 5 major powers. Few of the people teleported here this time have good relations with the Dragon Kingdom. Chen Xuanfeng frowned. Through the snippets of conversation on the public channel, he gleaned several key pieces of information. First, those teleported into the land of 10,000 races weren't just warriors from one country, but from multiple countries and regions around the world. And the virtual furnace system's automatic language translation ensured seamless communication for everyone. Secondly, the 15 people displayed in the channel are only a visible list within Chen Xuanfeng's personal sphere. Each person's coordinates are different, and the people they cover are naturally different, meaning that unfamiliar humans could appear around at any time. Thirdly, and most importantly, those who entered this time are no longer just students, but also members of groups and alliances. These people are at least at the martial artist level, and there's even a possibility that some are martial arts masters or generals. Realizing this, Chen Xuanfeng's heart sank. The situation was far more complicated than he had anticipated. At this moment, although there were 15 people online in the public channel, only 8 were speaking, and the remaining 7 remained silent. Even Lin Miao Miao, who had been speaking earlier, suddenly fell silent. Clearly, everyone realized that compared to the Bone Eater clan, the greater threat might be these foreign compatriots. The notification sounded, "You have lost a killing clone," but Chen Xuanfeng remained calm. He was already used to this kind of attrition. After all, damage was inevitable in battle. But the next message made his pupils shrink. Number 048-592-7992. I encountered a large group of transparent wild creatures. After killing them, they only turned into black smoke, without leaving any blood. Does anyone know what kind they are? Chen Xuanfeng's heart tightened. Wasn't the other party referring to his clone army? He abruptly looked up towards the front lines, but with the army already several kilometers advanced, he couldn't see anything. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Clearly, the enemy was nearby. Even worse, this person showed no sign of panic facing his hundreds of clones, and could even leisurely type to communicate, indicating that the opponent's strength was definitely not low, at least at the martial artist level. We can't act rashly. Chen Xuanfeng suppressed his emotions and didn't immediately command his clone, instead continuing to observe the channel. Number 098-372-3482. It can turn into black smoke. It should be a new, unrecorded species. This kind of creature isn't in the map data. Number 078-291-0293. The map doesn't record creatures below the martial artist level. There are too many of those things. Encountering some special situations is normal. User ID 182-994-3521. Bro, want to team up? My coordinates are 449-283-829-381. My team already has 3 members. Welcome to join. User ID 048-592-7992. I killed several, but they all turned to black smoke, and I got nothing. I'm 18 kilometers away from your team. I'm coming now. User ID 182-994-3521. You're very welcome. Anyone is welcome. The more the merrier. Seeing this, Chen Xuanfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. The opponent had left the area where his clone was located. He also glanced at the clone's losses. Even the vine-eating beast had been killed. This meant that the newcomer was at least a mid-level martial artist. Luckily, he didn't discover me. Otherwise, I would already be dead on the spot. Chen Xuanfeng knew in his heart that even if he had hundreds of clones, he would be nothing more than an ant in the face of a true mid-level martial artist. The danger of this land is gradually surfacing. I need to cultivate martial artist level clones as soon as possible. He made a decisive decision. 4 hours from now, no matter how many clones I have, I must initiate a battle. Target: wind-eating rabbits. Wind-eating rabbits are social wild creatures that often appear in large groups. He had originally planned to wait until he had more clones before challenging them, but the current situation was pressing, and he had to act ahead of schedule. After all, while the windswept rabbit was ferocious, it was still far less dangerous than those potential foreign martial artists. Time passed second by second. 4 hours later, the sun set and night fell. More than a dozen moons rose in the sky, some of which even showed the outlines of palaces, an extremely eerie sight. Normally, Chen Xuanfeng might have been interested in studying it, but now he kept his eyes glued to one thing: the character panel. Host: Chen Xuanfeng, Realm. Beginner Quasi-Martial Artist, Unlocked Functions. Killing Clone, Level 1. Number of Clones: Corpse-Eating Vine, 744. Vine-Eating Beast, 82. Black Mist Wolf, 23. Iron Thornbird, 9. Snow Soul Bear, 4. High-level Quasi-Martial Artist Combat Clones, 118 in total. Corpse-Eating Vines are roughly equivalent to 15 advanced Quasi-Martial Artists. After comprehensive conversion, this is equivalent to the combat power of 133 advanced Quasi-Martial Artists. Proportionally, this is enough to directly confront 13 low-level martial artist creatures. Theoretically, it's sufficient to deal with a swarm of wind ghost rabbits. But real combat is never as simple as theoretical calculations. Everyone listen up. Target: wind ghost rabbit's nest attack. With Chen Xuanfeng's command, nearly 1,000 clones surged towards the target. He stood 5 kilometers away, unable to see the battlefield clearly, and could only stare intently at the numbers on the panel, assessing the situation at the front line bit by bit. At the same time, he didn't gamble everything, deliberately leaving 5 vine-eating beasts and 50 corpse-eating vines by his side. Even if I suffer a crushing defeat, I must have a trump card to rise again. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers away, near the wind swallow rabbit's lair, a foreign martial artist hidden in a large tree was quietly waiting for his chance. Suddenly, his ears twitched. What's that noise? He looked up sharply, his face immediately showing shock. A vast, dark monster army was sweeping towards the wind swallow rabbit's lair like a tidal wave. Chapter 9: The first martial artist level avatar arrives. Corpse-eating vine, vine-eating beast, black mist wolf. Even the iron thornbird and snow soul bear have turned transparent. The foreign martial artist in the tree stared wide-eyed, muttering incredulously. These were all mortal enemies, yet they had actually acted in unison, forming a beast tide and advancing towards the windswept rabbit's lair. What a joke! Who's controlling them? He was well aware of the relationships between these beasts. The vine-eating beasts were natural predators of the corpse-eating vines. The black mist wolves could easily hunt vine-eating beasts and were also mortal enemies of the corpse-eating vines. As for the iron thorn birds and snow soul bears, they were always locked in combat, hunting each other to the death. But now, these mortal enemies have gathered together, transparent as shadows, and are launching a joint attack. The foreign warrior felt his brain was about to shut down. Wait, could their target be the wind ghost rabbit? He looked down at the nest, not far away, his heart leaping. The windswept rabbit, despite its name, is anything but docile. Each windswept rabbit is comparable in size to a fully grown male lion on Earth, its crimson pupils seemingly stained with blood, exuding an imposing aura. They are renowned for their speed, moving with lightning speed, their movements almost imperceptible to ordinary people. Most deadly of all are their incisors, incomparably sharp, capable of biting through metal and stone with ease, and tearing apart a martial artist's throat as easily as slicing vegetables. Not to mention, the windswept rabbits are never solitary individuals. They are naturally gregarious, and if disturbed, they immediately attack in packs. Even the foreign martial artists, though mid-level, only dared to cautiously ambush and hunt one by one. And those low-level creatures, who hadn't even reached the martial artist level, dared to provoke them? Are they insane? Chirp! Deep within the nest, 13 wind ghost rabbits simultaneously raised their heads, their scarlet eyes fixed on the distance. A dark, transparent horde of beasts surged forth, showing no fear whatsoever. Instead, their fur bristled, their vertical pupils turned crimson, and their killing intent surged wildly. Chirp! The lead wind ghost rabbit leaped up, transforming into a blur as it charged forward. The rest of the wind ghost rabbits immediately let out a high-pitched shriek, following closely behind. The battle erupted. The foreign warriors stared intently at the battlefield. After they died, they turned into black smoke. Exactly the same as the description in the channel. What kind of monsters are these? He was about to raise his hand to notify the others in the channel, but then stopped. Wait, if I tell them, they'll get one less share of the spoils. Rather than let them get the spoils, I'd rather keep them all for myself. The foreign warrior narrowed his eyes, quietly put away his bracelet, and decided to wait for the battle to end before seizing the opportunity to reap the rewards. The notifications, "You have lost a killing clone," rang out in quick succession. Chen Xuanfeng's face darkened, and he broke out in a cold sweat. In just 10 minutes, the losses had been extremely heavy. On the panel, the number of corpse-eating vines had decreased by more than 200. The number of vine-eating beasts had dropped by a third. The black mist wolves were almost gone, and the ironthorn birds and snow soul bears were completely wiped out. Has the wind rabbit still not been sent back? If this drags on any longer, the entire army could be wiped out. His fists clenched, but he was powerless to intervene in the battle and could only grit his teeth and wait for the outcome. That windswept rabbit is about to collapse. Atop the tree, the foreign warrior's eyes gleamed. He had already seen that the windswept rabbit in the battle was riddled with wounds, bleeding profusely, and bound by countless transparent vines. It struggled and bit, severing dozens of vines, yet countless new vines continued to entangle it. His companions tried to rescue him, but were intercepted by a pack of black mist wolves and vine-eating beasts, with no way to escape. Seeing the wind ghost rabbit's strength waning, it finally collapsed from exhaustion. "All right, this one's mine." The foreign warrior was happily preparing to climb down the tree to collect the corpse when suddenly his expression changed drastically. What? The dying wind rabbit was suddenly lifted up by several transparent vines and carried away from the battlefield, heading straight for the distant forest. Someone is controlling these monsters. Could it be the Bone Eater clan? No, the Bone Eater clan wouldn't be so discreet. He squinted, analyzing the situation. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that there was only one possibility. He's human, and most likely, he's someone extremely weak but possesses special abilities. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. This kind of person must die. He leaped down and quickly gave chase. But as soon as he appeared, chirp, the wind rabbits swarm turned their heads in unison, their killing intent palpable, and all fixed their gazes on this foreign martial artist. Several wind rabbits charged forward without hesitation, their speed astonishing. Damn it, they've mistaken me for the mastermind. The foreign martial artist's expression changed drastically, and he cursed aloud. Although the wind rabbits weren't particularly intelligent, they weren't fools either. Faced with these enemies whose deaths were so unusual, they had already sensed something amiss. And this unexpected fellow had appeared just as his master was about to collect the corpse. If they didn't kill him, who else should they kill? The clone army naturally noticed the enemy's sudden appearance. Their mission was to kill the wind-eating rabbit, and this guy was actually trying to steal their prey. Undoubtedly an enemy. Suddenly, the foreign warrior was attacked from both sides and could only roar as he drew his weapon to fight back with all his might. When he caught his breath and looked back in the direction of the wind-eating rabbit, the several corpse-eating vines had already disappeared into the forest. It's here. It's finally here. Chen Xuanfeng stood in the center of the camp, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. Several vines carried the dying wind-wander rabbit to his front. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and unleashed a series of punches. Bang! 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 You have obtained a new killing clone. A shadowy figure slowly rose from the wind-wander rabbit's corpse, its eyes looking at Chen Xuanfeng with gentle eyes. The first martial artist level clone acquired. Chapter 10 Mind Communication. Wind Rabbit becomes a remote scout. Master. A gentle voice suddenly rang in Chen Xuanfeng's mind. He was startled and subconsciously looked at the wind rabbit that had just been resurrected as a clone. Are you talking to me? His eyes showed surprise. Yes, Master. Wind Rabbit nodded in response. My wisdom and understanding are bestowed upon me by you. Chen Xuanfeng suddenly realized. No wonder those clones always executed commands so accurately. They really do possess intelligence. He immediately pressed on. Then how far can you communicate with me? Infinite. Wind Rabbit answered decisively. As long as I'm alive, no matter where I am, I can communicate with you telepathically. Beautiful. Chen Xuanfeng couldn't help but exclaim. He was just struggling to control the battlefield, but now he has obtained a high-level clone with intelligence and the ability to communicate remotely. It was as if God heard his heartfelt words and solved the problem directly. From then on, he was no longer a blind commander. This wind rabbit can not only fight, but also transmit intelligence back to the front lines in real time, making it practically a mobile scout. As the number of wind rabbits increases, these creatures will be able to form a super powerful surveillance network. Wind-spirited rabbit, heed my command. Return to the battlefield immediately and continue attacking our own kind, bringing back as many wind wraith rabbit clones as possible. You need to report the situation of each battle to me in real time. But remember one thing, you are different from the other clones. It's okay if they die, but you can't die. I've gone to great lengths to make you my clone, so don't give up easily. With your speed and ability, as long as you don't engage in a direct confrontation, you can completely escape unscathed. If the situation turns unfavorable, retreat immediately. Do you understand? Yes, master, Wind Rabbit solemnly replied. After saying that, it sprang to life, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the jungle in the blink of an eye. Chen Xuanfeng looked at its movements and couldn't help but admire it. This is a martial artist level clone. Its speed is so fast that it's hard to catch with the naked eye. Once I can increase the number of wind rabbits to a certain extent, I'll have a firm foothold in this area. Come on, you guys, dispose of that wind ghost rabbit's carcass. We'll have it for barbecue tonight. On the other side of the battlefield, the foreign warrior was still struggling to hold on, his face growing increasingly pale. These transparent monsters are reckless, and these wind rabbits are insane too. They just won't let me go. I've already wounded several of them, yet they're still relentlessly chasing after me. What's going on? He cursed as he swung his blazing blade, relentlessly slaying the clones and wind rabbits that surrounded him. He originally just wanted to pick up some scraps and kill a few wind wander rabbits to take their corpses, but now he has become the target of the hunt. The wind rabbit was already extremely difficult to deal with, and now, with a group of transparent monsters involved, even escaping became incredibly difficult for him. Just then, from a corner of the distant dense forest, the wind rabbit clone quietly arrived. Master, a human warrior is engaged in a fierce battle with the wind rabbit and our clone. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes narrowed. Humans? What a coincidence. Could it be that they saw me attacking the wind ghost rabbit's lair and are trying to sneak in and take advantage of the situation? However, judging from the current situation, this person has been able to hold out until now under the siege of the wind rabbits, so he is probably a mid-level martial artist. A low-level martial artist would have died long ago, and a high-level martial artist wouldn't have lasted this long. It seems that this person is the culprit who caused my depletion. The wind ghost rabbit's voice came again. Master, there's a wind ghost rabbit that is seriously injured and on the verge of death. Should we take it? Chen Xuanfeng's eyes lit up immediately. Of course we should snatch it, but don't do it yourself. Have your subordinates stop the rabbit when it's about to touch it. All clones, heed my command. At all costs, seize that heavily wounded wind wraith rabbit and bring it back. Yes, master. On the foreign warrior's side, they finally slew a windswept rabbit. He laughed breathlessly, finally dead. I even took 2 pills for you. Hurry up and collect the bodies. Get out of here. But as soon as he took a step, a large number of clones rushed over like a tide, completely surrounding the wind-wandering rabbit. Get out of my way. That's my spoils. The foreign warrior flew into a rage, wielding his sword to kill those who stood in his way, and plumes of black smoke immediately rose into the air. But before he could step forward, a swift shadow suddenly attacked. Chirp! He quickly swung his sword to block, and upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a transparent wind wanderer rabbit. What? Even a wind rabbit can transform into this kind of shadowy creature. Who on earth is this guy? In a brief moment of distraction, the swarm of wind rabbits behind him pounced again, and his clone army surrounded him tightly. The severely injured wind rabbit was lifted up by several corpse-eating vines and quickly retreated. Meanwhile, the wind rabbit clone that had blocked the way retreated into the shadows, quietly escorting the spoils of war away. The foreign warrior, seeing the increasingly dense enemy forces around him, finally came to his senses. No, I can't stay here any longer, and we absolutely must not provoke that guy again. Who knows how many more invisible monsters are behind him? Since he can control these living beings, maybe he can turn humans into that kind of thing too. Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat, and for the first time, fear of Chen Xuanfeng rose in his heart. Chapter 11. The number of wind rabbit clones surges, and foreign martial artists publicly appeal for help. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, the foreign martial artists would never have believed that such a bizarre thing could actually happen in this world. The wind rabbit not only became transparent, but could even return to the battlefield like a ghost, which was beyond his comprehension. What made his scalp tingle even more was that he was almost certain that the transparent rabbit was the one he had just injured and that had been swept away by the vines. Before he could recover, the wind rabbits behind him pounced on him again, their attacks even more ferocious. The transparent clones around him showed no mercy and surrounded him tightly. Only the wind rabbit clone did not rush to act, but silently retreated into the shadows to continue protecting the corpse-eating vine that was transporting the wounded. As the foreign warrior parried the attacks, his heart pounded, and his mind raced as he tried to devise a way to escape. Just 10 seconds later, he gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and decided to stop fighting. He suddenly turned around and ran away. Yes, he was scared. This seemingly ordinary battle was surprisingly filled with fear. He dared not approach the direction of the wind swallow rabbit's lair any further, nor did he dare to remain in the same place. What he feared most was the strange manipulator. The other party can not only make these beasts transparent, but also endow them with extremely high intelligence. This method was so illogical that it made him start to doubt whether the person behind it was even a human. Even though the human warrior was weaker than him, the foreign warrior dared not gamble anymore. Because the unknown is the most terrifying thing. Breaking through will take too much damage. I'll need at least 5 more pills. But now he has no choice. Without further hesitation, the foreign warrior took out a pill and swallowed it, unleashing his full power to break through the encirclement. At the same time, Chen Xuanfeng received information from the wind rabbit clone that the human had actually chosen to turn around and run away. They ran away? They actually ran away. I thought he would come back for revenge. He immediately revealed a cold smile, his eyes icy. Judging from all indications, that person's strength was only that of a mid-level martial artist, and even at that level, he was probably just barely passing. If we could truly capture such human beings and transform them into killing clones, it would undoubtedly greatly improve the quality of our legion. He didn't care whether the person was human or not. For him, choosing the wrong side means becoming the enemy. Just then, several carrion-eating vines brought another heavily injured wind ghost rabbit, which he had just rescued from the battlefield, to him. Without saying a word, Chen Xuanfeng ended its life with a single punch. You have gained a new killing clone. A new wind rabbit quietly rose, its eyes deep and unfathomable, awaiting orders. Go to the battlefield and continue to focus on picking off any remaining enemies and reporting on the battle situation. Keep a close eye on that intermediate-level martial artist. If he shows any weakness, tell me immediately. But do not act rashly. Prioritize self-preservation. You must wait for my order before you can attack, understand? Yes, master. As Chen Xuanfeng predicted, things turned out exactly as he had. After taking the elixir, the foreign warrior unleashed tremendous power, slaying several wind rabbits and transparent clones in succession, advancing with unstoppable momentum. In just a few minutes, the clone army suffered over 100 casualties. But he couldn't be happy. Damn it, it's that invisible wind rabbit again. And why are there more and more of them? During his breakout, he discovered that if he wounded any wind rabbit, those lurking, transparent wind rabbits would immediately rush out and take the wounded away. The most frightening thing is that this situation keeps repeating itself. He even began to notice that the number of these transparent wind rabbits was increasing silently. From one head at the beginning, it became 2 heads, 3 heads, and 4 heads. But they did not attack proactively. Instead, they silently followed from behind. This sense of oppression is even more terrifying than direct combat. His heart skipped a beat, and he swallowed another pill, hoping to speed up his breakout. However, before they could escape far, a new wave of wind rabbits arrived upon hearing the news and joined the encirclement. His expression changed, and he finally panicked completely. The fear of death surged into his heart like a tide, forcing him to reveal his trump card. He quickly tapped the system interface on his wrist, opened the public channel, and then the private chat function, sending out SOS messages to several friends. Help me! I'm willing to offer 1,000 spirit stones as a reward. Just come and save me. 1,000 spirit stones is an extremely generous reward for any martial artist. This time, he really revealed all his secrets. Sure enough, several friends quickly replied. 1,000? Are you sure? Brother, I'm only 50 kilometers away. Hang in there. I'm sorry, it's too far away to make it in time. I've accepted it. Don't give it to anyone else. I've already set off. I'm the closest to you, only 43 kilometers away. Move southeast, and I'll come pick you up. Seeing the enthusiastic response, the foreign warriors finally saw a glimmer of hope. These friends were all martial artists, and although they didn't seek help from higher-level martial artists, they were more than capable of dealing with the wind rabbit. If I could hold on for another 20 or 30 minutes, I might actually be able to leave this forest alive. Once I leave safely, I'll come back next time and wipe out all the wind wraith rabbits here, as well as that sneaky manipulator. Meanwhile, Chen Xuanfeng was excitedly counting his new clones. Rabbit number 7. Rabbit number 8. 2 new wind wraith rabbit clones stood before him, quiet and loyal. With the help of that mid-level martial artist, he easily gained 8 martial artist-level clones in less than half an hour. To facilitate command, he also specially numbered and named them to make the next step of the operation deployment easier. Go, number 7 and number 8. You are the next ones to go. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly glanced at the pop-up window on the public channel. A message suddenly popped up on it. A mid-level martial artist is being besieged by a large number of windswept rabbits and is calling for help. A reward of 1,000 spirit stones is offered. In that instant, the smile on Chen Xuanfeng's face froze. He sneered inwardly. 1,000 spirit stones? They're really willing to spend so much. It seems they're about to collapse. Without hesitation, he decisively gave the order. Everyone listen up. Immediately launch a full-scale attack on that mid-level martial artist, sparing no effort to bring his body back. Yes, master. In an instant, all the transparent wind rabbits that were originally hiding in the shadows pounced out of the shadows and rushed towards the mid-level martial artist like ghosts. Chapter 12 successfully encircled and suppressed the foreign warriors, the first humanoid clone. Clearly, the news from the public channel made Chen Xuanfeng completely uneasy. I originally planned to wait a little longer. Wait until the number of wind rabbits reaches more than 10. After that mid-level martial artist had used up most of the pills or trump cards in his hand. Then let the clones attack and surround and kill them. In this way, he can gain the greatest benefit with the least loss. Not only did the other party publicly appeal for help, but they also offered a huge reward of 1,000 spirit stones. To be honest, such a reward would tempt not only the human warriors, but even Chen Xuanfeng himself. Therefore, Chen Xuanfeng did not choose the safest option of having his clones retreat. Instead, he made the radical choice to directly attack the mid-level martial artist. If a mid-level martial artist can produce 1,000 spirit stones, then they must possess even more other treasures. I want spirit stones, I want treasures, and I especially want the clone of a mid-level martial artist. For such enormous profits, Chen Xuanfeng was willing to risk exposure and take a gamble. Who the hell is the bastard who sent out my private message? On the other side, the foreign warrior's face turned extremely ugly after seeing the public channel in an uproar, and he couldn't help but curse loudly. If he really wanted to post on a public channel, why would he bother messaging each of his friends individually? If among those who come to his rescue are powerful figures at the martial master level, or even stronger, and they try to seize his wealth, he will be utterly powerless to resist. Chirp! Suddenly, the foreign warriors sensed an unprecedented danger approaching. He turned around abruptly, and his face turned deathly pale. It's them. The attackers were none other than the transparent wind rabbits who had been following him closely, causing him great fear and apprehension. Both the transparent wind rabbit and the ordinary wind rabbit launched an attack on the foreign warriors together. The foreign warriors hurriedly brandished their weapons to defend themselves. However, there's simply too many wind rabbits nowadays. This is completely beyond what he can handle. The foreign warriors were no match for them. His arm was bitten directly by the sharp teeth of one of the ordinary wind rabbits. Blood splattered, and he let out his first cry of pain. Get out of my way! Despite the excruciating pain, the foreign warrior forcefully blasted the opponent away with his broadsword. They then blasted away several more waves of attacks. They took out pills and swallowed them like they were free just to prolong their lives. How could this happen? Why did they suddenly attack me? Everything was fine just now. Why did it have to happen now? If I had just held on for another 10 minutes, or even a few more minutes, someone would have come to rescue me. How could this be? Upon realizing this, the foreign warrior's eyes widened suddenly, as if he had just figured something out. It's a message from the public channel. That guy is human. He must be human. He can see the public channel messages. At this moment, the foreign warrior finally understood. However, the next moment, another intense pain came from my thigh. Looking down, I was shocked to see a transparent wind rabbit. The foreign warrior wanted to swing his sword to drive him away, but a tremendous force came from his wrist. It was another transparent wind rabbit that risked injury to forcibly stop his movements. In an instant, all the other wind rabbits, whether transparent or ordinary, swarmed forward, frantically tearing at the foreign warrior with their huge and sharp teeth. In an instant, the foreign warrior lost his balance and fell to the ground. No! No! How can I die here? How could I die at the hands of a bunch of bastards? Why hasn't anyone come yet? Why? I'm not reconciled. I'm not reconciled. As the dark mass of wind rabbits rushed toward him from all directions, the foreign warrior's face was filled with fear and despair. His mournful howls were filled with resentment, but no matter how unwilling he was, he could not stop his inevitable death. And just like that, he was completely overwhelmed by the army of wind rabbits. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The wailing gradually weakened, accompanied by gnawing and biting. The whole scene was incredibly bloody. Well done. On the other side, after receiving the intelligence from the front lines, Chen Xuanfeng was slightly excited and pumped his fist, his tense expression easing considerably. Remember, don't kill it completely. Be sure to bring it back alive. Also, don't let any of his belongings go uncollected. Take them all. Chen Xuanfeng quickly gave the order, his eyes gleaming. Carrying 1,000 spirit stones on him is enough to show that he has a Chinquan bag, Chinquan ring, or Chinquan belt, which are treasures that only martial masters can afford. The fact that a mid-level martial artist has them on him means that this guy is definitely not simple. He may have other treasures that are even more valuable. Just 1,000 spirit stones are enough to bring me huge benefits, allowing my slaughter clone to level up several times. If I add some other treasures to accompany it, I can take off in one fell swoop. The foreign warriors were submerged for about a minute, because the slow-moving clone army arrived late. Without any hesitation, they pounced and joined the battle. Chirp! A mournful cry rang out. It was the voice clones of those ordinary wind witch rabbits attacking them. Suddenly, many ordinary wind rabbits broke free or chose to fight back, engaging in fierce battles with the numerous clones. This also revealed the foreign martial artist lying on the ground, his face unrecognizable, his body covered in blood and gore, with his internal organs clearly visible. Save me. The foreign warrior was still sending out extremely faint cries for help. It has to be said, martial artists are indeed incredibly resilient. An ordinary person would be dead by now in this situation, but the martial artist is still alive. If he were sent to the hospital for emergency treatment now, he might actually survive. The foreign warrior was lifted up by several transparent wind evil rabbits, and then sped off in one direction. No, no. The foreign warrior's naked eyes trembled, filled with terror. He had already thought of it. Those wind rabbits that he had severely injured and were on the verge of death were transported away in this way, and then returned transparently. The people behind those transparent creatures clearly want to make him transparent too, but he had no power to resist. They could only watch helplessly as they rapidly traversed the jungle. Finally, filled with fear, the transparent wind rabbits stopped. A slightly immature, youthful face with a bright smile appeared in his field of vision. Those bright eyes looked at him, as if he were looking at a treasure. A look of astonishment and disbelief appeared in the eyes of the foreign warrior, because he figured it out. The other party is a young man, possibly a student. The key is that the aura emanating from this kid is clearly that of a beginner-level quasi-martial artist. How could I be in this predicament because of something done by a novice martial artist? Puff. The foreign warrior immediately wanted to speak up, hoping to buy himself a chance to survive. But before he could even open his mouth, a huge fist came crashing down and shattered his head on spot. You have gained a new killing clone. Chapter 13. The clone levels up 4 times, unlocking the new feature, Slaughter Cultivation. A pleasant and melodious notification sound rang out. Then, from among the headless corpses of the foreign warriors, a transparent shadow slowly rose. His face was calm, but his gaze toward Chen Xuanfeng was full of piety. Owner. The foreign warrior knelt on one knee and spoke resolutely. It's done. Chen Xuanfeng's gaze was intense. The first humanoid clone, and a mid-level martial artist who was a whole major realm higher than him. Even though he had suppressed his aura to the extreme, he could still clearly feel its sharpness. A mid-level martial artist means he can easily harvest beginner martial artists. With him around, my clone army will soon be fully upgraded to a version where all members are martial artists. At that time, tens of thousands of martial artist-level clones will gang up on you. What a sight that will be. Thinking of this, Chen Xuanfeng couldn't help but feel his heart surge with emotion. If things continue to develop at this rate, not only will he be able to survive safely in a land of 10,000 races, but he will even be able to live a very comfortable life. Newcomer, tell me your previous name. Master, my name is Johnson Kong. The foreign warrior responded quickly. From now on, your name is Warrior Number 1, or Number 1 for short. Chen Xuanfeng continued using the naming rules he had previously used for the Wind Rabbit. Number 1, you have completely preserved the wisdom of the human race, so the next few warriors, Number 2, Number 3, and Number 4, will be responsible for coordinating and mobilizing them to serve me. Understand? Clear. Number 1 responded seriously. Everyone else, retreat first. Rabbit Number 8, you're in charge of keeping watch. Report back immediately if you get any intelligence. Chen Xuanfeng gave an order from afar. The distress call just now must have attracted a lot of people to that place. Soon, human warriors will gather there, and there might even be martial masters. Now is definitely not the time for direct confrontation. Number 1, go to another location and quickly eliminate the ferocious beasts at the martial artist level. Remember, your safety is the top priority. If you encounter a powerful enemy, run away immediately. Yes, master. After receiving the order, Number 1 headed straight for the direction Chen Xuanfeng had indicated, etc. At this moment, Chen Xuanfeng called out to it. Chen Xuanfeng took a red bag, about the size of a palm, stained with blood, from the hand of a wind ghost rabbit. The Chinquan bag of a foreign warrior. Now that the other party is dead, the mark of recognition on it has also disappeared. Chen Xuanfeng reached in and touched it a few times. He quickly pulled out a long sword that was as tall as a person and gleamed with a cold light. Just as I guessed, they brought spare weapons. Then, Chen Xuanfeng casually tossed the long sword over, and Number 1 caught it steadily. You left your weapon over there. Take this one for now. Thank you for the gift, master. After bowing in thanks, Number 1 continued his advance. The arrangements are complete. Now let me take a good look at just how many treasures this guy has in his storage bag. Chen Xuanfeng flipped his hand, turning the Chinquan bag upside down, and a large number of spirit stones fell out of the bag with a clatter, scattering all over the ground. The spirit stone wasn't very big. Each one is about the size of a walnut. However, the sheer number of them is overwhelming. It's not just about spirit stones. Several fluorescent pills also fell during the process. Several books contain cultivation techniques with slightly yellowed pages. A spirit armor top with flowing spiritual energy, oversized spirit boots, and scattered, unidentifiable metal pieces, flowers, plants, wood, and other rare and precious materials. Chen Xuanfeng only stopped when the Chinquan bag could no longer produce anything. Goodness. Chen Xuanfeng watched with repeated sighs of admiration. He knew that the human mid-level martial artist must be a wealthy man. But I never expected to be this rich. Based on the calculation that a beginner martial artist can earn over 100 spirit stones a year, an intermediate martial artist's annual income is roughly between 150 and 200 spirit stones. If the costs of purchasing weapons, pills, cultivation techniques, and cultivation resources are deducted, there would probably be very little left. However, the wealth possessed by this mid-level martial artist was clearly beyond expectations. The Chinquan bag was already a pleasant surprise. There are at least 2,000 spirit stones. This doesn't even include all the other weapons, cultivation techniques, pills, rare and precious materials, and miscellaneous goods. If you really add them all up, the value would easily double again, reaching over 4,000 spirit stones. I understand. If we were on Earth, there would be a martial arts bank to help store spirit stones, treasures, and other items. We definitely wouldn't have such a rich spoils of war. But since we're in the land of 10,000 races, we're responsible for our own lives, so of course we have to carry all our possessions with us. Chen Xuanfeng was greatly encouraged after realizing this. In this way, this means that every human you encounter from now on will be like a mobile treasure trove. Calm down, calm down. We're compatriots, after all. How could I have such thoughts? I would never commit robbery against my own kind unless it was a passive act, in which case it doesn't matter. At least he's a person with a conscience, even if he doesn't have much of one. However, one cannot commit heinous acts like murder to survive. One must be selective about the target. Host has been detected to have money. Upgrade to Killing Clone Level 1. At this moment, the system's ethereal notification sound came out. Look at you. You're even more impatient than me. Chen Xuanfeng laughed and said, Promote them. Promote as many as you can. As soon as he finished speaking, the spirit stones on the ground began to disappear rapidly in piles. Ding. Consumed 100 spirit stones. Slaughter Clone has leveled up to level 2. Ding. Consumed 200 spirit stones. Slaughter Clone has leveled up to level 3. Ding. Consumed 400 spirit stones. Slaughter Clone has leveled up to level 4. Ding. Consumed 800 spirit stones. Slaughter Clone has leveled up to level 5. Killing Clone. Level 5. When your killing clone kills any living being, there is still a 50% chance that a new clone will be created. As the 5 notification sounds came, Chen Xuanfeng felt a sense of relief. It jumped from 10 to 50. This is a qualitative leap. With a probability of 10, you can create a clone, which is equivalent to winning the lottery. But if the probability reaches 50%, then not getting a clone is equivalent to winning the lottery. Your killing clone has slain a living being, gaining a new killing clone. No, in the blink of an eye, Chen Xuanfeng had gained another clone. Your killing clone has slain a living being, gaining a new killing clone. Take another breath, and another pleasant notification sound will play. One more clone. Your killing clone has slain a living being, gaining a new killing clone. A series of notification sounds rang out. The number of clones was increasing rapidly at a rate of 1 every 3 to 4 seconds. If we calculate based on 1 clone every 4 seconds, and there are 24 hours in a day, that means I can create more than 20,000 clones in a single day. And this is only a preliminary estimate. More clones will lead to an even more exaggerated expansion. Even if there are some losses during the process, the benefits will still be terrifying. At that time, the daily income will not be just 20,000, but 40,000, 80,000, or even more. At this rate of development, even if they are all clones below the martial artist level, their combined combat power will be astonishing. Chen Xuanfeng dared not think any further. His smile was so bright, it was almost unbelievable. The corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AKs. Just as I was still immersed in joy, a brand new notification sound came. Your killing clone skill has reached level 5, meeting the requirements to unlock the new feature. Congratulations, host. The new feature, Slaughter Cultivation, has been unlocked. Slaughter Cultivation. Level 1. When you and your clone are slaughtering, there is a 10% chance to obtain 1 cultivation essence. Cultivation essence. After use, you can directly obtain the full cultivation effect of 1 hour of intensive training. Chapter 14 Divine Artifact. Cultivation essence. 1 piece equals 1 hour of arduous cultivation. Upon hearing the new prompt, Chen Xuanfeng was so shocked that he opened his mouth wide, his eyes widened, and he let out a perfectly enunciated exclamation. A 50% chance of winning is already quite a surprise. Now, an even bigger and more outrageous new feature has arrived. Cultivation of Slaughter. As long as you use your clone to kill, there is a 10% chance of obtaining cultivation essence. 1 essence of cultivation can directly grant you an hour of arduous training. See clearly, it's direct without any cost or time and effort required. You get it instantly. Exaggerate. Outrageous. Unbelievable. This is absolutely incredible. Chen Xuanfeng was repeatedly amazed. No way. This new feature is just too amazing. It completely exceeds his understanding. He thought that the cheat of infinite clone proliferation was the limit, but now he realizes that there is more than one cheat, and the later ones are even more amazing. As is widely known, there's only one way to improve your cultivation level: arduous practice. Ordinary martial artists must absorb spiritual energy to gain cultivation, using it to cleanse their meridians, purify their bones and muscles, and replenish their flesh and blood. Only through this cycle of relentless, day and night meditation and arduous cultivation can they eventually break through their current realm and become stronger. Even if a shortcut can be found, it is nothing more than using pills, magical artifacts, and various treasures that can help a cultivation. Even so, it only shortens the original 2 years of improvement to 1 year. This is the limit. Even more impressive are those geniuses who are reported in the news every day, envied by everyone, 1 in 10,000. Because of their innate talent, their cultivation efficiency is several times or even 10 times that of ordinary martial artists. However, the fact that geniuses cultivate with exaggerated efficiency does not mean that they do not need to cultivate. Ascetic practice is also a required course for geniuses. Not just them. Even those who have become martial masters, generals, grandmasters, or even more powerful figures still have to sit in meditation and cultivate diligently, exchanging time for cultivation. In contrast, consider Chen Xuanfeng. With the release of this new slaughter cultivation function, it means that he will not only be able to effortlessly harvest clones in the future, but also improve his cultivation level while lying down. The more clones he kills, the more cultivation essence he gains. You can become stronger just by lying down. This dreamlike scene, something I never even imagined, actually happened to him. How could he not be excited? One cultivation essence can directly grant 1 hour of cultivation. 24 pieces is equivalent to a whole day of arduous training. No, that's not right. 24 pills is equivalent to a whole day without eating, drinking, or sleeping. If we follow the school's standard of 4 hours of cultivation per day on average, 24 pills is equivalent to 6 days for other people. If I got 1,000 of these a day, I could instantly gain 1,000 hours of training time, the equivalent of 41 days of cultivation for someone who doesn't eat, drink, or sleep. At this rate of improvement, wouldn't I be able to reach the martial artist level in just a few days without even needing to cultivate? With this thing, not only martial artists, but also martial masters, martial generals, and even higher martial grandmasters will be no problem. Thinking of this, Chen Xuanfeng's heart was completely filled with joy, and he was so excited that he couldn't contain himself. Your clone has killed a living being. You have gained a cultivation essence. It's here. A pleasant system notification sound rang out. At the same time, Chen Xuanfeng's character attribute panel popped up automatically and quickly spread out in front of him. Host, Chen Xuanfeng. Realm, beginner quasi-martial artist. Normal strength level, beginner quasi-martial artist. Normal defense realm, beginner quasi-martial artist. Standard movement technique level, beginner quasi-martial artist. Unlocked features, killing clone, level 5, killing cultivation, level 1. Number of clones already possessed. Intermediate martial artist level. Human intermediate martial artist, 1. Beginner martial artist level. Windy rabbit, 8. Purple horn ox, 1. Below the warrior level. Corpse eating vine, 342. Vine eating beast, 171. Black mist wolf, 29. Iron thornbird, 28. Snow soul bear, 21, etc. Amount of cultivation essence possible, 1. The information on the number of clones displayed on the panel is more detailed now, even listing minor realms like beginner and intermediate. They even added a column specifically for the quantity of cultivation essence. It seems that this system's functions are not limited to slaughter clone and slaughter cultivation. As long as it continues to upgrade, there will definitely be more awesome new functions appearing later. Chen Xuanfeng was thrilled. But right now, the essence of cultivation is the key. I just don't know how to extract and use this thing. I just thought of that. Chen Xuanfeng felt as if there was something extra in his palm. Looking down, he saw a pure white shard, shaped like glass and radiating a soft, white light, lying quietly in his palm. There was still a slight warmth coming from above. This broadened Chen Xuanfeng's horizons. This is the essence of cultivation? Does that mean I should just swallow it? Chen Xuanfeng tried to put it in his mouth, but perhaps because he was too excited, he lost his grip and the essence of his cultivation slipped from his hand. In a moment of urgency, Chen Xuanfeng quickly reached out and grabbed it forcefully. The amazing thing is, his cultivation essence was crushed on the spot, turning into specks of white light, all of which merged into his palm. Gained 1 hour of cultivation. So, this is how cultivation essence is used. Chen Xuanfeng suddenly realized. As the notification sound came, I felt a surge of heat suddenly rise within my body. With unparalleled speed, It swept through Chen Xuanfeng's limbs and bones in the blink of an eye, and all his meridians, muscles, bones, and flesh eventually merged into the spiritual energy vortex in his dantian. This is the effect of Chen Xuanfeng's usual 1 hour of cultivation. This time, the tedious process was completely skipped, and everything was finished in the blink of an eye. Magic! Chen Xuanfeng's eyes shone brightly. I can feel my body getting a little bit stronger, although it's very, very weak, but I can feel it. At this rate of development, I will definitely be able to smoothly advance to the intermediate level quasi-martial artist level with no more than 100 pieces. Before coming to the land of 10,000 races, he had already spent a considerable amount of time as a beginner-level quasi-martial artist. Calculating the days, it was about time for him to break through. 100 coins, which is 100 hours. If we calculate based on 4 hours a day, it will take about 25 days or a month. But that was the old way of calculating. Now, as long as he has enough cultivation essence, he can break through his realm in a second. Listen up, everyone. From now on, you don't need to bring any more dying creatures to me. And don't hold back. Whether they're martial artists or near martial artists, kill them all. Chen Xuanfeng decisively gave orders to all his clones. The appearance of cultivation essence directly increased the number of living beings killed to a new level. From now on, for every living being killed, there's not only a 50% chance of obtaining a clone, but also a 10% chance of obtaining cultivation essence. In this way, it is natural to kill indiscriminately and let the clones expand recklessly. Chapter 15. Murder and robbery are too addictive. A martial master appears. Yes, master. All clones responded quickly. Your killing clone has slain a living being, gaining a new killing clone. Your clone has killed a living being. You have gained a cultivation essence. The moment the order was given, clones and cultivation essence arrived in the account. This feeling is more than just amazing. Chen Xuanfeng laughed loudly, took out his cultivation essence, and crushed it in one hand. A surge of heat suddenly appeared within his body again. Feeling his strength gradually increasing, Chen Xuanfeng was extremely excited. This is just the beginning. Slaughter cultivation is only level 1, with a drop rate of 10. Once it's upgraded to the same level as killing clone, with a 50% probability, the number of chances will be incredibly high. By then, not only can the number of his clones increase to an astronomical number, but his true body's realm can also be raised to a level that is unimaginable. System, I have over 100 spirit stones here. I want to upgrade my slaughter cultivation. Chen Xuanfeng remembered that he needed to upgrade and immediately gave the order. To upgrade slaughter cultivation to level 2, 200 spirit stones are required. The system's response left Chen Xuanfeng helpless. Slaughter clone only 100 spirit stones are needed to upgrade, but slaughter cultivation requires 200. It seems that the more features are unlocked, the more spirit stones are needed to upgrade them. Once I've accumulated enough clones and my strength is sufficient, I can start looking for other human warriors and get some spirit stones from them. The number of spirit stones required for upgrades is becoming increasingly enormous. Currently, only human warriors possess the ability to kill and plunder treasures. Once you've done it, you'll know how appealing it is. Naturally, Chen Xuanfeng wouldn't mind doing it a second time. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Chen Xuanfeng immediately asked, Rabbit number 8, what's the situation on your end? But the feedback came back to him in a way that was beyond his expectations. After dealing with the wind rabbits around them and finding no trace of the 4 martial artists, the warriors who came to their aid started fighting each other. Really? I knew those guys were no good. They all seem to be there to help, but in reality, they all have ulterior motives. Seeing that they can't earn 1,000 spirit stones, they simply start robbing others. I just saw that they're hurling insults at each other on the public channels. It's quite a scene now. But this is good too. When the snipe and the clam fight, I, the fisherman, will slowly reap the benefits. Chen Xuanfeng's lips curled up. When fighting breaks out, there will be bloodshed and injuries. Naturally, he can find the right opportunity to send his clones to reap the rewards. Then, through rabbit number 8, it was learned that among the fighting warriors, 3 were stronger than rabbit number 1. 3 high-level martial artists. High-level martial artists, they must be carrying quite a few spirit stones and other treasures, right? Moreover, if I could turn them all into my clones, the strength of my clone army would increase by another dimension. At this moment, Chen Xuanfeng was no longer just a bandit, but a living Yama. It's not just about money. I'd even risk my life. Suddenly, Chen Xuanfeng frowned. Number 8 rabbit, what's wrong? Rabbit number 8's emotions are fluctuating wildly. This is a sign that danger is imminent. Master, I have encountered a very powerful enemy, and I cannot break free, rabbit number 8 replied. Was it discovered by that high-level martial artist? If so, it's not surprising at all. Although the wind rabbit is good at hiding, it is only at the level of a beginner martial artist, so it is understandable that it was discovered by a higher-level martial artist. No, master, his power far surpasses that of everyone else. 8 Rabbit's words made Chen Xuanfeng pause for a moment. Even more powerful than a high-level martial artist? Wouldn't that be martial master level? Chen Xuanfeng felt a chill run down his spine. 1,000 spirit stones actually attracted a martial master. This place is no longer safe to stay in. The lives of those martial artists can only be temporarily abandoned. Although I have 2 super cheat codes now, I still need enough room and time to develop. I need to find a safe place and develop slowly first. You guys lift me up and get out of here. Chen Xuanfeng quickly put all the treasures on the ground back into his Chinkoan bag. At the same time, he called on the several corpse-eating vine beast clones around him to lift his chair up and then leave quickly. Despite being nearly 30 kilometers away from where he was, Chen Xuanfeng still dared not let his guard down. That's a martial arts master level. In the school, the standard strength for a beginner martial artist is 1,000 kilograms, or 1 ton. The strength standard for a beginner martial arts master is 10,000 kilograms, or 10 tons. This is only a difference in strength. If it were to unleash its full power, its techniques, weapons, movement methods, defense, and so on would be an overwhelming force in every aspect. Once encountered, let alone these clones, even if the number were increased tenfold, it wouldn't be enough for the opponent to kill. However, the emergence of martial master level is not necessarily a bad thing. In the past, I really wouldn't dare to mess with him, but now, Chen Xuanfeng's eyes gleamed. With the explosive number of clones and the rapid leveling up brought by his cultivation essence, he believed that it wouldn't be long before he had a chance to have a proper showdown with a martial master. At the same time, right where the foreign warriors were being besieged, the ground was littered with the corpses of wind-wandering rabbits, and blood flowed everywhere. The clanging and clashing of martial arts practitioners, along with shouts of battle, filled the air. There were only a dozen or so martial artists fighting on the scene. Among them, there are more than a dozen people from different regions, including the East, West, South, and North, representing at least 4 or 5 countries. However, they were clearly divided into 3 small groups. At first, they were all just there to support the cause, simply because they wanted 1,000 spirit stones. After easily eliminating all the wind rabbits, they found only scattered pieces of clothing and bits of human flesh. The person seeking help had vanished without a trace. They tried searching the surrounding area, but found nothing, and could not contact the void furnace at all. At this point, they all guessed that the person who had called for help had probably already been murdered. Strangely, even if they were surrounded and killed by the wind rabbits, their bodies shouldn't have been completely destroyed, right? Therefore, some people believe that the other party beat them to it, killed them to cover up the crime, and stole 1,000 spirit stones and other treasures. The 3 groups argued back and forth, eventually getting angry and starting a fight on the spot. Since they couldn't get 1,000 spirit stones, they decided to kill each other and steal the treasure. The battle was reaching its climax. All right, everyone stop. At that moment, a voice carrying a sharp and imposing aura spread out. Upon hearing this, the dozen or so martial artists present were all startled and quickly dispersed, turning their heads to look in the direction from which the sound came, their expressions extremely tense. This power is at the martial master level. There's no mistake. From the shadows of the jungle, several tall men in suits slowly emerged. They were all armed and had arrogant expressions. But what is most striking is the medal they wear on their chests, which symbolize the Freedom Alliance, one of the largest powers in the United States. Chapter 16, targeted by a martial master, commanding an army of clone forms to fight back. One is a martial master, and the other 3 are all advanced martial artists. And they're all from the Freedom Alliance. I've heard that those who can join the Freedom Alliance are all the best among their peers. Damn it. How did I end up teleported with such a ruthless bunch? I knew we shouldn't have come. We're doomed now. The warriors turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat. Of the 3 teams, only 3 captains were high-level martial artists. Not only were any of their team members elite high-level martial artists, but their captains were also martial masters. There is absolutely no chance of winning. There might not even be a chance of survival. Huh, why is that martial artist holding a wind rabbit? And it's even transparent. Upon hearing this, the martial artist's gazes curiously fell upon the transparent wind rabbit that was struggling desperately. Does anyone here know where this thing comes from? The leader, a martial arts master in his early 40s with blonde hair and blue eyes, picked up the transparent wind rabbit that was still flapping its wings and asked in a cold voice. Although he was speaking a Western language, thanks to the translation service, everyone present could understand him. The martial artists all shook their heads. Senior, I feel like I've seen you before. Only one of the novice martial artists cautiously said, however, what I saw was not the transparent wind witch, but transparent corpse-eating vine. There were a lot of them, and they would turn into black smoke after being killed. Also in this area, the blonde martial artist's eyes flashed. More or less, that's the location. The novice martial artist pointed, and the direction he pointed was precisely where Chen Xuanfeng had been standing. Let's go take a look. With a signal from the martial master, A high-level martial artist behind him surged with spiritual energy, then transformed into an arrow and sped off. That speed and agility clearly indicated that the person had specifically cultivated techniques related to movement, and that the level of those techniques was definitely not low. This made all the martial artists present break out in a cold sweat. You continue. I want to hear more details about this transparent thing. All the martial artists exchanged glances, their expressions filled with strangeness and confusion. Why is it that this martial arts master doesn't care about 1,000 spirit stones, nor does he attack them, but is so interested in this transparent creature that he has never heard of before? Could this thing be related to the disappearance of the person who called for help? A few of the martial artists were quick-witted and immediately made the connection. They kept quiet, silently listening to the novice martial artist recount the entire process. Is this coming directly at me? On the other end, as Chen Xuanfeng continuously crushed his cultivation essence to enhance his strength, he overheard their conversation through the retelling of Rabbit number 8 and couldn't help but frown. Compared to the ferocious beasts of a land of 10,000 races, these humans are clearly more dangerous. This is not a good sign. Moreover, the subsequent clones will definitely be seen by more and more people, and it's only a matter of time before they cause a sensation. In this way, it means that in the land of 10,000 races, I not only have to deal with ferocious beasts in a bone-eating clan, but I also have to be on guard against the human race at all times. Now I understand what it means to be the target of everyone's criticism. Since that's the case, I was wondering if I should have the clones be a little more restrained when they were killing, so as not to kill innocent people. But now it seems that they all deserve to be killed. A fierce glint flashed in Chen Xuanfeng's eyes. He did retain a shred of conscience when faced with innocent people, and couldn't kill them at will. Dealing with someone who's courting death doesn't put him under any psychological pressure. On the contrary, it makes him feel good. More than an hour later, the high-level martial artist who had left then returned. His first words upon returning caused a sensation. Boss, I've located the mastermind's lair over 20 kilometers away. My initial assessment is, he's human. Humans. The martial artist present couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Upon closer inspection, the man was holding transparent creatures in both hands. A vine-eating beast and a corpse-eating vine. Its body was just like that of the transparent wind rabbit, extremely eerie. How did you determine that? The blonde martial artist asked. Boss, along the way, I encountered many of these transparent, corpse-eating vines and vine-eating beasts, the kind I have in my hand. Then, I saw a mountain of corpses as tall as 2 people, all of them corpses of corpse-eating vine beasts. And nearby, I found a mangled human warrior's corpse. Judging from remaining clothing, it was most likely the person who called for help this time, Xuanfeng. When the advanced martial artists mentioned this, the other martial artists couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. No wonder they couldn't find the body. It was over 20 kilometers away. Furthermore, with the mountain of ferocious beast corpses piled up, doesn't that mean this transparent creature was artificially created? Could it be that even Xuanfeng was turned into an invisible being? Thinking of this, all the martial artists felt a chill run down their spines, and an inexplicable coldness swept through their bodies. Unfortunately, the mastermind behind the scenes was not found, and the marks on the ground could not determine which direction he left from. But there was a campfire, a wooden rack for roasting, and leftover bones by the nearby river. I saw the fur of a windhound rabbit. Skinning and eating the flesh, cooking over a fire. I can be sure it's a human race. The advanced martial artist's expression was resolute, and his tone was extremely confident. Since they are human, the result is very obvious. Someone has cultivated a special technique that even we don't know about, which allows him to turn the creatures he kills into transparent forms, so that he can control them. The blonde martial artist's emerald eyes gleamed. Xuanfeng was killed by that person using a transparent creature he created. Those 1,000 spirit stones, as well as all the treasures in a Chinquan bag, all fell into that person's hands. At this moment, all the questions in everyone's hearts have been completely answered. Special techniques are all-encompassing. Techniques such as disguise, concealment of breath, detection, and puppetry, which cannot be accurately categorized, are all classified as special techniques. Turning living beings into transparent puppets is something that is completely beyond their comprehension from a common-sense perspective, but from the perspective of special techniques, it is not surprising at all. If this transparent puppet is merely a product of a cultivation technique, doesn't that mean whoever cultivates this technique can create a large number of transparent puppets, just like that guy? All of a sudden, many people couldn't help but feel a surge of greed. 1,000 spirit stones, plus the Chinquan bag in the hands of the person asking for help, were already quite valuable. If they could also get their hands on such a special cultivation technique with such explosive effects, they would be set on the spot. Listen up, everyone. I am Adros Casso, a junior martial artist of the Free Alliance. The blonde martial artist spoke, instantly shattering the illusions of the other martial artists. I don't care what organizations or teams you joined before, or what country you belong to, but from now on, you must all become my subordinates and serve me. If anyone is unwilling, they can say so now. Ido, I swear to serve you to the death. My lord, rest assured, I will go through fire and water for you without hesitation. As soon as Adros finished speaking, all the warriors couldn't wait to express their loyalty. They were already following others, and before they followed high-level martial artists. Now, they could follow martial masters, which was an extremely happy event. Why would they refuse? Even if some people are truly unwilling, how dare they utter a word now? Isn't that just asking for death? Very good. The first thing you need to do is find the human who is behind this. Whoever finds him will not only receive all the wealth left behind by Johnson Kong, but I will also personally give an extra 1,000 spirit stones as a reward. But if anyone dares to conceal or hide it, at this point, Adros exerted force with his hand, and the transparent wind rabbit was crushed on the spot, turning into a wisp of black smoke and dissipating. The martial artists were terrified and fell silent. The greed in my heart was completely dispelled. They understand. Adros was also attracted by the technique of creating transparent puppets. He didn't even want wealth. He just wanted that special cultivation technique. Do they have the ability to compete with martial arts masters? It would be more practical to obediently do some work and acquire some wealth. Add each other as virtual furnace friends now, and send the coordinates immediately if we discover anything. Get out of here. I want to see him before tomorrow's sun rises, dead or alive. At Adros' command, all the warriors responded and began to work. You want my special technique? You still want my life? Chen Xuanfeng narrowed his eyes. Number 1. How's the manpower organization going? Master, I have gathered more than 100 avatars at the beginner level of martial artist. There are currently nearly 20 mid-level martial artist clones. Number 1 responded quickly. Roar. Behind number 1, numerous ferocious beasts of varying sizes, but with eerily transparent bodies, stood silently. They were densely packed and spread all around. As if sensing Chen Xuanfeng's determination to kill, they all let out fierce growls. And that's the number of clones that number 1 created in less than 2 hours. But this is far from the limit. If the number of ferocious beasts increases and their distribution becomes more dense, there might be even more clones now. That's what makes a 50% probability so terrifying. This number is enough. Let's start with a small team and give this foreign martial arts master a proper greeting gift. Chapter 17, The Terrified Martial Arts Squad. Transparent, humanoid martial artists. In the dark jungle, 5 figures were moving quickly forward. They were one of the teams recruited by Adros, although they all submitted to Adros. When they split up, each team still acts independently, and no one dares to easily trust anyone else. This is a 5-person team. The captain is a high-level martial artist from the Dwarf Kingdom. 2 mid-level martial artists, one from the United States and the other from the United States. The remaining 2 novice martial artists came from an unknown small country. 5 people were tasked with exploring the southern area. They are about 100 meters apart, a distance that allows for a rapid response and support should danger arise. Captain Murata, I've spotted 3 transparent creatures at the warrior level. Soon, their virtual furnace friend channel received the message. Yoshi, Murata, Ichiro got excited. Send me the coordinates. Let's move together. The 5 then met up in a large tree in a jungle. They looked down. Below, 3 transparent purple horned bulls were seen frantically attacking 2 fireblood spiders with a reckless, suicidal frenzy. A beast that has become transparent is terrifying. The blood spider is a formidable enemy of the purple horned bull. The venom it spits out can cause the purple horned bull unbearable pain, rendering it unable to exert any fighting power. It can also use the purple horned bull's body to hatch insect eggs. But after becoming transparent, the purple horned bull is not afraid of pain and will not bleed. Even when its body is almost cut off, it will still fight fiercely. It is too brutal. One of the martial artists couldn't help but comment. This is a puppet. Of course it's different. Murata's eyes were full of covetous greed. If I could obtain this special technique, the transparent creature I create would definitely be even more ferocious than this. Captain Murata, are you trying to keep a secret martial arts technique? The other teammates were surprised. Only an idiot would give away such a powerful and unique skill technique for nothing. Murata glanced at the crowd and sneered. What? Don't you want to cultivate? They exchanged glances, their eyes finally burning with fervor. Yes. Look, someone exclaimed in surprise. Everyone looked over. One of the blood spiders, severely injured, had its 8 legs torn apart, leaving only 2. Unable to hold on any longer, it collapsed to the ground with a thud. But the moment it fell, a transparent and eerie fire blood spider figure quietly stood up. Everyone who witnessed this scene gasped for breath, their eyes widening in disbelief, even though they already knew what was going on. But when I saw it with my own eyes, I was still quite shocked. That's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Murata repeatedly expressed his admiration, extremely excited. The faces of the others were also filled with longing. With the appearance of the transparent flame blood spider, the score became 4-1. The remaining flame blood spider could no longer hold on and was completely killed. However, this time it was somewhat unexpected for everyone. What happened to it? The crowd was puzzled. The second transparent fire spider did not appear. That person's skill level is insufficient. Murata concluded directly. They've probably only reached the beginner stage, which is why they're experiencing these inconsistent results. Captain, they're heading east. It seems they intend to continue invading the territory of the blood spiders. Should we keep up with them? The teammates chimed in. No, following them is useless. Let's wait. Murata raised his hand to stop him, his gaze fixed on the two corpses of the blood spiders. Given the nature of the person behind the scenes, they wouldn't let the corpses go. Captain, the mastermind didn't even move the entire mountain of corpses, and Chen Xuanfeng's body was left behind. Why would he want the blood spider's body, someone asked. Enough with the nonsense. This is just my gut feeling, Murata snapped. Wait patiently. Seeing this, the others stopped trying to persuade them. About 10 minutes. They're here. Everyone quickly looked over. A group of vine-eating beasts came rushing over from a distance, then picked up the two corpses of the fire blood spiders and quickly headed west. Keep up with them. Murata immediately exclaimed excitedly. My intuition was right. The place where the bodies are stored must be where the mastermind is. Hearing that they were about to find the person behind it all, everyone became excited. And so they followed him all the way. It took more than an hour. It covers a distance of at least 30 kilometers. Finally, everyone saw it. Near a campfire in the distance, a figure clad entirely in a black robe was slowly turning a barbecue grill. Judging from the aroma of meat, he was grilling beef. It's definitely him. It really is a human. Now we're going to rise up completely. The teammates were thrilled at the thought of being able to cultivate that special technique. Stop talking nonsense. Surround him. We can't let him escape. Murata's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he almost roared the order. The 5 figures moved extremely fast. In just a few breaths, they had completely surrounded the figure by the campfire. Captain Murata had already reached the figure in black robes, and as he approached, he slowly drew his sword. The aura of a mid-level martial artist. Little guy, hand over your special technique, and I might spare your life. Murata grinned menacingly. The greed and drooling in his eyes were almost overflowing. You've finally arrived. On behalf of my family, I welcome everyone. The figure in black robes spoke calmly. Everyone was startled. Owner. Then, to everyone's utter horror, the figure in black robes slowly removed his hood, revealing a completely transparent and eerie male head. A transparent humanoid warrior. Then that's him. Murata's sinister smile froze instantly. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, all thinking of the deceased Chen Xuanfeng. You're just a mid-level martial artist. Don't be arrogant in front of me. Murata was the first to react. Suppressing his shock, he drew his sword and prepared to attack number 1. Roar! In an instant, the deafening roars of ferocious beasts echoed all around. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and quickly looked around. Murata noticed the movement underground and quickly jumped away. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet cracked open, and a ferocious beast, as tall as 2 people and resembling a pangolin, but with its back covered in spikes, burst forth from the earth. Intermediate martial artist level, armored earth beast. Intermediate martial artist level, ghost thorn scorpion insects. There are at least 5 of them. At the beginner level, there are more than 30 red scale ants. And purple horned cattle. We're doomed. We've fallen for their trap. Countless transparent, ferocious beasts surged forth from all directions. There were so many that they couldn't even count them all. At this moment, everyone realized that they had been so focused on rushing toward the figure in black robes that they forgot to check the surrounding aura. Otherwise, knowing that so many ferocious beasts were lurking around, they would never have rushed up so rashly. But now it's all too late. My master said he would treat you well. Please enjoy your meal. Number 1 stood up gracefully, leaving behind a group of 5 terrified Marathas, and disappeared into the shadows of the jungle. Roar! With a roar, all the transparent beasts launched a ferocious attack on the 5 people. Chapter 18 acquires a high-level martial artist avatar. Chen Xuanfeng advances to intermediate quasi-martial artist. The surging, transparent army of ferocious beasts completely engulfed the 5 people. It happened almost instantly. Before the 2 novice martial artists could even resist, they were tossed about by the purple-horned bull and landed right at the feet of several red-scaled ants. The red-scaled ants opened their huge, bloody mouth parts and bit their heads and thighs. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Hot blood splattered out amidst screams of agony. This bloody and horrific scene made the 2 intermediate martial artists' legs go weak. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Give it all to me! They swung their weapons desperately, trying to repel the ferocious beasts that were charging at them. However, At the same level, the ferocious beasts are far stronger than human warriors. The two of them couldn't even last a breath before their chests and heads were pierced by the huge scorpion tails of several ghost scorpion insects. I just picked up my box lunch. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Of all the people present, only Murata, a high-level martial artist, still had the strength to fight. His sword strikes could easily inflict massive wounds on the transparent beasts. With just a few strikes, several of the beast clones had already perished. Even so, Murata's face was still filled with anxiety and fear. Because these transparent beasts are not afraid of death at all. So what if I lose an arm or a leg? So what if the skull is cut in half? As long as they have the will to act, they will rush forward one after another, risking their lives. Murata killed the first wave, and then the second wave surged in. He repelled the second wave, and the third wave immediately followed. Even if Murata wanted to escape, the sheer number of them and the impenetrable encirclement left him with no way to get through. Then another attack came from above. Murata retaliated and knocked the attack away. There were two long nails. This caused Murata's pupils to suddenly contract. Looking up, sure enough, the one who launched the attack was the mid-level martial artist in his team who was skilled in long nail sneak attacks. However, that person was now completely transparent, just like those transparent ferocious beasts. Upon closer inspection, standing next to him was none other than another mid-level martial artist from the team. The two mid-level martial artists had become invisible ghosts, staring intently at him with transparent pupils filled with boundless hostility and indifference. How so? I haven't even encountered the Bone Eater clan yet. How could I die at the hands of such a guy? Murata was terrified and filled with resentment. He forced himself to swallow several pills. They used all their trump cards. But faced with an army of ferocious beast clones that completely overwhelmed him in numbers, his struggles were futile. Soon, he suffered his first wound. It was the sharp stinger fired by the scorpion that scratched his arm. Then came the injuries to his thighs, chest, and back. The wounds on his body multiplied. Finally, he was bitten on the shoulder by Yixiao Wolf, who was at the intermediate martial arts level. Even if I die, I will never let any of you get away with this. Murata's eyes were bloodshot as he let out a furious roar of resentment. At the same time, at this moment, Adros and his several high-level warrior subordinates were gathered around the campfire, leisurely enjoying the roasted beast meat while waiting for news. Adros's void furnace sent a message. He opened it and a smile appeared on his lips. That dwarf has sent the coordinates. Upon hearing this, the men's eyes immediately lit up, and they all sat up straight. There are a large number of transparent, ferocious beasts over there, as well as a figure in black robes. They dare not approach easily, so they send us over to provide support. It's about 27 kilometers from here. Let's go. Adros, accompanied by several of his men, sped off like arrows toward the coordinates sent via private message. Owner, the battle on site has ended. Above the mangled corpse, for members of Murata's squad, now in the form of transparent clones, stood behind number one, greeting Chen Xuanfeng from afar. We lost dozens of low and mid-level martial artist level ferocious beasts, but it was worth it to gain a high-level martial artist level clone. Chen Xuanfeng was excited. You will be number 2 from now on. The transparent Murata clone nodded respectfully. Yes, master. The other shall be numbered 3, 4, 5. Once one of you dies, a new person shall take over the number. Yes, master. Everyone nodded respectfully. Number 1. You continue to use the same method and lead the others to hunt more human warriors. Number 2. I'll give you a batch of ferocious beast clones. You lead them to hunt down high-level martial artist level ferocious beasts for me. I'll give you the coordinates of beasts. Let's all get going and keep working. Let's try to get the number of avatars at the martial artist level or above to over 1,000 before dawn. At Chen Xuanfeng's command, all his clones immediately sprang into action. At this rate, I can easily surpass 1,000 martial artist level clones before dawn. The number of those at or above the intermediate martial artist level must be at least 200. While it's not quite enough to deal with that martial master level opponent, it's enough for me to become the king of this area. Chen Xuanfeng pondered. Now I just need to wait for the high-level martial artist clones. As long as the number of clones at this level can exceed 100, I will be qualified to challenge the martial master level. Chen Xuanfeng clearly regarded Adros as a thorn in his side. As long as that guy lives, he can't have a moment of complete peace. However, Chen Xuanfeng was not in a hurry. Everything is ready except for development. If one day isn't enough to gather enough clones, then 2 days will do. If 2 days aren't enough, then 3 days will do. The day you gather enough clones is the day that martial arts masters die. Your clone has killed a living being. You have gained a cultivation essence. Just then, a system notification sounded. Chen Xuanfeng glanced at it. The amount of cultivation essence was exactly 100 pieces. Crushing them one by one was too troublesome, so I simply accumulated more and crushed them all at once. I also want to experience the exhilarating feeling of a large amount of cultivation entering my body. Chen Xuanfeng took out all 100 essences of cultivation. The pure white light illuminated the entire palm. He gripped it tightly. All his cultivation essence shattered, turning into countless points of light that merged into his palm. A warm current suddenly arose within him, instantly engulfing his entire body. The next moment, call! A gust of wind emanated from his body. Chen Xuanfeng felt much lighter all over. He smiled. He has achieved the intermediate level quasi-martial artist status. A 10% probability is still too low. If it were 50%, I would have at least 1 or 2,000 spirit stones by now. But it's okay. The spirit stones and treasures of those 5 people are on their way. Once their spirit stones arrive, my cultivation level can continue to improve. Chen Xuanfeng's lips curled into a smile. On the other side, after half an hour of rapid travel, Adros and others arrived at the scene. What came into view were the mangled corpses of 5 people and the cratered earth. Boss, we've scouted the area. There are no ferocious beasts or people around. His subordinates came to report. Such exaggerated battle traces, even high-level martial artists couldn't escape. Just how many transparent, ferocious beasts did that guy create? Adros frowned. Boss, someone's calling for help. His subordinate shouted. They've also encountered a large number of transparent beasts, a huge number, and they can't hold on much longer. Is there any information about the person behind the scenes? Adros only cared about what he wanted. No, someone reported it, yes. His subordinate started to stutter as he spoke. Speak quickly, Adros snapped. They said that they were attacked by Murata and Murata's teammates, and that those people all became transparent. Upon hearing this, Adros's face instantly darkened. He has realized it. The person behind the scenes whom he was trying to eliminate was clearly launching a counter-encirclement against him. Chapter 19, Chen Xuanfeng becomes public enemy. 2 major functions upgraded again. Another half-hour later, although Adros and his group had arrived at top speed, they had also killed many transparent beasts along the way. Even so, they were still too late. Same as before. On the cratered earth, only 6 corpses remained, their flesh and bones separated, all dead beyond any doubt. Damn it, Adros was a little annoyed. As a martial arts master, he should have been able to kill indiscriminately and rule as king in this area where there were no martial arts masters. However, he was completely outmaneuvered by an unknown little guy. Why a little one? If they really had the strength to go head-to-head with him, would the other side even need to launch a counter-encirclement campaign? Why don't we just come over and gang up on him? The fact that you need to outwit and outmaneuver him is enough to prove that the opponent is definitely below the martial arts master level. Go and notify the rest of the people to gather here. They can no longer act arbitrarily. Adros instructed. It seems that these guys alone are not enough to achieve our goal. In that case, let's just get more people involved. Listen up, everyone. Post the news about the transparent creatures on the public channel. Spread the word about their danger and create panic. We must make sure they spread the word quickly out of panic and declare that anyone who spots an invisible creature should immediately share it on the public channel. Only in this way can we find that guy with the greatest efficiency. But remember, do not tell anyone that the mastermind is a human, and do not reveal the existence of any special techniques. His men immediately understood what Adros was planning. He wanted to drag all human warriors down with him, put the mastermind behind it all on the pillar of shame, and put him on the opposite side of all humans. Most importantly, we need to utilize everyone as informants to search for the person behind the scenes. But boss, the other party is human and can see the public channel, one of the subordinates said. If we go public, won't he hide? Would he stop hiding if he didn't make it public? Adros said coldly. The fact that he was able to take out both of my teams in one go shows that he already knew we were looking for trouble with him. And he also knows that we can't find him. In that case, we need to get everyone involved in the search. Keep a close eye on the public channel, and if anyone discovers any trace of him, report it to me immediately. Yes, boss. The subordinates no longer had any doubts, and all began to speak in the public channel. Yuzhong. Extremely dangerous transparent beasts have appeared in places such as the Crimson Forest, Moon Valley, Purple Forest Peak, and Yellow Sand Desert. They will attack any creature indiscriminately, so everyone must be on high alert. Once you spot a transparent beast, do not engage it in battle. Quickly report its coordinates so that the stronger warriors can handle it. We have already encountered the transparent beasts. They are extremely ferocious and fight without regard for their own lives. Moreover, their numbers are enormous, so everyone must be careful. The transparent creatures aren't just ferocious beasts, they're also humanoids. It seems that any creature killed by them turns transparent and joins their ranks. If anyone discovers them, quickly upload your coordinates and stay away. Don't fight them. Another invisible monster? I'd heard people say that before, but now there seem to be more and more of them. I've encountered invisible, ferocious beasts before. Their combat strength was average, but their numbers were ridiculously high. Coordinates. Location not specified. I have a transparent, ferocious beast here. It's even at the beginner martial artist level. Anyone want to join me in killing it? Why kill? Didn't you see it said that after killing, there'd only be a cloud of black smoke? There would be nothing left, so there was absolutely no need to kill. What should we do? Killing it won't help. We can only run away. Does that mean we'll have to take a detour whenever we see an invisible beast in the future? How exactly did they come into being? Can't anyone cut off their roots directly? It's the bone-eating clan again, the humans killing each other, and now a transparent ferocious beast has appeared in the land of 10,000 races. It's really terrifying. Team up now. Coordinates. Coordinates not provided. A new crisis of transparent ferocious beasts has arrived, making the land of 10,000 races even more dangerous. If you want to survive, come and join us. As expected, the public channel exploded with discussion as soon as the news was released. The transparent beast had been mentioned before, but not many people paid attention to it at the time. Now that it has been mentioned in detail and widely publicized, the already panicked mood among the public has been intensified. Oh, they're just publicly executing me. Chen Xuanfeng naturally saw the message on the public channel immediately, but he just smiled and didn't care at all. They want to kill me, but they can't find my exact location. They can only be slaughtered by me in frustration. So they just made it public and made me a public enemy, calling on everyone to come find me. That was a clever move. No matter how much they target me, as long as my clones can continue to multiply, everything will be fine. Let you all run wild for a while, and when you're all done, we'll wipe you all out in one fell swoop. At this moment, the ground in front of Chen Xuanfeng split open. Two armored earth beasts quickly emerged, obediently approached him, and respectfully handed 2 packages to Chen Xuanfeng. This is all the wealth left behind after the deaths of the 2 groups of people. Clearly, these 2 armored earth beasts, most adept at burrowing underground, were Chen Xuanfeng's handpicked delivery men. He was specifically responsible for looting and transporting the spoils of war from the deaths of human warriors to him. Chen Xuanfeng opened the 2 packages directly. A large number of spirit stones and treasures appeared. However, Chen Xuanfeng quickly shook his head and couldn't help but complain. How come these guys are so poor? One Johnson Kong provided a full 2,000 spirit stones. Looking at their 2 teams, a total of 11 people, the total number of spirit stones they had was less than 6,000. However, there were plenty of other items such as pills, spiritual weapons, spiritual armor, and cultivation techniques. These guys exchanged all their spirit stones for these things before they came here, in order to save their lives in the land of 10,000 races. It seems that if I want spirit stones, I still have to rely on exchange points. Otherwise, all these spirit weapons, spirit armor, pills, and the like are just a waste if I keep in my hands. Wait a few more days. With the martial master level dealt with and his clone around, not only have I developed rapidly, but I've also gained the strength to traverse the bone-eating clan's town and reach the exchange base. That's no longer a problem. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes flashed. System upgrade slaughter clone first, then upgrade slaughter cultivation with the rest. Even though upgrading slaughter cultivation would significantly increase the drop rate, allowing him to break through his realm and strength rapidly. So what? Chen Xuanfeng had no intention of personally going out to fight. With a clone present, how could the original body escape? Isn't that just plain stupid? On the contrary, it's the killing clone. For every 10% increase in probability, the speed at which clones multiply will greatly increase, which is equivalent to indirectly increasing his strength. Ding! Consuming 1,600 spirit stones, slaughter clone has leveled up to level 6. Ding! Consuming 3,200 spirit stones, slaughter clone has leveled up to level 7. Ding! Consumed 200 spirit stones, slaughter cultivation has increased to level 2. Ding! Consumed 400 spirit stones, slaughter cultivation, increased by 3 levels. One at 70, the other at 30, that'll boost efficiency even more. Most importantly, killing clone is already level 7. I wonder what surprises await us when it reaches level 11. Chen Xuanfeng was filled with anticipation. The question mark at level 11 piqued his interest. He really wanted to know, with a 100% probability, where else could he upgrade to? Immediately, Chen Xuanfeng glanced at his current character attribute panel and looked directly at the part he was most concerned about. Cultivation Essence, 129 pieces. Beginner level martial artist clones, 1,427 heads. Intermediate martial artist level avatars, 292. High-level martial artist clones, 37. Number of clones below the martial artist level, 19,729. Yes, after several hours of fermentation and proliferation, the number of clones below the martial artist level has easily exceeded 10,000 and reached nearly 20,000. In contrast, the higher the realm of a martial artist clone, the slower its reproduction rate. The reason is simple. The higher the level, the fewer the number of ferocious beasts, and the more dispersed they are, unlike the dense and numerous ferocious beasts below the martial artist level. But Chen Xuanfeng was already satisfied. At this rate, by this time tomorrow, he could command his clones to launch a siege and attack on that foreign martial arts master. Chapter 20, Beginner Martial Artist Level, achieved. Alarm! Enemy attack is imminent. One night passed. Daylight broke. Chen Xuanfeng was fast asleep, while Adros and the others, who hadn't slept all night, felt increasingly uneasy. Since the announcement, the public channel was much livelier, with almost everyone frantically spreading information about the coordinates of the transparent beast. The problem lies with these coordinates. Initially, they learned that the transparent beast only appeared in a few places, such as the Crimson Flame Forest, Moon Canyon, Purple Forest Peak, and Yellow Sand Desert. But as time went on, almost every hour, someone would discover traces of the transparent beast in a new area. Half a day has passed. The rate at which the transparent beasts multiply is astonishing. Its influence extends to almost every place where martial arts level ferocious beasts roam, within a radius of 200 kilometers. Except for the area where martial arts master level ferocious beasts are not involved, transparent ferocious beasts can be found in all other places where martial artist level and lower level ferocious beasts appear. Not only that, the number of the transparent beasts was so great that it made them shudder. From the beginning, everyone said they saw 1 or 2 or 3, at most 8 or 10. But just now, the public channel was filled with dozens, even hundreds, of messages about moving around in unison. That's why the human warriors around them were all huddled up and hiding, not daring to hunt or wander around. They could only hide in the tall trees, trembling with fear. They were terrified of being discovered by the army of invisible ferocious beasts. Adros and his team, on the other hand, were not idle. They went to several coordinates and quickly eliminated a large number of transparent beasts, try to find some clues related to the mastermind behind it all. The results are clearly visible. Aside from the black smoke, they couldn't find any useful clues. Not to mention finding any trace of the person behind it all. Moo! With a mournful cry, a transparent purple horn bull was split in two and vanished into black smoke. There's nothing at these coordinates except for the transparent, ferocious beast. Adros was furious. I've traveled from east to west, from south to north, and made several rounds, covering a distance of nearly 200 kilometers. How far is this guy's control limit? Even special techniques involving puppets have a limit to their range. Once that range is exceeded, the puppet can no longer be controlled. Unless one is a more powerful military general or a figure of martial arts master level or above, it will be possible to maintain such a huge distance. Boss, someone here told me something that might be helpful to us. One of his men came over and said, someone said he's seen it several times. When a human warrior dies, a hole appears near the body. He suspects that the mastermind might be using a transparent beast to transfer the human warrior's personal treasures. Upon hearing this, Adros's emerald green eyes immediately lit up. Yes, he needs a transparent beast to help him transport the spoils. The cave is most likely left by the ironclad earth beast. We should search in this direction. If other martial artists are found dead, we'll have a chance to catch that guy. If no martial artist is killed, then we'll create a few. I refuse to believe we can't capture him. Adros's expression turned fierce. Chen Xuanfeng slept until the afternoon before opening his eyes. Whoa, a good haul. What came into view was a mountain of spirit stones and various treasures. This immediately made Chen Xuanfeng feel refreshed. However, he was in no hurry to count the spoils. Instead, he quickly opened his current character attribute panel and wondered how many clones he had created over such a long period of time. Host, Chen Xuanfeng. Realm, intermediate quasi-martial artist. Normal strength level, intermediate quasi-martial artist. Standard defense realm, intermediate quasi-martial artist. Standard movement technique level, intermediate quasi-martial artist. Unlocked features, killing clone, level 7, killing cultivation, level 3. Number of clones already possessed. Advanced martial artist level, 417. Intermediate martial artist level, 2642. Beginner martial artist level, 7899. Below martial artist level, 113934. Amount of cultivation essence possessed, 8866. Good heavens. The number of advanced martial artists has jumped to over 400. The intermediate level has reached over 2,000, and the elementary level is almost 8,000. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes lit up as he looked on. Even the amount of cultivation essence has reached nearly 9,000. To wake up with such a reward after just one night's sleep, this feeling is wonderful. First, I'll extract all the essence of my cultivation. 8,866 hours of cultivation, which is the result of 369 days of arduous cultivation without eating, drinking, sleeping, or resting. If I absorb all of it in one go, what level will my realm reach? Filled with anticipation, Chen Xuanfeng's mind stirred. Suddenly, a large number of pure white glass shards appeared out of thin air and fell down with a whoosh, piling up on the ground to form a small, glowing hill. Chen Xuanfeng clasped his two large hands together. Their cultivation essence shattered one by one. A large amount of warm current suddenly arose from his body, frantically washing over all his veins, bones, and flesh. In the blink of an eye, call! A strong wind arose. Advanced quasi-martial artist, achieved. But it's not over yet. Warm currents continue to emerge. His flesh bulged, his veins stood out, and his bones cracked, making him look as if he were in a furnace. Is my vision expanding? Although it was very subtle, Chen Xuanfeng still noticed it. Looking up, I saw that his hot, reddish skin was emitting bursts of white steam, and black filth was seeping from his pores. At this moment, Chen Xuanfeng understood what was going on with him. He's making a breaking through to the martial arts realm, and there's a very high probability that it will succeed soon. Thinking of this, Chen Xuanfeng decisively stretched out his big hand again and crushed all the cultivation essence on the ground without missing a single one. There were only a few dozen essences of cultivation left on the ground. He was about to smash it when, suddenly, a sudden, inexplicable booming sound echoed in Chen Xuanfeng's mind. Then, an incomparably pure martial arts aura suddenly emanated from his body. Beginner-level martial artist, done. All the changes in her body gradually faded away at this moment. His vision was clear, his body was light, and his energy and spirit reached an unprecedented level. Just casually clench your fist. It can then produce a cracking sound, and the power contained within is at least several times greater than before. This is what a martial artist is like, truly extraordinary. Chen Xuanfeng couldn't help but sigh. At this time yesterday, he was only a novice martial artist. In just one day, he has crossed an entire major realm and reached the level of a beginner martial artist. It's just a difference of one word, but the improvement is beyond imagination. Now I understand why so many people pursue martial arts and want to become stronger. The feeling of having that power in your hands is truly wonderful. Having advanced 2 realms in one go, Chen Xuanfeng lingered in the memory, full of admiration. Just then, he heard a sound coming from the hole in front of him again. An armored beast leaped out and skillfully piled a large amount of treasures and spirit stones on the small hill before leaving satisfied. Clearly, it had a bit of a treasure-collecting obsession. Now that I've settled on a cultivation level, let's see what the spirit stones we've gained are. Chen Xuanfeng was about to take stock of the spoils of war. Owner! Suddenly, all the various ferocious beast clones on guard simultaneously cried out to Chen Xuanfeng. Enemy attack! Enemies are approaching! Chapter 21. The speed of a martial master is terrifying. Chen Xuanfeng was saved at the last second. A very powerful enemy. Master, hurry! Host! Calling everyone, make sure to protect the owner. Several alarming shouts were heard in succession. Some of them even came to an abrupt end. Chen Xuanfeng felt a chill run down his spine. It should be noted that his guard team contains many mid-level martial artist level ferocious beast clones capable of killing someone of this level with a single blow, so the opponent must be more than just a high-level martial artist. Martial Master level, Adros. Chen Xuanfeng's gaze darkened. Although he didn't know how the other party had discovered and tracked him, he didn't panic completely. Thanks to his foresight, he set the boundary range to be more than 10 kilometers, and there would be clones patrolling every 100 meters. This meant that the opponent was still 10 kilometers away from him. They had every opportunity to escape. Someone come here, Chen Xuanfeng called out, then took out his chinquan bag and stuffed all the spirit stones and treasures on the ground into it. An avatar of a mid-level martial artist level ferocious beast arrived. Chen Xuanfeng leaped up and mounted its back. The enemy is coming from the south, so we'll leave from the north. Let's go. The ferocious beast's clone took off running. Behind them, a large number of ferocious beasts came to provide support from the surrounding areas. You few some go to the east and some go to the west to confuse the enemy. Chen Xuanfeng ordered, Number 1, bring everyone back to provide support. Master, I'm already on my way back. Number 1 responded quickly. From the moment his clones uttered their first exclamation, he had already begun to urge them all to rush toward Chen Xuanfeng's location. Master, a high-level martial artist grade, Crimson Moonwolf, skilled in movement techniques, is about to arrive at your location. Please change your mount and continue on your way. Master, I am on my way at full speed and will intercept the enemies pursuing you. Number 2, said Murata's clone. Master, I will rendezvous with Number 2 to halt the enemy's advance. If you have any pills or one-time consumables that can temporarily increase your speed or strength, please use them immediately. Number 3, a high-level human warrior who replaced the previous codename, gave the most practical advice. Good. Chen Xuanfeng swallowed several pills without hesitation. Each one is a treasure to martial artists, with a minimum value of hundreds of spirit stones. Not just for myself. He even fed the ferocious beast beneath him. Even the one-time used talismans were decisively affixed to the ferocious beast, making it accelerate. Master, the enemy has broken through our encirclement and is rushing towards your location. Master, we cannot stop the enemy. Please be extremely careful. Master, he's almost at your base. Please take cover. Owner, the clones were still reporting information with unwavering loyalty and urgency. Chen Xuanfeng's expression grew increasingly grave as he listened. He had only been on the run for less than 10 minutes when the other party had already covered almost 10 kilometers. At that speed, it must be at least 60 kilometers per hour. Even if it's a martial arts master, it's not a four-legged or eight-legged ferocious beast after all. Its movement speed is just too abnormal, unless the opponent's specialty is precisely speed-based techniques. At this rate, that guy will catch up with me in no more than half an hour. How'd he even find me? Chen Xuanfeng was filled with doubt. He was already being very cautious. I thought I could at least survive a few more days and develop my character. He never imagined that while he was taking a nap, the other party had already locked onto him. Never mind. Let's search again and see if there are any other treasures that can be used. Treasures? Upon realizing this, Chen Xuanfeng slapped his forehead and shook his head in frustration. It's the ironclad Earth Beast. The ironclad Earth Beasts are transporting my spoils of war. They must have been tracking the ironclad Earth Beasts. That's why I specifically arranged for the ironclad Earth Beasts, which can burrow hundreds of meters underground, to prevent this. I didn't expect that this guy could still track me down. Chen Xuanfeng was helpless. If it's a martial artist, even a high-level martial artist, they wouldn't be able to track him down using the armored Earth Beast. Unfortunately, the opponent was a martial arts master. It can project spiritual energy outwards. They must have somehow managed to lock onto the ironclad Earth Beast's aura and tracked it all the way here. Next time, I'll have to be more careful. Chen Xuanfeng quickly rummaged through his Chinquan bag. There are quite a few spirit stones. If I put all of these together, it'll be less than 10,000. But even if I upgrade 2 functions now, I won't have time to enjoy the effects. Spiritual weapons do have some use, but not much. As a newly advanced martial artist, no matter what kind of spiritual weapon I use, I can't cross an entire major realm and go head-to-head with a martial master. If he wants to kill me, it will be a matter of blinking an eye. Spirit armor is still the same. It has some effect, but not much. Unless it's a higher-grade spirit armor, it's not much. These spirit armors are either disposable semi-spirit armors or can only withstand attacks from ordinary martial artists. If I were hit by a martial master, the spirit armor would at most allow me to keep my body intact. As for these cultivation techniques, they're even more useless. As for these rare and precious materials, I don't recognize them all. I wonder if there are any valuable ones. If he catches up with us soon, I'll just throw some away. Maybe it will buy me some time. Chen Xuanfeng knew that it was impossible for him to escape from a martial master-level pursuer. It was unrealistic. The most practical thing to do is to stall for as long as possible, until his army of clones arrives. A massive number of clones surged forth. He passed by Chen Xuanfeng. They rushed towards the direction from which the martial master-level pursuers were coming. Even though most of these clones were below the martial artist level and their combat power was questionable, they went without hesitation and with utmost devotion. On the other side, Adros arrived at Chen Xuanfeng's previous location alone. His subordinates were too slow, so in order to prevent the person behind the scenes from escaping, he simply chose to come alone. Looking at the traces left by the campfire on the ground, and the beast pelt that Chen Xuanfeng used to cushion the ground while he was fast asleep, Adros can conclude that this was left behind by the manipulator behind the scenes. But upon closer inspection, one can see the various marks on the ground. They come from all directions, making it impossible to track them using ground tracks. That's just a little trick. With a flick of his dagger, Adros cleaved all the ferocious beasts within a 10-meter radius in two, instantly turning them into wisps of black smoke. Bloodstained soul hunt. Adros bit his finger and casually spilled a drop of blood. The blood transformed into wisps of crimson smoke, like colorful ribbons, drifting rapidly into the distance. The direction it flew in was exactly the same as the direction Chen Xuanfeng had left in. It might even go around the big tree and turn a move forward. Run. No matter how fast you run, you won't escape my grasp. Adros transformed into a swift shadow, rapidly pursuing the crimson smoke. He's too fast. Even if I switched to a high-level martial artist Crimson Moon Wolf, I still couldn't outrun him. Chen Xuanfeng sat on the back of the Crimson Moon Wolf, his expression solemn. Through the constant reports from his clones, he could clearly see that Adros' figure was getting closer and closer to him, from 10 kilometers away to less than 2 kilometers away now. At this rate, in about 10 minutes, Adros will be able to see his back. It seems he does have the means to track people remotely. Otherwise, in my previous stronghold, it should have taken him at least a few minutes, but it had no effect at all. Chen Xuanfeng was thinking about it. Just then, the jungle is gone. What came into view was a desolate area of yellow sand and desert. Oh no, Chen Xuanfeng's expression changed. It's a completely open area. There's nowhere to escape or hide. He was so focused on running away in the opposite direction from Adros that he was busy, but they forgot that following this direction led to a desert. We still have at least 50 kilometers to go to reach the next jungle. However, it's not all bad news. Upon entering the desert, Chen Xuanfeng could already see the first batch of ferocious beast clones that had come to provide support. They were the ghost thorn scorpion insects, red sand insects, and rock wall ants that lived in the desert. They swarmed and densely packed, a vast, overwhelming mass. The sheer number of them was overwhelming. Not to mention that the lowest level among them is intermediate martial artist. There are at least 20 or 30 high-level martial artists. It should hold out for a few minutes, right? Chen Xuanfeng didn't expect them to completely block Adros. He just wanted to buy them a few minutes. However, just as he was about to meet up with the ferocious beast clones that were coming straight at him. So, you were the one behind it all. A death-defying voice came from behind. Although the volume was somewhat faint, Chen Xuanfeng heard it very clearly. He turned his head and saw a tall, blonde foreigner in a suit, holding a dagger, followed by an endless army of clones, rushing towards him at an unparalleled speed. His movements were so fast that his feet became a blur. Being chased by a martial master-level expert, the pressure is really immense. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes hardened, and he quickly gave the order. Everyone, listen to my command. Attack him together and kill him. The army of clones of the desert beasts passed by Chen Xuanfeng. It lunged straight at Adros. In response to this, Adros revealed a confident smile, and Chen Xuanfeng suddenly realized that something was wrong. The next moment, bloodthirsty thrust. Adros's dagger glowed with a faint bloody light, and then he swung it forward sharply. The dagger transformed into a streak of blood-red light, easily piercing through all the ferocious beast clones blocking its path as if they were made of tofu, heading straight for Chen Xuanfeng. It's over. The speed of that crimson light was too fast. By the time Chen Xuanfeng saw it, it was almost right in front of him, and there wasn't even time for him to dodge. Faced with this certain death, Chen Xuanfeng's mind went completely blank. However, at this time, Chen Xuanfeng felt his body become lighter. He was suddenly lifted into the air. The blood-red light that was originally heading straight for Chen Xuanfeng's heart only pierced his thigh because of this flight. Damn griffin eagle! Adros couldn't help but mutter a curse. On the other side, a lion-headed eagle, a large, transparent, high-level martial artist-level beast several meters long, was grabbing Chen Xuanfeng off the back of the Crimson Moonwolf. It was this grab that allowed Chen Xuanfeng to escape a fatal stab. Chapter 22. Hunting down a martial master. The bone-eating clan appears. Master, has the griffin eagle caught up? Number 1 quickly inquired. It will take us a little longer to reach your location. To ensure your safety, I have arranged for the lion-headed eagle to go there in advance. We made it, thanks to you, Number 1. Chen Xuanfeng sat on the back of the lion-headed eagle and responded in a deep voice. Looking at the gruesome, bloody hole in his thigh, with the bone clearly visible inside, the intense pain made him take several deep breaths and quickly take out a healing pill to swallow. Fortunately, he has just successfully broken through to the level of a beginner martial artist. Otherwise, from that single blow, his thigh would not have just had one bloody hole, but would have been completely severed. It's good that you're all right. We'll be there in half an hour. Please make sure you stay safe. Number 1 loyally replied. Chen Xuanfeng was still somewhat shaken. If that stab had hit him head-on, even if he was wearing several layers of spirit armor that could withstand some of the damage, he would have been crippled even if he hadn't died. The appearance of the lion-headed eagle was a close call. Even a second later, he would have to pay an incredibly heavy price. I should have thought of that sooner. Since we're escaping, what could be faster than flying? Chen Xuanfeng shook his head self-deprecatingly. Even he hadn't thought of it, but Number 1 had. This shows that his decision to appoint human warriors as commanders was correct. Whether it was wise or not, the benefits it brought him were two completely different things. Now that I have air superiority, it's not me being hunted down anymore. It's me hunting him down. As Chen Xuanfeng bandaged his wounds, he turned to look at Adros below, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. He generally doesn't hate people, but once they start to hate, it's a fight to the death. Listen up, everyone. Immediately cease all expansion activities and come here to surround and kill this blonde martial arts master. Chen Xuanfeng commanded. As long as he lives, keep hunting him down until he dies. Yes, master. All clones responded. In a short time, whether they were sent by Chen Xuanfeng to scout ahead, they were assigned to kill and multiply, and were not required to return to participate in the war regardless of anything else. Even the ferocious beasts that were specifically tasked with skinning and cleaning Chen Xuanfeng all dropped everything and rushed towards where Chen Xuanfeng was. His altitude is at least 300 meters. If he were on the ground, I could kill him easily, but in the air, that distance is beyond my attack range. How can I get him to behave? Damn it, if it weren't for that lion-headed eagle, I would have already obtained its special techniques. While indiscriminately slaughtering the onrushing transparent beasts, Adros kept looking up, staring intently at the figure on the back of the lion-headed eagle, gritting his teeth. However, he thought about it for a full 10 minutes. None of them could think of any way to get Chen Xuanfeng to come down voluntarily. He even tried to take advantage of the chaos to quickly get closer to the location of the lion-headed eagle. As long as he got within 200 meters, he would have another chance to kill it. But every time he tried to get closer, the lion-headed eagle would immediately increase the distance, not giving him any chance at all. Under these circumstances, he couldn't even think about attacking Chen Xuanfeng. Even attacking the lion-headed eagle was extremely difficult. The number of transparent ferocious beasts is increasing. Instead, he discovered that the number of ferocious beasts coming to his aid had increased dramatically. In particular, the number of high-level martial arts beasts that could truly threaten him suddenly increased from 20 or 30 to nearly 80. This made it impossible for him to harvest so easily and casually anymore. Although he still has enough capacity to cope now, if the number continues to increase and the number of advanced ones exceeds 100, 200, or even more, then his advantage will probably be gradually wiped out. Unable to get close. Even if you wanted to kill the griffin eagle, you couldn't. After thinking it over, Adros made a decision. I have to leave here. His ability to become a martial arts master is not only due to his exceptional talent, but also to his temperament, which far surpasses that of ordinary people. Even though he was filled with resentment, the best opportunity has been missed. Faced with the current situation, he knew that he had no choice but to retreat. Staying here would not only prevent him from finding an opportunity, but would also increase his risk of injury. Lucky guy, next time, it'll be his death day. He started to run away. The moment Adros changed the direction of his attack, Chen Xuanfeng had already sensed the opponent's intention. A martial arts master from the Free Alliance is really hard to deal with. If he is determined to escape, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop him. The number of ferocious beasts currently besieging the area has reached as many as 3,000. High-level martial artist, 80 heads. Intermediate martial artist level, 210 heads. Beginner-level martial artist, 550 heads. The rest are all below the martial artist level. If it were a regular martial arts master, this lineup would be enough to keep him, but Adros is an elite among martial arts masters. Most martial artists of the same level are no match for him. In addition, he is skilled in movement and speed. This lineup is unlikely to stay. Regardless of whether we can keep them or not, we must hunt them down to the bitter end. He has ways to track me, and I have countless ways to track him too. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes flashed. Golden leopard. Lock onto his scent. Fireflies will follow him from the sky and report his movements at all times. Ironclad earth beast. Track him underground. Don't give him any chance to hide. Everyone else, use your best methods to track him. Scent, aura, presence. And keep him pinpointed. Don't let him get away. This is the advantage of a ferocious beast having many clones. What human warriors find difficult to do is a piece of cake for these ferocious beasts. Yes, master. You think you can stop me? So, you're not afraid of death just because you're a ghost? Then go to hell. So what if there are a lot of them? If I want to leave, you can't stop me. Adros easily cleared out the enemy with his powerful attacks and unparalleled speed and agility. In just a short while, they had already broken through the encirclement of the ferocious beast clones and left a large number of clones behind them. Even the ferocious beast clones that came to his aid and directly confront him couldn't last a single round against him. They had already created quite a distance between them. Adros stopped and rested for a while. But a few minutes later, another army of clones has arrived. This is a new batch of support. A lingering ghost. Adros had no choice but to run again, forcibly killing a group of clones to break through the encirclement. This time, he deliberately traveled a long distance. We arrived at an exceptionally secluded swamp. He had just sat down, taken a couple of sips of water, and eaten something when he finally did. There was movement around us again. Another new wave of clones. Fu, Chikabwa. Adros cursed and continued his retreat. This time he drove at high speed for a full 2 hours. It's at least 100 kilometers away from Chen Xuanfeng's place. Haha. Even elite martial artists were starting to feel the strain of prolonged spiritual energy expenditure and began to pant slightly. I need to rest. Adros had been tracking Chen Xuanfeng all day, and now, after running for so long during the evacuation, the high-intensity activity had left him somewhat exhausted. However, only about half an hour after he fell asleep, Adros was awakened by a cry. He looked up and saw another lion-headed eagle. Its appearance was slightly different from the one that saved Chen Xuanfeng before. Obviously, the lion-headed eagle had more than one clone, and this one came specifically to pursue him. Fool, crack, shit, beast, bastard. Adros, who hadn't had enough rest, started cursing. Despite his cursing, he could already hear the commotion of the massive army of clones around him, and with their enormous numbers, he had no choice but to embark on another journey of escape. That's all. He ran all the way from afternoon until night. They ran from night until dawn, then run from dawn to dusk. Haha. When Adros stopped again, he looked up and saw the first rays of dawn appearing on the horizon. He could hardly believe that he had actually been on the run for 2 whole days and 2 nights. The total time allotted for rest, eating, and recovering spiritual energy was less than 3 hours. He was almost constantly on the run. He didn't understand why there were so many transparent things, and he even had the illusion that the transparent creatures were becoming more and more numerous. I need to rest. Adros closed his eyes. He could go 2 days and 2 nights without sleep without any problem, But even a martial arts master like him couldn't withstand the exhaustion of running away at such a high intensity for 2 days and 2 nights. This time, he slept for a long time. It was also the sweetest sleep he had ever had. When he woke up again, he was surrounded by birdsong and fragrant flowers. Adros quickly looked around. There was no trace of any transparent creature. They didn't chase after us. A look of joy appeared on Adros's face. This time he had slept for at least 8 hours, and his energy had been largely restored. Of course, the most crucial point is that the other party failed to catch up within 8 hours, which is enough to show that his situation is very safe. You're finally awake. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Adros. However, Adros's pupils dilated, his hair stood on end, and he looked as if he were facing a formidable enemy, filled with terror. Because what he heard was not a normal human language at all, but a deep, mysterious language, just like the Sanskrit he had once heard others recite, full of obscure and incomprehensible sounds. Almost instantly, Adros thought of a possibility. He turned around abruptly. As it turned out, he was right. What came into view were not human warriors at all, but 3 people dressed in beast fur clothing, with hunchbacks, yet unusually tall, each 2 meters high. Humans are flesh and blood encasing bones, while they are bones encasing flesh and blood. The most sinister thing about them is their pupils. They have no eyeballs, only bottomless darkness. Such physical characteristics and facial features are possessed by only one race in this area. The Bone-Eating Clan. Chapter 23, Shifting the Blame, East. The Bone-Eating Clan sets its sights on Chen Xuanfeng. Adros's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He gripped the dagger in his hand even tighter. He could sense the aura emanating from these 3 Bone-Eating Clan creatures. The 2 behind them, who looked like lackeys, were high-level martial artists. The leader was actually weaker, only at the beginner level of martial arts master. However, judging from the glowing bones inlaid on the leader's clothing, as well as the many gems unique to the land of 10,000 races, this Bone-Eating Clan member at the novice martial master level must have an extraordinary background. This is the first time I've ever seen a human. You are more handsome than I imagined. The leader of the Bone-Eating Clan spoke again. The sound was still like Sanskrit, but after being automatically translated by the virtual furnace on his wrist, he could directly understand the meaning of these sounds. At the same time, Adros also discerned from the slightly protruding chest of the Bone Eater that the leader of the Bone Eaters was actually a woman. No wonder people say he's handsome. Adros looked the Bone-Eating Clan woman up and down, feeling nauseous and completely losing interest. There were a lot of transparent creatures around you just now. I don't know what they are, but they seem to be looking for you. I had someone drive them away for you. The Bone-Eating Clan woman continued. I'm waiting for you to awaken and then submit to me. As long as you're willing to be my male servant, I can make you stronger. I see. No wonder I was able to sleep soundly for 8 hours without being disturbed. It turns out she had someone take action. Indeed, 2 high-level martial arts masters could easily deal with those invisible creatures. But when Adros heard the second half of what he said, his face turned extremely ugly. To be a male servant of the Bone-Eater Clan? The disgusting nature of this Bone-Eating Clan woman before him made him shudder just thinking about the scene. But he didn't dare to refuse easily. The aura of the 2 high-level martial arts masters behind them was genuine and well-known. The Bone-Eater Clan at the same level crushed the Human Clan at the same level. Just this woman alone, Adros probably wouldn't be her match. Once he refused, I'm afraid they'll be killed by the opponent at any moment, their bones and marrow drained, becoming a nutritional supplement for the bone-devouring clan. I just woke up and need some time to think about it. Adros suppressed his panic and quickly said, Handsome human, I'm willing to give you time to consider. If you have any other requests, I can fulfill them as well, as long as you are willing to become my male servant. The Bone-Eating Clan woman's tone was full of drooling. Adros felt a tremor in his heart. Emerging from the tiger's den, only to fall into the wolf's lair. This is so unlucky. If it weren't for that damned little brat, I wouldn't have ended up in this mess. I have a request. Adros immediately said, I was chased to this place by an enemy. If you can help me kill him and seize a special martial arts technique from him, I am willing to become your male servant. Since he couldn't escape the fate of becoming a male servant, he might as well take this opportunity to gain some benefits. Isn't the most important benefit that special technique? He had personally witnessed the terrifying power of that special technique. Once he could also create transparent creatures on a large scale, given time, he would definitely be able to escape from the Bone-Eating Clan and might even be able to kill them. As long as he could obtain that special technique, the male servant would accept any hardship. You mean the manipulators behind those transparent creatures? The Bone-Eating Clan woman succinctly revealed the truth. Yes, sir, Adros said. He can create a great many transparent creatures. When a transparent creature kills another living beast, it can turn the beast into a new transparent creature that obeys his commands. He is a very troublesome enemy. I cannot deal with him. Please help me. Oh, this is somewhat similar to the bloodline talent of the Blood Puppet Clan. Adros had also heard of the Blood Puppet Clan. Like zombies, they can transmit blood to the next living creature through biting, scratching, and other means, and thus control it. However, the difference is that the Blood Puppet clan can only control those weaker than themselves. The cultivation levels of these transparent creatures are all much higher than the novice martial artist behind them. This is not a difficult request. I will have someone take care of him right now. The Bone-Eating Clan woman readily agreed. Galuro, Thunder Axe, you two go and kill his enemies. Young miss, we are under orders from the town lord to protect you, and cannot leave your sight. One of the high-ranking martial artists said, I will now relay the order back to town and have them send a hunting party. They're more than capable of handling the situation. All right, let's leave it to the hunting team. Handsome human, I can't wait to enjoy you. Come with me. The Bone-Eating Clan woman stepped forward and, with a flick of her wrist, produced a collar and shackles made of bones and refined iron, which she then placed around Adros's neck. Adros dared not resist and could only let the Bone-Eating Clan woman lead him away, emitting eerie laughter as she walked deeper into the jungle. On the other side, that guy is still alive. Unaware that he had been targeted by the Bone-Eating Clan, Chen Xuanfeng was extremely surprised and puzzled when he heard from the beast clone that Adros was still alive. He deployed a large army of clones to hunt down Adros for 2 days and 2 nights. I have to say, this guy is really hard to kill. During the pursuit, Chen Xuanfeng deliberately used the spirit stones from the spoils of war to upgrade his slaughter clone to level 9 and his slaughter cultivation to level 5. With a 90% chance of creating clones, it's practically a guaranteed clone for every kill. Wherever the clone army goes, it can quickly assemble into a large, powerful, and numerous army of clones. That's why Adros felt like the more he killed, the more there were. However, despite being surrounded and attacked by such a high-intensity army of clones, this guy not only didn't die, but also ran to a place only 50 kilometers away from the Bone Eater town, Redbone Town. It was essentially equivalent to trespassing into the territory of the Bone-Eating Clan. Chen Xuanfeng did not stop his offensive and ordered the pursuit to continue. However, 2 high-level martial arts masters of the Bone-Eating Clan killed all of his clone army, leaving none alive. Seeing how ferocious and powerful the Bone-Eating Clan was, Chen Xuanfeng thought that Adros was probably doomed as well. Who would have thought? Now, 8 hours later, Chen Xuanfeng is still puzzled to learn that the other party is still alive and can still be tracked by Zora. It's better to live than to die easily, lest I be unable to take revenge myself. Chen Xuanfeng touched the scabbed wound on his thigh, his eyes sharp. He then skillfully opened the character attribute panel. Host, Chen Xuanfeng. Realm, beginner martial artist. Normal strength level, beginner martial artist. Normal defense realm, beginner martial artist. Standard movement technique level, beginner martial artist. Unlocked features, killing clone, level 8. Killing cultivation, level 5. Number of clones already possessed. Elementary martial master level, 12. Advanced martial artist level, 1982. Intermediate martial artist level, 7635. Beginner martial artist level, 18232. Below the martial artist level, 203911. Amount of cultivation essence possessed, 23389. Chapter 24 unlocks a new feature, killing clone, infinite space. I now have 12 novice martial arts master level clones. Unfortunately, the higher the level of the ferocious beast, the fewer there are, and the more vigilant they are. It seems we need to develop for a while longer if we want to deal with the Bone Eater clan. Seeing his clone army being wiped out by the advanced martial arts masters of the Bone Devouring clan, Chen Xuanfeng sensed the crisis and decisively ordered the remaining clone army to launch a surprise attack on the martial arts master-level ferocious beasts. At the cost of 100 high-level martial artist clones and 300 mid-level martial artist clones, the first novice martial master clone was obtained. With the first one done, the second one was a breeze. I thought the next thing to happen was the novice martial artist level clones starting to explode and multiply wildly. But just as I was about to deal with the third one, the opponent saw this and turned around and ran away. The clone army couldn't catch up at all. Not only that, the number of martial arts master level ferocious beasts is also very small. After trekking for dozens of kilometers, they found only 2 or 3 of them living there. Therefore, even now, there are only 12 clones at the beginner level of martial arts master. However, these problems can be solved by Chen Xuanfeng simply by waiting for time. As long as time goes on long enough, it's only a matter of time before the number of clones increases. I've accumulated over 20,000 cultivation essences. This should be enough time for a proper upgrade, right? When the quantity exceeded 10,000 again yesterday, Chen Xuanfeng took it out and used it all at once. 10,000 hours, equivalent to 416 days, is the result of more than a year of working without sleep. However, the result was that a large amount of cultivation power poured in, and although his strength did improve, he failed to break through to a higher realm. So this time he accumulated more than 20,000 coins. If 10,000 isn't enough, then 20,000 will do. A large amount of cultivation essence was extracted. Chen Xuanfeng smashed them all. In an instant, a massive warm current suddenly arose within his body, frantically washing over his meridians, muscles, bones, and flesh. In just a short while, boom! A powerful aura radiated from him. His strength, physique, agility, and speed have all been comprehensively enhanced. Intermediate martial artist level achieved. If Adros were here, he would be completely dumbfounded. Just yesterday, Chen Xuanfeng was a beginner martial artist, but in just 2 days he jumped to the intermediate level. This speed was enough to make his worldview collapse. At this moment, from the many holes in front of him, 2 armored earth beasts emerged simultaneously from 2 of the holes and poured out all the treasures from a sack. Then, patiently, they placed all the spirit stones into the spirit stone pile, the weapons into the weapon pile, and the cultivation techniques into the cultivation technique pile, categorizing them all. After placing them all, they left satisfied and continued to be their delivery men. Now that we have the ability to dodge in the air, as long as we don't encounter a warrior-level being who can briefly float in the air, a martial arts master-level being alone is not enough to take him down. Therefore, Chen Xuanfeng naturally had no worries and continued to have the armored earth beast help him transport the spoils of war. Oh, this time there's a Qingquan bag. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes lit up. This is the second person, after Johnson Kong, to possess a Qingquan bag below the martial master level. After Chen Xuanfeng opened it. As expected, this one person alone provided more than 10,000 spirit stones. Chen Xuanfeng then counted the number of spirit stones on the mountain again. The number has reached a staggering 40,000. These new foreigners are really rich. Chen Xuanfeng grinned. That's good too. The more teleports I make, the more I can reap the rewards. On the human side, a new batch of people continues to be sent over every day. After all, the number of human warriors is too large. There are only a few powerful individuals who can be teleported, and it's not something that can be resolved in just 1 or 2 days. Among these newly teleported martial artists, the proportion of foreigners was unusually high. In contrast, the proportion of Chinese martial artists was less than 10% among all martial artist nations. That's why these foreign warriors all formed their own factions and groups, not only excluding the Chinese warriors, but also treating them as targets for slaughter and exploitation. As a patriotic youth, Chen Xuanfeng naturally could not sit idly by and decisively ordered his clone army to attack. It has to be said, these foreigners are really rich. Anyone above the martial artist level carries at least 1,000 spirit stones in their pocket, and advanced martial artists start with 5,000 spirit stones. Slaughtering a group of people can bring in tens of thousands of spirit stones. That was incredibly fat. This is why Chen Xuanfeng was able to successfully upgrade Slaughter Clone to level 9 in just 2 days. System, continue upgrading Killing Clone. Chen Xuanfeng gave the order. Ding. Consumed 25,600 spirit stones. Slaughter Clone has reached level 10. Level 10. 100% chance of creating a clone. Chen Xuanfeng was extremely excited. From this moment on, unlimited proliferation and unlimited true production can finally be considered completely legitimate. There will be no more timeouts after that. No matter what ferocious beast or human warrior you kill, as long as they die at the hands of the clones, a new clone will be born with 100% certainty. Since your Killing Clone has reached level 10, your Killing Clone has unlocked additional features. Congratulations, host. The new feature, Killing Clone Infinite Space, has been unlocked. Killing Clone Infinite Space. The host and the clone share a space where any item except living creatures can be placed or retrieved. The size of the space will continuously increase as the Killing Clone function is upgraded. A new series of notification sounds rang out. At first, Chen Xuanfeng was a little confused. He was a little disappointed because he thought it was another new feature like slaughter cultivation, but it turned out to be a feature within a feature. After hearing the description of this small function, Chen Xuanfeng realized that he had once again judged the system's magnanimity with his own petty mind. Goodness, this is really something. Although it's called a minor function, the benefits it brings to Chen Xuanfeng are by no means insignificant. He was still resentful about the fact that the ironclad Earth Beast had been followed by Adros and almost killed him. If it weren't for the ability to evade in the air, he wouldn't have dared to let his clone transport spoils for him so easily. However, this is not a long-term solution. Against a martial arts master, dodging in midair is not a problem. Once you face general-level enemies, your aerial advantage will be greatly reduced. If you encounter martial grandmaster-level enemies who can fly and teleport, then without a doubt, it will be a death with no way to escape. The emergence of shared spaces not only perfectly solved this problem, but also brought about more controllable methods. The ability to transfer spirit stones and treasures regardless of distance is just the most basic function. Furthermore, the corpses of ferocious beasts and human warriors that were originally impossible to take away can also be stored here, and can all be exchanged for spirit stones when they arrive at the exchange point later. Continue extending downwards. Some human warrior clones often lack good spiritual weapons, but spiritual armor can be transferred to them using the shared space, allowing them to be armed to the teeth at any time. Some disposable items were useless to Chen Xuanfeng, and it would be difficult to distribute them to various places. The shared space could instantly teleport them, directly dealing a wave of heavy damage to those difficult to deal with enemies. Furthermore, and most importantly, number 1, enter the infinite space. Chen Xuanfeng gave the order. Then, with a sudden thought, his consciousness instantly found itself in a room filled with white light. The room is a perfect cube, 5 meters long, 5 meters wide, and 5 meters high, enough to hold a lot of things. In the very next second, after Chen Xuanfeng entered, number 1 also appeared in this white room. Owner. Number 1 bowed respectfully. It seems I was right. This is the ultimate use of infinite space. A sharp glint flashed in Chen Xuanfeng's eyes. Chapter 25, The Ultimate Use of Infinite Space. Heading to the exchange base. The most important description of infinite space is that it can hold any object except living things. Chen Xuanfeng's first thought wasn't about spirit stones, pills, or spiritual weapons, but about his clones. Are the clones living beings? That's true, but they have no flesh and blood, are immune to any pain, and after death they simply turn into a wisp of black smoke and disappear, having virtually no connection to living things. You might say no, but they can talk, think, have presence, and even use spiritual energy exceptionally well. So, with a try-it-and-see attitude, Chen Xuanfeng attempted to place his clone into the infinite space. As it turns out, Chen Xuanfeng guessed correctly. In the realm of infinite space, the clones are not living beings at all. This means that all clones can be released through the infinite space. As long as Chen Xuanfeng gives an order, all clones thousands of miles away can return to his side in an instant and become his most loyal bodyguards. Not only that, wherever one clone arrives, all clones can instantly arrive and provide support through infinite space, following Chen Xuanfeng's commands. This is the true advanced use of infinite space. Number 2, number 3, number 4, all of you come in. Numbers 45 and 96, come in too. Chen Xuanfeng gave another order. Then, the figures of transparent, ferocious beasts appeared in the white room. The once empty room was immediately filled to the brim with their arrival. Owner. All the clones respectfully nodded and bowed to Chen Xuanfeng. From martial artist level and below to the highest level of beginner martial master, everyone can come in and see that no matter what realm you are, you can enter here. Chen Xuanfeng was testing the limitations of the infinite space, worried that if his clone's cultivation level was too high, it would be judged as a living being, thus preventing it from teleporting over to provide support at crucial moments. But he was clearly overthinking it. Now, everyone proceed to the front lines. Chen Xuanfeng waved his hand. The entire room became empty in the blink of an eye, and all those clones appeared on the front lines where they were slaughtering novice martial arts masters. After Chen Xuanfeng tried many times, the clones kept changing positions. It can traverse any area within a 200-kilometer radius at a speed of almost 3 seconds per trip. It was through this test that Chen Xuanfeng learned of the only shortcoming of the infinite space. There isn't enough space. Each time they move, the slightly larger transparent beasts can only move a maximum of 10, while the smaller ones can only move a maximum of 30. If it were the largest type, it wouldn't even fit into the infinite space. A volume of 5 meters. Any item that exceeds this length, width, and height will not be able to fit inside. If you were to transfer all of his clones to one place, the transfer process alone would take a considerable amount of effort. However, this problem is easy to solve. As long as we continue to upgrade, killing clone, the infinite space will also increase accordingly. And judging from the current pattern, it seems that as long as I level up 5 times, I can get a new function. Whether it's an extra function like slaughter cultivation or a small function like infinite space, I can get one every 5 levels. I wonder what the next one will be. This stuff is even more tempting than watching TV dramas or anime. The thought of gaining another 5 levels and acquiring a useful and powerful feature like infinite space filled Chen Xuanfeng with anticipation. By the way, system, can you tell me what the effect of a level 11 clone is this time? Chen Xuanfeng suddenly remembered. When he was at level 1, he didn't have permission to view the description, which was full of question marks. Now, that killing clone is at level 10. It's just one step away from level 11. Shouldn't it be eligible now? Killing clone. Level 11, when your clone kills any living creature, there's a 10% chance of creating a second clone. A second clone? When the system's description was fully displayed, Chen Xuanfeng's pupils dilated rapidly. His face showed shock, and he froze completely. Doesn't this mean that from now on, even if you kill a living creature, there's a certain probability that it will spawn 2 identical clones? Getting 1 out of 100 is already quite an exaggeration. Now you can actually get 2. How incredibly efficient would that be? That's outrageous. Chen Xuanfeng was so shocked that he couldn't recover for a long time and couldn't help but mutter to himself. He knew that the level 11 killing clone would be powerful, but he never expected it to be this powerful. If this trend continues, will it mean that level 21 will result in 3 clones? Level 31 will result in 4? And level 41 will result in 5? If this continues, just how terrifying will the army of clones become? Even Chen Xuanfeng himself dared not imagine it. He's only at level 10 with Slaughter Clone, yet he can already chase martial masters to the point of having nowhere to run. Let's improve it a bit more. Even military generals and martial masters would likely become his targets. Spirit Stone. To upgrade and achieve this abnormal efficiency, we need a lot of Spirit Stones. Relying solely on harvesting Spirit Stones from martial artists and masters is too slow, and once they're harvested, they're gone. It's not a long-term solution. The only place that can provide Spirit Stones in a long-term and large-scale manner is the exchange base. It used to be very difficult to get to the exchange point, but now that we have unlimited space, we can bring forward the schedule a lot. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes flashed. Number 9, number 55, number 72, you 9 beginner-level martial arts masters, listen to my command. From now on, each of you 9 will ride a lion-headed eagle, one person at a time, in 9 separate routes, to the exchange point. You need to avoid Redbone Town, Blackbone Town, and Heavenly Bone Town. If you encounter any danger during this time, immediately contact me, and I will take you directly into the infinite space. Understand, infinite space began to play its additional role. Normally speaking, with just these few clones, it would be difficult to travel hundreds of kilometers to reach the exchange point, because no matter which route they took, there would be many difficulties. Not only were there a large number of ferocious beasts, but they would also encounter powerful bone-eating clan creatures at any time. Even a clone at the beginner level of martial arts master has a 99.99% chance of dying. However, with infinite space, the difficulty drops by 99%. Not traveling fast enough? Then use infinite space to teleport a flying mount clone over there. Are they vulnerable to being pounced on by ferocious beasts or attacked by the bone-eating clan? As long as you don't die instantly, you can be taken into the infinite space and start again after the crisis is over. If you were to be instantly killed by accident, you wouldn't even have time to store it in the infinite space. No need to worry, just teleport a new team to one of the other 8 routes, and then continue along his old route. This also means 9 routes, as long as one remains, can be restored to 9 in an instant. Chapter 26. The Bone-Eating Clan is targeted, and a trapping plan is launched. Not only that, if they encounter anything valuable on any of the 9 routes, such as a territory of ferocious beasts worth exploiting, Chen Xuanfeng can simply give an order to send a large number of troops there to thoroughly exploit the area, and then send them back at any time after the exploit is complete. Certainly, the most crucial point. Once the clones arrive at the exchange point, they can exchange all the ferocious beast corpses and various treasures stored in the infinite space for spirit stones. Chen Xuanfeng himself doesn't even need to go there. He can directly harvest a large number of spirit stones remotely. This shows just how incredible the existence of infinite space is. Yes, Master. The clones quickly complied. Once my men arrive at the exchange point, acquire enough spirit stones, and the army is fully developed, it will be time to officially attack the Bone-Eating Clan's town. I haven't had a proper shower or a proper night's sleep for so many days, and I haven't even had a proper meal. I'm supposed to be the commander-in-chief of hundreds of thousands of clones now, so I should at least have the airs of a commander-in-chief. Chen Xuanfeng licked his lips, longing for the various delicacies on Earth. On the other side, outside Redbone Town, gentlemen, the young lady's orders have been issued, and this is our next target. A tall, burly man from the Bone-Eating Clan, dressed in blue animal armor, was holding a transparent, low-level martial artist-level beast that was about the same size as him. Behind this burly man from the Bone-Eating Clan, it was a vast, swarming mass of over 300 equally robust Bone-Eating Clan creatures. Surprisingly, each and every one of them is a martial arts master. There are nearly 200 people at the beginner level of martial arts master alone. There are dozens of intermediate-level martial arts masters. There are also 5 advanced martial arts masters. In this scale, however, they were merely an ordinary hunting team in Redbone Town. This shows that human warriors are truly too weak and insignificant in the face of the races of the land of myriad races. Our mission is to find out who controls these transparent beasts. The controller is a human, the same race we used to eat. As soon as the leader finished speaking, the members of the hunting team below became restless. Umans. The flesh is tender and the bones are brittle. It tastes much better than ordinary ferocious beasts. It's very nourishing. Eating any martial arts master-level food would greatly benefit them. Whoever finds the manipulator first will receive a reward of 100,000 spirit stones and will also advance 2 levels. The leader said, "All right, let's set off immediately. Find that guy within 3 days." Coax. As soon as the words were spoken, all the members of the hunting team were extremely excited. Each of them held a spiritual weapon made of bone and metal, and they transformed into streaks of light, rushing straight into the jungle like locusts. Oh, you've encountered the bone eaters? And quite a few of them. Upon hearing the report from number 1, Chen Xuanfeng raised an eyebrow. His 9 teams had only been gone for less than 2 hours. Then I received an emergency call from number 1. Yes, master. The clones in multiple locations, including the Moon Forest, the Crimson Sand Desert, and the Dark Swamp, have reported that they have been attacked by the Bone Eater clan. Number 1 said, based on the information we have so far, the number of the Bone-Eating clan deployed this time is very large, over 300, and each one is at least a beginner-level martial artist. After communicating with my clones, I believe they are targeting you, master. Targeting me? Chen Xuanfeng was slightly surprised. He witnessed the whole process of his fame spreading to the Bone-Eating clan, but he never expected his reputation to reach them so quickly. They even went so far as to mobilize so many people specifically to deal with me. Regardless of whether they are targeting me or not, since they have come, I don't need to wait any longer until the first. I will execute Plan A, the trapping scheme, and let these bone eaters who want to cause me trouble taste the warm care from their own people. Chen Xuanfeng's lips curled into a sharp smile. He originally intended to conquer a town of the Bone Eater clan, but due to the insufficient overall strength of his current clone army, the attack was difficult. Unexpectedly, the other party actually ran out of the base camp to search for his traces in the wild. What's the difference between this and giving it away? If I can't handle this windfall of wealth, I'll really be letting down the kindness of the Bone-Eating clan. Yes, master. A gloomy swamp, hidden atop one of the enormous banyan trees, which was 100 meters tall and more than 10 meters in diameter, were 6 human warriors with Eastern features. A beginner-level martial arts master, 3 high-level martial artists, 2 mid-level martial artists. Normally, such a lineup would have the survival ability to easily sweep through the surrounding area. But now the 6 of them huddled on the tree trunk like frightened mice, trembling, their faces filled with panic and fear. Is that really the Bone-Eating clan? Their combat power is ridiculously exaggerated. A mid-level martial artist, his face grim, spoke in a trembling voice. His eyes were filled with terror and lingering fear. I knew the Bone Eater's exoskeleton was hard before I came, but I didn't expect it to be this hard. I only understood how valuable the statement in the textbooks that the Bone-Eating clan could easily crush human warriors of the same level truly was after seeing it with my own eyes. The 2 high-level martial artists were also deathly pale. Instructor Zhang, are you all right? At the very front, a middle-aged man in a blue instructor's uniform turned around. His left sleeve was empty, but his right hand was still gripping the spirit weapon tightly, and he looked extremely vigilant. Obviously, in the battle with the Bone-Eating clan, just now, Instructor Zhang paid a heavy price. I'm Phoenix. You don't need to worry. With Lin Miao Miao's concealment talisman, that Bone Eater won't be able to find us. Instructor Zhang calmly said, Thank you, Lin Miao Miao. Everyone looked toward the innermost part of the tree trunk, where a stunningly beautiful woman was wearing a black combat dress, her delicate features covered in dust and stained with a few drops of blood. She is Lin Miao Miao, the school beauty who was teleported over with Chen Xuanfeng. But at this moment, she has completely lost her former glory and is just an ordinary girl who has barely survived after many days of struggling to live. It has to be said, her talent for cultivation is indeed formidable. Having only been in the land of 10,000 races for a few days, he has already successfully advanced from a beginner martial artist to a mid-level martial artist. Unfortunately, even after being promoted, her strength was still far from sufficient, so she chose to form an alliance with Instructor Zhang and a few others to form a temporary team. The others also expressed their gratitude. The concealment spell only lasts for 3 hours. We need to plan ahead and decide what to do after 3 hours. Compared to others who were still trembling with fear and living in constant anxiety, Lin Miao Miao was more adaptable and spoke very calmly. These words were spoken. The relief that everyone had finally managed to feel was once again shrouded in gloom. Lin Miao Miao ignored them. She sat cross-legged and meditated, absorbing spiritual energy to cultivate, even though she knew it wasn't the right time to cultivate. But it was better than doing nothing and just waiting. Look, there's a man in black robes running over there. There's a Bone Eater chasing him. That's the Bone Eater we just encountered. Don't come any closer. Please don't come any closer. However, what you least want is what you end up with. The man in black robes not only ran over. They happened to stop right under their banyan tree. This time, the already panicked group felt their hearts sink even further. Even Lin Miao Miao's pretty face turned deathly pale upon seeing this. Chapter 27 The BC Tactics stunned everyone. The first Bone-Eating clan avatar arrived. The man in black robe stopped. In the short span of 2 breaths, the Bone-Eating clan member at the beginner martial arts level caught up from behind and placed his broadsword directly against the black-robed man's neck. Strange melodies emanated loudly from the mouth of this Bone-Eating clan member. The 6 people in the banyan tree all possessed virtual furnaces, and they all understood immediately. What does "tell me where your backers are" mean? What kind of backers could possibly be controlling the human race? Damn! So it turns out this bone eater's target wasn't us humans at all. Wait, there seems to be something wrong with this man in black robes. Just as everyone was wondering, the man in black robes suddenly removed his hood, revealing the humanoid face of a transparent ghost. A humanoid, transparent creature. I've heard on the public channel that transparent creatures include not only ferocious beasts, but also humanoid ones. This is the first time I've seen one. So what the bone-eating clan was looking for was the manipulator behind the transparent creature. No one was surprised by the existence of the transparent creature. After all, the transparent creatures have been incredibly popular on public channels lately, and they've spread everywhere, even forcing some of them to fight against the transparent beasts. Unexpectedly, the bone-eating clan wasn't after them, but rather after the person behind the transparent creature. Tell me where the controller is, or I'll kill you. The bone eater continued to make loud threats. On behalf of my family, I welcome you to the family. The man in the black robe finished speaking. Nearly 30 transparent, ferocious beasts of all kinds suddenly sprang out from beside him. In an instant, the originally empty area was filled to the brim. The aura emanating from them was, without exception, that of a high-level martial artist. Roar! The moment they saw the Bone Eater clan, they all roared and howled in unison, unleashing their maximum hostility. Then, one by one, they bared their fangs and claws and viciously pounced on the Bone Eater clan. The bone-eating clan members were furious upon seeing this. He raised his knife and brought it down, intending to kill the humanoid, transparent creature in front of him first. Boom! His knife fell, but it slammed violently into the ground, creating a sizable fissure. The black-robed, transparent humanoid creature seemed to have vanished in a thin air, leaving no trace whatsoever. Where are they? The bone-eating clan members were shocked and looked around but couldn't find him anywhere. They could no longer even sense the aura of the man in black robes. How is this possible? Holy crap! How did these transparent beasts suddenly appear? I didn't see it clearly at all. Where's that transparent man in the black robe? Where did he go? What on earth happened? Even the 6 people in the tree, including Instructor Zhang, a novice martial arts master, and Lin Miao Miao, were all extremely shocked and astonished by what they had witnessed. They saw the whole thing. They had no idea how those transparent beasts appeared, nor how the black-robed, transparent man disappeared. Even though it all happened right in front of them, they couldn't believe their eyes. Wait, the number of transparent beasts is increasing dramatically. Instructor Zhang discovered a new situation. Everyone looked over. As expected, the transparent beasts were already fighting with the bone-eating clan, who were easily reaping the lives of the transparent beasts with their powerful strength as novice martial artists. However, it was right on the outskirts of their battle. Transparent, ferocious beasts appeared out of thin air. Without any warning or movement, it suddenly appeared, then locked onto the bone-eating clan members, roared, and charged forward, launching a suicidal, frenzied attack. The number of transparent beasts increased from a few dozen at the beginning. Later, there were more and more of them, so many that the open space within a radius could not contain them all. Looking around, they were a dark, dense mass, like a surging tide, which was terrifying to look at. The quantity is at least several hundred to several thousand. The key point is that this trend doesn't seem to be stopping at all. Even though the number is already outrageously large, it continues to increase and appear out of nowhere. No one can predict when the number will end. If I fell in with that many, I'd probably be reduced to dust in a second, right? This is terrifying. It's scary enough that so many transparent, ferocious beasts appeared out of thin air, but they're all high-level martial artists. No human team can withstand this lineup. It seems the mastermind knew all along that the Bone Eater clan was looking for him. He clearly intended to overwhelm the Bone Eater clan with a swarm of beasts. This is truly a battle of gods. The 6 people in the tree were stunned by this unprecedented sight. However, they also breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thankfully, they weren't there for them. If they can wait until the bloody battle between the two sides ends, they will have a chance to survive. The bone-eating clan won't last much longer. Lin Miao Miao made a rare comment. As she said, the moment the endless army of high-level martial artist-level, transparent, ferocious beasts emerged, it was essentially a death sentence for this bone-eating clan member. However, the bone-eating clan members were still not convinced and continued to wield their large swords, fiercely fighting back. Unfortunately, no matter how fiercely he fought back or how many he killed, his spiritual energy was limited. Faced with the endless stream of transparent, ferocious beasts, he could hold out for 1 minute, 2 minutes, but after 3 or 4 minutes, no matter how hard his exoskeleton was or how strong he was, he could not stop himself from being overwhelmed by the army of ferocious beasts. The loud noise lasted for a full 7 minutes. From the 4th minute onwards, the 6 people in the tree never saw the Bone Eater again. only barely sensing his presence. However, due to the Bone Eater clan's formidable vitality and strength, he managed to hold on for another 3 minutes. Soon, Instructor Zhang had already noticed something amiss. The aura of that bone-eating clan member has completely disappeared. Almost simultaneously, the army of transparent, ferocious beasts, which had been extremely irritable, suddenly lost their momentum and scattered. The 6 people in the tree also saw the bone-eating clan again. But at this moment, he was no longer the ferocious man he once was. All that remained was a mangled, bloody corpse. Those are transparent bone-eater clan members. The 6 people exclaimed in surprise again. They saw that on the corpse of the bone-eating clan, a transparent shadow, exactly the same as its original form in life, quietly rose up. This moment, the 6 people felt a chill run down their spines. Even though they already knew that this was how transparent beings appeared, they were still incredibly shocked when they actually witnessed it with their own eyes. Even Instructor Zhang couldn't help but shrink his pupils, his aura fluctuating in shock. If it weren't for the concealment talisman helping to hide his presence, he would have been detected immediately. Subsequently, the army of transparent, ferocious beasts began to disappear in droves. It only took 2 or 3 minutes. The once massive army of clones was reduced to just one transparent bone eater remaining in the same spot in the blink of an eye. He seemed to be listening to something. After waiting for nearly half a minute, the transparent bone eater picked up his broken, specially made great sword from the ground and dashed away. No one knew where he was going, but the 6 people in the tree knew that he was most likely going to cause trouble for other bone eaters. At the same time, they also realized a terrible fact. The mastermind behind the transparent creatures can turn the creatures they kill into invisibility, turning them into their puppets. In this way, doesn't that mean that the Bone Eater clan will also become his puppets? If this continues in the long run, how terrifying and enormous will the scale of those transparent creatures become? Thinking of this, the 6 of them exchanged glances, and all of them saw fear in each other's eyes. Who exactly is the mastermind behind this? Chapter 28: The Bone-Eating Clan's avatars expand widely. Redbone Town, Redbone Generals. Meanwhile, on the other side, number 33. Go ahead and slaughter the other Bone Eaters. I will grant you the power to summon an unlimited number of clones. You are qualified to command all high-level martial artist-level ferocious beasts. They will help you quickly and without harming your opponents. If necessary, other martial arts master-level clones can also be deployed. However, you need to be careful about timing. When others are launching a human wave attack, if you don't have enough clones, you have to wait a little longer to avoid fighting on multiple fronts. Remember, if you encounter an insurmountable enemy, don't hesitate. Just have me transfer you to another location. Understand? While enjoying a barbecue feast, Chen Xuanfeng remotely instructed the newly arrived Bone-Eating Clan clone on how to do his work. Yes, Master. The Bone-Eating Clan clones responded loyally. We've already acquired the first Bone-Eating Clan clone. I believe it won't be long before the number of Bone-Eating Clan clones expands rapidly. Thinking of this, Chen Xuanfeng couldn't help but feel much better. The arrival of the infinite space greatly improved his harvesting efficiency and also gave Chen Xuanfeng all sorts of wildly imaginative combat ideas. Similar to this instance of overwhelming force with sheer numbers. Under normal circumstances, the Bone Eater clan wouldn't fight you to the bitter end. At most, they'd kill a few waves, but once they saw more and more reinforcements coming, they'd choose to run away. With infinite space, the clones no longer need to emerge from all directions little by little. Instead, they can descend from the sky and instantly surround the opponent, leaving them with almost no way to escape. They can only be mercilessly overwhelmed by the army of clones and die a tragic death. In this way, it can not only maximize the use of clones, but also minimize losses. Absolutely flawless. Certainly, another important point is, let me see what treasures are in the Bone-Eating Clan's storage bag. Chen Xuanfeng grinned, and his consciousness sank into the void. Once again, they found themselves in a vast, white space. Lying quietly on the ground was a Chinquan bag, still stained with blood, which belonged to the Bone-Eating Clan member. Chen Xuanfeng casually tossed it out, but the result left him speechless. Only this much. It took a long time to shake it off. They didn't even have 5,000 spirit stones. You should know that some high-level human martial artists have more spirit stones than this. No elixirs, only one cultivation technique, and very few other treasures. This Bone-Eating Clan is too poor. Chen Xuanfeng couldn't help but complain. Or did they store everything away before they came out? After all, the Bone-Eating Clan are not human warriors who are teleported to fend for themselves, so they don't need to carry all their possessions with them. Fortunately, there were quite a few Bone Eaters this time. According to reports from below, there are at least 100. If we calculate it at around 5,000 each, 100 of them would be 500,000 spirit stones, enough for me to level up several times. Clearly, Chen Xuanfeng had no intention of letting any of them go. He wants to be reborn after death. He wants spirit stones and treasures too. He would squeeze every last drop of value out of anyone who had even the slightest bit of value. And so, the script that should have been the Bone Devourer clan slaying the army of transparent clones and searching for Chen Xuanfeng was quietly developing into a situation where the clone army was frantically reaping the Bone Devourer clan. Thorny Highlands. The two bone-eating clan members, both at the beginner level of martial arts, traversed the path, slaying numerous invisible ferocious beasts that blocked their way and constantly searching for traces of human martial artists. Soon, they discovered two human warriors, both of whom were high-level warriors. They captured the two men and subjected them to severe torture by breaking their hands and feet, trying to find out where the mastermind was. However, the two human warriors knew nothing and could only keep begging for mercy. The bone-eating clan members lost their patience and snapped their necks, preparing to devour them. At this moment, an uninvited guest arrived. Both members of the bone-eating clan were extremely surprised by this uninvited guest. "Voter, why have you become transparent?" The two saw a familiar face, but this face no longer had flesh and bones, only an eerie and cold transparency. The next moment, a terrifying roar of ferocious beasts resounded, and a large number of transparent beasts appeared out of thin air. There were so many that the earth trembled. Vodo also drew his weapon and immediately delivered a merciless slash. At this moment, the two bone eaters finally realized that the transparent Vodo in front of them was no longer the friend they knew, but had become an enemy. However, the huge number of transparent, ferocious beasts around them made them dare not fight for a moment, and they could only choose to break through and flee in panic. However, a moment later, the clones disappeared in large numbers, and the transparent Bone Eater clone was no longer a single one, but had become three. The three formed a team, drawing attention from everyone. They clearly sensed the familiar aura of the Bone-Eating clan in the distance. Without any hesitation, the three of them, weapons in hand, sped away. Time flies. The next morning arrived. Inside the mayor's mansion in Redbone Town. In the main hall sat a tall man with an imposing presence and an astonishing physique, whose height alone reached 3 meters. Those bare, fleshy arms were almost as thick as the beams of a house. Even the animal skin he was wearing was from a famous general-level ferocious beast, and it even glowed with a faint red light. This person is the mayor of Redbone Town, the only high-level martial general in the entire town, and is known as the Redbone Martial General. And below, 4 mid-level military officers and 9 junior military officers sat on the left and right sides respectively. This is the strength of the entire Redbone Town. On Earth, this level of strength would be enough for a sizable city to rule, but among the Bone Eater clan, it would only be enough to rule a small town. You mean the mastermind behind those invisible beings did it using a special type of cultivation technique? The Redbone warrior spoke, his tone full of authority. All the generals turned their gazes to the blonde, blue-eyed foreigner kneeling on the ground, trembling. It was none other than Adros. "Yes, Lord Redbone," Adros said nervously. "I've met the mastermind behind this. He's just a beginner martial artist, very weak. If we find him, we can get that special technique." He had assumed that only that woman from the Bone-Eating clan knew about this. To everyone's surprise, when the Bone-Eating clan woman returned and told her father the news, he was extremely interested and summoned him directly, even gathering all the other generals who rarely gathered together. Adros is a novice martial artist. Faced with so many martial generals, each exuding a murderous aura and radiating powerful energy, their overwhelming pressure made him tremble with fear, and he immediately revealed everything he knew. The special technique of turning living beings into puppets for one's own control by killing them is unprecedented even within the Bone-Eating clan. I never expected it to be found in a little human. The Redbone warriors were clearly already drooling just from hearing it. Imagine if he could master it. They could easily turn other members of the Bone-Eater clan into their most loyal subordinates. At that time, attacking other towns, expanding their territory, and even invading other races would be no problem at all. At this moment, Lord Redbone, a high-level martial arts master, quickly approached. He was one of the young lady's bodyguards. The mastermind behind this hasn't been caught. The Redbone warrior succinctly revealed the truth. Reporting to Lord Redbone, not only has the mastermind not been caught, but the hunting team has also run into trouble. According to the reports from those who escaped, at least 100 people have now been transformed into transparent forms and are attacking them. Upon hearing this, Adros' eyes widened, as if to say, "What the hell?" The military officers present were restless. The Redbone general in the upper position exuded an aura that put immense pressure on everyone present. Adros felt as if his head had been hit by a heavy hammer, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The aura of a high-ranking military general is extremely terrifying. However, anyone familiar with the Redbone warriors knows that this is not anger or annoyance, but excitement and exhilaration. If he had only been listening to it before, he would have been slightly uncertain. But now he was absolutely certain that the special technique was real. Chapter 29. The main force of the bone-eating clan is mobilized to encircle and annihilate Chen Xuanfeng. My lord, there are two very important points in the reports that came back from below. The advanced martial arts master continued his report. Firstly, according to them, regardless of whether they encounter invisible people or invisible ferocious beasts, they were originally just a lone person, but suddenly hundreds or thousands, or even more, of these invisible creatures could jump out. Not only that, when other hunting team members came to support them and exerted a strong suppression on the army of transparent creatures, the enemy suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving only a weak one behind. Can transparent creatures appear and disappear in large numbers in an instant? Suddenly, the bone-eating clan's generals were all quite surprised and confused. Even the red bone warriors were somewhat puzzled. Could this also be one of the methods of a special technique? Or is it the effect of other techniques? And what's the second one? The red bone warrior inquired. He was completely interested in this special technique and couldn't wait to know more. Secondly, one of the survivors witnessed it firsthand. On the body of his dead teammate, there were not just one, but two transparent creatures. The two transparent creatures are exactly the same in appearance, size, and even their attack methods are identical. Wow, a commotion was clearly heard at the scene. Everyone, including Adros, was somewhat surprised and bewildered. So all that effort he spent chasing the transparent creature was for nothing? In the end, he didn't even get to know the whole story, and the creatures still had hidden cards he didn't know about. In any case, since the transparent creatures are real and pose a clear threat to my Bone-Eater clan, we cannot let them go unchecked. You three, relay my order. Immediately assemble half of all the troops in the town and prepare for battle. The Red Bone General directly issued orders to the three junior generals. Yes, sir. Three military officers quickly went to mobilize troops. Soon, tens of thousands of bone-eaters gathered outside Redbone Town. Each of them was clad in special black and red armor and wielded various sharp spiritual weapons, which gleamed with a soft light. There were also people leading large, ferocious beasts that they had specially raised. These beasts, like them, start at the lowest level of elementary martial master and even reached the highest level of martial general. They stood perfectly aligned, exuding a terrifying aura befitting a martial arts master. A figure descended from the sky in the distance. It landed directly on the watchtower responsible for reconnaissance. Looking down at everyone below, it was none other than the Redbone warrior. Mayor. Tens of thousands of people fell silent in an instant, shouting and paying their respects. Outside Redbone Town, a transparent creature has appeared. They are numerous, cruel, and bloodthirsty. One of our bone-eating clan's hunting teams has already suffered more than half its losses at their hands. The Redbone warrior's voice boomed. According to intelligence, the one controlling those transparent creatures is a human. Humans. The words of the Redbone warrior caused a murmur and astonishment among the bone-eating clan below. Of course, they knew the reputation of a human race. Although not everyone had fought against the human race, those who had knew that the human race had always been weak and could easily crush those of the same level. Compared to other races in the land of 10,000 races, they were much weaker. Why would they need to mobilize half of their people to fight and suppress such a group? This human is very young, with black hair and black eyes, less than 1.9 meters tall, and rather thin. Because such physical characteristics are very common among humans, from this moment forward, all of you will immediately set off to wipe out all humans within a 500-kilometer radius of Redbone Town. Capture them alive if possible. If not, kill them on the spot and bring their bodies back. And the authenticity of the corpse's identity will be confirmed by this human. Adros was escorted to the side of the Redbone General by a general-level warrior. He cowered and looked down at the various bone devourers below with their hostile, covetous, greedy, and bloodthirsty gazes, and couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. I reiterate once again, human corpses must never be eaten without verification of their identity. The treasures in the Chinkoan bag must also be handed over. They can only be given to you after they have passed inspection. Anyone who dares to disobey my orders will be punished with a bone-eating torture. Upon hearing the words bone-eating punishment, the eyes of tens of thousands of people below trembled. I will obey the mayor's orders. Tens of thousands of people responded with shouts. Set off. The Redbone General waved his hand. Tens of thousands of people quickly split into dozens of streams, heading in different directions to rapidly enter the wilderness and search for traces of humans. I no longer have the possibility of breaking through to the advanced martial general level, but if I can obtain that special cultivation technique and plunder more resources for me, perhaps I can step into the martial grandmaster level and turn my Redbone Town into a Redbone Town, or even a Redbone metropolis. What my ancestors couldn't do, I'm about to be able to do. The Redbone warrior was filled with excitement, as if he could already see the vast Redbone Town behind him transforming into a bustling city. On the other side, have they joined the main force? I originally thought we would have to wipe out this entire bone-eating clan to make them take us seriously and send more troops, but I didn't expect them to send a large force, a force of 10,000. After learning of the news that Redbone Town had sent troops to attack through his clone who was monitoring the town's movements, Chen Xuanfeng's eyes lit up. For an ordinary person, this news would be terrifying. After all, it was tens of thousands of bone eaters. With such a configuration, even if there were generals among the human race, they would probably be so frightened that they would run as far away as possible. However, in Chen Xuanfeng's eyes, these tens of thousands of people were basically no different from being given away. After a day and a night of development, his clone lineup has undergone a complete transformation compared to yesterday. Advanced Martial Master Level, 2. Intermediate Martial Arts Master Level, 33. Beginner Martial Master Level, 142. High-Level Martial Artist, 8291. Intermediate Martial Artist Level, 22988. Beginner Martial Artist Level, 710237. Below the Martial Artist Level, 1001980. In just one day, his clone's maximum strength jumped from the barely reached beginner level to the advanced level. It spans 2 minor realms. Although there are currently only 2 people at the advanced martial arts master level. But for Chen Xuanfeng, once this beginning is set, the subsequent development will be incredibly smooth. That's why I have this confidence. Because in just one day and one night, he used the spirit stones he had been harvesting to successfully raise his slaughter clone from level 10 to level 13. This means that there's a 30% chance that killing a bone eater will spawn 2 clones at the same time. With such efficiency, the rate at which clones were added naturally increased rapidly. Even though less than 100 members of the Bone-Devouring clan had died, Chen Xuanfeng's count of Bone-Devouring clan members had already reached nearly 130. The only thing to worry about is that their large force will come to conduct a carpet search. In this case, no matter how well I hide, they will find me. With my current strength as a high-level martial artist, I am no match for them, and I can't even manage to maneuver around them. During the harvesting of the bone-eating clan, Chen Xuanfeng did not forget to use the essence of his cultivation to enhance his strength. Because he successfully upgraded his slaughter cultivation to level 9 using the remaining spirit stones, increasing the drop rate to 90%, Chen Xuanfeng used a full 50,000 cultivation essences in just one night. 50,000 cultivation essences equal 50,000 hours, or the effect of 5.7 years of tireless, sleepless cultivation. If this were done by a martial artist with some cultivation aptitude, wouldn't they take off immediately? However, Chen Xuanfeng did indeed easily break through to the advanced martial artist level. He still needs to push his way to the beginner martial arts master level in one go. But the result is obvious. He failed to break through. Failure to advance means all efforts are wasted. The cultivation gained through cultivation essence will dissipate on the spot and be completely wasted. As a result, he is still a high-level martial artist. If any member of the bone-eating clan were to appear, and their clones were unable to protect them, they could instantly kill them. For safety reasons, we need to go somewhere else. Perfect timing. The 9 teams heading to the exchange point have shown me 3 basically safe routes. Since I'll have to go there sooner or later anyway, I might as well leave early and head to the exchange point before the main force of the Bone Eater clan completely surrounds this area. Numbers 2, 3, and 4, come here. Chen Xuanfeng gave an order. Through the infinite space, he easily summoned a giant eagle clone that was 3 meters tall to his face. This giant eagle is at the beginner level of martial arts master. It was much faster than the lion-headed eagle he had ridden before. He leaped onto it. Wah! The giant eagle spread its enormous wings, took off, and carried Chen Xuanfeng, flying rapidly southward at an unparalleled speed. But he himself is gone. The battle between the clone army and the bone-eating clan army has only just begun. Chapter 30. Purple Bone Town also involved. Heavenly Mystery Positioning Stone. Once the main force of the Bone Eater clan entered the search area, they quickly dispersed into small teams. These small teams consist of at least 10 people, led by a mid-level martial arts master. Larger groups consist of 20 to 30 people, led by advanced martial arts masters. The larger ones had 60 to 80 people, led by junior military officers. The largest group had over 100 members, led by mid-level military officers. One of the large groups hadn't advanced far when they encountered an army of transparent, ferocious beasts. In just one exchange, the 2 sides charged at each other without hesitation, immediately engaging in a deadly battle. Just as the captain said, a lot of invisible ferocious beasts have suddenly appeared out of thin air. So what if there are a lot of them? They're just a bunch of martial artists, while we're all martial masters. What's there to be afraid of? Let's slaughter them all. I saw it. Just like the rumors said, after being killed, an identical transparent ghost really does appear. I saw them too, but not just one, there were 2. They become enemies, so show no mercy and kill them all. Huh, what happened? Those people who turn invisible, how did they just disappear? The transparent beasts are starting to disappear in large numbers. They're afraid of us, so they're all running away. This confrontation did not last long. In the blink of an eye, the large number of transparent, ferocious beasts that had just appeared were either quickly killed by the bone-eating clan or vanished without a trace. The entire battle, from start to finish, lasted less than 10 minutes. Despite losing 5 members, the Bone Eater clan killed hundreds of ferocious beasts. This greatly boosted the morale of the Bone Eater's troops. They firmly believed that this trip was just for crushing humans and there was no danger at all. So they would be able to search for traces of humans to their heart's content and taste the legendary, incredibly delicious human flavor. Although the mayor had repeatedly ordered that the corpses be brought back, he had never said that they should be left whole. The Bone-Eating clan, having won a great victory, were overjoyed. On the other side, another Bone-Eater team was not so lucky. This team has more than 20 members. When they spotted the back of a human figure ahead, they rushed forward excitedly to surround the figure, only to discover that the person was transparent. Immediately following were a massive number of transparent, ferocious beasts that appeared out of nowhere, as well as a transparent army of Bone-Eating clan. A trap. This is a trap set by the humans. We've fallen for it. Don't worry about them. Most of them are just high-level martial artists. They're no match for us. Kill them all. Help me. Those invisible kin attacked me. Help me. Oh no. Someone died and was turned into an invisible ghost, and there are 2 of them. The number of them on the other side is increasing, and many of them are our own kind. We only have about 20 people, and we are no match for them at all. Signal. Quickly send a signal to the main force for help. Help me, I don't want to die here, help. The battle also ends in 10 minutes. However, this time, the outcome was that all the surviving members of the Bone Eater clan disappeared, and in their place were the figures of nearly 30 transparent ghosts. They seemed to be listening to something. Soon, their figures vanished into thin air from their original spots, and in just 3 seconds, they suddenly appeared on another battlefield. Without saying a word, they grabbed their weapons and charged forward. Redbone Town. Reporting to Lord Redbone, a total of 16 human traces have been discovered in the Crimson Sand Desert region. They have all been captured alive and are on their way back. Mayor, 6 human figures have been spotted at Tungji Ridge, but due to the obstruction of the transparent beast, only 3 have been captured so far and are on their way back. Reporting to the mayor, a human warrior has been discovered at Fusong Cliff. His features closely resemble your description. However, due to the sudden appearance of a large number of transparent ferocious beasts and transparent members of the same race, the team suffered a devastating blow and was wiped out. A new team has been dispatched. Lord Redbone. The Redbone general sat high above, listening to reports from his scouts below about the upcoming campaign. The news is a mix of good and bad. At present, the personnel losses in this expedition are considerable, but there's been no trace of the person behind it all. Despite the fact that the scouts' reports mention very similar human races, there have been at least 10 similar reports already. More than half of the final feedback was that the feedback was not satisfactory. Therefore, the Redbone warrior simply listened quietly, without giving any further instructions or interfering. He believed that with his massive search involving tens of thousands of people, finding that guy was only a matter of time. At this moment, report, Lord Purplebone has arrived. Purple Bones? Upon hearing the name, the Redbone warrior couldn't help but radiate his aura. Clearly, he and this guy didn't get along. Redbone, you've mobilized half the town's forces. What kind of underhanded scheme are you planning now? Before the Redbone warrior could speak, a mocking voice came from outside. Then a bone eater, also 3 meters tall but with a slender build and a purple glow emanating from his exoskeleton, walked in. Purple Bone, you trespassed into the territory of my Redbone town without my permission. Even if I were to call upon the army to kill you now, the city lord would not punish me. The Redbone warrior said coldly. Redbone, there's no need to utter such meaningless threats. The Purple Bone warrior was completely unconcerned. Instead, he smiled and said, I've heard that a group of transparent creatures have appeared in your wilderness area. They're controlled by humans. These transparent creatures can turn anything they kill into something transparent. I've never heard of such a thing before. However, the human race has always been good at creation. Didn't the great powers of the human race once create cultivation techniques from the innate abilities of all races and provide them to the younger generation of the human race for cultivation? This method is probably the effect of the cultivation technique the human has been practicing. You went to such lengths to mobilize such a large force. It must be for that cultivation technique that human has. Am I right? Boom! As soon as Zigu finished speaking, the Honggu general unleashed an unprecedentedly terrifying aura, causing the entire mansion to tremble and dust to fall in a flurry. Purple Bone, your Purple Bone town has seized many of my Redbone town's prime hunting grounds. If it weren't for the intervention of the Heavenly Bone City Lord, I would have definitely mobilized the entire town to attack your Purple Bone town. I'm warning you, if you dare to interfere in the affairs of my Redbone town again, even if the Lord of Heavenly Bone City intervenes, I will never forgive you. The Redbone warrior exudes a murderous aura. It's not hard to tell from his words that Red Bone Town and Purple Bone Town are neighbors, but also mortal enemies, and the enmity between them has been brewing for a long time. Now that the Red Bone warriors have finally encountered an opportunity to rise to power, how can they easily let others take it? Red Bone, your temper is still as volatile as ever. But don't get me wrong, the high-quality strongholds that you call the ones I stole have always belonged to my Purple Bone Town. They were taken away and occupied by your Red Bone Town for 500 years. I've taken them back. This is called returning something to its rightful owner. Ziga chuckled lightly. However, I'm not here to show off or cause you trouble, but to cooperate with you. Cooperation? Didn't you hear what I said? Anyone who lays their hands on it, I'll destroy them. The aura surrounding the Red Bone warrior continued to rise. With a flick of his wrist, a blood-red spear appeared in his hand. His body was radiating golden light. The Red Bone warrior had already activated his technique and was ready to strike at any moment. I guarantee you won't destroy me. You might even be happy to cooperate with me. Faced with this imminent threat of violence, Zigu remained remarkably calm, casually taking out something from her hand. Take a look at this. The Red Bone warrior, who was originally furious and ready to make a move, instantly lost all his momentum when he saw the palm-sized, spirit stone-like object in the Purple Bone warrior's hand, which was radiating a green light. This is a celestial positioning stone. The Red Bone warrior's tone was full of surprise and astonishment. Chapter 31, Chen Xuanfeng, is locked by the heavenly secrets and recognized on the public channel. Celestial Positioning Stone. As the name suggests, it is a treasure that uses celestial deductions to pinpoint the location of a target. Once locked, no matter where the other party is, even if they are thousands of miles away, their location will be tracked. Therefore, a Celestial Positioning Stone is not only worth over 1 million spirit stones, but it is also an extremely rare treasure that is hard to come by. I never expected that Zigu would have such a good thing in his possession. Can we cooperate now? Zigu asked with a smile. The Red Bone warrior fell silent. Although he has sent out tens of thousands of men to search for the mastermind behind the scenes, there has been no news so far. That little guy is cunning by nature, and he has all sorts of tricks up his sleeve. If his subordinates are careless, he might actually escape. Once the location of the other party can be directly locked using the Heavenly Mystery Positioning Stone, people can be sent to capture them immediately, which is convenient and fast. You have the Heavenly Mystery Locating Stone, and you know that person possesses a cultivation technique, so why don't you directly pinpoint his location? Why go through all this trouble to cooperate with me? The Red Bone warrior retorted. The fact that you asked such a question shows that you have only heard of the name of the Heavenly Mystery Positioning Stone, but have never used it, right? The Purple Bone general chuckled. If you want to use the Heavenly Mystery Positioning Stone, you must find an object or being that has seen that person, has a great connection with him, and has had a connection with the Heavenly Tao. Upon hearing this, the Red Bone warrior understood. The only person who has ever seen the person behind the scenes is Adros, isn't he? This person is now being used as an important tool to verify who is behind the scenes, so he is being closely guarded. It is impossible for the Purple Bone warrior to kidnap him, so he can only seek cooperation. Then what do you want? The Red Bone warrior asked directly. Like you, that person possesses a special technique that allows them to create transparent creatures. The Purple Bone warrior said, I don't ask for much. As long as I get the technique, I will make a copy. As for who can cultivate it first and who can cultivate it well, that depends on their own abilities. Good. The Red Bone warrior stopped wasting words and agreed on the spot. But there is one condition. Just in case, once the location is locked, only the people of Red Bone Town can capture that kid. There was already a rift between the two sides. If the location is locked, and the Purple Bone General secretly sends his men there, wouldn't the Red Bone General lose both his men and his money? All right, then your people will handle it. But let me make it clear first, don't mess it up, or your Red Bone Town will have to compensate me at a price of 1 million spirit stones. The Purple Bone warrior was equally unwilling to be outdone. And so, the two sides reached a temporary agreement. Soon, Adros was brought over. Before him arrived were the military generals and officers who remained in Red Bone Town. Grown-ups. Adros bowed with utmost humility. Take this stone. With a flick of his sleeve, the Purple Bone warrior sent the Heavenly Mystery Positioning Stone into Adros' hand. He then explained, hold the stone tight. Now begin to recall the scene of seeing the person behind the scenes, especially their face. Make sure it is clear. Adros did as instructed. His thoughts quickly jumped back to the scene when he saw Chen Xuanfeng from afar. Although several days had passed, he still remembered clearly what Chen Xuanfeng looked like. The instant Chen Xuanfeng's face became clear in his mind. On the other side, Chen Xuanfeng, who was sitting on the back of the giant eagle and idly flipping through various cultivation manuals among the spoils of war, suddenly raised his head and looked up at the sky. The sky was cloudless, and there was nothing unusual about it. He frowned. What's wrong? I suddenly feel inexplicably panicked. This feeling was very strong. It was so intense that Chen Xuanfeng felt a sense of foreboding. It felt like there was a pair of eyes in the sky, staring at me. Suddenly, Chen Xuanfeng clutched his chest, his pupils dilated, and his face contorted in pain. His heart is locked. What on earth happened? Chen Xuanfeng felt as if his heart was locked by something, and he clenched it tightly, causing a sharp pain that made his breathing slow down. Fortunately, this pain comes and goes quickly. In just a few seconds, Chen Xuanfeng had returned to normal, but cold sweat had involuntarily seeped from his forehead. He looked around carefully, but there was no sign of any enemy, or even any living creature, which suggested that someone was attacking him from a distance. No, this feeling can't be without reason. There must be a cause. Is this the work of the bone-eating clan? The only one Chen Xuanfeng could think of was the bone-eating clan. The teachers at school said that there are many strange treasures and methods in a land of 10,000 races, so many that textbooks cannot list them all. Humanity has only understood the tip of the iceberg of the land of 10,000 races so far. It shouldn't be an attack method, otherwise, with my strength as a mere high-level martial artist, I would have been dead long ago. It's hard to understand how it could cause me pain from a distance if it wasn't attacking me. If it's not an attack method, then what could it be? What was the purpose of making him feel pain like that? Chen Xuanfeng racked his brains, but couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. Go ask on the public channel. But when he opened the public channel, it was filled with almost all SOS messages, last words, and wailing because many of them had been caught up in the battle between the Bone Eater clan and the clone army, becoming trembling cannon fodder. Only a few martial arts masters and above were able to barely escape this calamity. Nevertheless, Chen Xuanfeng still raised his question. I encountered an emergency. I felt like there was a pair of eyes watching me from the sky, but I couldn't see anything. Suddenly, my heart felt like it was being squeezed, and it hurt a lot. Does anyone know what's going on? After Chen Xuanfeng finished sending the message, he kept a close eye on the information in the public channel. To his disappointment, most people were facing a survival crisis and trying to protect themselves, and no one had the time to answer his nonsensical question. Seeing that his message was being completely ignored, Chen Xuanfeng was unwilling to give up and sent several more messages in succession. Unsurprisingly, all of them disappeared without a trace, and no one even bothered to reply. It seems the public channel can't give me the answer I want. I'll have to go to the exchange point and ask. Maybe the person in charge of the exchange will know what's going on. Just then, the friend request suddenly flashed. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes lit up immediately. Could it be that someone knows what's going on with me? I clicked on it without hesitation. But a single sentence that came his way made Chen Xuanfeng's face fall instantly, and his brows furrowed on the spot. User ID 001-479-0249 has requested to add you as a friend. Reason for request. You are the one who controls the invisible creatures behind the scenes, aren't you? Chapter 32, The Only Way to Counter the Celestial Secret Positioning. I only said one sentence on the public channel. How did this guy recognize me? Chen Xuanfeng was puzzled. However, he was not particularly alarmed or surprised that his identity had been exposed. After all, the first person to see his true face is not only alive and well, but has also become an important weapon for the Bone-Eating clan to deal with him. As for whether others recognize him or know that he can control transparent beings, none of that matters to Chen Xuanfeng. He dares to fight even the Bone-Eating clan. So what is there to worry about with those mere humans? Number 001-479-0249 looks familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before, but I can't quite remember where. Forget it. Let's see what this guy is up to. Chen Xuanfeng clicked accept immediately. What makes you think that? Chen Xuanfeng did not directly admit it. The situation is urgent. I can give you a perfect answer to the question you posted on the public channel, but you have to do me a favor first. The other party replied immediately, their words filled with urgency. Coordinates, location. Arrange for your invisible creature to come to this location and help us resolve the Bone Eater clan's problem. Otherwise, if I die, your problem will be forgotten. This guy is so certain that I'm the one controlling the invisible creatures. Where does his confidence come from? The opponents moved completely baffled Chen Xuanfeng. Even though I didn't say anything, it seemed like the other person had seen through everything. Could it be that the other party added you as a friend in a group and sent the message to a group? Is it just a matter of blind luck? Never mind. My clone is over there anyway. If he finds out he tricked me, I'll just have my clone kill him. Immediately, Chen Xuanfeng swiftly issued an order, sending the transparent creatures near the coordinates to assist, and when his clones arrived at the coordinates, he teleported a large number of clones there. On the other end, deep in a dense forest, they're here. So many invisible ferocious beasts are here. That person really is the one controlling the invisible ferocious beasts. My God, Lim Meow Meow, how did you figure that out? That's amazing. Look, even the transparent bone eaters have appeared. Instructor Zhang is saved. Several human warriors stared in disbelief and exclaimed as they watched the transparent ferocious beasts that suddenly appear beside them, along with a large number of transparent bone-eating clan members that appeared in an instant. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Lin Meow Meow, standing to the side, let out a long sigh, a lingering fear in her eyes. Clearly, Her actions just now are not based on complete certainty, but rather on gambling. I'm betting that the person who spoke on the public channel is the mastermind, and I'm also betting that they'll step in to save me in order to find out the truth. As it turned out, she made the right bet. How could it be such a coincidence? When she was discovered by the bone-eating clan team, she couldn't control her expression for the first time in her life, and her face changed drastically. She was desperately trying to escape, but as the enemy drew closer and closer, and she felt utterly helpless, she was filled with despair and thought she was going to die. So, she wanted to leave something behind before she died. She decided to follow the example of other human warriors and post her last words in the public channel. Unexpectedly, she saw Chen Xuanfeng's message at a glance and deduced from his description that it was the effect of the heavenly mystery positioning stone. Lin Miao Miao was startled for a moment. The celestial positioning stone is an extremely rare item. Even his family couldn't possess it. Who would make such a big fuss and use the celestial positioning stone on a human? And who is using it? Almost instantly, the answer came to her mind. Only the Bone Eater clan could pull off such a feat, and who else could be the one being targeted by the Bone Eater clan besides the person who controls the transparent creatures? After figuring this out, Lin Miao Miao suddenly felt hopeful for survival and immediately sent a message to Chen Xuanfeng. And so this scene unfolded. Is this truly destiny? Watching the transparent creatures fight against the Bone-Eating clan, even Lin Miao Miao, who never believed in fate, couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Soon, the battle between the transparent creatures and the Bone Eaters has ended. The transparent creatures overwhelmingly crushed the Bone Eaters, and everyone witnessed the birth of the transparent Bone Eaters once again. However, this time, there were not just one, but two identical creatures, causing them to exclaim in surprise once more. But the transparent human who won the victory did not leave. Instead, he walked straight toward them. Who sent my owner the message just now? The invisible humans asked indifferently. Everyone looked at Lin Miao Miao. It's me. Lin Miao Miao walked up to the group and said, "Tell your master that there is a high probability that what happened to him just now was because he was locked onto by the heavenly mystery positioning stone. A celestial positioning stone. Holy crap." Upon hearing this term, Chen Xuanfeng's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but curse out loud. Although he knew very little about the land of 10,000 races and had never heard of the heavenly mystery positioning stone being able to position anything, he understood the meaning of the word. It was clearly those guys from the Bone-Eating clan. Seeing that they couldn't find them even with a large army, they simply resorted to using a location tracking artifact. No wonder I had heart pain. The other party has definitely located him successfully, and they might be on their way to arrest him right now. I managed to stay in the Bone-Eating clan this long by hiding behind the scenes. Once they find out my location, it's only a matter of time before they catch up with me. With my current strength, even if I can deploy all my clone armies around me, I simply can't stop them if they send out just one general-level warrior. Chen Xuanfeng's heart sank to the bottom. He had thought he could wage a protracted war against the Bone-Eater clan, continuously expanding his army of clones during the battle to gain an absolute advantage and crush them. However, the opponent's move to locate him completely caught him off guard. None of the solutions he could think of at the moment could handle the current situation. No, I can't handle it, but Lin Miao Miao might be able to. She might know how to unlock this location. Chen Xuanfeng had already learned from the description transmitted back by his clone that the other party was the stunningly beautiful school beauty who had been teleported to the land of 10,000 races with him. Now one is in trouble, and the other is about to be in trouble. Neither of them is much better. But given Lin Miao Miao's background in a prominent family, she might be able to offer him a useful solution. My owner asked you how to unlock the location. Transparent humans comunicata. The transaction is over. I have given your master the information he wants. If you want to know anything else, you must first agree to one condition. Have your master send people to protect us. I am alive because I am useful to him. Lin Miao Miao truly lives up to her reputation as a daughter of a prominent family. While making her request, she didn't forget to emphasize her own usefulness. She knew that only in this way would the other party be willing to agree. As expected, my master has agreed to your conditions. From now on, we will be fully responsible for the safety of you all. Upon hearing this, the other human warriors were overjoyed and excited. Even Instructor Zhang was taken aback. At the same time, all the gloom on his face vanished, and he let out a long breath, feeling much more relaxed. They may not believe what others say, but when the manipulator of the transparent creature says this, it represents absolute authority. Can you tell me now? The invisible humans urged. Location cannot be removed. As soon as Lin Miao Miao said this, the human warriors who were celebrating and embracing froze. They looked at her in fear. No way, big sister. What kind of operation is this? Once the heavenly mystery positioning stone is locked, unless you reach the martial grandmaster level and comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, so that you can change the heavenly mystery through the laws of heaven and earth to unlock it, or you have a martial grandmaster help you change the heavenly mystery to achieve the same effect. Lin Miao Miao said calmly. Otherwise, there is no solution. My master is asking you if you're courting death. The invisible human said indifferently. Clearly, Chen Xuanfeng, on the other end, immediately lost his temper upon hearing Lin Miao Miao's answer. Although the heavenly secret location cannot be cancelled, it can be temporarily avoided through disguise. Lin Miao Miao continued. The heavenly secret positioning is not omnipotent and has a small flaw. Its positioning is not accurate enough, with an error of nearly 1 kilometer. In other words, as long as your master can disguise himself as another race and blend into the other races of creatures, he can temporarily evade detection. I told you, I am useful to your master because I have cultivated a disguise technique that can not only disguise myself, but also help others disguise themselves. After I help him disguise himself, he only needs to enter the heavenly bone town and blend into the bone-eating clan. Naturally, no one will be able to find him. Here's another piece of information for free. There's an ironclad rule in the heavenly bone town that forbids fighting among themselves. Violators will be punished with the bone-eating punishment, so there's no need to worry about the other party acting recklessly in the heavenly bone town. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanfeng's teammate was a bit confused, while Chen Xuanfeng's teammate was not yet able to react. How could they not know that Lin Miao Miao also had the ability to help people disguise themselves? If Lin Miao Miao was good at pretending, why didn't she do it sooner? The invisible man remained silent for a moment. He then asked again, My master asks you, since you and your teammates can all disguise yourselves, why are you still being hunted down by the Bone Eater clan? Chen Xuanfeng also realized this. Lin Miao Miao did not answer immediately this time, but hesitated for a while. Because there's a price to pay, and I can't afford that price, Lin Miao Miao said. What price? To disguise oneself as another race, one needs to make a complete change to one's aura, bones, flesh, senses, and organs. During this process, one cannot wear clothes. Chapter 33 Lin Miao Miao was shocked. The one controlling the transparent creature was actually a student? As soon as Lin Miao Miao said this, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. Even Chen Xuanfeng on the other side, after a brief moment of bewilderment, helplessly rubbed his forehead. No wonder Lin Miao Miao said she had value. She was waiting for him to find out. But to be fair, the solution she provided was indeed the most practical and useful at the moment. The only downside is that he has to be completely exposed in front of Lin Miao Miao, which is somewhat embarrassing. We can't worry about that now. The Bone-Eating clan could catch up at any moment. I need to infiltrate Heavenly Bone Town before they arrive. Chen Xuanfeng quickly calmed down. After thinking it over, he could only accept losing face, which was better than losing his life. He opened the map information and, based on the current coordinates of both parties and the distance to Tianggu Town, selected the most suitable location. Tell her I agree. You're responsible for taking her to this coordinate. We'll meet at this coordinate in 2 hours. After giving the order, Chen Xuanfeng decisively guided the giant eagle beneath him to turn and head towards the coordinates. Redbone Town. Locked up. As the celestial locating stone in Adrosa's hand shone brightly and moved slightly southward, everyone present knew that they had successfully located the person behind the scenes. Yin Cho, you are in charge of this capture mission. Take this heavenly mystery locating stone with you. Follow the guidance. Find the person behind this and bring him back alive. The Red Bone General immediately gave instructions to a commander below. A burly man clad in animal bone armor and wielding a large axe stepped out, his aura revealing him to be a mid-level martial general. Sending a mid-level martial general to capture a beginner martial artist is like sending someone who is only at the mid-level martial artist level. The difference between the two is more than 2 major realms. This shows how much the Red Bone General valued this capture. He was unwilling to make even the slightest mistake. If he weren't worried that his departure would give people from other towns an opportunity to take advantage of the situation, he would have loved to go there himself. Yin Cho obeys. Yun Cho Wu took the heavenly mystery positioning stone, felt the direction it moved in his hand, left the mansion directly, leaped onto a giant wolf of high-level martial arts master rank, and quickly sped south. In an open space, Lin Miao Miao waited quietly by herself. According to the transparent humans, their master could not reveal his identity too much, so only Lin Miao Miao could go to the appointment alone. So she arrived early. What does the person behind this look like? This was the question that Lin Miao Miao was most curious about at that moment. Perhaps it was the overwhelming sense of awe and pressure that the army of transparent creatures repeatedly brought her. Or perhaps she was saved twice by transparent creatures. Like everyone else, Lin Miao Miao was also eager to know what kind of person was behind the scenes who could control such a huge number of people and wield such terrifying methods. At this moment, a faint cry came from the sky. Lin Miao Miao quickly looked up and saw a dark shadow on the horizon gradually approaching, rapidly enlarging in front of her, from a completely blurry image to a clear outline. She stared intently. The look of surprise on his face grew stronger. When Lin Miao Miao finally saw Chen Xuanfeng's handsome yet youthful face and saw that he was wearing a blue and white school uniform, she was stunned. He's a student? A storm raged within Lin Miao Miao's heart. In her imagination, Chen Xuanfeng would be a middle-aged man or someone relatively old, and she even imagined that he might be a woman. However, the reality is that he is the same age as her. He was actually the manipulator behind the transparent creatures who, according to all the humans, single-handedly fought against the entire bone-eating clan. Such a huge contrast really shocked Lin Miao Miao. She stared blankly as the giant eagle slid down rapidly and approached. Finally, it flapped its wings and landed in front of her, kicking up quite a bit of dust. Lin Miao Miao, right? She is indeed beautiful. Let's begin. He had no time to waste. Every second was a matter of life and death for him. Lin Miao Miao looked surprised. Then I realized what was happening. You know me? Lin Miao Miao was surprised. She had not revealed her name, and the other party had not asked her about it all. I saw him before the teleportation. Chen Xuanfeng said, "Hurry up, how long will it take?" As Chen Xuanfeng spoke, he removed his shirt and pants, revealing his strong physique. Only then did Lin Miao Miao realize that her opponent had already reached the advanced martial artist level. She was terrified. As far as she knew, she was already the most talented and promising student of that year, and there were very few who could rival her. Now that she had arrived in the land of 10,000 races, she had taken another step forward on the brink of life and death, reaching the intermediate level of martial artist. As a result, someone who was completely unknown surpassed her and directly jumped to the advanced martial artist level. But then I thought about it again. The other party also possesses methods for controlling transparent creatures that even she cannot comprehend, so it's understandable that their strength is improving faster. It will take about 20 minutes, Lin Miao Miao reminded her. You need to completely relax, trust me completely, and not resist, otherwise you may get hurt. Okay, let's go then. Without wasting any words, Chen Xuanfeng opened his arms wide. Lin Miao Miao took a deep breath, raised her hands, and a faint red light appeared on her palms as she stepped forward. When her delicate, white hands touched Chen Xuanfeng's skin, he felt a burning heat on his skin. The next moment, Lin Miao Miao's hand actually pierced through his flesh and touched his bones. Is this the art of disguise? Chen Xuanfeng had heard of it, but this was his first time seeing it, and experiencing it now was even more novel. Then, Lin Miao Miao's hands went into his flesh and blood, stretching his bones and reshaping his flesh and blood as if she were molding clay, from the torso to the limbs and finally to the facial features. As the person involved, Chen Xuanfeng could clearly see throughout the process that after Lin Miao Miao's disguise and transformation, his hands, feet, and body had become bones wrapped in flesh and blood, which was highly similar to the bone-eating clan creatures. 20 minutes passed. All right. When Lin Miao Miao pulled her hands away from Chen Xuanfeng's neck, she was covered in sweat, and strands of hair clung to her cheeks. Her flushed face revealed a breathtaking beauty. However, Chen Xuanfeng had no interest in appreciating it. He took out a mirror and quickly glanced at himself. They are exactly the same as the real bone-eating clan creatures. Whether you compare them in terms of appearance, touch, or even the sound they make, they are exactly the same. You can't find any difference. If I had to point out a difference, that is the words Chen Xuanfeng spoke were still in the Dragon Kingdom script. All right, I should go now. Having achieved his objective, Chen Xuanfeng must now head to Tiangu Town as soon as possible. It will take about 3 hours to get there from where he is now, etc. Lin Miao Miao called out to Chen Xuanfeng. There's something I need to warn you. My disguise technique is only at the beginner level. The disguise can only last for 7 days. After 7 days, you will return to normal. So I suggest you take me with you. Chen Xuanfeng was speechless. The stages of cultivation are divided into beginner, proficient, minor success, major success, and perfection. Lin Miao Miao had only recently learned it. However, it is understandable. Lin Miao Miao was only a mid-level martial artist, so being able to cultivate an additional disguise technique already showed that she had extremely high comprehension. Even so, Chen Xuanfeng, however, had no intention of bringing anyone with him. Sorry, I always act alone. Chen Xuanfeng coldly refused. If the disguise wears off in 7 days, I will come looking for you. After saying that, he patted the giant eagle's back and said, let's go. Since you're unwilling to take me along, let's have a virtual exchange. My value goes far beyond that. You'll need me. As Lin Miao Miao was still talking, the giant eagle flapped its wings and soared into the sky, eventually turning into a small black and disappearing from her sight. This forced her to keep quiet. A rude man. Lin Miao Miao frowned her beautiful brows. Although she didn't want to rely on her looks, she had at least received countless praises and admirers for her beauty, and almost all the boys had a bit of a crush on her. However, when it came to Chen Xuanfeng, she not only didn't receive any preferential treatment, but he even left without listening to her finish her sentence. Perhaps it's because they're being hunted down. Lin Miao Miao came up with a reason to comfort herself. We'll see each other again in 7 days." About an hour and a half passed after the two parted ways. A giant wolf carrying the General Yun Cho appeared in this place. There is a fluctuation of energy. There are traces of human footprints. But why is the direction indicated by the heavenly mystery positioning stone leading to the heavenly bone town? General Yun Cho was puzzled. The heavenly bone town is much larger and more prosperous than their red bone town, and even has a terrifying number of powerful individuals. Under these circumstances, the human race would definitely avoid the heavenly bone city like the plague, but this guy just keeps getting closer to it. Is he looking for death? We can't worry too much. Since the heavenly mystery locating stone points there, we must intercept him before the people of heavenly bone town discover him. General Yun Cho decisively continued the pursuit. Chapter 34, Infiltrating Tiangu Town. The exchange outpost has been found. The town of Tiangu is governed by the Tiangu Grandmaster. The realms of Martial Grandmaster, Master, and General are different and are divided into 4 stages: initial, middle, upper, and ultimate. Grandmaster Tiangu is a top-tier Grandmaster. He has more than 10 high-level Grandmasters under his command, countless mid-level and low-level Grandmasters, and a multitude of generals. Even the city's guards are all at the division level. My disguise can deceive on the surface, but if people get too close, my aura and presence will easily give me away. So when I went to Tiangu Town, I had to blend into the slums as soon as possible. There are many people there, their cultivation levels are low, and it's very chaotic. If the other side wants to find you, they'll have to alert the execution squad. On the back of the giant eagle, Chen Xuanfeng kept receiving private messages from Lin Miao. As Lin Miao said, she has many uses. Not only could he provide Chen Xuanfeng with all the information about the Heavenly Bone City, but he could even know some details about where they were hiding. This left Chen Xuanfeng in awe. People from large families are definitely different. The amount of intelligence and the comprehensiveness of information they possess far surpasses that of a poor student like him. Not only that, Lin Miao's mind was also much sharper than his. She could synthesize all useful information at any time and provide the most practical, appropriate, and suitable solution. Chen Xuanfeng nodded repeatedly as he listened. It seems that making a deal with her might not be such a bad thing after all. Arrive. At this moment, Chen Xuanfeng could already see a dark shadow gradually emerging on the horizon. That dark figure was the one Lin Miao had mentioned to him before. The walls of the Heavenly Bone City were hundreds of meters high, built by the Bone-Eating clan to defend against invasions from other races or cities. The distance is closing rapidly. The entire city wall gradually came into view. Majestic, magnificent, solemn. As far as the eye can see, the city wall seems to stretch endlessly from left to right, connecting both ends of the world. This can be called a small town. How big would a more advanced city, a royal city, or even an imperial city be? Chen Xuanfeng was deeply moved. The small town is governed by a martial arts master. The great city was ruled by a military commander. The royal city is ruled by a king of martial rank. What he saw was merely a small town. It is one of the countless small towns under the jurisdiction of the Bone-Eating clan, which ranks low on the golden ranking of all races. At this moment, Chen Xuanfeng finally felt the true terror and ferocity of a land of 10,000 races. No wonder that all the human race's strongmen came out, but in the end, they could only choose to abandon their home planet, Blue Star. A moment later, Chen Xuanfeng got out of bed. Since the giant eagle was a transparent creature, he had no choice but to travel on foot to avoid causing trouble. It took him a full half hour to get to the foot of the city wall. Everywhere you look, there are patrolling high-level martial arts master guards. At the same time, a large number of Bone-Eating clan members from all directions were queuing to enter the city. Their numbers were so great that the city walls had to open 3 gates at the same time to accommodate them. He also noticed that all members of the Bone-Eating clan who entered the city had to throw 100 spirit stones into a box as an entrance fee. It's a bit pricey, but for Chen Xuanfeng, anything that can be solved with money is no big deal. And so, Chen Xuanfeng handed over the spirit stones without any trouble, passed through the city gate, and entered. Shortly after Chen Xuanfeng entered the city gate, less than 20 minutes later, General Yun Cho appeared at the city gate riding a giant wolf. He sneaked into the city. He must have practiced a disguise technique and disguised himself as one of my Bone-Eating clan members. General Yun Cho felt the heavenly mystery positioning stone in his hand still trembling towards the city gate, and he understood what was going on. But he didn't make a fuss about it. Instead, they quietly dismounted from the giant wolf's back, paid the 100 yuan entrance fee, and calmly entered the city. General Yun Cho was very clear about this. If he were to shout now, he could immediately attract many powerful figures from Tiangu town and capture Chen Xuanfeng without lifting a finger. But we've caught the person, so what's the benefit? He captured Chen Xuanfeng because he believed that if other powerful figures knew about the special cultivation technique Chen possessed, they would let such a valuable item go. For the sake of the special cultivation technique, and for the sake of Redbone Town, he had to capture the other party himself and obtain the special cultivation technique from him. During this period, he could not attract too much attention under any circumstances. Otherwise, if he let out even the slightest hint, he might be intercepted. However, following the guidance of the Heavenly Mystery Positioning Stone, General Yun Shou traveled through many twists and turns before arriving at a bustling, noisy place filled with a cluster of simple buildings. The slums of Tiangu Town. This place is teeming with bone-eating clan members. Martial artists and martial masters are as numerous as insects, scattered everywhere. And this is only one layer above ground. There are several more layers underground, all of which are full. The Celestial Positioning Stone is no longer moving. He is in this area, but within a 2-mile margin of error, there are at least tens of thousands of people covered. It would take me a lot of effort to find him by myself. We need to ask the town mayor for help and have him send people over to search together. After careful consideration, General Yun Shou made a decision. Immediately, he flipped his hand and took out a sound transmission stone. After the spiritual energy was input, the communication stone lit up, and Yun Shou recorded the entire process of his tracking. Lord Redbone, he has infiltrated the slums. There are many people here, and it will be difficult for me to find anything in a short time if I search alone. Moreover, it will easily alert some people with ulterior motives. I need you to send a group of martial arts masters to search. I hope you will grant my request. After saying that, Yun Shou crushed the communication stone, and a yellow light immediately shot into the sky, heading straight for the horizon. After doing all this, General Yun Shou did not rest. He put on a long robe and a hood to cover himself up, and then searched through the crowd one by one. On the other side, although Chen Xuanfeng did not understand the language of the bone-eating clan, the 1,000 spirit stones he casually tossed out were enough for him to stay in a decent room. And that was shortly after he entered the room. Huge good news came from the clone's side. Exchange point found. Chapter 35, even a martial god of no return can't see through the clone. Unlock a new feature. Double cultivation power. Perhaps because Chen Xuanfeng himself encountered a lot of trouble and attracted a lot of firepower, his clones did not encounter any major problems on their way to the exchange point and arrived at their destination very smoothly. Based on the coordinate information transmitted back by the clone, the exchange point was located in a desolate place only 50 kilometers west of Tiangu Town. The area around that place was completely barren. There were no trees, flowers, wild animals, or anything else. There was only a small, thatched hut. That's why the clone was certain that it was the exchange point Chen Xuanfeng was looking for. A human exchange outpost dares to be so close to the Bone Eater clan's small town, only 50 kilometers away, and without any disguise whatsoever. Aren't you afraid of being killed outright? Chen Xuanfeng was filled with doubt. However, this is not a problem he needs to consider right now. The most urgent task is to confirm whether the clone can enter the exchange point and trade with the people inside. After all, clones are not considered normal living beings. Anyone who sees this will be wary. The clone might be destroyed the moment it gets close. Let's go inside and try it. Chen Xuanfeng gave the instructions. If he couldn't go in person, he would have to go himself. But soon, his clone sent back a message that surprised him. The clone had gone inside and even met a middle-aged man in a white robe who asked him whether he wanted to exchange or buy. My clone can actually make trades in my place. Wouldn't I be able to exchange items freely without ever having to show my face? I could just leave a clone there. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes lit up. The clone is left there so that in the future, as long as there is another ferocious beast corpse, it can be exchanged on the spot. It is simple and quick and can also save a lot of space. It is perfect. Exchange all the ferocious beast corpses in the space and see how many battle merits you can get. Chen Xuanfeng decisively issued the order. At the exchange point, items must first be exchanged for battle merits, and then the battle merits can be used to make purchases. Lin Miao Miao also mentioned that 1 point of battle merit is equal to 100 spirit stones, which is the official exchange rate on the border battlefield. Then, all the high-level martial arts, master-level, ferocious beast corpses piled up and the infinite space disappeared. This was because Chen Xuanfeng deliberately left only the most valuable ferocious beast corpses in order to save space. Master, the other party is asking if you would like to exchange this batch of ferocious beast corpses for 115 battle merits. The clone reported back. 115 battle merits. That's 11,500 spirit stones. The 19 corpses of ferocious beasts at the high-level martial arts master level, each worth an average of over 500 spirit stones, matches what Lin Miao Miao said. Exchange it. Chen Xuanfeng readily agreed. As for those spiritual weapons, pills, and rare treasures, I've picked out the ones I don't want and exchanged them all to see how many battle merits I can get. Don't be fooled by the ferocity of a high-level martial arts master-level beast. Even a human of high-level martial arts master level is no match for it. But after it dies, it can only be exchanged for a little over 500 spirit stones. Moreover, now that Earth is facing a great calamity, The exchange points did not take advantage of the situation and are still willing to buy at the previous market price, which shows that the human race's leadership is sincere enough and truly wants most people to survive. Master, the other party informed us that all these items can be exchanged for 1491 battle merits, the clone replied. 1491, which is nearly 150,000 spirit stones. These treasures are indeed the most valuable. Chen Xuanfeng couldn't help but sigh. I agree. Let's exchange them all. Then tell him to exchange all the battle merits for spirit stones without keeping a single one. Just moments later, the 160,000 plus spirit stones were all credited to the account and piled up in the infinite space. Great! Now the exchange channel is completely established. Chen Xuanfeng was greatly encouraged. The establishment of the exchange channel means that in the future, all the corpses of the ferocious beasts killed can be exchanged immediately, and no one will be wasted. This income alone will certainly not be low. Not to mention that all the spoils he would plunder from other humans and the bone-eating clan in the future would have a place to go, and he would no longer have to let a bunch of useless treasures that he couldn't bear to throw away take up infinite space. Not only that, he heard from Lin Miao Miao that the exchange point could not only exchange for spirit stones, but also for any cultivation technique, spirit weapon, spirit armor, pills, rare and precious materials, as long as there were enough battle merit points. Master, the other party is asking for your name. While Chen Xuanfeng was still immersed in joy, his clone suddenly sent a message. You want to ask my name? It seems the staff at the exchange point are still suspicious of the clone. After all, the existence of the clone is too mysterious. Everyone who sees it wants to know more about Adros. Aren't all the bone eaters in Redbone Town extremely coveting the clone? Tell him that before asking someone else's name, you have to give your own name first. Chen Xuanfeng said bluntly. Of course, he couldn't reveal his identity. The other party's question was completely unnecessary. He said his title was Infernal Affairs. Wu Jin? What kind of weird name is that? When Chen Xuanfeng realized what was happening, his eyes widened in shock. Nogops. This name is probably known to everyone in the entire human race, because it points to a top human expert and one of the few martial gods, the infinite martial god. Above the martial ancestor, martial marquis, martial king, and martial emperor, there is the martial god level. Such a person could blot out the sun and moon and shift the stars with a flick of their wrist. They were absolutely super powerful beings. It is said that the martial god of the infinite realm cultivates an extremely rare and top-tier spatial attribute technique. More than 10 alien martial gods have fallen at his hands, and he is hailed as one of the 3 top human powerhouses, which shows how ferocious he is. In the public channel, some people have speculated that the one who teleported billions of martial artists to the land of myriad races was very likely the martial god of no return. No wonder this exchange point dares to be located 50 kilometers away from Tiangu town. The person in charge of the exchange must be one of the incarnations of the Wu Jin martial god. The true form of the god of martial arts could not possibly be here. The only thing that could be here is an avatar. But even if it is just an avatar, it is still something that Tiangu Shao Chung, Heavenly Bone Small City, cannot afford to provoke. It is already good enough that they did not directly destroy Tiangu Shao Chung. Tell him that my name is Chen Xuanfeng. Chen Xuanfeng could no longer hide the truth from a super powerful being who had made enormous contributions to the human race. The other party said that he remembered your name and that your ability to create clones is superior to his. Even he cannot see through it. He looks forward to your future achievements. The clone transmitted the message. This surprised Chen Xuanfeng. Even a martial god-level expert can't see through it? It seems that the power of this clone is beyond my imagination. Being personally certified and praised by a martial god-level expert made Chen Xuanfeng somewhat excited. The other party also said that since it is your clone, it will not change its location again. You can leave the clone there and continue to exchange battle merits. This, Chen Xuanfeng was at a loss for words. A super powerful figure whose name he had only heard of, but whom he had never met, actually extended a benevolent gesture to a nobody like him. This made him feel somewhat flattered. Okay, please thank him for me. All Chen Xuanfeng could do at the moment was to say thank you. Then, he turned his attention back to the pile of spirit stones in the infinite space. My clone has martial god level certification, so there's no problem for now. The biggest problem left is my original self. Perfect timing. I'll take advantage of this 160,000 spirit stones to properly upgrade my slaughter cultivation. System, upgrade all slaughter cultivation. Currently, the killing clone skill has been upgraded to level 13. To level up to level 14, you need a whopping 410,000 spirit stones, which is definitely not enough. However, the slaughter cultivation is only at level 9. It only requires 51,000 spirit stones to upgrade to level 10, which is enough to upgrade 2 levels in one go. Ding! Consumed 51,200 spirit stones. Slaughter cultivation has increased to level 10. Ding! Consumed 102,400 spirit stones. Slaughter cultivation has increased to level 11. Congratulations, host. Your slaughter cultivation has reached level 10, and you can unlock the additional feature, double cultivation. Double cultivation power. Using one cultivation essence will grant you 2 hours of arduous cultivation effect. Chapter 36 Double Cultivation Power Boost. Breakthrough to Elementary Martial Master Level. A minor feature? The system's final message left Chen Xuanfeng completely bewildered. New features can unlock new skills. He always thought that the slaughter cultivation was different from the slaughter clone, and was just an auxiliary function, so he had no expectations for it all. After all, a new feature is unlocked when you reach level 5 of the killing clone ability. However, there was no reaction when the slaughter cultivation reached level 5. Unexpectedly, there was no reaction at level 5, but there was a significant reaction at level 10. This unlocked feature actually doubled the effect of one cultivation essence, equaling 1 hour to 2 hours. Double the cultivation level. This results in a 2x speed of promotion. Chen Xuanfeng's probability of breaking through to a higher realm in the future will be twice as high as it is now. It seems that the slaughter cultivation feature is unlocked once every 10 levels. It's much more difficult than killing clone, but on the other hand, the benefits are considerable. At its current level 11, with a 10% chance of dropping 2, killing a single creature can give me a full 4 hours of cultivation. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes flashed with a sharp light. If it increases to 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, or even higher in the future, my realm might be able to surpass my clones and become much stronger than them. By then, his true form no longer needs to hide every day, worrying about his safety. However, a higher cultivation level doesn't necessarily mean better. Chen Xuanfeng seemed to have thought of something. He immediately opened his current character attribute panel. Host, Chen Xuanfeng. Realm, high-level martial artist. Normal strength level, high-level martial artist. Standard defense level, high-level martial artist. Standard movement technique level, high-level martial artist. Unlocked features, killing clone, level 13. Killing cultivation, level 11. Number of clones already possessed. Advanced martial master level, 21. Intermediate martial arts master level, 172. Beginner martial master level, 483. High-level martial artist, 14506. Intermediate martial artist level, 58896. Beginner martial artist level, 158273. Below the martial artist level, 1,828,472. Amount of cultivation essence possessed, 47129. As expected, the amount of cultivation essence is only 47,000 so far, and the increase is exactly as I guessed. After my cultivation level improved, I could no longer obtain cultivation essence by killing any living beings that were 2 minor realms below me. I could only obtain it normally by killing any living beings that were 1 minor realm above me. Chen Xuanfeng is currently at the advanced martial artist level. He can only obtain cultivation essence by killing those who are at least at the intermediate level of martial arts. Otherwise, no matter how many clones kill, they can only increase the number of clones and cannot produce cultivation essence. He had been puzzled before. At the beginning, his slaughter cultivation was only level 1, and his cultivation essence increased very rapidly. However, as the level of slaughter cultivation increased, the drop rate should have been higher, but the increase was far less than before. After observing for a period of time, he understood. The loss of cultivation essence is closely related to his true body's realm. Now that his true body's realm has increased, the production of cultivation essence has naturally decreased. To put it bluntly, this implicit rule exists to prevent Chen Xuanfeng from exploiting bugs. Otherwise, with the current size of his army, he could easily harvest millions of cultivation essences. With such an exaggerated quantity, even if Chen Xuanfeng were a pig, he could reach the martial grandmaster level directly. A smaller increase is fine, but I still need to improve my cultivation level. Otherwise, what's the point of earning so much cultivation essence if I don't use it to improve my cultivation level? 47,000, now doubled. That's a full 94,000 hours, enough for me to break through to the martial master level. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes flashed. Immediately, he extracted all his cultivation essence and placed it into the infinite space. They then began to crush and use it in large quantities. You have used 3,821 cultivation essences. You have used 5,067 cultivation essences. You have used 4,813 cultivation essences. A series of notification sounds rang out. Then, streams of warmth suddenly appeared in his body, pouring into his limbs and bones with unstoppable force, washing over his meridians and causing earth-shattering changes to every part of his body. Finally, under the frenzied infusion of cultivation power equivalent to 94,000 hours, Chen Xuanfeng's body began to crackle and pop continuously. His physique grew taller without him even noticing. Skin becomes more flawless and radiant. As the muscles and bones solidify, they become harder than steel. Boom! A fierce and powerful aura suddenly emanated from his body. It shook everything in the room violently. Chen Xuanfeng slowly opened his eyes. A glint of gold flashed in his eyes. The martial master level is truly extraordinary. He raised his hand, clenched his fist, and felt the surging power within it. He couldn't help but sigh. However, my cultivation is still growing and gradually approaching the intermediate martial master level. I wonder if I'll have another chance to break through to the intermediate martial master level. 94,000 hours. This is equivalent to the effect of an ordinary martial artist's 10 years of relentless, day and night training. It's not simply a matter of a single breakthrough, and it's over. It can continue to rise. They're here. Chen Xuanfeng felt a breakthrough once again. As his aura surged wildly, reaching an unprecedented level, the cleansing of the invisible shackles within his body also reached its peak. However, very soon, all that imposing aura dissipated. Those invisible shackles within the body still exist and cannot be broken through. It failed. My talent for cultivation is truly amazing. Chen Xuanfeng shook his head. Judging from his current situation, under normal cultivation conditions, the initial level of martial arts master is the limit of the realm he can reach in this lifetime. But he was not discouraged. Anyway, there's the essence of cultivation within. If once isn't enough, try twice. If twice isn't enough, try 3 times. No matter how difficult the breakthrough is, it all has to give way to the massive amount of cultivation essence. Chapter 37 introduces a new feature, slaughter training. The next day, the Bone Eater clan reinforcements from Redbone Town have arrived. There are only 300 high-level martial arts masters. This is to avoid alerting the enemy. If there are too many people, it is very easy to attract attention. Of these 300 advanced martial arts masters, half of them came from Ziga Town. According to the Ziga general, they also had to contribute their share, which would also help to distract Tiangu Town. They all dispersed, slowly blending into the small city of Tiangu. After passing through the city gate, they headed straight for the slums, where they began to approach and carefully identify those in disguise among the dense crowd. But Chen Xuanfeng lived in an expensive house, so even if they wanted to search for him, they wouldn't be qualified. So a whole day has passed. They gained nothing. On the contrary, Chen Xuanfeng reaped considerable benefits. There are 50 more high-level martial arts master clones today. Don't be fooled by the fact that the probability of creating 2 clones has increased to 30%. The efficiency of harvesting clones should be even more explosive. But in reality, it's still too difficult to deal with a high-level martial arts master. The first is that the Bone Eater army's guard has increased significantly. Since they know that the transparent creatures will always appear out of thin air with a large number of reinforcements, they will naturally form a large enough team to deal with them. As a result, harvesting was hindered and efficiency was greatly reduced. The second is wear and tear. While killing enemies, you will also lose many clones. Even high-level martial arts master clones are prone to problems when surrounded by multiple clones of the same level. Moreover, the Bone-Eating Clan army has general-level soldiers. If you encounter them and don't have time to teleport away, you'll be instantly killed. The cycle of addition and loss continues. As a result, the number of advanced martial arts masters only increased by about 50 throughout the entire day. However, Chen Xuanfeng was already quite satisfied with this. The spoils from the high-level martial arts masters alone amounted to nearly 500,000. The combined loot from everyone else amounts to nearly 800,000 spirit stones. Earnings of 800,000 spirit stones per day. Even in a land of 10,000 races, this is a considerable sum. If it were on Earth, it would probably take the combined profits of an entire large family to rival Chen Xuanfeng's. With such returns, what more could Chen Xuanfeng possibly want? System, continue upgrading my killing clone. Ding. Consumed 409,600 spirit stones. Slaughter clone has leveled up to level 14. I'm at level 14. The probability of creating 2 clones is 40%. At this rate, it shouldn't be a problem to add more than 70 high-level martial arts master clones tomorrow. In this way, it will no longer be a problem to have more than 100 high-level martial arts masters. Once you've reached 100, you can start thinking about harvesting the next level of beginner-level generals. Continue. Day 3. Chen Xuanfeng was in his room, enjoying a feast while watching the changes in the number of his clones on the panel and remotely commanding them. There was a sudden knock on the door. Chen Xuanfeng immediately stopped what he was doing and then looked warily at the door. Are you here to track me? Now that he's being hunted down, it's natural for him to have some doubts. Guest, may I change your water? The voice of a handyman could be heard outside the door. However, Chen Xuanfeng could clearly sense that there was more than one aura outside the door. In addition to the high-level martial artist-level handyman, there was another high-level martial master-level aura. If it were yesterday, he would only be a high-level martial artist and would definitely not have been able to sense it. But now that he has become a beginner martial artist, he can clearly perceive it. There is a high-level martial arts master outside the door. If they had located me and were coming to find me, they wouldn't have needed to knock. They could have just forced their way in. But they didn't do that, which means they didn't want to make too much of a commotion. Chen Xuanfeng roughly guessed what the other party's purpose was in doing this. The other party wanted to conduct searches one by one without drawing attention. I know what to do. Boom! Immediately, Chen Xuanfeng's eyes sharpened, and his aura radiated outwards. The entire house was shaken. Upon sensing the aura emanating from a martial master, the bone-eating clan members who were scouting outside immediately took 2 steps back. Martial master level? As mentioned above, that person was merely a martial artist. It shouldn't be him. Thinking of this, the investigator immediately signaled the handyman to knock on the next door. After realizing that the two had left, Chen Xuanfeng breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thankfully, I made a breakthrough last night. Otherwise, the situation today would be really difficult to resolve. After this inspection, I will be safe for at least the next 3 days. Chen Xuanfeng analyzed whether I can stay here or not depends on how well I develop in these 3 days. That night, Chen Xuanfeng took stock of the spoils once more. Advanced Martial Master Level, 145. Cultivation Essence, 9276. As expected, after reaching the beginner level of Martial Arts Master, the amount of Cultivation Essence lost drops precipitously. Fortunately, the number of Advanced Martial Arts Masters increased smoothly, with more than 70 more at once. Together with other clone armies, they were fully qualified to besiege a junior martial arts general. Number 2, continue to spread the intelligence network. If any low-level bone-eating clan warriors are found to be alone or with very few people around them, do not ask me for instructions. Directly mobilize all clones to eliminate them. Chen Xuanfeng gave the instructions in advance. Whether we can elevate our clone army to the level of generals depends on whether we can seize this opportunity. If unsuccessful, most of the high-level martial arts master clones will be lost, the clone army will be severely damaged, and all kinds of gains will be affected. But if successful, it would not only mean a surge in the strength of his clone army and a significant increase in profits, but more importantly, it would allow him to realize his idea of attacking Redbone Town. Redbone Town regards Chen Xuanfeng as a mobile special skill. Chen Xuanfeng also regarded Redbone Town as his biggest thorn in his side. Both sides want to eliminate the other as quickly as possible. It's a competition now, a contest to see who is faster, stronger, and can take down the opponent first. But it's clear that Redbone Town currently holds an absolute advantage. Number 3, have all the spoils been redeemed? What is the total amount of spirit stones now? Chen Xuanfeng asked. Master, all exchanges have been completed. The current total number of spirit stones is 2,076,000. Number 3 replied quickly. That's enough. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes flashed. System, upgrade my killing clone. Don't use up all the spirit stones this time. I'll only upgrade it by 1 level. The reason for only being promoted 1 level. The level 15 killing clone reward is about to be revealed. Perhaps it's a small feature similar to infinite space. It could also be an important function similar to slaughter cultivation. Regardless of the outcome, Chen Xuanfeng needs to prepare a sufficient amount of spirit stones to deal with it. Ding! Consumed 819,200 spirit stones. Slaughter clone has leveled up to level 15. Congratulations, host! Your slaughter clone has reached level 15, and your slaughter cultivation has reached level 10, meeting all the requirements. You can unlock the new feature, Slaughter Training. Slaughter Training, level 1. When you or your clone kills any living being, there is a 10% chance that training essence will drop. Practice Essence. After use, it can grant 1 hour of practice effect to any martial arts technique. Chapter 38. The creator of the technique demonstrates it himself? Amazing training results. Really, the lottery results have actually been drawn, and it's a super grand prize. Chen Xuanfeng was filled with excitement and stood up abruptly, wanting to shout. However, considering that he was still in danger, he could only hold back his breath and forcefully clench his fist to express his excitement. After suppressing my emotions, he sat down again and began to examine the newly unlocked feature, Slaughter Training. It turns out that to unlock the new feature, not only do you need to reach the required level for Slaughter Clone, but you also need to meet the required level for Slaughter Cultivation. But the effects of this Slaughter Training are exactly the same as those of Slaughter Cultivation. 1 realm, 1 cultivation technique. Now everything is in place. Chen Xuanfeng glanced at it, and the emotions he had finally managed to suppress surged up again. A martial artist's strength is essentially reflected in 3 aspects. 1 realm. 2 exercises. 3 treasures, such as spirit weapons, spirit armor, spirit boots, etc. If ranked by importance, realm is undoubtedly number 1, and cultivation method is number 2. However, if ranked by difficulty, treasures and realms can only be ranked lower, while cultivation techniques are undoubtedly number 1. For this reason, Under certain circumstances, the importance of cultivation techniques can surpass that of cultivation realm and firmly hold the top position among the three. Your clone has killed a living being. You have gained one training essence. The new feature was just unlocked, and I've already got my hands on the new essence. Chen Xuanfeng decisively took it out. Its appearance is basically the same as that of cultivation essence, except for the color. Cultivation essence is yellow. Holding the yellow essence of the training in my hand, it emitted a shimmering yellow light, as dazzling as a yellow crystal. Great, I'll try it out now and see how it works. No, according to the function's description, it can grant the training effects of any cultivation technique, but I don't have a single one on me. Chen Xuanfeng felt ashamed upon realizing this. A new problem has arisen. The powerful new features have been provided, and even the essence of cultivation techniques is already in his hands. Yet he himself is dull-witted and has not been able to master even one cultivation technique after so long. This put him in a difficult position. Among the spoils harvested in the infinite space, there were quite a few cultivation techniques. From the most common ordinary cultivation techniques to the beginner cultivation techniques that only martial artists are qualified to practice, and the intermediate cultivation techniques that are so valuable that even martial masters cannot all have one. There's even a superior cultivation technique that is extremely rare and was picked up from some unlucky person, which even martial generals would covet. In terms of a sheer number of martial arts techniques alone, Chen Xuanfeng could be considered an absolute tycoon. However, when it comes to the techniques he has mastered, Chen Xuanfeng is an absolute novice. He might even have more martial arts techniques than a quasi-martial artist. It's not that he hasn't tried practicing cultivation techniques. After studying for so many days, I've only managed to memorize the text and diagrams of 2 cultivation techniques. I haven't even scratched the surface. One of these 2 cultivation techniques is of the initial grade, and the other is of the intermediate grade. I have memorized all the contents, but the difficulty of cultivating them is too high. Just understanding the contents is difficult. Chen Xuanfeng flipped his hand and took out 2 yellowed and old cultivation manuals. One of them is Manhwa Quangdao, a beginner-level weapon-based martial arts technique. It was something he had obtained while slaughtering other human warriors. Because he found the long sword convenient, he decided to cultivate a weapon-based technique of the corresponding type. The other one is 9 Netherworld Reincarnation Technique, a mid-grade enhancement technique. This rare item, obtained from the Bone-Eating clan, can enhance movement speed, agility, reaction time, and mobility. According to the above, once one cultivates to the entry level, their movement will be as elusive as a ghost from the netherworld, so that others can only see a shadow and have no idea where they are. The reason for choosing this technique is to be able to escape more easily when encountering danger and to greatly improve one's ability to survive. Adhering to the principle of training the strong and not the weak, and never touching low-grade techniques when there are high-grade ones, Chen Xuanfeng only chooses techniques that can bring great benefits after successful cultivation. The result is self-evident. To this day, he still can't fully understand the content. Chen Xuanfeng was surprised. One day, I, as the host, actually ended up hindering the cheat program. Looks like I'll have to go back and choose a regular cultivation technique for now. Chen Xuanfeng was just about to put the 2 cultivation manuals back. However, he suddenly discovered that a portion of the yellow cultivation essence in his other hand had suddenly transformed into particles of light, moving closer to the nearest cultivation technique, Manhwa Quangdao. Could it be? Chen Xuanfeng seemed to realize something. He quickly focused the remaining essence of his training on the Manhwa Quangdao technique. As expected, the essence of the cultivation technique shattered the moment it came into contact with the manual, turning into countless yellow particles of light that scattered across the cover of Manhwa Quangdao. All those yellow light particles instantly merged into Manhwa Quangdao. The next moment, then something even more amazing happened. The entire Manhwa Quangdao manual, just like the essence of cultivation, suddenly shattered into a large number of golden light particles, which then connected towards Chen Xuanfeng's brow. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly echoed in Chen Xuanfeng's mind. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a desolate place. Chen Xuanfeng was shocked. A gloomy sky, a desolate land, endless graves, and tombstones scattered and leaning. But the most eye-catching figure was the middle-aged man in front of them, clad in black armor, holding a long sword, with a cold and stern face. I am the creator of Manhwa Quangdao. Manhwa refers to a fierce fire, and also to the extremely violent nature of the blade. Once it strikes, it never looks back. The mad blade, its essence lies in madness, referring to the speed of the blade. Speed and intensity are my lifelong beliefs and pursuits. I have incorporated them into this sword technique and created the Manhwa Quangdao. Next, I will demonstrate the swordsmanship for you. Watch carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man twirled his long sword in the air, making it spin several times before firmly grasping it and beginning to unleash his fierce and violent swordsmanship. Chen Xuanfeng was so engrossed in the story that he didn't even realize it. He clearly knew nothing about martial arts techniques. He had absolutely no skill in swordsmanship. I often daydream in martial arts class and don't really grasp the techniques the teacher teaches. However, he took note of the swordsmanship displayed by the middle-aged man. He felt every emotion, ruthlessness, power, madness, anger, hatred, and killing, expressed in the film as if he were watching not a swordplay demonstration, but a thrilling movie. I don't know how much time passed. The middle-aged man's swordsmanship had not yet stopped, but Chen Xuanfeng's vision blurred and the surrounding scene suddenly changed. When he opened his eyes, his consciousness returned, and at the same time, he felt a slight swelling in his head. You have gained 1 hour of training effect from Manhwa, Guangdao. That's how it works. Chen Xuanfeng was still somewhat dazed when his hand unconsciously made a grasping motion. This is the posture for attempting to grip the knife handle. Chen Xuanfeng was taken aback when he realized this. He then swiftly retrieved a long sword he had plundered from the infinite space. Its shape was exactly the same as Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade. The moment Chen Xuanfeng grasped the long sword, his entire demeanor changed drastically, and his eyes became incredibly sharp. At this moment, his figure completely overlapped with that of the middle-aged man who had just wielded the knife. With a casual wave, the blade swept across the wooden table, easily slicing off a smooth, flat corner. At this moment, Chen Xuanfeng finally understood. So that's how it is. The so-called effect of practicing the essence of the technique doesn't refer to my daily hour of solitary study and hard practice, but rather to spending an hour personally observing and experiencing the effects of the technique's creator's demonstration. Chapter 39, Countless Cultivation Techniques Combined Equals Unlimited Cross-Level Combat Power. To put more simply, one way is to bury yourself in hard work, slowly comprehend and ponder the cultivation methods in classic texts, and become self-taught. The other method involves the creator of the technique personally guiding you, demonstrating, showing you, and providing hands-on instruction. You'll even experience the creation process of the technique firsthand, without any bias. The difference in the final effects of the two methods is so huge that even a fool could tell. It's no exaggeration to say that. The so-called 1 hour of intensive training in the essence of martial arts is far more effective than other people's entire day of training. Taking the Manhwa, Guangdao technique as an example, the effects I will exhibit after practicing it will be the best, bar none, except for the technique's creator. At this point, Chen Xuanfeng was certain that this slaughter cultivation was an absolutely heaven-defying ability, even more explosive than the effects brought by slaughter cultivation. System: use all remaining spirit stones to upgrade slaughter training. Since it's working so well, it's only natural that it needs to be upgraded. Ding. Consumed 300 spirit stones. Slaughter training leveled up to level 2. Ding. Consumed 900 spirit stones. Slaughter training has leveled up to level 3. Ding. Consumed 2,700 spirit stones. Slaughter training leveled up to level 4. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanfeng finally realized that the upgrade cost for slaughter training was no longer doubled as it had been for the previous two functions, but tripled. This confirms his judgment. The more powerful the function, the higher the cost. Ding. Consumed 656,100 spirit stones. Slaughter training leveled up to level 10. Congratulations, host. Your slaughter training has reached level 10, unlocking the double training feature. Double training. Using one training essence will grant you 2 hours of training effect. It's the same as slaughter cultivation. The minor features are only unlocked at level 10. Moreover, all the minor functions have double the effect. However, compared to double cultivation, the effect of double training is clearly more significant in terms of my strength. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes flickered. Normally, the importance of cultivation realm surpasses that of cultivation technique. However, for Chen Xuanfeng, improving his cultivation level was only a one-way channel, but his cultivation technique was a typical multi-directional enhancement. He had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation level and couldn't break through it for the time being. He could only wait for his cultivation essence to accumulate before trying to break through again. The techniques are completely different. What to do when a cultivation technique hits a bottleneck? Then let's practice another technique. Not only that, for ordinary martial artists, the choice of cultivation method is extremely important because once a choice is made, it means paying a huge price in terms of time, energy, resources, etc., and it cannot be easily changed. Therefore, in most cases, ordinary martial artists can only master 1 or 2 cultivation methods. If they have more, they're likely to be scattered and not proficient. But for Chen Xuanfeng, with the essence of cultivation techniques at his disposal, he could choose and learn any technique he wanted, let alone 2. Whether it's 20, 200, 2,000, or even 20,000 volumes, as long as you have enough essence for practicing, none of them are a problem. The most crucial aspect of this exercise is that once you learn it, you will see results. Whether the effect is big or small, strong or weak, you will gain something from learning. For example, Strengthening techniques. Ordinary martial artists can only choose one method, either to strengthen their body and increase their strength and defense. Either strengthen the weapon, increase its power, or improve its speed. Either enhance your movement skills, speed, and reaction time, so that you're far ahead of others whether you're launching a sneak attack or escaping. They can only choose one out of many. Chen Xuanfeng, on the other hand, wanted them all. As long as he can obtain the cultivation manuals and the essence of cultivation, he can strengthen his entire body from head to toe without any blind spots. And there is no limit to that. This is just an enhanced type of technique. Cultivation techniques are divided into 4 categories: weapon techniques, enhancement techniques, special techniques, and attribute techniques. If Chen Xuanfeng were to frantically learn several more of each skill and become proficient in everything, one can imagine how astonishing his future strength would be. The weapon-based cultivation technique has been confirmed as Manhwa Guangdao. Among the other mid-grade and high-grade cultivation techniques, there are many weapon-based techniques, but none of them are longsword type. It's not too late to replace it when we find it next time. Currently, my Manhwa Guangdao is only at the initial stage, not even close to the door. Once I fully master it and reach the perfect level, my strength should reach the level of an elite among those of the same rank. Chen Xuanfeng estimated his strength level and also took stock of the cultivation techniques he currently possessed. There are many strengthening techniques, but this 9 Netherworld reincarnation technique is the only one of the middle grade. If he can master it to perfection, I wouldn't say he's invincible among his peers, but he'll at least be one of the best, right? If I were to master all the other low-grade and ordinary grade enhancement techniques, there would be at least 20 or 30 of them. When they all reach the perfect level, I will be invincible among those of the same level. But the most crucial thing is still the attribute-based cultivation technique. Attribute-based martial arts techniques. As the name suggests, the attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, poison, thunder, wind, etc. all fall within the scope of attribute-based martial arts. Attribute-based cultivation techniques are known as the most difficult, rarest, and most difficult to cultivate among the 4 categories. But at the same time, they are also the most powerful category of cultivation techniques. The god of war is the best example. He possesses one of the most powerful attributes in attribute cultivation techniques, space. Therefore, even among the martial god level, he is undoubtedly one of the best, with few rivals. The clone army has been harvesting for so long, but it has only managed to harvest 4 attribute-based cultivation techniques. Moreover, of the 4 parts, 3 are of ordinary grade, and only 1 is of initial grade. Even if they are of low grade, once I master them all, I will not only be invincible among those of the same level, but I will be able to cross a small realm and crush my opponents. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes were full of hope, fighting against those of higher ranks. This is something that only the most extraordinary geniuses of a human race are said to be capable of. For countless people, being invincible among their peers is already an extraordinary achievement. But for a super genius, being invincible among peers is not enough. They must also kill those of higher levels and be invincible across levels. Now, Chen Xuanfeng is also qualified to peek into this level. Chapter 40. Chen Xuanfeng is dumbfounded. A low-level martial general clone was actually picked up by chance? There are quite a few special techniques left, such as the breath concealment technique, the insight technique, and the chi replenishment technique. Even the only high-grade technique I have, the thorn entanglement technique, is a special type of trap technique. These techniques cannot directly improve strength, so they naturally have to be ranked last. I have all the basic cultivation techniques I need. What I lack now is cultivation essence. Once I have enough cultivation essence, my strength will increase dramatically in no time. Unfortunately, there's no way I can continue to upgrade slaughter training. Level 11 requires a whopping 1.97 million spirit stones. I'll just upgrade slaughter cultivation instead, since I still have 400,000 spirit stones left. System: invest all remaining spirit stones into slaughter cultivation. As Chen Xuanfeng gave his order. Ding! Consuming 204,800 spirit stones, slaughter clone has leveled up to level 12. Let's look at his current probabilities. Killing clone, 100% drop rate for a single clone, 50% drop rate for 2 clones. Slaughter cultivation, 100% drop rate for a single essence, 20% drop rate for 2 essences. Slaughter training, 100% drop rate for a single essence, no drop rate for 2 essences. I have all the elements needed for my clone, cultivation level, and techniques to become stronger. Now I just need to wait for time to pass, and I can easily develop. Thinking of this, Chen Xuanfeng chuckled, casually picked up another bunch of fresh grapes he had harvested from the human warriors, put them in his mouth, and enjoyed the delicious taste. Day 4. General Yin Cho was at a loss and extremely anxious. Not found. No news. There is no one who fits the description. Damn it, where did this guy hide? General Yin Cho slammed his fist on the table in anger, smashing the wooden table to pieces. It's been a whole day. Since the high-level martial arts masters mobilized, they have been searching this area within a 2-mile radius for a full day and night, but they haven't found a person behind the scenes, or even a clue. It was as if the other party had vanished from the face of the earth. It has completely disappeared without a trace. No matter how they searched back and forth from the surface to the 3rd underground level and back again, they meticulously searched almost every accessible place, even the stinking ditch. The result is that we can't find it. General Yun Shou once again took out the heavenly secret positioning stone, which was emitting a faint green light. The positioning stone remained completely still. Clearly, the other party showed no signs of moving and remained within a 2-mile radius. Could it be that they found refuge with those underground forces and entered their sanctuary? This was the only reason that General Yun Shou could think of. The places they haven't explored yet are the hidden areas of those underground forces, which are known outside as sanctuaries. Of course, they can't enter without permission. The shelter was always heavily guarded, making it impossible to sneak in even if one wanted to. Even a general like Yun Shou wouldn't be acceptable. Therefore, the probability that the other party is hiding there is very high. Although there is a certain probability of being exposed, there is currently no better solution. We can only talk to them first. Those underground forces are notoriously shrewd and profit-driven. Once they sense a potential profit, and a substantial one at that, they will stop at nothing to obtain it. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Yun Shou would never deal with them. But now that he can't find anyone anywhere, he has no choice but to bite the bullet and try his luck. Just as Yin Shou was sending someone to communicate with the underground forces. On Chen Xuanfeng's side, boom! Suddenly, he opened his eyes, swung his long sword, and although he didn't use any spiritual energy, the force of his casual swing cleaved a huge trench in the wall of the room. Dust and dirt fell in a flurry. However, next to this knife mark, there are also many sword marks, axe marks, fist marks, and other traces. Clearly, this wasn't the first time this room had suffered such damage. I thought this wave would allow me to raise the Manhwa Guangdao to the minor master level in one go, but it only reached the mastery level. It seems that not only is my aptitude for cultivation poor, but my comprehension of cultivation techniques is also lacking. Chen Xuanfeng shook his head helplessly. Just now, Chen Xuanfeng used up all the essence of his training that he had accumulated over the past day in one go. A full 10,000 hours. 416 days. The effects of more than a year of tireless practice came together in an instant. One breath later, when he was pulled out of the training space again, his Manhwa Guangdao had already passed the entry level and reached the mastery level. Beginner-level weapon skills can be mastered in a single day. If other martial artists knew about this training efficiency, they would probably be so shocked they wouldn't be able to close their mouths. But for Chen Xuanfeng, it fell far short of his standards. Although this is a low-grade weapon cultivation technique, intended for martial artists, don't forget that Chen Xuanfeng is currently a martial master. For a martial arts master to cultivate a low-grade technique is like a middle school student going back to do an elementary school test and expecting to easily get a perfect score, or at least a high score. When the final score came out, it turned out that he had barely passed. Will Chen Xuanfeng be satisfied? He skillfully opened the current character attribute panel. Host, Chen Xuanfeng. Realm, beginner martial master. Normal strength level, beginner martial master. Standard defense level, beginner martial master. Standard movement technique level, beginner martial master. Unlocked features, killing clone, level 15. Killing cultivation, level 12. Killing training, level 10. Number of clones already possessed. Elementary military commander level, 2. Advanced martial master level, 92. Intermediate martial arts master level, 393. Beginner martial master level, 719. Below martial master level, 354-2605. Amount of cultivation essence possible, 20748. Number of training essence possessed, 16. Wait, a low-level military general. 2 of them. What happened? Chen Xuanfeng was stunned at first glance. When I took out the cultivation essence, just now I didn't even have this thing. How come the blink of an eye, 2 avatars at the beginner-level martial general level have appeared? How is that possible? They do not have their own teleportation system to command their clone army. Those clones, in groups of 3 or 5, simply couldn't possibly defeat a martial general, even a beginner one. Number 2, what's going on? He quickly contacted Number 2. He then learned from Number 2 how coincidental and lucky it was to obtain the first general-level clone. This junior military officer was not alone. Instead, he led a 10-person martial arts master-level squad to hunt down a group of transparent bone eaters. Several clones, without any guidance, accidentally wandered into the territory of a general-level ferocious beast. The junior generals and others who arrived later, while killing the group of transparent bone-eating race, alerted the general-level ferocious beast. The novice military commander originally intended to go hunting. After all, Their daily resources are obtained by hunting ferocious beasts and other creatures. Who would have thought that this general-level ferocious beast was so savage that it severely injured a novice general on the spot? The junior military officer was forced to flee. After barely escaping the pursuit of the general-level ferocious beast, they accidentally encountered other transparent bone-eating race members. After losing 6 high-level martial arts master clones, the already severely injured novice martial general could no longer hold on and was killed on the spot. Thus, the first warrior-level clone was born. This is possible. Chen Xuanfeng was dumbfounded. I thought that if I wanted the first general-level clone, I would have to be fully prepared for battle. I would have to sacrifice hundreds of high-level martial arts master clones, not to mention countless clones of other levels. But it turns out that I just picked up the scraps. It also triggered a double clone drop rate, turning 1 into 2. Thinking of this, Chen Xuanfeng shook off the gloom of his barely passing grades in elementary school, and a smile returned to his face. Immediately, a thought suddenly occurred to him. A clone of the bone-eating clan was teleported directly into the room through his infinite space and stood in front of him. With a standard bone-eater's face and appearance, a 3-meter-tall, transparent body, and wearing wide transparent armor, the aura surging within him was enough to make Chen Xuanfeng tremble with fear just by standing there. Owner, the general-level clone immediately knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully, saying, "I will be known as Ice Sword, and it is my honor to serve you." Chapter 41. The Redbone General is enraged, and the bone-eating clan suffers heavy losses of over 10,000 people. A junior military officer, indeed extraordinary. Chen Xuanfeng felt the powerful aura emanating from the Ice Sword warrior and couldn't help but sigh. With it, his path to development will be incredibly smooth. Ice Sword, use that as your codename. From now on, you will be in charge of taking over and managing all the junior general clones. You will become the commander of this junior general team, with absolute command authority, second only to me. Thank you, Master. The Ice Sword General nodded. Your first task is to lead your clone army to wipe out the Bone Eater clan army, based on all the intelligence you left behind about them before your death. Remember, you must strike with an absolute advantage and minimize losses as much as possible. Chen Xuanfeng said, "Now, tell me the first coordinates you want to go to, and I will teleport you and a group of clones there." Master, I know there are 3 coordinates to choose from, and I'm absolutely confident that I can take each one. The Ice Sword warrior quickly responded, "Master, please teleport me to the coordinates first." "Very good, go ahead." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xuanfeng decisively waved his hand, and the Ice Sword General disappeared on the spot. When it reappears, 2 identical Ice Sword warriors have appeared in a desolate place. A large number of transparent, ferocious beasts at the level of high-level martial arts masters rapidly appeared around him. The 2 exchanged a glance, then decisively led their clone army forward. The counterattack has officially begun. It won't be long before the entire army of general-level clone arrives, and then I'll turn the entire bone-eating clan army into my own. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes flashed. You've mobilized tens of thousands of people, right? Once they're under my command, that number will double, at least 20,000. With an army of 20,000, combined with my own improved strength, I might be able to personally take on the Redbone Town Mayor during the attack, and, incidentally, eliminate Adros, who has become a traitor. Chen Xuanfeng is a vengeful person. How could Adros forget the first person who almost killed him so easily? The same goes for the mayor of Redbone Town. In order to catch him, they even used a positioning stone, which forced him to hide and go into hiding. Neither of them will escape. Another day has passed. Redbone Town. Lord Redbone. According to reports from the front lines, multiple hunting squads and military guards have encountered the invisible army and have all been annihilated. Lord Redbone, urgent news. Another novice general has met with misfortune. He was killed by 6 transparent novice generals working together. Of the hundreds of people in the group, less than 10 have escaped. Lord Redbone, the number of the transparent army is increasing rapidly. Many people have confirmed that now, when any living being is killed, the number of transparent beings spawned is likely to be 2, not 1. Lord Redbone, the army of 10,000 men sent to search for that person is now less than half full. The situation is not optimistic. Lord Redbone, for several days in a row, the Redbone General had not received any good news. Especially since yesterday, 2 transparent generals suddenly appeared in the transparent army, which caused him to hear almost no good news afterward, only bad news. If it were just a transparent creature at the level of a military general, that would be fine. The key point is that none of them are strangers. They are all leaders of the Bone-Eating clan army. They had an almost complete grasp of the Bone-Eater army's every move and all their strategies. Therefore, they knew exactly where the Bone-Eater army was weakest and specifically led their clone armies to attack it. Knowing where the high-level combat forces of the Bone-Eater clan were located, they specifically staked out and guarded those locations. Even if some mid-level or high-level generals come to help, they only need to call on Chen Xuanfeng, and they can quickly escape the danger zone in an instant. We can't win if we fight. It's impossible to defend against. The only fate left for the bone-eating clan army was that their casualties would continue to rise, and they would all turn into one or two transparent bodies, turning around to slaughter their own kind. No, in just over a day, the Bone-Eater clan army, which had initially suffered only sporadic casualties, now had more than half of its troops dead, and this number continues to rise over time. No matter how calm and composed the Red Bone Warrior was. Faced with a series of bad news and the inability to find any trace of Chen Xuanfeng, he could no longer conceal his anger. It wasn't just him. Even the Purple Bone General, who was waiting for news, remained expressionless and silent. Those who knew him knew that he was usually relaxed and often had a smile on his face, but when he became silent, it meant that his anger was beginning to build up. "Is there still no news from Yinqiu?" the Red Bone Warrior asked in a deep voice. The message that Lord Yinqiu sent back earlier indicates that he has communicated with the underground forces and successfully investigated all locations, but still has not found any trace of the person behind it all. The subordinate quickly replied. Boom! The aura of a high-ranking military general descended with a deafening roar, instantly sending his subordinate flying and coughing up blood. A mid-level military officer, carrying the heavenly mystery locating stone, even asked me for hundreds of people and still hasn't found them. What is this if not trash? The Crimson Bone Warrior stood up, his anger surging, his aura overwhelming. Red Bone, my patience has its limits. The Purple Bone General standing to the side silently stood up, releasing the aura of a high-ranking general. I said that if your people mess things up, you have to compensate me with spirit stones of the corresponding value. Now it's time for you to pay up. Furthermore, I need to declare that from now on, the people of Purple Bone Town will also join the effort to capture that little guy. What your Red Bone Town can't do, I'll have the people of Purple Bone Town do for you to see. Clearly, the Purple Bone General no longer trusted the Red Bone General and simply chose to take the money and leave. But taking the money is one thing. They still wouldn't let go of the opportunity to seize special techniques. He had been listening in these past few days, and his initial curiosity about the special techniques and methods, his surprise, and now his determination to obtain the visible and transparent creature's performance these past few days had truly shocked him. Purple Bone, do you want to die? The Red Bone Warrior's tone was filled with icy killing intent. The mid-level and junior generals around him all stood up, their auras exploding and directly approaching the Purple Bone General. However, the Purple Bone Warrior showed no fear whatsoever. For him, even if he couldn't win against this lineup, he was fully capable of escaping. This is his greatest source of confidence. Otherwise, how could he have dared to come to the Red Bone Town headquarters alone? But before he could reply, at this moment, another subordinate returned to report. Lord Redbone, Lord Yinqiu just sent word that he has reached an agreement with the leader of the underground forces. Within 3 days, they will help us find the person behind it all, and we need to pay 100,000 spirit stones as a reward. The arrival of this news immediately eased the previously somber atmosphere in the main hall of the mansion. After scanning everyone, the Purple Bone Warrior, he composed himself and sat back down in his seat. The last 3 days. If your men can't find him within 3 days, don't blame me for being ruthless. The Purple Bone Warrior said indifferently. The Red Bone General did not reply, but the reduction of his aura indicated that he had tacitly agreed to the Purple Bone General's words. Tell Yinqiu that he must bring this to me within 3 days, or he'll never be coming back. Chapter 42, 3 Crazy Days to Make a Fortune. A martial general has arrived. 3 days. For the Bone-Eating clan, it was nothing more than a snap of the fingers. But for Chen Xuanfeng, it was a solid 3 days to make a fortune. Day 1. What does it mean that the majority of the tens of thousands of Bone-Eater clan troops were wiped out? This means a crazy surge in the number of clones, the rich spoils harvested from all the thousands of Chinquan bags, and a large amount of cultivation essence and training essence provided by the killed bone-devouring clan members. First, it splits into 2. Elementary Military Commander level, 13. Advanced Martial Master level, 1781. Intermediate Martial Arts Master level, 3332. Elementary Martial Master level, 7104. All of them have broken 1,000. When Chen Xuanfeng saw these numbers, he couldn't help but show a look of surprise on his face. In the past few days, the increase in clones at the Martial Master level and above was quite meager. However, the increase in clones at the high-level Martial Master level was only a few dozen to nearly 100 per day, which was already a remarkable efficiency. As a result, the Ice Sword General led his men out to harvest for a day. The numbers have changed dramatically. Not only did the number of junior military officers break into double digits, the number of martial arts masters has collectively exceeded 4 figures. The strength of the clone army has received an unprecedented epic boost. With just 13 low-level generals as their fighting force, it can be basically declared that Chen Xuanfeng no longer needs to hide and can begin a preliminary head-on confrontation with Red Bone Town. However, Chen Xuanfeng quickly understood. This is the change brought about by a general-level clone, a major realm advancement that will bring unimaginable and astonishing benefits. Next comes the essence of cultivation. With over 20,000 already accumulated and the added bonus of a 20% drop rate for double essences, the amount of cultivation essence quickly soared to 40,000. It should be noted that Chen Xuanfeng is already at the beginner level of martial arts master. To obtain cultivation essence, one must kill beings at the high-level martial artist level or above. However, since the bone-devouring clan army moved in, the efficiency of killing beings at this level or above has clearly decreased. Previously, it was even difficult to maintain 10,000 per day. The current ability to increase production by 20,000 units per day is already enough to satisfy Chen Xuanfeng. 40,000 pills, 80,000 hours, 9 years of tireless training. With this total cultivation level, I should be able to advance to the intermediate martial master level without any problem, right? He might even be able to level up to advanced martial master in one go. But now that I have a martial general level clone, I don't need to rush to improve my realm and strength. I have to hold back for now. Provided that his own safety is guaranteed, he should naturally harvest as much as possible. Otherwise, once his cultivation level improves, the yield of cultivation essence will slow down considerably. Then comes the essence of the training. Yesterday, when the Ice Sword General came out to pay homage, there were only 16. The number has now reached over 12,000. Clearly, with 20 fewer double essence drops, the benefits are significantly less than those of cultivation essence. There's no need to hold back. I'll throw all 12,000 coins at my newly acquired top-grade enhancement technique, True Martial Overlord Technique. If you're going to smash something, then you should smash the best techniques. The True Martial Overlord Technique was a high-grade enhancement technique that was plundered from one of the novice martial generals. The fact that it's a top-grade technique alone makes it completely inferior to other techniques. Even low-grade attribute techniques suddenly seem unappealing to Chen Xuanfeng. Not to mention that its main focus is on significantly increasing physical strength. Once mastered, the cultivator's overall strength will be permanently enhanced. 12,000 essences of cultivation were shattered. Chen Xuanfeng was immediately pulled into the training world of True Martial Overlord Technique. There, Chen Xuanfeng followed the creator of the cultivation technique with rapt attention, cultivating for a full 24,000 hours. But in reality, only 24 seconds had passed. When Chen Xuanfeng opened his eyes again, he could clearly feel his muscles bulge out. His entire body became as hard as a steel plate. His fists possessed inexhaustible power. He successfully entered the beginner stage of True Martial Overlord Technique. Not only that, Chen Xuanfeng's character attribute panel revealed that the normal strength level had actually increased from elementary martial master to intermediate martial master. A high-grade cultivation technique from martial generals has been mastered by a novice martial master. My cultivation of this technique, which is beyond my level, will naturally bring about a level-wide enhancement effect. Chen Xuanfeng was greatly encouraged. However, what excited him even more was, nothing surpasses the benefits of spirit stones. Within a single day, the clones harvested a large number of Qingquan bags, transported the corpses of ferocious beasts, and even took the corpses of the bone-eating clan. These items, after being filtered by the clone, with most of the useless treasures packaged up and transported to the exchange point for redemption, resulted in a final profit figure. 5.13 million spirit stones, earning 5 million in one day. When Chen Xuanfeng heard this number from his clone, he was completely dumbfounded. He knew the profits would be huge, but he didn't expect them to be this huge. It is precisely because of these terrifying profits. Chen Xuanfeng decisively upgraded all the functions. The killing clone is the first to be affected. Ding! Consumed 819,200 spirit stones. Slaughter clone has been upgraded to level 16. Ding! Consuming 1,638,400 spirit stones. Slaughter clone has been upgraded to level 17. 2 levels. They wiped out 2.45 million in one go. Even wanting to level up to level 17 is impossible without money, which shows just how expensive this game is. After a moment's consideration, Chen Xuanfeng chose to upgrade slaughter training. Currently, it doesn't have a double explosion probability. Having a probability and not having a probability are two different things. Even if it's only 10%, we still have to get first. Ding! Consumed 1,968,300 spirit stones. Slaughter training leveled up to level 11. Goodness! In just one level, nearly 2 million were wiped out. With 5.13 million, plus the less than 50,000 Chen Xuanfeng had left, after leveling up 3 times, he now only had 730,000 left. But he didn't stop. Continue to upgrade slaughter cultivation. Ding! Consumed 409,600 spirit stones. Slaughter cultivation increased to level 13. That concludes the discussion. All the profits from the first day were used up, but Chen Xuanfeng was in a good mood and looked forward to the next day. The next day, as expected, the number of clones has once again reached a new high. Beginner General Level, 27. Advanced Martial Master Level, 2966. Intermediate Martial Arts Master Level, 5734. Elementary Martial Master Level, 10822. The number of generals has increased by 14 compared to the first day. The increase in the number of martial arts masters in each other realms exceeded 1,000, or even several thousand, but the increase was significantly slower compared to the first day. After questioning his clone, Chen Xuanfeng learned the reason why the Bone-Eating clan had withdrawn their troops. No way. The clone's killing spree was too ruthless. In a single day, they wiped out more than half of the tens of thousands of Bone-Eater clan soldiers. The remaining soldiers were already filled with fear, and their morale had collapsed. Even if Red Bone Town was unwilling, it had no choice but to withdraw its troops. But the clones wouldn't let it go. Want to leave? It's too late. Thus, the clone army and the Bone-Eating clan army completely switched roles, going from being besieged and annihilated by the Bone-Eating clan to now besieging and annihilating the Bone-Eating clan. The increase in the number of clones has decreased. The increase in natural cultivation essence also decreased, but still increased by nearly 10,000. Currently, the amount of cultivation essence accumulated has reached 50,000. The benefits of practicing the essence are reduced. At the end of the day, there were less than 5,000 pieces, not even half of the number from the first day. Chen Xuanfeng chose to invest it in his second superior grade cultivation technique, the 9 Netherworld Reincarnation Technique. One enhances strength, the other enhances movement technique. And all of them are permanent enhancements. However, Chen Xuanfeng wasn't so lucky this time. 5,000 coins and 10,000 hours were poured into it, but the 9 Netherworld Reincarnation Technique couldn't even reach the entry level. Chen Xuanfeng was helpless. Finally, there's the benefit of spirit stones. Surprisingly, while everything else was halved, the spirit stone profit still exceeded 3 million. Chen Xuanfeng only found out later. The bulk of the spirit stone profits came from those low-level martial generals. Just a few of them provided nearly 1.5 million spirit stones. Ding! Consumed 819,200 spirit stones, slaughter cultivation. Increased to level 14. Ding! Consumed 1,638,400 spirit stones, slaughter cultivation. Has been increased to level 15. That concludes the discussion. The profits from the second day were almost completely used up. The third day, Chen Xuanfeng was just about to take stock of yesterday's gains. He suddenly raised his head and stared directly at the door. There are 2 military generals outside. One is a junior general, the other is a mid-level general. Damn it, they're coming for me. Chen Xuanfeng's expression changed slightly. Almost the instant he realized it. Boom! A surge of aura at the level of a mid-level martial general rushed over and directly blasted his door open. The lead general, Yin Cho, immediately fixed his gaze on Chen Xuanfeng. Beginner martial master level? Isn't it at the martial artist level? How did you suddenly become a martial arts master? However, his doubts soon disappeared. With just one glance, he saw through Chen Xuanfeng's disguise, which was no longer as effective as before, and saw Chen Xuanfeng's true face. It's you, the guy behind it all. I've found you. Chapter 43. Head-on confrontation with a mid-level general. A martial grandmaster has arrived. General Yun Cho was immediately thrilled. We finally found it. It took so much effort. They even spent a lot of money to cooperate with underground forces. All for the sake of finding this guy in front of me. It seems that his 100,000 spirit stones were well spent, and he can finally go back and report to Lord Redbone. But before he could even make a move, suddenly, one after another, towering, transparent figures of the Bone-Eating clan, exuding the aura of a martial general, descended upon Chen Xuanfeng. The room, which wasn't very big to begin with, was quickly filled to capacity. These are the more than 20 low-level martial general-level clones that Chen Xuanfeng currently possesses. Facing a mid-level martial general, he dared not be careless or negligent in the slightest, and chose to use all his strength to fight head-on. Kill him. With a cold command from Chen Xuanfeng, numerous novice general clones, wielding weapons and surging with power, unleashed their mighty force, hurtling straight towards General Yin Cho. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly rang out. Even in this bustling, noisy slum, such a huge commotion caused countless people to stop what they were doing and turn to look, their faces full of astonishment. Who is so bold? How dare they start a war inside the city? Don't you know that fighting within the city is an ironclad rule? If you get caught by the higher-ups, you could lose your hands or feet at best, or even your life at worst. Roll. General Yin Cho unleashed his full power, wielding a giant axe. With just one swing, he unleashed a torrent of water that shattered all attacks. The remaining force even sent several transparent generals flying. Clearly, Yin Cho, the martial general, not only mastered axe-type weapon techniques, but also possessed water attribute techniques, making him quite formidable. But when he looked into the room again, but they found that Chen Xuanfeng had disappeared from the room. The general-level divine sense rapidly unfolds, radiating out spiritual consciousness, an ability that only generals can unlock and a symbol of their immense power. Finally, he sensed Chen Xuanfeng's presence as he was being carried away at high speed by two novice martial generals dressed in black robes, gloves, and masks, their bodies completely covered. The other party had clearly prepared a backup plan for escape, just waiting for this moment to come in handy. Don't even think about escaping. General Yun Cho was about to give chase, but then more than 20 transparent clones attacked again, forcing him to stop in his tracks. No way. He was only a mid-level military officer. In theory, he could fight 10 novice-level generals by himself and gain the upper hand. But the number of opponents has doubled, and they're all using a life-for-life fighting style. As the saying goes, the ruthless fear the vicious fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the insane. These invisible creatures are ruthless, insane, and reckless. With that kind of fighting style, he couldn't handle even 10, let alone 20 or more. And it was this delay that caused a delay. Chen Xuanfeng's figure had already moved beyond the range that his divine sense could cover. This made General Yun Cho grit his teeth in hatred. Have your men help stop that guy. General Yun Cho quickly turned around and shouted to the junior general who had come with him. This person is the leader of the underground forces involved in this collaboration, the Inshu Wujiang, Shadow Rat Warrior. Sorry, I'm only responsible for finding people. I don't get involved in things like using force. The Shadow Rat Warrior replied as he retreated. It's not that he doesn't want to participate, but that he can't get involved. He originally planned to see what kind of person the other party was willing to spend 100,000 spirit stones to find, and whether there was any profit to be made. Who would have thought that the other party would bring so many transparent, low-level martial generals from who knows where when they met? Even though he had seen many grand occasions, he had never seen anything like this before. The Inshu general immediately lost the will to participate, even fearing being implicated. Damn it! Ignoring the risk of exposure, after a brief moment of thought, Yin Shou decisively took out a talisman and crushed it. The talisman transformed into a fireball, shooting into the sky in an instant. The roof was shattered, and the fireball soared into the heavens, where it quietly exploded, revealing an obscure and mysterious pattern. At this moment, all the martial arts masters in Redbone Town who were still exploring looked up. It's Lord Yun Cho's signal. Walk. They quickly headed towards General Yun Cho, but it was precisely because of this that they went. They just happened to brush past Chen Xuanfeng and his fleeing group. A more powerful being has passed away. From afar, Chen Xuanfeng could already sense a powerful aura radiating in all directions, far stronger than that of General Yun Cho, probably at least a high-level general. Aura radiation is a warning. If you don't stop now, you'll face the consequences. For Chen Xuanfeng, this was a reminder. They decisively increased their escape speed. The battle between Yun Cho and his clones continues. The clones became noticeably more ferocious and savage. They used to dodge. But now, faced with the attack of General Yun Cho, they no longer made any defensive or dodging movements, and were even unwilling to resist. They simply attacked. A life for a life. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying power caused extensive damage to surrounding houses, and many people in the slums were caught in the aftershocks and lost their lives. This also led to the emergence of new transparent clones, which then all joined the battlefield. Not only that, a large number of high-level martial arts, master-level transparent clones were also teleported over, all joining the fight against General Yun Cho. In just the time it takes to breathe, General Yun Cho was then wounded. Blood splattered. Once the first wound appears, a second and a third will follow. The wounds on General Yun Cho's body are appearing at a rate of almost 1 per second. This made General Yun Cho completely lose interest in pursuing Chen Xuanfeng. Instead, he began to worry about his own life and safety. Stop! Suddenly, a deafening sound rang out. The entire world began to change color, turning from a clear, cloudless sky into a blanket of dark clouds. They've alarmed a martial grandmaster? General Yun Cho was both surprised and delighted. The good news is that a martial grandmaster has intervened. He's sure to survive. But to everyone's surprise, a martial grandmaster level expert has joined in, and their Redbone Town's plan to monopolize this special technique is likely to fail. A green streak of light appeared on the horizon and rapidly approached. Welcome, Lord Green Soul. Upon seeing this green light, everyone below, especially those below the rank of general, knelt down and shouted in unison. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Court death. Seeing that those transparent general level and transparent ferocious beasts still didn't stop attacking despite his warnings, Green Soul Grandmaster was enraged. Suddenly, streaks of green fire appeared in the sky, densely packed, covering the entire sky. After a brief pause, they locked onto the still attacking army of transparent clones and charged forward like arrows. In an instant, it looked as if green fire rained down from the sky. The green flames move extremely fast. 1 second they were thousands of meters in the air, and the next second they were almost in front of the various transparent clones. However, just a second before they were about to hit those general-level clones, their figures suddenly disappeared. Puff! The heads of numerous other invisible clones, still fighting, were mercilessly pierced. They all instantly turned into wisps of black smoke and vanished. These combatants, if placed in the bone-eating clan army, would give them a headache and make them extremely difficult to deal with, but against a martial grandmaster, they wouldn't even last a single breath. The power of a martial grandmaster is truly terrifying. As the clones disappeared, they vanished. Death of death. The besieged Yun Cho generals instantly felt relieved. As he gasped for breath, he looked at the gruesome wounds on his body that were still bleeding profusely, and the despair he felt for death finally eased somewhat. Almost there. If the Green Soul Grandmaster had acted even a moment later, he might have truly met his end here. However, he soon shuddered. My Chinquan bag is gone. Chapter 44. Destroy the Heavenly Secret Stone, assemble the army, and attack Purple Bone Town. General Yincho was so focused on saving his life and fighting desperately that he didn't even realize when his Chinquan bag had disappeared. He hurriedly looked around, but couldn't find his Chinquan bag at all. Just then, a green light descended upon him, and the figure of a bone-eating clan man draped in a green robe appeared. This junior greets Lord Green Soul. Yincho had no time to search and could only quickly bow in respect. In the small city of Tiangu, it has been many years since anyone has dared to fight and cause such damage in the streets. The Green Soul Grandmaster said coldly, Now, come back with me and tell me everything you know about the ins and outs. If you dare to hide a single word, your life will be in danger. Yes, yes. General Yuncho bowed his head and dared not resist. He tried to look around for the Chinquan bag, but even after being lifted up by the Green Soul Grandmaster and leaving with him, he still couldn't find the Chinquan bag. Little did they know, the Chinquan bag he had been longing for had already arrived at the other end and had successfully left the city. It was now in the hands of Chen Xuanfeng, who was sitting on the back of the giant eagle. Fortunately, we managed to save these Martial General level clones before they reached the Martial Grandmaster level. It's a pity that the capacity of the infinite space is still too small. Otherwise, all the clones could have been teleported away. Fortunately, those clones also realized their value and successfully exchanged for this Chinquan bag. Chen Xuanfeng weighed the Chinquan bag in his hand. The fact that the General Yuncho was able to keep tracking him meant he must have a Heavenly Mystery Positioning Stone that could pinpoint his location. Once the Heavenly Mystery Positioning Stone was destroyed, he would no longer be afraid of being hunted down. Of course, if one piece is destroyed, another one may be destroyed. But at least it bought him a few more days to develop. Chen Xuanfeng tried to open it. No, it's bound to the owner. I can't open it. However, if we force it open, we should be able to take a look at what's inside before the space collapses. Once it has been bound to its owner, no one else can open it. If someone tries to open it forcibly, it will be equivalent to forcibly destroying the internal space. The end result will be that the treasure will be swept into the spatial turbulence, and no one will be able to obtain it. But Chen Xuanfeng didn't need the contents inside. He only needed to confirm whether the Heavenly Mystery Positioning Stone was actually inside. Chen Xuanfeng exerted all his strength. The Chinquan bag was stretched and deformed, yet there was no sign of damage. I underestimated its resilience. Ice Sword, come here. The Ice Sword warrior appeared and took the Chinquan bag from Chen Xuanfeng. They forced the bag open with the opening facing me. Chen Xuanfeng gave the order. With a hissing sound, the Chinquan bag was torn apart on the spot. The interior space expanded instantly, transforming into a curved sphere with alternating black and white surfaces, revealing a large number of treasures in curved shapes. Chen Xuanfeng stared intently as he quickly browsed through them. Found it! That green, glowing stone. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes narrowed. He had already consulted Lin Miao Miao about the appearance of the Heavenly Mystery Positioning Stone, and she described it in detail, which matched the green light stone perfectly. Just a second later, the distorted space collapsed silently, as if it had been inflated and burst, scattering like a mirror. But instead of falling to the ground, it merged into the air and disappeared without a trace. Good, I'm safe for now. Chen Xuanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Don't be fooled by his seemingly calm demeanor these past few days. But in reality, he was also worried, unable to predict when he would be found, and a sense of crisis always lingered in his mind. Although he has been discovered, he managed to escape successfully and also eliminated the major hidden danger of the Heavenly Mystery Positioning Stone, instantly dispelling all the gloom. My sense of crisis is gone, but their crisis and fear have only just begun. A ruthless glint appeared in Chen Xuanfeng's eyes. The biggest hidden danger, the Heavenly Mystery Positioning Stone, has been eliminated, and the others have left the Heavenly Bone Town. Now is the best time to launch a major counterattack. Not only that, he learned an important piece of information from the newly arrived general-level clone. The heavenly mystery locating stone that was tracking him did not belong to Red Bone Town, but was brought by the guardian of the neighboring Purple Bone Town, a general from Purple Bone Town. The Purple Bone Warrior, right? You like to show off, don't you? You can't help but show off when you have something, huh? Then let's start by targeting your Purple Bone Town. Chen Xuanfeng decisively gave the order. Ice Sword, number 2, number 7, number 19, all of you listen to my command. I will teleport you to the vicinity of Purple Bone Town in stages, and then continuously teleport the army there for assembly. This will take some time, and none of you should act rashly during this period. I have confirmed that the highest-ranking garrison commander of Purple Bone Town, that is, a high-ranking military general, is not currently at the main camp. Moreover, half of their mid-level generals are not in the main camp, but have gone to Red Bone Town with a Purple Bone general. Now is the perfect time for us to attack. Once the army is fully assembled, I will issue attack orders to you one by one. The moment you receive my orders, you are not allowed to hesitate or retreat. Launch an attack on Purple Bone Town. Did you all understand? Yes, Master. All the clones responded loudly. All right, I'm starting the teleportation now. Once we're there, get ready for battle. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xuanfeng immediately teleported all the junior marshal generals over there. Their landing point was approximately 30 kilometers away from Purple Bone Town in a straight line. As numerous transparent clones appeared out of thin air near them, the previously empty area was instantly filled, which also alarmed the ferocious beasts dwelling in the vicinity. However, these ferocious beasts merely roared in displeasure and were immediately recruited by numerous transparent ferocious beasts that appeared out of nowhere, joining the army of clones. Chen Xuanfeng did not teleport all of them to one point. Instead, the plan is to use Purple Bone Town as the center and a distance of 30 kilometers as the reference point, so that the landing of the clones can perfectly surround Purple Bone Town. It has to be said, the number of clones is simply too great. An infinite space has too small a capacity. Even with Chen Xuanfeng operating the teleportation function nonstop, it still took him nearly an hour to teleport all his Martial Master and Martial General level clones. But he still didn't stop. Continue to teleport high-level martial artist clones. Although high-level martial artists are basically cannon fodder in a war of this scale, they can kill a whole group with one move. Chen Xuanfeng's personality is to seek stability. He will never let go of any opportunity that can increase the chance of victory. Finally, another hour later, the teleportation has ended. Chen Xuanfeng wiped his sweat. Call. All right, now let's get started and have some fun with the guys from Purple Bone Town. Purple Bone Town. It covers an area nearly twice that of Red Bone Town. To defend against beast tides and external enemies, the town specially built a long steel fence around the entire town. Furthermore, there's a watchtower every 500 meters, with 3 people always on it to scout 3 directions. Once any signs of enemy attack are discovered, the battle horn will be sounded immediately. Suddenly, phew! A sharp cry came from the sky. Hearing the commotion, the bone-eating clan soldiers looked up and immediately asked in confusion, "Am I seeing things? Why is that yellow spirit bird transparent?" Transparent? I seem to have heard someone mention that a large number of transparent creatures appeared in the hunting grounds of the Redbone clan. Is it the same as this? It looks like it's charging this way. It's going to attack us. Shoot it. As the bone-eating clan soldiers fired several arrows in succession, the transparent yellow spirit bird was pierced in multiple places and instantly turned into black smoke and disappeared without a trace. It turned into black smoke? What on earth is this thing? Look over there. 2 of them were puzzled, but the third person exclaimed in surprise. They turned their heads and saw a terrifying army of birds, stretching as far as the eye could see, swarming menacingly toward them from the distant sky. However, they discovered that among these birds were not only yellow-breasted birds, but also black-tailed falcons, golden-winged eagles, and clouded hawks, among other birds. Several of the birds were known to be natural enemies, but at this moment, they not only turned into transparent forms, but also joined forces to invade their area. A beast tide. A beast tide is coming. Sound horns. Upon seeing this, the 3 were so frightened they nearly jumped out of their skin and immediately tried to grab the tall horn and blow it. Ugh! To their utter bewilderment, they had barely caught the horn and hadn't even had a chance to blow it when the sound of the horn echoed throughout the town. Ugh! 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 One after another, horns sounded from all directions, causing the already terrified 3 to show expressions of horror. They had already realized what was happening. Purple Bone Town has been subjected to a massive invasion. Chapter 45, The Chilling Purple Bone Devouring Clan. The first mid-level martial general clone has arrived. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. A beast tide. A beast tide is coming. Everyone prepare for battle. Transparent beasts. How come they're all transparent? My arm has been bitten off. Help me. Ferocious beasts have invaded from underground. There are a lot of them, and they've all crawled out from underground. There are ferocious beasts on the sky every day. Lots of invisible ferocious beasts have fallen down. Get out of the way. I am trapped. Help me. There are too many. There's no way to avoid them all. Ghost sting scorpions, red-scaled ants. How could these ferocious beasts, which live in the desert, appear here? As scorpion insects, fish-scale demons, fin dragon beasts, giant horned serpent demons. Aren't they all each other's mortal enemies? It's supposed to be a peaceful period right now, not a peak season. So why is there a beast-tide invasion? This doesn't make sense. Can anyone tell me why these ferocious beasts are transparent? I've never seen transparent, ferocious beasts before. What's going on? After that person died, why did two identical, transparent figures stand up? And they look exactly like that person. What's going on? Another person has become invisible. Hey, don't come any closer. We're friends. Don't you recognize me? Help me. I don't want to die. In an instant, countless transparent, ferocious beasts of varying sizes and from different regions descended from the sky. Their sheer number was like a torrential downpour over Purple Bone Town, and the slightly weaker Bone-Eating Clan members were instantly crushed into meat patties. Even those members of the Bone-Eating Clan who were lucky enough not to be crushed to death would be torn apart and devoured by the endless army of ferocious beasts, and killed in all sorts of ways. These slain Bone Eaters silently transformed into two identical, transparent bodies, stood up again, grabbed their weapons, and launched an attack on the nearest Bone Eater creature. In an instant, the entire town of Purple Bone seemed to have been transformed into a purgatory, filled with mournful howls and screams, and the thick stench of blood continued to spread. Where did this bunch of beasts come from? Die, all of you! The commotion immediately alerted many military officers responsible for guarding Ziga Town. When they rushed out and saw the horrific scene before them, they were all enraged. They brandished their weapons, and the terrifying power they unleashed with each gesture instantly wiped out a large number of transparent, ferocious beasts, leaving wisps of black smoke rising everywhere. After one batch was cleared out, even more densely packed, invisible, and terrifyingly numerous transparent beasts ravaged the town. They even witnessed some living Bone Eaters being killed, and then turning into two transparent Bone Eaters who slashed directly at them. At that moment, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Transparent creatures. Lord Purple Bone mentioned them. They're the strange things that appeared near Red Bone Town. A mid-level military officer had clearly heard about this before. But why are they here? And how do they fall from the sky? And how can killing a living creature result in the birth of two identical, transparent bodies? The key issue is that their numbers are simply too astonishing. Not only him, but all the military generals were filled with questions. Never mind all that. Let's get rid of all the intruders first. You go south. You go to the east. You too. You're in charge of the west side. He and I will be in charge of the north. The rest of the team leaders, hurry up and go to the rescue. Another mid-level general was more composed and quickly began issuing orders. Send personnel to notify the various hunting outposts and have them bring their men back to provide support. Also, send a telepathic message to Lord Zigu and tell him that something has happened in the town. Yes, all the generals of Zigu Town received their orders and began to perform their respective duties. 6 mid-level generals and 16 entry-level generals? Even fewer than I expected. This is a rare opportunity. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes flickered. Above Purple Bone Town, there was a large number of avian clones responsible for reconnaissance. They were constantly collecting battlefield intelligence and feeding it back to Chen Xuanfeng, especially intelligence about high-level enemies. He had expected that there would be more than 10 mid-level generals in Ziga Town, which would be difficult to defeat and would require several rounds of effort. Therefore, he was prepared for a protracted war. But now it seems that maybe 2 rounds, no, 1 round, will be enough to solve them all. Alright, obey my orders. Use a point to break the surface. Leave the low-level generals to the numerous high-level martial arts master clones to deal with all the general-level troops, and concentrate all your forces on dealing with a mid-level general. Choose the weakest one and start by cutting it. As soon as a clone of a mid-level general appears, immediately use it as the core to deal with the next mid-level general. Get ready. The full-scale invasion is about to begin. Chen Xuanfeng gave the order, and then a thought crossed his mind. The next moment, a larger, more violent, and more magnificent transparent clone rain fell over Purple Bone Town. Countless Bone-Eating Clan clones, all wielding weapons, descended upon the crowd with earth-shattering battle cries. Without a word, they joined forces with the transparent beast to begin slaughtering the Bone-Eating Clan members of Purple Bone Town. Those are the guys from Red Bone Town. You bastards, I knew they did it. I'll kill you all. A mid-level general recognized some of the transparent Bone-Eater Clan faces and immediately assumed it was a conspiracy by Red Bone Town. Taking advantage of Lord Purple Bone's absence, he launched an invasion of Purple Bone Town. He gritted his teeth and brandished his weapon, ready to wipe out all these guys and vent his anger. But as soon as he moved, he sensed danger approaching. Take a look. It turned out to be a transparent blade belonging to a low-level martial arts general, slashing towards him. Not only that, without his knowledge, several junior martial generals suddenly rushed out from all directions, wielding huge weapons, and launched an attack on him. You, damn it. While the mid-level general was surprised, he recognized many of the faces of the junior generals, almost all of whom came from Redbone Town. In an instant, he became even angrier, and his mid-level general aura exploded, making his attacks even more ferocious. But he underestimated the number of his opponents. More transparent novice martial generals attacked, all heading straight for him. Even when facing his attacks, they showed no intention of dodging, and all attacked with their most ferocious attitude. Faced with such an unprecedented, reckless fighting style, in just a few breaths, the spirit armor on the mid-level general's body quietly shattered and began to show more hideous wounds. Like the General Yin Cho, once you get the first wound, you'll get a second one. The number will only increase, and you can't reduce it at all. But he didn't back down. He took the pill and kept going. And it was this action that completely cost him his only chance to escape. Just a moment. He was covered in blood, had consumed all his pills, and had used up all the usable treasures. However, he only managed to kill 2 of the transparent, low-level warriors opposite him. They wanted to fight, but couldn't win. A situation from which there is no escape. Finally, it terrified him. Help me. They're attacking me. I can't hold on. Please help me. He let out a hissing scream. The sound was as loud as thunder, and almost half of Purple Bone Town could hear it clearly. Meanwhile, the other mid-level military officer who was closest to the scene immediately saw what was happening. Oh no. Seeing that his friend was about to collapse, he could no longer care about dealing with those martial arts master-level clones and rushed over in a panic. Along the way, he endured numerous attacks, which caused his spirit armor to flicker constantly, gradually approaching the edge of collapse. After he finally made his way through the transparent army and arrived here. He roared and swung his greatsword fiercely at the several junior general clones blocking his way. In an instant, the heads of those clones were severed, and they all turned into wisps of black smoke. But when he looked again, his hand holding the greatsword trembled involuntarily. What came into his view was his friend's lifeless body, covered in wounds. But that's not the key point. What truly terrified him was, on the corpse, there were 2 identical invisible friends who silently got up. He was deeply shocked. His 2 invisible friends were both watching him. The next moment, without any hesitation, they snatched the weapons from the corpse and attacked him directly. Chapter 46. The destruction of Purple Bone Town in 3 hours. Astounding profits. When the first opening was made, this means that this incredibly sturdy wall is about to collapse. No. A few moments later, the third transparent, mid-level general has appeared, simultaneously locking onto their next target. And under the cover of numerous low-level general clones, they began to slaughter and reap the lives of mid-level generals in Purple Bone Town. From this moment on, the entire Purple Bone Town has already fallen into Chen Xuanfeng's hands. Red Bone Town. Lord Purple Bone. Ignoring all attempts to stop him, a mid-level military officer shouted as he forced his way into Red Bone Town. This person is one of the generals of Purple Bone Town. It was also a backup plan left by the Purple Bone general outside Red Bone Town. Your people. Upon seeing this, the Red Bone general, who was inspecting the retreating army, turned his gaze to the Purple Bone general not far behind him. Having come all alone, how could I not have made some preparations? The Purple Bone warrior chuckled softly. The Red Bone general waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to stop them. Then, the mid-level general quickly approached the Purple Bone general and whispered a few words in his ear. Click! Before he could even finish speaking, the Purple Bone warrior unconsciously crushed the porcelain cup in his hand on the spot. The faint smile that had been on his lips vanished completely. Upon seeing this scene, the Red Bone warrior had already guessed that something must have happened in Purple Bone Town. Despite his calm demeanor, he was secretly delighted. These days, the light of day has made the other side laugh at his Red Bone Town. It's not bad to be able to see some jokes about Purple Bone Town now. Brother Zigu, you've always been so composed. What major event has caused you to lose your composure like this? The main characteristic of the Red Bone warrior is schadenfreude. Purple Bone Town has been invaded. The Purple Bone general spoke in an icy tone. Intrusion. Upon hearing this, the Red Bone warrior couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Who did it? Yellow Bone Town? Or Fire Bone Town? Could be Rain Bone Town? These towns are relatively far apart. However, due to their struggle for hunting grounds, they were constantly at odds and engaged in wars. Now that the resident of Purple Bone Town has left, there is no guarantee that they might take advantage of the situation to invade. However, there is no need to worry about such an invasion. At most, it will cause some damage and loss, but it will not cause any serious harm. After all, the small city of Tiangu is there to keep them in check. There was no major enmity between them. No one could do something like annihilating a town. It was done by a transparent creature. Upon hearing these words, the generals of Red Bone Town around him froze, and the general's face fell. The transparent creatures are now the absolute mortal enemies of Red Bone Town, without exception, but they never expected this. The transparent creature that had been chasing and fighting them had somehow managed to reach Purple Bone Town's territory and launch a large-scale invasion in the blink of an eye. How to reply? The Red Bone warrior wanted to ask more questions. At that moment, a scout rushed over in a panic. This gave the Red Bone warrior a strange sense of unease. Lord Redbone, the people of Heavenly Bone City have just sent us the latest news. General Yun Cho has found the person behind it all. But the person behind the scenes sent a large number of invisible creatures down, successfully escaping from General Yun Cho's clutches. Currently, General Yun Cho has been taken away for questioning by Grandmaster Green Soul because he caused great damage in Tiangu Town. Upon hearing the first sentence, the Redbone General was delighted, but before he could even process his joy, he heard the second sentence. After the third sentence was uttered, the Redbone warrior's aura became somewhat disordered. Obviously, the words Grandmaster of Green Souls were quite damaging to him. Redbone, it seems I overestimated Redbone Town. The Purple Bone General said coldly. Grandmaster Green Soul has already intervened. With his Grandmaster-level methods, he will definitely pry the existence of the special technique from your subordinates. The Heavenly Mystery Positioning Stone will also completely change hands to you and me, and you have completely lost the qualification to get your hands on that special technique. The Redbone General did not respond. The defeat in the war, the failure to find the missing person, and the loss of the special martial arts technique shattered all his hopes for a comeback, leaving him somewhat disoriented after so many days of ambitious plans. Redbone, you must bring the people of Redbone Town and come with me to annihilate the transparent creatures. What happens in your town is none of my business. The Redbone warrior's tone turned cold, and he refused without hesitation. Unrelated? Are you sure? The Purple Bone General said, putting aside the fact that you ruined my Heavenly Mystery Positioning Stone and wasted it, just the fact that he can invade my Purple Bone Town. Why can't he invade your Redbone Town? The reason he chose Purple Bone Town is most likely because he knew I wasn't in the town. Once he has a military force comparable to that of Purple Bone Town, do you think he will let you go? And you've seen how ridiculously fast those transparent creatures can develop. If we just keep waiting and let them grow, do you think Redbone Town will have a good ending? We are mortal enemies with the transparent creatures. As long as they are not eliminated, neither you nor I will have any peace. The Redbone warrior fell silent once more. He had to admit that the Purple Bone warrior was absolutely right. Redbone Town not only sent troops to annihilate the transparent creatures, but also joined forces to use the Heavenly Secret Positioning Stone to send people to hunt down the mastermind behind it all. This is an irreconcilable hatred. There's only one way to solve this. Either the other person dies, or he dies. If we want the other party to die, then we absolutely cannot delay. All personnel, heed my command. Assemble your forces and march on Purple Bone Town immediately. The Redbone General no longer hesitated and decisively gave the order. Over in Purple Bone Town, the entire invasion lasted for more than 3 hours. At this moment, there is not a single living person or creature left in the entire Purple Bone Town. At first glance, all that remained was blood and corpses scattered everywhere. On this dilapidated ruin, countless transparent figures and transparent beasts continued to search for any living people hiding and any scattered spoils they hadn't yet collected. The town of Xigu, with its nearly 1,000-year history, is gone. It only lasted for a little over 3 hours. I won this war. After receiving a report that everything had been calmed down, Chen Xuanfeng breathed a huge sigh of relief. This was his first large-scale war. Unlike the previous guerrilla warfare of the Bone Eater army, this is an invasion war, and one where the disparity in strength between the enemy and ourselves is quite large. We can only use a huge number of troops to exchange for a sliver of a chance of victory. This kind of operation is basically no different from gambling. Therefore, Chen Xuanfeng was always uneasy. Even if a clone of a mid-level martial general appeared, he could not guarantee that the final victory would be on his side. Until now, everything has settled down. Only then did it become clear that he had won the gamble. Indeed, the profits from gambling are truly extraordinary. Chen Xuanfeng looked at the numbers he had accumulated over the past 3 hours. Intermediate level military commander, 9. Elementary military commander level, 106. Advanced martial master level, 8928. Intermediate martial master level, 20397. Elementary martial master level, 51202. Chapter 47. Realm soars, technique perfected, Chen Xuanfeng's strength skyrockets. Explode. En précédente explosion. Even though this wasn't the first time Chen Xuanfeng had seen this number, every time he saw it, he couldn't help but feel excited and couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth from turning up. The benefits of the clones were so extravagant that they were the highest in history, far exceeding his imagination. 9 mid-level military commanders are normal. It's normal for a novice general to break 100 ranks. However, the number of advanced martial arts masters is nearly 9,000. Intermediate martial master level, over 20,000. The beginner-level martial arts master is even more terrifying, exceeding 50,000. It's important to know that these figures were obtained despite the enormous losses caused by invading towns. If the losses had been smaller, the figures would likely have doubled. It's not just a clone. Other benefits were equally impressive. Cultivation Essence, 139327. Practice Essentials, 73320. His cultivation essence was only 50,000 before, but after just one town massacre, it suddenly surged to nearly 140,000. The essence of the training was not to be outdone, and it jumped to 70,000. Judging from the increase in the amount of essence alone, the military strength of Ziga Town is quite impressive. The number of troops at the high-level martial artist level and above alone exceeds 60,000. No wonder Redbone Town can never beat Purplebone Town. Finally, there was the Spirit Stone income of 56.45 million that made Chen Xuanfeng so happy he couldn't stop smiling. What does that mean? Yesterday, his daily income was less than 2 million. Today, it increased 28 times. It's basically no different from getting rich overnight. Master, Redbone Town has mobilized its troops. At this moment, a message came from the clone responsible for monitoring the movements of Redbone Town. How many? Chen Xuanfeng asked. All. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes flashed. They must have learned of the invasion of Ziga Town and want to annihilate me in one fell swoop to end it all. I didn't go looking for trouble with them, but they came looking for me first. Number 19, take 5,000 martial master level clones over there and test their strength. Chen Xuanfeng quickly gave the order. Yes, master. After gaining experience from these two wars, he gradually developed many unique tactics that were his own. For example, other army soldiers are living, breathing people. They would never just throw 5,000 men over there to test the enemy's strength, but Chen Xuanfeng could. Not only are the clones fearless of death, but they can also create 2 clones after killing the enemy. In the end, when the original 5,000 people return, they might actually become 6,000 or 7,000. Not only that, even if the enemy is really strong in the end, Chen Xuanfeng can recall them in a second to minimize the losses. The Redbone General and the Purplebone General are no longer a concern. The only thing that truly deserves my attention is the Heavenly Bone Town. I made such a big commotion in Tiangu Town. Those martial grandmasters couldn't possibly remain indifferent. Not to mention that I'm now launching a large-scale invasion of Zigu Town and razing the entire town to the ground. They could come looking for trouble at any time. A bloody battle broke out within the city. An entire town outside the city was destroyed. Chen Xuanfeng has basically violated all the ironclad rules of execution that would lead to certain death. Not to mention that he himself is a human. With multiple buffs stacking up, the aggro in Tingu Town is 10,000, and they'll relentlessly hunt you down. 140,000 cultivation essences should be enough. If you keep saving, you might live to save but not live to spend it. Let's see how much I can improve in one go after 280,000 hours, 11,666 days, and 32 years of tireless hard work. Let's get right to it. Chen Xuanfeng decisively extracted all his cultivation essence, and then began to frantically shatter it. When a massive amount of cultivation power, which appeared out of nowhere, entered his body, it surged through his meridians, flesh, and bones, thoroughly cleansing him. Boom! A brand new aura emanated from Chen Xuanfeng's body. Intermediate martial arts master level. The momentum did not stop there. His cultivation level continued to increase. His bones crackled and popped, and his muscles swelled and deflated like balloons. Each swelling signifies a breakthrough. Each time the ball deflates, it means he has failed to break through. After approximately 6 failed attempts to break through, boom! A completely new aura radiated from Chen Xuanfeng's body. Advanced martial master level. The momentum continues unabated. The popping sound of the bones colliding was even louder. The muscles bulged more dramatically and at a faster pace. Even Chen Xuanfeng's face began to bead with sweat, his face turning bright red and then pale in an instant, alternating constantly. Despite attempting to break through 10 times, Chen Xuanfeng still couldn't break the shackles. It is clear that the difficulty of breaking through to a higher realm is significantly greater than that of breaking through to a lower realm. Fortunately, this time his cultivation essence was completely sufficient to support such a large-scale consumption. Finally, hard work pays off. After failing to break through 17 times, boom! An incredibly powerful aura exploded, and the trees around Chen Xuanfeng were snapped in two by the impact. It hasn't stopped yet. Chen Xuanfeng was surprised. His cultivation continued to grow out of thin air, and it did not stop there. In just a breath, he began to break through to the intermediate martial general level. However, Chen Xuanfeng did not take it seriously. It took 17 breakthroughs to reach the beginner level of a general. How many more times would it take to reach the intermediate level? However, boom! The explosive force emanating from his body caused the already broken tree to shatter completely. They actually succeeded in the attack. Chen Xuanfeng was dumbfounded. At this point, his body finally began to calm down. At this moment, he was already a genuine mid-level military general. Now that your cultivation level is reached, the next step is to learn the techniques. Let's still use true martial overlord technique and see how far we can go with 140,000 hours. This time, Chen Xuanfeng didn't need to go through any trouble. With a single thought, his spiritual sense directly crushed the mountain of cultivation essence. In an instant, he entered the training space of true martial overlord technique once again. The internal 140,000 hours felt like only 2.5 minutes to the outside world. When he opened his eyes again, desolate, his entire body was enveloped in a golden light, as if his whole body was inlaid with gold. This is the perfected golden chi. The true martial overlord technique has reached its perfect state. Chen Xuanfeng was extremely surprised. I thought this time I would only be able to reach the minor success level, or at most a major success level, but I never expected to reach the perfection level directly. Normally speaking, given the previous progress, it would be impossible to achieve perfection, unless it's due to the level of cultivation. Chen Xuanfeng realized the key point. With the improvement of my realm, the difficulty of my cultivation technique has decreased dramatically. In addition, with the development of my spiritual consciousness, it's equivalent to enlightenment. A significant improvement in one's realm is equivalent to an invisible increase in one's comprehension. Immediately, Chen Xuanfeng quickly looked at his character attribute panel and checked his strength level. Normal power level, high-level martial general. As expected, the superior grade cultivation technique at the perfect realm allowed my power to leapfrog a minor realm. Chen Xuanfeng was pleasantly surprised. Not only did he leap from the novice martial artist level to the intermediate martial general level in an instant, but he was also able to fight against opponents of higher levels. This kind of improvement in combat power was an experience he had never had before. With his current strength, he could personally lead his clone army to confront the Redbone Town Legion head-on. My cultivation level and techniques are both in place. Now it's time to start sharpening the real blade. The spirit stones I gained from this wave of town destruction, plus what I already had, bring my total spirit stone reserves close to 60 million. 60 million is enough. Chen Xuanfeng smirked. System, upgrade slaughter clone to level 20 in one go. Level 20. This means a new feature will be unlocked. Ding! Consumed 6,553,600 spirit stones. Slaughter clone has been upgraded to level 18. Ding! Consumed 13,107,200 spirit stones. Slaughter clone has been upgraded to level 19. Ding! Consumed 26,214,400 spirit stones. Slaughter clone has been upgraded to level 20. Congratulations, host! Your killing clone has reached level 20, successfully unlocking the minor feature, Infinite Space 2. Congratulations, host! Your killing clone has reached level 20, successfully unlocking the Synthesis Space feature. Chapter 48, Synthesizing High-Level Martial Generals. Launching a siege against the Bone-Eating Clan Army. 2 small features. Chen Xuanfeng was quite surprised to see the 2 notifications that popped up in succession from his system. He expected either a new feature or a small feature, but the result was unexpected again, with 2 small features coming out all at once. Infinite Space 2. The volume of the infinite space has increased by 1,000 times, reaching 50-50-50. It also allows clones to use the infinite space autonomously. Synthesis Space. Consuming 10 clones of the same realm can synthesize 1 clone of the next higher realm. Note: synthesizing across a major realm requires paying 10 times the cost. Soon, the system provided descriptions of 2 small functions. Chen Xuanfeng was so shocked that he couldn't help but exclaim. Infinite Space 2. The capacity has been increased by 1,000 times, which is normal, considering that so many spirit stones were spent on the upgrade. But the meaning of the last half of the sentence is extraordinary. It should be noted that until just now, the clone only had the right to put things in of the infinite space, which meant it could put its spoils in. Anyone who wanted to enter or take anything out of it had to get Chen Xuanfeng's permission and order. As a result, when attacking Ziga Town, Chen Xuanfeng spent a lot of time and effort transporting his clone army. Now we have the right to use it independently. This means that from now on, with just 1 command from Chen Xuanfeng, and without any action from him, the clones can freely enter and exit the infinite space. They can carry themselves. They can go wherever they want, and any place that any transparent clone sets foot in can be instantly reached by all the clones. Not only that, similarly, without Chen Xuanfeng having to exert any effort, when the clones encounter danger, they can directly enter the infinite space to avoid encountering powerful enemies, and immediately summon other brothers to come and provide support. Whether it's kill efficiency, survival efficiency, or harvesting efficiency, it represents a qualitative leap. But What truly excited Chen Xuanfeng to the point of shouting a curse was the new feature, synthesis space. 10 are combined into one. It's equivalent to having 10 novice-level generals combined to create one intermediate-level general without any effort. 10 mid-level generals can be combined to create one high-level general. 10 high-level martial generals can be combined to create one. But the description mentions that if you cross a major realm, you have to pay 10 times the price, which is 100 high-level martial generals, to create one initial-level martial grandmaster. Even if it's 100, 1,000, that's still a huge profit. No one understood the value of this feature better than Chen Xuanfeng. Almost every clone that transcends a major realm is obtained only after considerable effort and risk. As long as I can get my hands on it, the overall strength and efficiency of the clone army can be greatly improved. Therefore, with this function enabled, Chen Xuanfeng will be able to raise the overall strength of his clone army to a whole new level without expending any effort. The grand vision has been achieved. Other minor realms will naturally follow. This synthesis space feature not only brings great benefits to Chen Xuanfeng in the present, but will also have a significant and lasting impact in the future. Let's try it out first, starting with the general level. Chen Xuanfeng couldn't wait to try it out. 10 low-level martial general clones. All enter the synthesis space and begin synthesis. The order was issued. The 10 clones were teleported to a vast, white void. Unlike infinite space, there are no size restrictions in the synthesis space. You can put in as many clones as you want, but they can only enter during synthesis. Just 1 second later, the 10 clones appeared. It shattered instantly. It transformed into countless transparent white particles of light. Then another second passed. These transparent white light particles quickly converged and solidified, rapidly merging into a transparent bone-eater figure at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only was it significantly taller than before, but it also exuded the aura of a mid-level military general. On Chen Xuanfeng's character attribute panel, the number of intermediate-level generals has increased from 9 to 10. Easy, simple, convenient, like flowing clouds and running water. A mid-level military commander has now been obtained. The only price paid was that the number of junior generals decreased from 106 to 96. This deal is an absolute steal. Continue. Chen Xuanfeng did not stop and continued to synthesize the 10 mid-level, general-level clones. Soon, within the synthesis space, as countless particles of light rapidly coalesced and merged into an even taller figure, the aura emanating from it was unmistakably that of a high-ranking military general. Owner. Hearing its respectful call, Chen Xuanfeng felt an unprecedented sense of joy. He has obtained his first high-level, general-level clone. Its appearance signifies that Chen Xuanfeng will be able to launch another war to destroy the town. At the same time, the clone army will have grown to a terrifying level, enough to easily crush all the Bone Eater clan towns. Purple Bone Town, Red Bone Town, Yellow Bone Town, Blue Bone Town, none of them are worth mentioning. No Bone Eater town could withstand the advance of the clone army. The synthetic space is indeed a heaven-defying thing comparable to the infinite space, but the cost of crossing a major realm by 100 times is too great. It is only suitable for temporarily synthesizing a clone that is one minor realm higher, and is not suitable for large-scale synthesis. Even if I have hundreds of millions of quasi-martial artists and tens of millions of martial artists, once they are converted, they will only amount to a few hundred martial masters, and even then, they will only be the initial level. This kind of synthesis is not worthwhile. Combining a large number of low-level combatants into hundreds of mid-level combatants is a losing proposition no matter how you look at it. Synthesis is possible, but indiscriminate synthesis is not. Otherwise, in the end, not only will they fail to produce many high-end combat forces, but they will also lose a huge number of low-end combat forces. A high-level, general-level clone has been created. Next, Red Bone Generals and Purple Bone Generals. It's time for you to become part of my clone army. Chen Xuanfeng's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. Martial artist, martial master, martial general, all of you listen to my command. Start immediately. Use the infinite space to descend upon the Red Bone Town army. Save them all, kill them all. Yes, master. All clones responded quickly. At the same time, tens of thousands of troops from Red Bone Town are rushing menacingly towards Purple Bone Town. The line stretched for more than 10 kilometers, densely packed with people. At the very center were the Red Bone General and the Purple Bone General, just as they were discussing how to retake Purple Bone Town. Suddenly, the war horn sounded. What's going on? The Red Bone General and the Purple Bone General quickly stood up. Then we climbed to a higher vantage point to look around. They knew what was going on at a glance. In the distance, on the open field, a vast number of transparent, ferocious beasts appeared, charging straight towards their army like a flood. Quasi-martial artist and martial artist level. Is that guy completely desperate, with no one else he can use? The Purple Bone Warrior could tell the level of these transparent, ferocious beasts at a glance, and dismissed them with disdain. Meanwhile, The war horns sounded on another front. The two turned around and looked back. In the jungle, a terrifying number of transparent creatures appeared, surging towards them like a torrent. Still at the quasi-martial artist level and martial artist level. What is he trying to do? He dares to face my army with this. The red-bone warrior sneered, equally disdainful. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Warfare has begun on multiple fronts. They looked around. Without exception, they were all transparent, ferocious beast armies composed of quasi-martial artists and martial artists. There was no threat to them at all. Attack. Slaughter them all. When the red-bone warrior spoke, his voice was like thunder. All the bone-eating clan members brandished their weapons and swarmed forward to meet the attack. As expected. But at the moment of close combat, the transparent creatures were killed in droves, and a large amount of black smoke billowed out, as if the entire area was shrouded in black smoke, creating a spectacular scene. This greatly boosted the morale of the bone-eating clan army in Redbone Town. Look up at the sky. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Upon hearing this call, the Redbone and Purplebone generals quickly looked up. Countless transparent, ferocious beasts and transparent bone-eating clan members descended from the sky, which was thousands of meters high. They either opened their gaping maws or brandished enormous weapons, slamming them down on the bone-eating clan army on the ground in a suicidal manner, like a torrential downpour. You think you can fight me with methods like this? The Redbone warrior drew his weapon, leaped into the air, and soared hundreds of meters into the sky. He swung a powerful blow. He instantly destroyed a large number of transparent clones, sending black smoke billowing into the sky. I knew it, this was his trump card. The Purplebone warrior drew his longsword, which was several meters long and narrow, and it shimmered with golden light, the light effect of a metal attribute martial art. He was also prepared to fight. Suddenly, no, Master said that those are just illusions. I am the real trump card. A cold, melodious sound came from beside the Purplebone warrior. The Purplebone warrior was startled and quickly turned his head to look. He happened to see a transparent bone-eating clan figure. The aura emanating from the figure was that of a high-level warrior. However, this was not enough to surprise him. What truly shocked the Purplebone general was that the face of this high-ranking general was exactly the same as that of one of his mid-ranking generals who was in charge of guarding Purplebone Town. Chapter 49 Redbones and Purplebones. This guy is cheating. How can we fight him? In a short time, the Purplebone warrior was utterly shocked. His subordinates, who were only at the mid-level military commander level, became invisible, which was one thing, but how could they possibly break through to the high-level military commander level? In Purplebone Town, among all the mid-level martial generals, this guy is the least likely to break through. What on earth happened? Before the raging storm in the heart of the Purplebone warrior could subside, the transparent, high-ranking military officer launched a direct attack on him. He's only at the same level as me. You think you could take me down with that? Dream on. The arrogance of the Purplebone warrior also erupted at this moment. He decisively used his skills to launch a powerful counterattack. Boom! The violent clash between the two high-ranking military generals produced a deafening roar. However, the Purplebone warrior made a new discovery. The number of techniques the opponent used is ridiculously high. Although the effect of each individual piece is not particularly strong, when the quantity is large enough, the resulting power should not be underestimated. Even he was starting to feel overwhelmed. What he didn't know was that this was one of the effects of the synthesis. 10 clones merge into one. The techniques they carried naturally merged into one. Although only 1/10 of the techniques could be used after merging, it was enough to make the merged clone one of the best among its peers. If among the 10 clones created there are outstanding individuals or top geniuses, the combined clones would likely be even more exaggerated and terrifying in strength. Suddenly, an explosive attack came. The transparent high-ranking general quickly retreated. Purplebone, aren't you supposed to be very strong? How come you can't even handle an invisible guy? The participants were none other than the Redbone warriors. Enough talk, let's join forces and kill him first. The Purplebone warrior swallowed a pill, and his aura quickly increased by 20. Immediately, the two stood on the left and right, unleashing their full power and skills. They launched a joint attack. At first, the transparent high-level generals could barely hold their own. However, after several rounds, it became clear that his reaction time was insufficient. At this moment, the Redbone warrior found a weakness. He held nothing back, gathering all his strength for a powerful strike, and slashed down fiercely. If this attack hits, even if the opponent is a high-level general, they will be crippled if they don't die. Just when they both thought victory was in their grasp. Boom! The earth shattered. It revealed a large, shallow pit. But the transparent high-level general was nowhere to be seen. Disappeared. The Purplebone general and the Redbone general were immediately startled. Their spiritual awareness spread rapidly. It turned out that the other party had really disappeared without leaving a trace. Suddenly, a transparent, ferocious beast emerged from the ground, attempting to attack the Redbone warrior. However, it was too weak, merely a high-level martial artist, and was so easily killed by the Red-Bone martial general that he didn't even bother to look at it. But just as the black smoke began to dissipate, the Red-Bone warrior felt an unprecedented sense of crisis approaching from behind him. Behind you. The Purple Bone warrior also noticed, and he wanted to warn him, but it was too late. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. The Red-Bone warrior was sent flying over 100 meters, crashing into two large trees before finally coming to a stop, blood already seeping from the corner of his mouth. The Purple Bone general seized the opportunity to launch an attack. They wanted to seize this opportunity to deliver a heavy blow to that transparent high-level general. His attack missed. The other party has disappeared again. Disappeared again? Are you kidding me? Even though the Purple Bone general was exceptionally strong, had defeated many high-level generals, and had witnessed many grand scenes, he still couldn't help but feel a sense of fear when facing a battle where the enemy could disappear and reappear at any moment. It wasn't just him. The same applies to Red-Bone warriors. It was even more intense than the fear felt by the Purple Bone warrior. Clearly, the opponent's strength wasn't particularly outstanding. At most, they were only slightly stronger than him and Zigu. Under normal circumstances, they could never have defeated the two of them. But the other party can just disappear and reappear at will. Isn't this cheating? How are we supposed to fight like this? Before he could finish thinking, the second attack came again, this time from behind him as well. Wow! As expected, the Red-Bone warrior was knocked away again, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. Red-Bone warriors dared not be negligent. He quickly took out several pills and swallowed them to prevent the injury from becoming too severe. Before they had even finished chewing the pills, they were finished. Red-Bone behind you! The Purple Bone warrior's exclamation rang out again. The Red-Bone warrior had learned his lesson and did not turn around immediately. Instead, he decisively turned around and attacked. However, things did not go as planned. The Red-Bone warrior's attack landed on empty air again, causing considerable damage. The figure of the transparent high-ranking general vanished without a trace once again. What kind of method is this? Spatial attributes? The Red-Bone warrior screamed in terror. Of course not. Spatial attributes would at least give some warning or cause some spatial distortion. He disappeared without even a trace. The Purple Bone warrior, while remaining vigilant, said with a grim expression, and if it really were spatial, with a casual spatial blade or spatial thread, we would have been dead long ago. And it's behind you again? No, from his side. This time, the Red-Bone warrior was fully prepared. But I still couldn't react. He was knocked away again and coughed up blood. Why? Bang! Before he could finish speaking, he was struck again. It's me? One sentence, another blow. Why? The Red-Bone warrior's momentum began to wane. Not hit him. The Red-Bone warrior's momentum rapidly weakened, and he was covered in blood. However, the offensive of the transparent high-level generals did not stop. He moved with incredible speed, launching attacks from all sides against the Red-Bone warrior. The Red-Bone warrior seemed to be twitching on the spot. His head was turning from side to side. The body twisted from side to side. The whole person was like food in a pot, being stirred and turned at will. The Purple Bone warrior was completely stunned. If you don't even know where to attack, or even a little afraid of getting burned if you take action yourself. Finally, with a final, deafening roar, the Red-Bone warrior's body collapsed completely. Why me? Why? Why? After uttering the last word, the Red-Bone warrior's eyes widened, his face filled with resentment and anger, before he completely lost his life. Transparent high-ranking generals also reappear normally at this moment. But his cold gaze fell upon the Purple Bone warrior not far away. Mimi, the Purple Bone warrior who witnessed this scene, was extremely nervous. His hand, holding his weapon, was trembling slightly. He didn't know whether to attack or surrender, until he saw two identical, transparent figures quietly rise from the corpse of the Red-Bone warrior. They came to the side of the transparent high general. The three stood in a row, their cold eyes fixed on the Purple Bone warrior. Clang! I surrender! I surrender! The Purple Bone warrior's mental defenses were completely shattered. He threw away his weapon, raised his hands, knelt down, and shouted that he was surrendering. The master said he would not accept the surrender of a living person. Upon hearing this, the Purple Bone warrior felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He hurriedly tried to pick up his weapon again to fight back, but it was too late. The attacks of three high-ranking generals had already launched a fierce assault, relentlessly enveloping them. Chapter 50. Fragments of a Cultivation Technique, the Sumeru Imperial Clan. High-level, general-level clones. 5. Chen Xuanfeng felt a sense of satisfaction as he watched the clones' stats rapidly increase on the panel. All the thorns in our side have been completely removed. The tens of thousands of Bone Eater troops, including the traitor Adros who was mixed in with them, will all be completely transformed into his people and become his forces to continue conquering other towns. This wave of gains is expected to be similar to that of Purple Bone Town, also exceeding 50 million spirit stones. It feels like a dream come true to suddenly earn over 100 million. The pace cannot stop, We must continue our conquest of other Bone Eater clan towns. Having tasted immense success, how could Chen Xuanfeng possibly stop? As a human, he was inherently at odds with other races. Now, not only can they slaughter alien races and uphold the prestige of the human race, but they can also reap huge profits from clones, spirit stones, and other wealth. It's killing many birds with one stone. According to the map information, the Bone Eater clan has many towns, with more than 32 towns of varying sizes under the jurisdiction of Heavenly Bone Town alone. The closest one is Yellow Bone Town, then Firebone Town, and then Rainbone Town. With my current forces, I can easily flatten 4 or 5 towns a day. More than 30 towns can be razed to the ground in less than 7 days at most. Maybe it won't even take 7 days. But I can't do that yet. Otherwise, the top-level martial grandmasters of Qinggu Town would not hesitate to attack me, so I cannot easily provoke them. The benefits of destroying a town are great, but the consequences and costs are also staggering. Based on the damage he has caused so far, at most only a low-level martial grandmaster or a mid-level martial grandmaster would be involved. Chen Xuanfeng is not worried about opponents of this level, as he still has room to develop. But once a top-tier martial master is mobilized, he can no longer remain so calm. That's the closest thing to a martial marquis level being. Who knows what unimaginable methods they might use. Let's leave the towns under the jurisdiction of Qinggu City alone for now and see how they react. But we can provoke the other smaller towns. He had previously learned from Lin Miao Miao that the Bone-Eating clan was plagued by internal strife, with battles occurring not only between towns, but also between smaller cities. Even between larger cities and royal cities, battles, struggles, and wars were commonplace. Therefore, he went to wreak havoc on other small towns, and his hatred level started from 0. Not only that, the Bone Eater clan has a strong sense of territory. Even if he wreaks havoc on other small towns, provoking even the most powerful martial grandmasters to want to take action, they still need the consent of the Heavenly Bone Town to enter its territory and find Chen Xuanfeng. Otherwise, it will be considered an invasion, and we can disregard the orders of the major city and start a war directly. In this way, Tiangu Town was not a dangerous place at all. On the contrary, it became a natural protective barrier for Chen Xuanfeng. Number 76, number 77, number 78, number 79. The 4 of you will each head to the east, west, south, or north of Tiangu Town. We'll start our exploration of the White Bone Town to the east, the Gray Bone Town to the west, the Cloud Bone Town to the south, and the Luo Bone Town to the north, starting with the town closest to us. Chen Xuanfeng instructed, once we find that those towns are about as strong as Red Bone Town and Purple Bone Town, don't ask me for permission. Just have new number 1 lead his men over and wipe them all out. The newest number 1 is the newly created high-level military commander. Yes, master. A clone was dispatched to carry out the order. Before, it was all just small-scale fighting, barely surviving, and we were always being hunted down. Now we're finally on the right track, showing the true power of these cheat codes from the system. Now I can easily crush towns, and it won't be long before I can easily conquer small towns. Next comes the Great City, the Royal City, the Imperial City, and finally, the Divine Kingdom of the Bone-Eating clan will be wiped out. By then, I might be qualified to go back and save Earth. Chen Xuanfeng felt increasingly excited as he thought about it. As a human, he naturally stands on the side of humanity. Now that humanity is facing annihilation, it's understandable that they are not strong enough. But once they have the strength, of course they must go back and lend a helping hand. Master, I have made an additional discovery. Suddenly, the clone responsible for selecting the spoils spoke, pulling Chen Xuanfeng back to reality. Oh, Chen Xuanfeng was surprised. This was the first time he had heard of a loot clone being discovered. Soon, in his hand, there was an old, yellowed page of a cultivation manual. As soon as he touched it, not only his clone, but even Chen Xuanfeng could tell that this page was not simple. The pages of the book are right there in front of me, but in Chen Xuanfeng's eyes, it seemed as if it was always shifting, giving off a strange feeling. And this thing was actually scavenged from the Purple Bone Warrior's Chinquan bag, to obtain grain from emptiness, to generate the laws of heaven and earth, and to reverse the flow of qi in the meridians. I can't understand this content at all. Chen Xuanfeng read it several more times, but they couldn't understand its meaning. However, this is a fragment of the cultivation technique, lacking the preceding and following content, so it's normal that it's incomprehensible. I don't understand, but there's something that can help me understand. Chen Xuanfeng took out a cultivation essence with his other hand. The essence is absolutely effective for complete cultivation manuals, but I'm not sure about incomplete manuals. Let's give it a try. The essence of the practice shattered and scattered, merging into the fragments of the manual. However, this time the scene of the technique breaking and connecting to Chen Xuanfeng's brow did not occur as before. There were no unusual phenomena on the fragments of the cultivation technique. No way. It can clearly absorb the essence of my cultivation, but there's no reaction at all. This shouldn't be happening. Chen Xuanfeng had experimented and found that the essence of cultivation would only be absorbed into things related to the cultivation technique. Other items, such as spirit stones, pills, and spirit weapons, would not be absorbed and would only dissipate. The same applies to the essence of cultivation. But now the essence of the training has been incorporated, but had no effect whatsoever. This is really quite illogical. Because of the fragment, is one essence not enough? Chen Xuanfeng then took out 10 more training essences to try. The result remains the same. He then took out another 100 coins. This fragment of the technique still only absorbs light and has no effect. Hey, this guy, you only eat and don't vomit, right? Chen Xuanfeng lost his temper. He pulled out another 1,000 training essences in one go, despite the pain of losing money. After all, his true form had unexpectedly reached the intermediate martial general level, greatly reducing his efficiency in harvesting cultivation essence. Chen Xuanfeng was determined to get his hands on the fragments of the cultivation technique. Finally, as the 1,000 essences of cultivation were shattered and merged into the fragments of the cultivation manual, it changed and began to emit a golden light. The remaining pages of the cultivation manual were quietly torn apart. The connection to Chen Xuanfeng's brow began. Chen Xuanfeng closed his eyes. He wanted to see what kind of technique this fragment of the technique represented. Soon, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. Chen Xuanfeng returned to the training space. However, the creator of the technique that he met this time surprised him. The other party is no longer human. It's a different race. Moreover, the other person was so tall that when Chen Xuanfeng looked up, he had to tilt his head back nearly 90 degrees and step back quite a distance before he could barely see the other person's face. It is at least 10,000 meters high. The level of this alien race must be at least at the king level. Chen Xuanfeng was alarmed. The alien race resembled humans in appearance, with 2 feet, a body, and a head. The difference is that it has 6 arms and 6 pupils on its face, which are just holes and no eyeballs. Moreover, its skin resembles a combination of rock and metal, making it impossible to discern its material, but is certainly not ordinary flesh and blood. I am one of the imperial sons of the Sumeru imperial clan. The alien race spoke, and their voice shook the heavens and the earth. His words made Chen Xuanfeng's pupils shrink. The Sumeru imperial clan. He quickly raised his wrist, opened the map information of the void furnace, and clicked on a completely fog-shrouded area. It was an area that the human race had never explored, and they only knew a few fragmented pieces of information about. However, even in these fragmented pieces of information, it was clearly stated, the place where the Sumeru Emperor clan resides must never be entered. At the same time, there is also a very simple note below. The Sumeru Imperial Clan ranks 3rd on the golden list of all races. Chapter 51. Obtaining a life-saving trump card. Spatial power. Hiss. Chen Xuanfeng couldn't help but gasp. 3rd on the list of all races. What kind of concept is this? The Bone Eater Clan, a clan that ranks almost at the bottom, is the kind of clan that can still crush the human race and leave them with little chance to fight back. If the Sumeru Emperor clan were to actually make a move, the human race would likely be wiped out in an instant. I actually found a cultivation technique created by such a being. The cultivation technique created by the 3rd rank clan has actually fallen into the hands of a high-ranking military general. It even ended up in my hands. If this were in a web novel, it would be equivalent to an incredibly rare opportunity. Chen Xuanfeng sighed repeatedly. Although it was just a fragment of a cultivation technique, the background it involved was so advanced that even he felt it was a bit unreal. This is the technique I created, the 6 laws, the great canon of heaven and earth. Its attributes are a superposition of space and time, which I created based on my understanding of the origin of space and the origin of time. Unfortunately, it was just a failure, not worthy of being called an emperor's technique, not even a celestial technique or a saint technique. It was merely a divine grade technique. Next, I will show you its wonders, so watch closely. Chen Xuanfeng was completely dumbfounded by what the Prince of Sumeru said. He seemed to have been greatly shocked, his eyes wide open, his mouth agape, completely dumbfounded. The origin of time. There's also the origin of empty space. And this thing is actually a divine-grade cultivation technique. Where did this terrifying purple bone thing even come from? Chen Xuanfeng was completely dumbfounded. Time-space. 2 top-tier attributes. Any skill that touches upon even one of these elements is already considered the best of the best, the pinnacle of the pinnacle. But it turned out to be a good thing. Both. It could be described as a monster among martial arts techniques, and a freak among monsters. Not only that, its grade also exceeded Chen Xuanfeng's imagination of a divine item. Isn't that a top-tier cultivation technique that only martial gods are qualified to practice? If he hadn't heard it with his own ears and verified it with his own eyes, Chen Xuanfeng would never have imagined that such an extraordinary treasure was actually contained in the chinquan bag of a mere high-level martial general of the bone-devouring clan. This is the origin of space. While Chen Xuanfeng was still immersed in great shock, the Prince of Sumeru had already begun to demonstrate the technique. He quickly put aside all his shock and began to observe. Regardless of where this thing came from, Now that it's in his hands, and he's deciphered it and supplied it for his cultivation, it's his from now on. Such a tremendous opportunity has fallen from the sky. Chen Xuanfeng certainly couldn't let this opportunity slip by. He had to seize it firmly. Soon, Chen Xuanfeng awoke from the training space. As expected, I poured nearly 2,000 hours into it, but I haven't even scratched the surface of the 6 laws, the great canon of heaven and earth. I've only just gotten a slight feel for how powerful and terrifying this technique is. After all, it is a divine-grade cultivation technique. It is also an extremely rare attribute-based cultivation technique among divine-grade cultivation techniques. It is an extremely rare and top-tier attribute-based cultivation technique, so rare that it defies description. It is a peerless technique that combines the 2 top attributes of time and space. Chen Xuanfeng was only a mid-level military general. Being able to even get a glimpse of it is already extremely rare. Normally, with his level of cultivation, he wouldn't even have the qualification to peak at a divine-grade cultivation technique. If this cultivation method were to appear in the outside world, it will definitely attract countless super-powerful beings who will fight to the death, even at the cost of the heavens and earth, to seize it. The Purple Bone Warrior will probably only know that this thing is awesome until he dies, but he doesn't know that it is this awesome. Moreover, with his level of cultivation, comprehension, and aptitude, this thing is basically no different from a piece of waste paper in his hands. In other words, the cheat code that Chen Xuanfeng possessed completed this cultivation technique. Otherwise, let alone high-ranking military generals, even if a martial master or a martial marquis came, it would all be in vain. I still have more than 2,000 training essences left, which is equivalent to more than 4,000 hours. If I throw them at it, it will probably be like throwing a mud ox into the sea, not even making a splash. But with this divine-grade cultivation technique, other cultivation techniques seem far too mediocre. If we're going to smash something, we might as well smash the best. If the essence is gone, we can just accumulate it again. With this in mind, Chen Xuanfeng no longer hesitated and decisively took out the remaining 2,000 or so cultivation essences, using them all on the 6 laws, the great canon of heaven and earth. The next moment, he returned to the training space. They came before the Prince of Sumeru once again. This time, he was completely focused, immersing himself entirely in the experience and carefully sensing every change. A moment later, Chen Xuanfeng opened his eyes again. However, this time, a flash of black and white light appeared in his eyes. I felt it. Although it was very faint, I could feel its presence. Chen Xuanfeng looked somewhat excited. He slowly raised his palm. Within his palm, a black and white ribbon, like a ghost, gently coiled around his hand, causing Chen Xuanfeng's eyes to flash with an unprecedented brilliance. Because this black and white ribbon represents space. After more than 6,000 hours of careful observation, although he still hadn't even reached the entry level of the technique, he had already sensed a trace of spatial power. That's right, only a trace. Just like in a vast ocean, Chen Xuanfeng took a portion the size of a water glass. It's rare, but it is genuine spatial power. Space Blade. Chen Xuanfeng had a thought. The black and white ribbons that had been constantly swirling around his palms and the backs of his hands, like ghosts, suddenly compressed and transformed into a narrow, dark, short blade. Don't be fooled by the fact that this spatial blade is less than 10 centimeters long. However, because it has spatial attributes, it can powerfully penetrate and cut through enemies in a spatial form. This also means the enemy's defenses were practically non-existent in the face of this spatial power. Not only that, dance. Chen Xuanfeng had another thought. The spatial blade transformed into a tiny, flying sword, so fast that even a high-level martial general couldn't react to it. Go! Chen Xuanfeng flicked his finger. The spatial blade sliced a towering tree with a diameter of 3.5 meters at an imperceptible speed. However, due to the excessive speed of the spatial blade, the damage was so great that it was impossible to see that the tree had been hit. Until Chen Xuanfeng retracted the spatial blade. I went up and gently pushed the tree trunk. This towering tree simply fell down, and the cut surface of the stump was incredibly smooth and flat. With this trace of spatial power, even if I'm only a mid-level martial general, I can instantly kill a high-level martial general without breaking a sweat. Even a martial grandmaster might fall in my hands if I catch them off guard. Chen Xuanfeng couldn't help but exclaim, "Spatial attributes are truly terrifying." He now finally understood why spatial attribute was absolutely right to be ranked among the top attributes. The power of space also has its drawbacks. It consumes too much of my spiritual energy. This shouldn't be its drawback. It should be mine. Therefore, this thing can only exist as a trump card and should not be easily revealed unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, a special cultivation technique has already brought so much trouble. If I were to reveal my spatial attributes, the powerful figures who come looking for trouble would probably line up all the way to Earth. Chen Xuanfeng put away the spatial blade. Now that I have a trump card to save my life, I can focus on developing my strength. I destroyed Purple Bone Town, but Red Bone Town is well preserved. I'll use it as my temporary base. I haven't had a proper place to live for so many days, so now I can finally enjoy myself. Someone, take me to Red Bone Town. At the same time, inside the Green Soul Marshal Sex mansion in the small city of Heavenly Bone. Well, General Yun Cho rolled his eyes, his whole body convulsing. Soon, a pale hand withdrew from his head, and General Yun Cho collapsed to the ground, his body ice cold, completely lifeless. You found it. Inside the main hall, there were 3 newly appointed Marshal Grandmasters. Upon seeing that this soul search of the Yun Cho general had ended, 3 of them couldn't wait to ask questions. We found it. It was just a minor dispute, nothing serious. Green Soul Marshal Master said calmly. He then flicked his finger, and green flames covered the corpse of General Yun Cho, burning it to ashes in an instant. Green Soul, you're lying. A middle-aged fat man dressed in brocade robes and with a large belly spoke up, his tone indifferent. According to those who saw it, when they were fighting in the street, a group of transparent, low-level martial generals appeared. This transparent creature appeared and disappeared suddenly, and even we don't know what methods it used. Is this considered a minor dispute? Oomph. Green Soul, the 4 of us have been enforcing the ironclad laws of this small town for over 30 years. Do you think I don't know your character? Another Marshal Grandmaster sneered. Unwilling to talk. Have you discovered some incredible treasure? Green Soul, you don't need to hide it. I've already found out that this person comes from Redbone Town. If you want to know the truth, just send someone to Redbone Town to investigate. Another Marshal Grandmaster said indifferently, just tell me. I had a premonition, Green Soul, that you need my help. The last Marshal Grandmaster took a sip of tea and said casually. All right. Seeing this, the Green Soul Grandmaster no longer concealed anything. Indeed, something extraordinary has appeared. A human little fellow possesses a very remarkable cultivation technique that can turn living beings into transparent objects for him to control. The 3 of them exchange a glance. What's so special about this technique? Chapter 52. What? That little guy actually knows spatial attributes. Clearly, all 3 of them were disdainful, turning living people into puppets and controlling them. This kind of skill is everywhere on the market, so what's so special about it that's worth hiding? Simply put, there's nothing extraordinary about it. But as far as this mid-level martial general knows, there are 3 special features about this special technique. First, after a transparent thing kills a living thing, it can directly transform that living thing into a new transparent thing. This new transparent thing can then kill other living things, and new transparent things can continue to be born, just like a plague that can keep spreading and multiplying. The 3 of them were slightly surprised to hear this. Isn't this contagion just a curse technique? Puppet techniques, and they even come with a curse. Doesn't this mean that this special technique has 2 special effects? Every technique that can combine 2 elements is, without exception, a top-tier technique. Based on this alone, it's not surprising that Green Soul concealed the existence of this special technique. Secondly, the transparent objects appear and disappear without a trace. I saw from the memories of this mid-level general that almost in an instant, the main body summoned many transparent objects to block in front of him. And when I arrived at the scene today, all the transparent objects above the level of general disappeared without a trace under my attack. Later, I used my spiritual sense to investigate, and there was no trace of him within the vicinity. Only then did I confirm that he had really disappeared and left. The 3 martial arts masters were moved. None of the puppetry techniques they knew could instantly summon or teleport. A puppet is just a puppet. They also have to travel long distances, and they have to run to get anywhere. Their martial grandmaster level is only slightly better because they can fly. And the ability of that transparent object to disappear and reappear in an instant is even more exaggerated than that of their martial grandmaster level. At this point, the 3 martial grandmasters had begun to covet this special technique. What is the third? A martial arts master couldn't wait to ask. The third point is not a characteristic of transparent objects, but the essence itself. From his memories, I saw that the person behind the scenes was just a lowly human novice martial artist. I think I don't need to say more. You should already understand how terrifying this special technique is, right? Upon hearing Green Soul Grandmaster's words, all 3 martial grandmasters showed expressions of astonishment. If the first 2 characteristics alone are enough to pique their interest in competing for them, this third characteristic essentially sealed their fate of wanting to obtain this special technique. This person is a beginner-level martial arts master. What kind of concept is this? This means that once they obtain this special technique, they can not only cultivate it themselves, but also pass it on to their descendants, so that everyone can cultivate it, and everyone can have an unimaginable army of transparent puppets. That has been achieved. Will competing for resources, treasures, and spirit stones still be a problem in the future? With this foundation, how could their family not prosper? How could they not have descendants who rise to prominence? No wonder. After searching for the soul, Green Soul chose to conceal it. If it weren't for the three of them being in charge of the city's ironclad laws, they might have missed such an incredible treasure. We must obtain this technique. For a mere human to possess such a rare cultivation technique is a complete waste of talent. Only we can truly carry this technique forward. The Fat Master exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, if we take our martial sect level as the starting point and mold all those martial sect level ferocious beasts into our transparent puppets, we could probably deal with not only mid-level and high-level martial sect level beasts, but perhaps even extreme-level martial sect level beasts. The other master stopped speaking at this point, but everyone present understood what he meant. The four of them were only at the initial martial grandmaster level in the small city of Tiangu, so they could only do this kind of hard work of torture and interrogation. Their status is inferior to those mid-level martial grandmasters who command small city legions. Their strength was completely suppressed by those top-level martial grandmasters. Facing the Lord of Heavenly Bone City, a martial grandmaster, one must be extremely respectful and perform a grand salute. Even the slightest offense could affect one's future. And now, the emergence of this special technique gave them hope of changing their fate and ascending to heaven. Blood Marrow, it's up to you now. The Green Soul Grandmaster spoke. All three of them looked at the martial grandmaster who was drinking tea. Blood Marrow, your deductive skills rank among the top 100 on the martial ancestor steel. With your abilities, deducing the location of that little guy is a piece of cake. The Fat Master said, as long as you can deduce its location, we will immediately set to work. Once we have the technique, we will make a copy for you. The deduction is not difficult. The Blood Marrow Grandmaster said calmly, but you all know my rules. I naturally want the rubbing of this special technique, but you still have to pay me the reward for the deduction. Asking someone to perform divination is like asking someone to help refine elixirs or repair weapons. It requires paying an expensive fee. Moreover, the Blood Marrow Grandmaster is not just an ordinary master of deduction. Its ranking is 90th in the Martial Master Steel deduction. In layman's terms, the Blood Marrow Martial Master's achievement in deduction ranks 90th among the hundreds of millions of martial masters in the entire bone-devouring clan. This demonstrates the high quality of his deductions. Therefore, anyone who asks him to perform a divination needs to pay a considerable price. My share has already been paid for with intelligence. The Green Soul Grandmaster said indifferently. The rest are yours, the two of you. The two martial masters exchanged a glance. Finally, I gritted my teeth and agreed. Okay, we'll each have half. The two quickly gathered a pile of spirit stones, pills, and rare and precious materials, all of which were extremely valuable. He put them all into a chincoin bag, and with a wave of his hand, they fell into the hands of the Blood Marrow Grandmaster. Good. The Blood Marrow Master didn't waste any time. He took the money and immediately started working. He suddenly rose into the air, his figure leaving the mansion and ascending into the sky. He then closed his eyes, and the aura of a beginner martial grandmaster quietly spread from his body. At this moment, a circular array appeared above his head and below his feet. The arrays rapidly expanded, from a diameter of only 2 meters at the beginning to a diameter of 1,000 meters in just a few breaths. The commotion here also drew the attention of many bone-eating clan members around the mansion. When they saw that the array was filled with a large number of obscure bone-eating clan characters, slowly rotating, they immediately understood that it was being deduced by a martial grandmaster. The entire simulation process lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. However, the Blood Marrow Grandmaster frowned. What's wrong? The three of them arrived from midair, and the Fat Master hurriedly inquired. My deduction was interfered with. Interference? The three looked on in astonishment. How is this possible? That's just a beginner martial arts master. Could it be that he possesses a treasure that conceals the secrets of heaven? Or perhaps this little guy is also a master of deduction? It should be noted that the Blood Marrow Grandmaster's deduction techniques are certified by the Martial Clan Steel, and their deduction abilities should not be underestimated. It can interfere with his deductions. Either the person being predicted is extremely powerful. Either the person being predicted is using something to conceal the secrets of heaven. Either the person being predicted is also a prediction master, capable of interfering with or blocking the prediction. How could a beginner martial artist possibly be a master of deduction? There's no way they could possibly possess a treasure that could conceal the secrets of heaven. Even martial grandmasters might not have such a treasure. No, it's neither something that obscures the secrets of heaven nor a technique of reverse deduction, but rather another peculiar method. I'm still investigating whether we underestimated that little guy, said the Blood Marrow Grandmaster. Strange methods. The Fat Grandmaster asked, puzzled. What other methods could there be? I can't think of any other way to interfere besides using treasures. Another martial arts master was equally puzzled. Can interfere with the simulation. The Green Soul Grandmaster pondered carefully. Besides the two guesses I just made, it seems like only the most powerful time and space attributes remain, right? But how could that be possible? Green Soul, you were right. The Blood Marrow Grandmaster suddenly became excited. Space. That kid actually possesses spatial power. It's spatial power that's interfering with my deductions. Upon hearing this, the other three martial grandmasters widened their eyes, their faces filled with utter shock. The power of space. This guy not only possesses that rare and special cultivation technique, but he also has a cultivation technique with spatial attributes. Chapter 53, the Dragon Kingdom and the Bone-Eating Clan are at war. Let's show them our strength. Blood Marrow. No matter what, you must find him. You must. I'm willing to pay double, no, 10 times the price to pinpoint his location and prevent him from escaping anywhere else. This guy not only possesses spatial attributes, but he's also mastered them. He can even interfere with your deductions. If we could get our hands on this spatial attribute technique, wouldn't we be? The words spatial attribute immediately caused the three martial grandmasters to tremble with excitement, their expressions bordering on madness. No way. That's a spatial attribute. The most advanced type of attribute-based cultivation technique, let alone their small town of Tiangu. In the entire Bone-Eating Clan, there are fewer than 10 people who possess and have mastered spatial attribute techniques. And those few people, without exception, all became the top beings of the Bone-Eating Clan. Opportunity. An incredible opportunity. I never expected that a mere novice martial arts master would possess two extraordinary and rare treasure techniques. No, his spatial interference is too strong, and I can't get a consistent direction in my deductions. The Blood Marrow Grandmaster was equally excited. However, the results of the deduction gave him a great headache. The other party was sometimes in the west, sometimes in the east, and sometimes in the south, which showed that he was completely disturbed and couldn't find a clue for a while. Blood Marrow, are you confident? If that doesn't work, we need to think of other solutions as soon as possible. That's what the Green Soul Grandmaster said. We are confident, but it will take time. The Blood Marrow Master replied. Based on my current assessment, it will take me 7 to 15 days to pinpoint his location. 7 to 15 days? That's way too long. Who knows if this little guy will get killed in the meantime, or if someone else will beat him to it. Can Blood Marrow shorten the time? The three martial grandmasters were all impatient. 7 to 15 days is usually just a blink of an eye for them, but now that it concerns two rare martial arts techniques, they can't wait to set off immediately to find Chen Xuanfeng, kill him, and seize all the techniques. No, I can't do it. The Blood Marrow Grandmaster shook his head regretfully. His spatial power is clearly weak, yet it is extremely powerful. 7 to 15 days is already the limit. All right, everyone calm down. The martial grandmaster, dressed in a red robe, reassured them. This matter cannot be rushed. Since the Blood Marrow essence is said to take 7 to 15 days, let's wait for now. As for other methods, let's not use them for the time being, so as not to let the news leak out. I will first use the barrier stone to cover this area to prevent others from paying attention to the Blood Marrow deduction. It won't matter if the deduction is done for a short time, but if it is done for 7 to 15 days, it will inevitably attract the attention of other martial masters in the city. This is a very important matter, so we need to be careful. Upon hearing this, the Fat Grandmaster and the Green Soul Grandmaster, though anxious, knew that the matter couldn't be resolved quickly, so they could only silently nod in agreement. Then the barrier stone was set up. The massive simulation diagram disappeared from everyone else's sight. Blood Marrow, rest assured and continue your divination. I will protect you for the next few days, the Fat Grandmaster said. I'll go and give instructions up there, said Green Soul Grandmaster. I'll send people to investigate and see if there are any new clues, the Red Robe Master said. The four of them each had their own tasks. At this point, they were in the same boat. Only through sincere cooperation could they have a chance to obtain those two rare martial arts techniques. The next day, unaware that he was being targeted by 4 early-stage martial grandmasters, Chen Xuanfeng woke up in the largest mansion in Redbone Town. I haven't slept this well in a long time. He stretched out a big yawn. From the moment he arrived in the land of 10,000 races, his nerves were constantly on edge, either worrying about being discovered or evading pursuit, and he could never relax. Only after he had slaughtered Purple Bone Town and Red Bone Town yesterday did he finally relax completely and enjoy an unprecedentedly sweet sleep. No, I slept for nearly 20 hours straight. They didn't even get to take stock of the last spoils of Redbone Town. Let's see how the returns are going so far. First, it splits into 2. High-ranking military officer, 5. Intermediate level military commander, 27. Elementary general level, 208. Advanced martial master level, 17920. Intermediate martial arts master level, 69283. Elementary martial master level, 151621. The clone's earnings are pretty good. Whether it's a general level or a martial arts master level character, the probability of getting a double clone has increased significantly, since the probability of getting a double clone is now 100%. Going up further, you'll start creating 3 clones, so the efficiency will naturally be high. Then comes the essence. Cultivation essence, 182. Practice essentials, 115. Compared to the benefits of clones, the benefits of essence are significantly less. After his cultivation level accidentally rose to the intermediate level general, he could only obtain essence by killing beings at the beginner level general or higher, but such beings were too few in number. As a result, the amount of essence is pitifully low. I don't care about cultivation essence, but training essence is crucial to me right now. I have already dispatched a group of general-level clones to hunt general-level ferocious beasts. The journey is a bit long, but once we start hunting, the training essence will catch up immediately. While slaughtering towns, Chen Xuanfeng did not forget the wild beasts that were the foundation of his fortune. Wild beasts don't have storage bags or rich loot, so their wealth is far less than the income from destroying a town. But their advantage lies in their large number. Not only could he obtain a large number of clone combat power, but he could also exchange the corpses for spirit stones. Chen Xuanfeng certainly couldn't let this opportunity pass him by. Finally, there's the spirit stone reward for annihilating the Redbone Town army. 54.72 million. It was significantly less than the wealth of Xigu Town by several million, even with two high-ranking military generals present. This alone shows that there's a reason why Redbone Town is so thoroughly suppressed by Purplebone Town. Continue, upgrade, killing clone. Ding. Consuming 52,428,800 spirit stones. Slaughter clone has been upgraded to level 21. Killing clone. Level 21, when your clone kills any living being, you can gain 2 clones for 100 points and a third clone for 10 points. The probability of 10 has been determined. Although the probability is low, it affects not only high in combat power, but also low in combat power. More than 50 million yuan was spent in one go. Upgrading this system is really expensive. However, according to the intelligence from the frontline clone, we will arrive at the new town in less than half an hour. At that time, a mere 50 million will be nothing to me. Chen Xuanfeng was filled with heroic spirit. He now exudes the aura of a regional overlord. Master, a large-scale battle is taking place on the path to Tiger Bone Town. One side of the battle is the bone-eating clan creatures of Tiger Bone Town, and the other side is the human warriors. Suddenly, the clone responsible for reconnaissance at the front line sent back a message. Oh, Chen Xuanfeng was slightly surprised. This was the first time in all this time that he had heard of human warriors forming a force comparable in size to the bone-eating clan's town. Are those human warriors of Eastern or Western appearance? Chen Xuanfeng asked. They all have uniformly Eastern faces and speak the same language as you, the clone replied quickly. Chinese people, let's not kill them for now. Which side has the advantage? Chen Xuanfeng still possessed some patriotic sentiments. From my perspective, the human race's high-level generals are about to be defeated and human warriors are facing a complete rout. The thought of a clone made Chen Xuanfeng shake his head helplessly. Let's make our move and show these humans our strength. Chapter 54 Bone-Eating Clan? Sorry, I am human. We are all human. Outside Tiger Bone Town, in a dense forest, the shouts of battle were deafening. Everywhere there were sounds of clashing weapons and deafening explosions. As various spiritual energy techniques flew wildly, blood splattered and limbs flew everywhere, most of which were human limbs. This is a direct war between the bone eaters and the humans. More than 10,000 people from both sides participated in this war. But after several hours of fierce fighting, the human warriors, who had suffered heavy casualties and numbered over 10,000, were now less than half their original number. In contrast, the Bone Eater clan's legion, not only were their numbers still enormous, but their morale was even higher. They brandished their weapons, letting out excited and bloodthirsty howls, and launched a relentless and fierce offensive against the human forces. In terms of troop strength and overall power, a considerable gap has already emerged. Even so, the human warriors were still unwilling to retreat. Gritting their teeth and covered in blood, they continued to roar and fight the bone-eating clan. Suddenly, all you little human creatures, take a good look at what this is in my hand. A tall bone eater descended into the crowd like a cannonball. He was the Tiger Bone Town's governor, the Tiger Bone warrior. He shouted loudly while raising his arms high. Everyone within a radius was drawn to his voice, their gazes quickly focusing on him. In the large hand of the bone-eating clan member, a bloody human head was being held. A void-slaying general? How could this be? General Duan Kong is dead. It's over. It's completely over. Even high-ranking military officers are dead. What chance do we have of surviving? The surrounding human warriors all paled in shock, their eyes filled with despair. Their previously fearless morale collapsed the moment they saw the head of the Skybreaker general. A general who can shatter the void. He was the first to eliminate the ferocious beasts and led the human race to establish a temporary survival base. It was because of his presence that more and more human warriors came to join him, at one point numbering as many as tens of thousands. Both being generals of the same class, they proposed attacking Tiger Bone Town. For more resources for better survival, and for the continuation of the human race, tens of thousands of human warriors responded and fought with a conviction to die. Who would have thought? Not only has the human race suffered a crushing defeat, but even their strongest warrior, the void-breaking general, has died on the spot and had his head chopped off. His death shattered everyone's faith. Many human warriors even threw away their weapons, knelt down, and cried out to the heavens. Human high-ranking generals are fragile and insignificant, utterly vulnerable. You humans are nothing but ants before my bone-eating clan. Ants should accept their fate as ants. Soldiers of the bone-eating clan, trample those human ants and enjoy your delicious feast. Ah, Tiger Bone General laughed wildly. His words excited all the bone-eating clan soldiers, and their already high morale surged once more. With unparalleled momentum, they charged straight at the human warriors who were terrified and desperately fleeing. Hyania, a young martial artist, and a young female martial artist were also fleeing, but the young female martial artist fell to the ground due to excessive fear. The young martial artist cried out in alarm and quickly turned around to help the young female martial artist up and take her away. Hee hee, you two delicious treats are mine now, and nobody can take them from me. Upon seeing this, the nearest high-level martial master of the bone-eating clan rushed forward with a greedy laugh, showing no mercy as he swung his great axe down at the two men's heads, determined to cleave them in two on the spot. Terrified, the young martial artist clung tightly to the young woman's head, closed his eyes, and tried to use his own body to buy his sister a chance to live. Suddenly, boom! A loud explosion was heard. What followed were the screams and wails of many bone-eating clan members. The young martial artist was a little confused. He turned his head. In the shallow crater created by the explosion not far away, a long spear, exuding a bloody aura, was found standing quietly. The bone-eating clan member at the advanced martial arts master level had half his body gone, and the remaining half was covered in blood. Not only him, but all the bone-eating clan creatures within a radius of more than 10 meters suffered the same fate. The aura emanating from that spear is that of a high-ranking military general. A human warrior recognized the imposing aura emanating from the spear and said with trepidation, "A high-ranking military officer? Who is it? Isn't General Duan Kong already dead? We don't have any high-ranking military officers anymore. What's going on?" The human warriors were terrified. With the death of the general who had broken through the void and the sudden change in the aura of the new high-ranking general, they were still reeling from the shock. But soon, the answer has been revealed. A figure exuding the aura of a high-ranking military general descended from the sky, slamming heavily onto the ground next to the spear, making the shallow crater even deeper. But his appearance did not bring joy to the human warriors. Instead, their eyes trembled, their bodies shook, and the fear and despair on their faces intensified. That's a high-level martial general of the Bone-Eating clan? It's over. It's completely over. Another high-ranking general of the Bone-Eater clan? How could this happen? This is unfair. Why is Coco's body transparent? Does transparency matter? He is undoubtedly a member of the Bone-Eating clan. Everyone, stop running. It's useless. We have absolutely no chance of survival against two high-level martial generals. The moment the human warriors saw the transparent Bone-Eater, they instinctively knew it was a Bone-Eater. All the sorrow, helplessness, resentment, fear, and despair surged into their hearts, and more human warriors burst into tears. I say this to my brother from the Bone-Eater clan. Although, I don't know which town you're from, you killed one of my men with a single move, which makes me very unhappy. I hope this won't happen again. At this moment, Tiger Bone Warrior landed not far away and complained in an unfriendly tone. When the spear appeared, he was also startled. Did the human race actually have two high-level generals? Why didn't they appear just now? But when the transparent man appeared and he realized that he was from the same race, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although I don't understand why the other party is transparent. But as long as they are bone eaters, they can at least form a united front when facing other races. However, as the town's guardian, he still spoke sharply to avoid being seen as an easy target. You're wrong. The transparent high-ranking warrior drew his spear, his tone calm. My master is human, so I am also human. The Bone Eater clan are my master's enemies, and they will also be my enemies. These words were spoken. All the human warriors, still grieving, were immediately stunned. Their fleeing steps came to a halt. The wailing stopped abruptly. Even some mid-level and low-level human generals who were fighting against the Bone-Eating clan looked at the transparent body with surprise and shock on their faces. Omans, you've acknowledged humans as your masters? Hee hee hee. The Tiger Bone Warrior smile was filled with icy, killing intent. So what if you're the same rank as me? Do you think you can take on my Tiger Bone army all by yourself? You're wrong again. I never said I was a person. The transparent high-ranking general said indifferently, then raised his hand and pointed. That's my comrade in arms. Many people looked over. A mid-level, general-rank Fiery Sun Eagle was seen, circling above the Tiger Bone army. Hee hee hee. Tiger Bone Warrior let out another laugh, filled with murderous intent. His patience had reached its limit. One is a high-ranking military general, and the other is a mid-ranking military general. Even if both are transparent, what can they possibly do? Faced with his tiger bone army, what can they do besides being crushed? But the next second, his laughter stopped abruptly, and he even uttered a question full of disbelief. It wasn't just him. All the bone eaters who witnessed this scene, and all the humans who look up. At this moment, they all had the same expression on their faces, dumbfounded and speechless. Above the entire battlefield, within the entire range of everyone's vision, a torrential downpour suddenly began. The torrential rain was composed of transparent, ferocious beasts of various shapes and transparent, bone-eating races with tall bodies and weapons. The number is extremely large. Their bodies are densely packed and endless. With unparalleled and astonishing momentum, they resembled transparent cannonballs of varying sizes, crashing down fiercely onto the army below. Chapter 55. The transparent clone completely overwhelms the bone-eating clan. The human army is utterly shocked. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a deafening roar filled the heavens and the earth. The earth cracked and the ground trembled as if a long and protracted super earthquake was taking place. And what follows it was a scene of horror, like a living hell, where the bone-eating clan soldiers of Tigerbone Town were smashed to pieces, their bodies exploding and blood splattering everywhere. Even if some people were lucky enough to survive the first wave of impact, they were only injured. But the second and third waves will crush them to death on the spot. In contrast, consider the human warriors on the battlefield. Faced with such an impact, they were equally powerless to resist, but the transparent, ferocious beasts and transparent bone-eating races took the initiative to avoid them, thus avoiding direct hits. This, my God, ferocious beasts, the bone-eating clan, and I even saw humans. They actually managed to mix together. Why are they all transparent? They seem to be deliberately avoiding us. Could it be that these transparent creatures have come to help our human race? A transparent bone-eater saw me, but instead of killing me, he went to kill the bone-eater soldiers in Tiger Bone Town. I'm completely baffled. Can anyone tell me what happened? All the human warriors were stunned by the scene before them that was beyond their comprehension. They didn't know why they had survived the impact. He didn't know why these normally ferocious beasts and bone-eating creatures weren't attacking him at all. I have no idea why they are all transparent without exception. All they knew was that those transparent beings had taken over the war and were brutally slaughtering the bone-eaters of Tiger Bone Town. Ferocious beasts, bone-eating clan, why can they fall from the sky when there's not even a place to stand up? And why are they all transparent? After killing them, all that's left is black smoke. Wait, the soldiers who were crushed to death have turned into two identical, transparent beings. Tiger Bone Warrior was utterly shocked, cold sweat pouring down his body. He was awakened by the shock immediately. He swiftly swung his weapon, cleaving all the transparent, ferocious beasts and transparent bone-eating races that fell upon him in two. The transparent creatures that died turned into black smoke. Not only that, what he couldn't understand the most was that the Tiger Bone Town soldiers who were crushed to death all turned into transparent creatures, and there were even two of them who attacked their comrades without hesitation. That's outrageous. Strange. What is happening right now is completely beyond Tiger Bone Warrior's comprehension. Don't think you've already won. Despite his incomprehension, Tiger Bone General still pointed directly at the transparent high-level general and roared. So what if there are many of them? What can you do with this surprise tactic? I've already observed them. All those transparent things falling from the sky are only at the Martial Master level. There isn't even a single Martial General level one. The advantage remains with me, and I can still dominate this war. You're just a high-ranking military officer. Once I kill you, I'll be able to clean up all those transparent things sooner or later. Tiger Bone Town will prevail. Tiger Bone General spoke loudly, attempting to stabilize the morale of his troops with these words. Unfortunately, no matter how loud his voice was, it was completely drowned out by the continuous booming sound of shells bombarding the ground. Before those bone-eating clan soldiers died, they didn't even hear what he said clearly. The human warriors, however, heard it clearly. The gloom and fear that had finally dissipated returned. You're wrong again this time. What's wrong with you? Stop talking nonsense. The transparent high-rank general spoke again, but the moment he uttered the word wrong, the Tiger Bone General was deeply affected. His two previous mistakes had already taken a huge toll on his mind, making it impossible for him to hear those two words now. Therefore, Tiger Bone Warrior interrupted him directly, drew his weapon without saying a word, unleashed his full aura, shattered the ground with a kick, and launched a fierce attack. If I say you're wrong, then you're wrong. Although I can kill you by myself, my master said that if we can fight as a group, we should never fight one-on-one. So, we will deal with you together from now on. As soon as the transparent high-rank general finished speaking, the Tiger Bone General, who had been maintaining his charging stance, seemed to have seen something astonishing and immediately stopped charging and retreated. You all! Tiger Bone Warrior looked terrified. Beside the transparent high-ranking general, One after another, transparent bodies of the bone-eating clan suddenly appeared. It appeared out of thin air without any warning or commotion. Each and every one of them exuded the genuine aura of a high-ranking military general. 5. The opponent actually has a total of 5 high-level generals. Without any hesitation, Tiger Bone General turned his head and sped away in the opposite direction, blending directly into the area still being bombarded by artillery fire. Yes, he ran away. If the opponent is just a high-ranking general, he has the ability to defeat me. Even if the opponent has 2 high-ranking generals, he will still be confident that he can fight them to a draw. If the opponent has 3 high-level generals, he will still choose to try to fight, even if it is very difficult, and then decide what to do if it fails. But now the other side has 5. With the appearance of 5 high-level generals, Tiger Bone Warrior's pride and arrogance were instantly shattered. At this moment, only one word remained in his mind: escape. The faster we escape, the better. The farther away you get, the better. To this end, he didn't hesitate to swallow several pills in one go, just to temporarily boost his movement speed. Holy crap, Cao Cao has 5 high-ranking military officers? The human warriors experienced a roller coaster of emotions. One by one, they were stunned into silence, unable to speak coherently. At this moment, they couldn't help but become extremely curious. Who exactly is the master of the human race that the transparent person is talking about? Could it be some big shot among their human race? Damn it, you clearly have 5 high-level generals, but you didn't show them sooner. Otherwise, I could have made my escape long ago. I've been to all 5 towns under the jurisdiction of Greybone Town that have high-level generals, and I've even met those high-level generals. None of them are transparent. It must be another small town. You beasts! I'm going back to report to Lord Greybone City. We must slaughter all of these bastards. Tiger Bone Warrior fled while gritting his teeth. Even now, he still believes that the other party belongs to a certain town's power, and the transparent body is just a decoration similar to a belief. Suddenly, a transparent figure blocked his way, wielding a slender sword. It was Zigu. They caught up. How was this possible? I can't possibly be slower than him. Tiger Bone General was shocked and hurriedly tried to escape from another direction. But he found himself completely surrounded by other high-ranking military officers. Not only that, every transparent high-level general unleashed their full power, fiercely attacking him. No, no. Realizing he had no way out, Tiger Bone General could only let out a desperate cry, just like the sky-splitting general he had previously killed, before being completely overwhelmed by the attack. Chapter 56: Human Warriors Seek Refuge in exchange for the lives of foreigners. A moment later, 3 identical Tiger Bone Warriors appeared, but their bodies had become transparent. Without any hesitation, the transparent Tiger Bone Warriors grabbed their weapons and charged directly into the Tiger Bone army, unleashing a wanton slaughter. From then on, the roles of offense and defense changed. With their commander gone, the morale of the Tiger Bone Town Bone-Eating Clan army completely collapsed. One by one, they screamed and howled, abandoning their armor and weapons, choosing to flee. However, faced with the ever-increasing number of clones and a full 8 high-level generals, they had no way to escape and could only transform into 2 or 3 clones, merging into the countless clone army. Tiger Bone Warrior just died like that. It looks like we won. Is this really true? The human warriors who witnessed this scene were in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. A few minutes ago, their morale collapsed, and they were like lambs to the slaughter, with no choice but to flee in despair. A few minutes later, the Bone-Eating Clan army was completely routed, chased by countless transparent creatures to the heavens and the earth, with nowhere to go. They couldn't muster even the slightest fighting spirit, and their numbers were visibly transforming into transparent bodies, unhesitatingly wielding their weapons at their comrades. A catastrophic disaster. The situation was reversed so easily in the blink of an eye. How can we not leave them completely bewildered? Of course, the reason why they were able to achieve such a remarkable feat of reversing the desperate situation was entirely due to the astonishing number and extremely terrifying strength of the transparent creature army. At this moment, all the humans present couldn't help but recall what the transparent high-ranking general had said. Behind them was a master who was also human. If his subordinates are this powerful, how powerful must the master be? This friend. At this moment, a mid-level human warrior mustered his courage and stepped forward, cautiously asking a transparent low-level warrior who was looting the corpses, "Your superior just said that your master is human. Could you please tell me your master's surname and given name? I have absolutely no intention of offending you. I am just very curious. I am the Deputy Legion Commander from Ningzhou City, Dying Province. Perhaps I know your master." Even when facing someone a level lower than himself, the mid-level martial general still spoke earnestly and adopted a humble posture, revealing that his fear and anxiety had not completely subsided. He was also afraid that if he didn't say something well, it would provoke the other party's displeasure and anger. The other human beings present, seeing this scene, not only did not find anything wrong with it, but also greatly admired the courage of this mid-level general. Anyone who has witnessed the various bizarre methods of that transparent clone, such as battering the ground with cannonballs, teleporting instantly, and creating new transparent beings after slaughtering others, is trembling with fear. No one can help but feel terrified. At the same time, all the humans present wanted to know who the master behind these terrifying transparent creatures was. If it were truly a powerful human being, perhaps their survival and safety issues could be resolved, and they would no longer need to live in fear and worry. You have no right to ask about my master's name. The transparent, novice-level general responded coldly. Yes. The mid-level military officer quickly retreated, not daring to say another word. But another middle-aged woman, who was at the level of a junior military officer, bravely stepped forward to meet her. My lord, our commander has been killed in battle. We are all capable and skilled fighters, making us a suitable force. Moreover, there are quite a few of us. Since your master is also human, could you please ask him if we could all be brought under his command? The middle-aged woman knelt on one knee, saying, as long as he is willing to accept us, we are willing to risk our lives and follow him to the death. Upon hearing this, the surrounding human warriors immediately realized what was happening. They all knelt on one knee and shouted in unison, we are willing to follow you to the death. For these human warriors who have already witnessed only a small part of the land of myriad races and know how cruel the current situation is, following the strong is their only way out. Duan Kong Wu Jiang has been killed in action, but they still want to live. The owner behind the transparent creature is undoubtedly the best candidate at present. I am willing to follow. We are willing too. Please accept us, sir. My lord, I am willing to sacrifice myself for the sake of the human race's future. More and more surviving human warriors knelt on one knee, loudly expressing their will. Upon seeing this, the transparent novice general did not reply to them directly, but silently relayed the information to his superior, the intermediate general. Then, the information is transferred from mid-level generals to high-level generals. Information is passed down layer by layer. They finally arrived at Chen Xuanfeng's place. Reject. Chen Xuanfeng did not hesitate at all. I let them live and did not try to take their chinko bags. This is the greatest favor I could do for them. As for their troops, they are not worth mentioning to me. How could he not know what these human warriors were thinking? To put it nicely, it's about following. To put it bluntly, it's asking him for protection. He may love his country, but that's true of him. But not to the point of loving, to the point of becoming a saint and protecting them all. My master refuses your following. The transparent novice general said in a deep voice, your survival is the greatest blessing my master has given you. Don't even think about pushing your luck. Your so-called military strength and combat capabilities are far too insignificant to my master, and there is no need for you to take them in. The hearts of all the kneeling human warriors sank to their knees, and they all became dejected and discouraged. If it were anyone else, they might argue back, but the person behind this is truly powerful, so powerful that they have no way to refute him. However, my master has compassion for humans. He gave you a path to choose from. The transparent novice general spoke again. It is clear that new instructions have been received. This rekindled hope from many human warriors. Next, we will completely take over Tiger Bone Town. Tiger Bone Town will be under your management in the future. What you need to do is to use the Void Furnace to attract foreign martial artists. When foreign warriors appear in Tiger Bone Town, we will appear and eliminate them until there are no more foreign warriors left. In exchange, you will provide a sufficient number of foreign warriors, and the level of protection we can offer will be greater if you are attacked by the Bone Eater clan again. You have one day to consider. Those who are willing may enter Tiger Bone Town. Those who are not may leave on their own. After saying that, the transparent novice general continued to search the spoils on the corpse. The human warriors looked at each other in bewilderment. They already understood. The person behind that clearly wants them to be traitors. They used the virtual furnace to spread propaganda, luring foreign races, and then wipe them out in one fell swoop. However, if this traitor is specifically used to deal with foreigners outside of China, it doesn't sound so bad. Ido. While the other human warriors were still considering, the middle-aged woman was the first to raise her hand and loudly respond. Those who are not of our race are bound to have different hearts. It is the mission of us, the people of the Dragon Kingdom, to eliminate people from other countries. I'd love to. I know a few foreigners. I'll send them private messages right now. Since it's about dealing with foreigners, I definitely have to join in. Please count me in. Those foreigners are all bad news. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring them all over and wipe them all out. Upon seeing someone respond, the other human warriors immediately dared not delay and shouted in unison. Although they didn't understand why the person behind it valued foreign martial artists so much and was determined to kill them, they thought, it's better to die for a fellow Taoist than for a poor monk. What do the lives of foreigners have to do with them? Moreover, the more foreigners lose their lives, the more protection they receive, and the more likely they are to survive. Under these circumstances, those foreigners must die no matter what. Chapter 57 Slaughter Cultivation. Level 20 New Minor Function. Choose one of two? That's all. The two sides reached an agreement. The surviving human warriors followed behind the clone army, heading straight towards Tiger Bone Town. Unlike this cruel and bloody art style. Meanwhile, Chen Xuanfeng was leisurely enjoying a feast when several transparent clones became his most loyal and reliable servants, taking care of all his daily needs. The human race's flame must be continued, but the flame of other races need not be continued. This is why Chen Xuanfeng changed his mind at the last minute. Others are like snakes that bite once, and then fear ropes for 10 years. Chen Xuanfeng was different. When a snake bit him and almost killed him, he immediately exterminated his entire family. He didn't spare anyone from countries like the Star-Striped Country, the White Gull Country, the Iron-Blooded Country, the Dwarf Country, or the Cold Country, as long as they weren't related to the Chinese. The gains from this round of war were less, only around 50 million. Upgrading Slaughter Clone is out of the question, but Slaughter Cultivation and Slaughter Training can be improved. System, upgrade Slaughter Training first, then upgrade Slaughter Cultivation. Chen Xuanfeng decisively gave the order. The appearance of the 6 laws, the great canon of heaven and earth, has made the priority of killing and training completely superior to killing and cultivation. The realm can be put aside for the time being, but this peerless super technique must be properly improved. Ding! Consumed 17,714,700 spirit stones. Slaughter Training has been upgraded to level 12. Ding! Consumed 3,276,800 spirit stones. Slaughter Cultivation has been increased to level 16. Ding! Consumed 6,553,600 spirit stones. Slaughter Cultivation increased to level 17. Ding! Consumed 13,107,200 spirit stones. Slaughter Cultivation has been upgraded to level 18. At this point, the 50 million spirit stones have been almost used up. However, this is just a small appetizer. Taking Tiger Bone Town means that the clones have gradually spread to the Gray Bone Town area. According to his estimate, he can take down at least 4 or 5 towns in a day. And if he is faster, 7 or 8 towns will not be a problem. And this is only within the jurisdiction of the small town of Gray Bones. What about the other 3 small towns in the surrounding area, and the towns further away? Once all of them are added together, the profits will be an astronomical figure beyond imagination. Keep going, keep going. My grand plan to get rich depends on you bone eaters. Just as Chen Xuanfeng had predicted, after capturing Tiger Bone Town, the clone quickly began to advance into the surrounding areas. Just hours later, 2 new bone eater towns were discovered. But it's different from Tiger Bone Town. Both towns are governed by 2 high-ranking military generals. However, this level is nothing to mention for today's clone army. Without saying a word, they directly use their most proficient methods, sudden arrival of troops, and bombardment of the ground. Then multiple high-level, general-level clones entered the fray. With the combined power of ganging up on them and the ability to move freely in unlimited space, they wiped out both towns in less than an hour. The 2 towns brought Chen Xuanfeng a total of 140 million spirit stones in income. This time, Chen Xuanfeng decisively used it to enhance the most core killing clone function. Ding! Consuming 104,857,600 spirit stones. Slaughter Clone has been upgraded to level 22. Don't underestimate the mere 10% increase in probability. However, the resulting clone harvesting speed and proliferation rate far exceed 10. Nighttime. The clones descended upon the 2 new towns once more. As expected, it was a crushing defeat. A massacre with no suspense whatsoever. Even the amount of spirit stones harvested was the same as before, a standard 140 million spirit stones. However, Chen Xuanfeng did not use it immediately this time because he was commanding his clones to pronounce death sentences on the first wave of foreign warriors who had been lured in. What country are you from? Bayou country? Cut the men in half at the waist first, then kill them. Be quick with the women, just take them out. The United States of America, right? Both men and women were cut in half at the waist and bled to death. And what country is this from? Dwarf country. Regardless of gender, dismember them all and throw them into a vat of boiling oil until they're thoroughly cooked, to the point where you can smell the aroma of meat. Chen Xuanfeng proposed different punishment schemes based on different countries. His methods terrified the Dragon Kingdom warriors of Tiger Bone Town. Although they had seen many bloody and cruel scenes, the impact of witnessing foreign warriors being executed and killed in front of them in various ways was still quite different. Especially the Dwarf Kingdom people, who experienced treatment that even the bone-eating clan never got to enjoy. But these warriors from the Dragon Kingdom were not afraid at all. On the contrary, they felt only great pleasure. Ah, that feels great. Chen Xuanfeng felt a great sense of satisfaction after ordering the killing of over 100 foreign martial artists in one go. That feeling was just like the first time I wiped out the Bone Eater clan on a large scale. Then he looked at the infinite space. Oh, 190 million. If we can't upgrade Slaughter Clone, then let's upgrade Slaughter Cultivation, which is almost level 20 first. Ding. Consumed 26,214,400 Spirit Stones. Slaughter Cultivation has been increased to level 19. Ding. Consumed 52,428,800 Spirit Stones. Slaughter Cultivation has been increased to level 20. Congratulations, host. Your Slaughter Cultivation has reached level 20, unlocking the feature Triple Cultivation. Congratulations, host. Your Slaughter Cultivation has reached level 20, and you can choose to unlock an additional small feature. Chen Xuanfeng was surprised. Level 20, are there extra rewards? However, he immediately thought of the killing clone, and at level 20, didn't it also grant an extra synthesis space? But somewhat unexpectedly, this little feature allows you to choose one of two options. Optional unlockable feature. 1. The drop rate of cultivation essence can be reduced to 1 major realm. Optional unlockable feature. 2. Cultivation essence 100x drop rate. Killing a living creature will yield 200 cultivation essence for every 100 kills. Please make your choice, host. Chapter 58. The number of high-level martial general clones exceeds 100, and martial grandmaster level clones are coming. Good heavens. When Chen Xuanfeng saw these two options, he was greatly shocked. Because his cultivation level improved too quickly, his cultivation essence gains plummeted. He used to easily gain tens of thousands, but now he can hardly even get 1,000. These two options are like sending charcoal in snowy weather. With my current earnings, harvesting a small town yields about 100 cultivation essences. With this 100x bonus, it's 10,000. But it's not practical enough. The first option is the most practical. Lowering the cultivation level by 1 major realm means that as long as I kill someone at the intermediate martial arts master level or above, I can obtain cultivation essence. You have to understand that there are easily several thousand, even tens of thousands of mid-level martial artists in those small towns. After a massacre, the number of them would be far greater than 100 times the drop rate. System. Choose the first one. Having considered this, Chen Xuanfeng made a decisive choice. Congratulations, host. The drop rate of cultivation essence has been reduced by 1 major realm. The system notification tone had just finished. Chen Xuanfeng immediately saw the amount of his cultivation essence increasing rapidly. Previously, it would only take half a day to add a few dozen, but now in just a few breaths, there are already hundreds more. If you can choose one of two options for level 20 slaughter cultivation, then wouldn't it be the same for level 20 slaughter training? Chen Xuanfeng's eyes lit up. Cultivation essence is secondary to him. What's truly important is the essence of martial arts practice. Once his cultivation essence is restored, his divine-grade cultivation technique will experience a surge in power in no time. System. Upgrade all slaughter training skills. With another 110 million spirit stones, Chen Xuanfeng decisively threw them all in. Ding. Consuming 53.14 million spirit stones, slaughter training has been upgraded to level 13. However, it only leveled up once before stopping. The next level would require a whopping 160 million. Take it slow. Even at a rate of 1 level per day, it will only take 7 days at the fastest. Let's wait for the harvest. The next day, inside the small town of Ash Bones, at the residence of Emperor Wuzong, it was daytime, but a powerful force had forcibly turned the area around the mansion into night. At this moment, the bells rang, and songs and dances filled the entire mansion, creating a scene of merriment and debauchery. One of his men rushed over. Lord Shadow Poison, the envoy we sent to Bone Shattering Town to collect taxes, has gone missing. Upon hearing this news, the Shadow Poison Master, who was lying in the arms of a beauty enjoying the song and dance, couldn't help but sneer. These brainless bastards. To evade taxes, they even dared to kill an envoy. It's utterly foolish. Send my Shadow Poison Legion over there to flatten Bone Shatter Town and let them know the price they pay. Shadow Poison Martial Master gave the order with a calm and collected demeanor. Before his subordinate could even receive the order, another subordinate rushed over. Lord Shadow Poison, it has been confirmed that the towns of Tigerbone Town and Flowerbone Town have been out of contact since yesterday. The Shadow Poison Master finally became a little serious. It's either the tax collectors who've gone missing or the town has lost contact. Anyone with a brain knows something's wrong. He just sat up straight. The third and fourth subordinates arrived at the same time. Lord Shadow Poison, a town has lost contact. At this moment, the Shadow Poison Master fully realized that a powerful force was invading their town of Greybone. He immediately waved his hand, ordering all the dancers and musicians to leave. Dismissing, the Shadow Poison Master asked, "What about other useful information? For example, the size of the invading forces and the fact that none of their strongest members sent out a telepathic message or a distress signal." All his men shook their heads. Even they found it somewhat unbelievable. Even if a powerful enemy had invaded before, at least there would have been time to send a distress signal or transmit a message to a martial arts master in a small town who would then immediately go to resolve the problem. However, this time, there are as many as 7 or 8 towns that have lost contact, yet there isn't a single distress signal. If it weren't for the recent period of annual tax collection and frequent communication, it's likely that no one would have noticed the plight of these small towns for 10 days or half a month. It seems the enemy is exceptionally formidable. Keep the news under wraps for now. I'm going to personally. Remember, no information is to be leaked until my orders are relayed back. The Shadow Poison Master's daily job is to be responsible for the safety of these small towns. Now, the entire town, he's in charge of his run into problems. If it gets reported, and he, as the person in charge, claims to know nothing, then it won't just be a matter of being punished and suffering. His life might even be in danger. Yes, Lord Shadow Poison. The Shadow Poison Master dared not slacken his pace and quickly transformed into a deep green streak of light, heading straight for Flowerbone Town, the largest town that had lost contact this time. At the same time, Chen Xuanfeng, who had just woken up, was also tallying up his idle earnings from the entire night. The first thing he looked at was the Spirit Stone income he was most concerned about. 670 million. Clearly, at least 10 to 11 more towns fell victim to the clones that night. Of course, not all of these towns are Greybones towns. Some of the clones that traveled to Cloudbone Town, Luobone Town, and Whitebone Town also successfully arrived and began massacring the towns. It is clear that the 670 million yuan in revenue that night was just the beginning. Soon the numbers will surge even more dramatically. 670 million plus the 60 million I had left yesterday. That's about 730 million. System, continue upgrading, slaughter training. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Xuanfeng decisively gave the order. Ding. Consuming 159 million spirit stones, slaughter training has been upgraded to level 14. Ding. Consumed 479 million spirit stones, slaughter training has been upgraded to level 15. Congratulations, host. Due to reaching level 15 in slaughter training, an additional feature has been unlocked. 100x drop rate. Upon hearing the system's sudden notification, Chen Xuanfeng raised an eyebrow, quite surprised. Level 15? And I've actually unlocked some new features? Shouldn't it be unlocked at level 20? There was no reaction when I was at level 5, and the small function only appeared when I was at level 10. I thought it was the same as the upgrade pattern of slaughter cultivation. Now it seems that slaughter training is still different. Could it be because the first 2 functions only provide a 2x boost, while slaughter training provides a 3x boost? But whatever the reason, being able to unlock these extra features is a huge benefit for me. With this 100x drop rate, even though the yield of training essence is still not as good as cultivation essence, it's much faster than before. Chen Xuanfeng was invigorated. He glanced at the increase in the amount of cultivation essence at random. All of them are increasing in increments of 100, 100, 100 or 200, 200. This pace is much more pleasant than the previous single digits. The last thing to be tallied was the earnings from clones. High-ranking military officer, 56. Intermediate level military commander, 399. Beginner general level, 825. In just one night, the number of mid-level and low-level military officers has increased by several hundred. Chen Xuanfeng was overjoyed. He thought the huge amount of spirit stones he had gained earlier was the biggest surprise of the day, but he never expected that the gains from this martial general level clone would be the real highlight. 825 elementary levels, when combined, are equivalent to 8 advanced levels. 399 intermediate level items, when combined, are equivalent to 39 advanced level items. And I now have 56 high-level generals. 56 plus 8 plus 39 is equal to 103. Just barely past the 100 mark. Chen Xuanfeng couldn't help but get excited. 100 high-level martial generals and my initial martial grandmaster level are coming. Chapter 59, a martial grandmaster level clone makes a move, crushing a high-level martial general from a distance. Martial grandmaster level. This is the realm that Chen Xuanfeng has been pursuing for a very long time and desperately wants to possess. There is no other like it. From the moment he first met the blue-gold grandmaster on Earth, he had longed for the powerful beings at the martial grandmaster level, who could fly and move mountains, and whose mere gestures could change the color of the world. I dreamed that one day I could be like that kind of being, looking down on all living beings. The arrival of his martial grandmaster level clone is even more significant than his own ascension to the martial grandmaster level. After all, even if he himself becomes a martial grandmaster, it is unlikely that he would risk his life, but his clone could. Therefore, upon realizing this, Chen Xuanfeng was filled with ecstatic joy, and his whole body trembled slightly from excessive excitement and happiness. System, combine all the general level clones, and finally create a novice martial grandmaster. Chen Xuanfeng spoke with eyes full of anticipation. Following his command, a large number of general-level clones disappeared from the battlefield and entered the synthesis space, leaving only a few scattered individuals on the battlefield to continue fighting and slaughtering. Thousands of clones instantly disintegrated, turning into countless transparent particles of light. Chen Xuanfeng watched as the countless transparent light particles first synthesized into a mid-level general, then into a high-level general, and finally shattered again from a total of 100 high-level general clones. Countless transparent light particles sculpted a massive bone-eating clan body, 5 meters tall. They're here. Just seeing that 5-meter-tall figure, Chen Xuanfeng's emotions soared once again. External shape and outline. Physical appearance. Bones and flesh. Chen Xuanfeng watched intently as the tall clone rapidly condensed from the outside in. Finally, a transparent martial grandmaster-level body, exuding an overwhelming aura that made Chen Xuanfeng tremble just by feeling it, was born. Soon, it was extracted from the synthetic space by Chen Xuanfeng and appeared in front of him. Owner. The newly ascended martial grandmaster-level clone knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully. Although it had suppressed its aura to the extreme, the low-level servants around Chen Xuanfeng still couldn't help but tremble. This is not something they can control. It's the instinct of life. Martial Grandmaster level, Martial General level. It seems like there's only a one-word difference. But it's not just a world of difference in strength. It's a world of difference in the level of life. To put it bluntly, a general-level warrior is just an extremely powerful mortal. The Martial Grandmaster level has clearly broken through the level of mortals and is qualified to be called celestial beings. That's why there's the famous saying that has been passed down for generations. Under Emperor Wuzong, all are ants. Is this the aura of a newly established martial grandmaster? After sensing the oppressive aura emanating from that level of life, Chen Xuanfeng couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "What is the law of heaven and earth that you have mastered?" The laws of heaven and earth. This is the fundamental reason why martial grandmasters can utilize the power of heaven and earth, and also an important reason why they can defy gravity and fly through the air. Although there are quite a few generals who can use the power of heaven and earth to bring about remarkable effects, they're not the same as those of the martial grandmaster level. To put it in more plain and straightforward terms, the level of a military general is to borrow the power of heaven and earth. The martial grandmaster level is about mastering the power of heaven and earth. This comparison makes it very clear how vast the gap is between the two sides. Reporting to my master, I have mastered 3 kinds of laws of heaven and earth: the law of power, the law of defense, and the law of metal. 3 laws of heaven and earth. Chen Xuanfeng was greatly surprised. The normal standard for a beginner martial grandmaster is to master one of the laws of heaven and earth. Even those who are exceptionally talented, standing out among their peers, only possess 2 kinds of laws of heaven and earth. Yet this clone that I created actually possesses 3. Yes, master. I synthesized these 3 types of materials from 100 high-level generals. Among them, these 3 have the most profound understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. Chen Xuanfeng suddenly realized. No wonder the high-level generals I synthesized before were so incredibly brave. It was because of the synthesis process. Naturally, the synthesized martial grandmaster level is much stronger than ordinary martial grandmaster level. Strength and defense are indeed the 2 things that most people have grasped. After all, they're also the simplest and most practical. The same applies to the law of metal. The metal element primarily amplifies power and also provides considerable defensive effects. All 3 laws of heaven and earth are all-rounders. Before encountering that divine cultivation technique that combined time and space, Chen Xuanfeng also chose the law of power. After acquiring that awesome cultivation technique, he changed his path. Although he knew that mastering the law of time and the law of space would be a fraction of a second more difficult than mastering other laws of nature, he was confident and bold enough to charge forward with multiple advantages. What is your martial grandmaster title? Chen Xuanfeng asked. Reporting to master, it is the same as when I was a high-ranking general, Withered Soul. The Soul Reaper Master is not bad. Chen Xuanfeng nodded. Kuhawen, go. Show off your martial grandmaster level prowess and reap a heavy harvest of the bone-eating clan. Yes, master. The Withered Soul vanished. All the oppressive aura vanished instantly. We've already got the first martial grandmaster level clone. How far away can the second be? Once I have a sufficient number of martial grandmaster level clones, I can officially launch an attack on the small town. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes flickered. He had always been thinking about the small town, not only Tinggu Town, but also many other small towns, all of which were within his scope of concern. Once we can capture the first small town, his profits will see another epic surge. Hundreds of millions a day? Sorry, it'll start at least in the tens of billions. However, this synthesis has almost wiped out all my general-level clones. The system is merging 50 of my martial arts master-level clones into a high-level general-level clone. combine half, and leave the other half for Hyde to continue the slaughter and supply him with the essence. The town of Grey Bones. Lionbone Town. Oomph. A bunch of overconfident fools, with just a few generals and countless martial masters. They dared to invade my territory? They're practically asking for death. With a single swing of his sword, Lionbone General obliterated hundreds of his transparent clones into plumes of black smoke. They made such a huge commotion, almost destroying my town from the sky, and in the end it was just a bunch of these things. Another high-level martial general also struck down with his staff, easily killing all the transparent creatures within a radius of more than 10 meters. Thick black smoke billowed up. The guy who's pulling these strings must be out of his mind. Does he think Lionbone Town is as weak as the other towns? A female high-ranking military officer was holding a transparent, ferocious beast of low-ranking military officer level in her hand. The beast struggled frantically, but the difference in strength was too great, and it could not break free no matter what it did. Hey, you behind me. Can you hear or see me? In my eyes, a maggot like you who only knows how to hide behind the scenes and release puppets is a complete and utterly despicable loser. How dare you even try to lay a finger on Lionbone Town? Go back into your mother's womb and start your training all over again. The female high-ranking military general laughed as she crushed the transparent beast with a single blow. All the high-ranking military officers burst into laughter. It was full of sarcasm. Suddenly, the world changed color. An aura that sent chills down everyone's spine instantly descended. All the laughter abruptly stopped, and the high-ranking military officers looked up at the sky in horror. A transparent bone-eater's body, surrounded by tricolored light, looked down at them from above, like a god. This scene filled everyone with fear. You have insulted my master. The withered soul looked at the female high-ranking military general and said, "You will die." Then, he reached out his hand. The female high-ranking military officer seemed to be gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand. "My lord, please let me go." The female high-ranking military officer was terrified and tried to beg for mercy, but the invisible giant hand that gripped her continued to exert force. Finally, as she felt the boundless pain intensifying little by little, accompanied by wails and roars, her whole body was squeezed and burst open. It was a truly gruesome scene from the inside out, bulging and bursting open, with blood splattering and organs scattered everywhere. This caused all the high-ranking military officers present to turn pale with horror, and boundless fear surged up within them. Owner, a master at the martial grandmaster level. At this moment, they knew that they had provoked a terrifying being beyond their imagination. Chapter 60, The Shadow Poison Master, is terrified. I actually ran into a ruthless person with 3 kinds of laws of heaven and earth. Escape. Without any hesitation, these high-ranking military officers all let out a terrified scream and quickly scattered and fled. Some of the slightly more astute among them, while fleeing, took out communication stones to try and transmit information to the small town, hoping that a martial grandmaster could intervene and save them. But as soon as he took out his communication stone, it shattered. The yellow light responsible for transmitting the sound had just shot into the sky when it was blocked by an invisible force and then dissipated. Almost at the same moment, several high-ranking military officers who had just run a short distance suddenly froze in place, their bodies completely stiff except for their faces. Their limbs and torsos were no longer under any control. They could only stare wide-eyed, their eyes filled with terror. "You will all die." The withered soul coldly pronounced their death sentence. Then he waved his hand. All the high-ranking military generals, like the female high-ranking military general, were gripped tightly by an invisible hand. The hand tightened its grip, causing their veins to bulge, their skin to turn red, and blood to seep from their 7 orifices. This is the terror of a martial grandmaster. They only made a slight move. This would turn a group of high-ranking military generals, who were incredibly prestigious in the eyes of ordinary people, into helpless chicks, unable to resist and forced to watch as they endured the most agonizing death process. Certainly, this is partly due to the sheer power of the withered soul. His current strength is far beyond what ordinary beings of the same level can match. Stop! Suddenly, a furious shout rang out. Then, the overwhelming aura of the initial martial grandmaster level covered the high-level martial generals who were being restrained by the invisible giant hand and were about to die. At this moment, they all felt relaxed and were able to escape their doomed predicament. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, coughing incessantly, gasping for breaths of fresh air. Some tried to escape, but almost fell after taking only 2 steps. They had clearly been severely injured. It was a stroke of luck that they hadn't died on the spot, and they had no strength left to continue their escape. At this moment, a streak of deep green light descended. Among them appeared a figure in a green robe with a gloomy expression. Master Shadow Poison. The high-ranking military officers recognized his identity and were immediately thrilled. Lord Shadow Poison. It's this guy. He led his army to attack my Lionbone Town. That's right, Lord Shadow Poison. A group of transparent creatures suddenly appeared in Lionbone Town, followed by a martial grandmaster. They are clearly here to start a war against my Greybone town. Lord Shadow Poison, my sister has already lost her life at his hands. If you hadn't arrived in time, we would all have been killed by him. This guy has violated the ironclad rules of Greybone Town. I urge Lord Shadow Poison to formally declare war on him. Lord Shadow Poison, please declare war. Lord Shadow Poison, please declare war. The many high-ranking military officers suddenly found their leader. While lamenting and denouncing, they also collectively petitioned to launch a war. My friend, this is the territory of my Greybone city. You are an outsider. Aren't you afraid of starting a war between our two cities by killing one of my high-ranking generals here? However, the Shadow Poison Master ignored what the high-ranking generals were saying and warned them in a deep voice. His clothes fluttered in the wind, his hair danced without wind, and he held a green dagger coated with deadly poison in his hand, clearly ready to fight at any moment. But don't be fooled by his imposing manner. In reality, he desperately didn't want to go to war. As a martial arts master who would slack off whenever he could and enjoy himself every day, how could he possibly risk his life for a bunch of complete strangers? However, as a member of the small town of Grey Bones, he still had to put on a certain attitude to avoid being looked down upon. What he didn't know was that the person he had run into this time was not a normal person. No, he had barely finished speaking. Less than 3 seconds had passed. Desolate, withered soul raised his hands high, holding a heavy sword several meters long. Suddenly, the sword's light surged and transformed into a towering giant sword over 100 meters long. Without any hesitation or warning, it unleashed a terrifying, earth-shattering power and slashed straight down at Shadow Poison Master. What? The Shadow Poison Master was so frightened by the sudden attack from the withered soul that he trembled all over and was completely stunned. Under normal circumstances, when two sides face off, shouldn't they first have a discussion before making a decision? He never expected that after he had only said one sentence, the other party would immediately take action, and it was a serious attack right from the start. Snort. Even a clay figure has a certain fire in it. You're going to attack right away, huh? I'll show you what I'm made of. As a newly appointed martial grandmaster who has managed to slack off for so long and still maintain a stable position, he is truly remarkable. He does possess some skill, and is quite formidable among those of the same level. The green dagger in his hand flew out, transforming into a green streak of light that rushed straight towards the 100-meter-long giant sword. Green light swells with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it grew from the size of an arm to a giant tens of meters in size. A giant sword 100 meters long, and a dagger several tens of meters long. Normally, in terms of size, this dagger is definitely at a disadvantage, but the Shadow Poison Master is not flustered at all. What he excels at is the law of penetration, which is even rarer than the ordinary laws of heaven and earth. Its destructive power at a single point is at least twice that of the law of gold. In particular, the advantages of this one-on-one head-on collision penetration law can be brought to the extreme. That's why more than a dozen martial grandmasters died at his hands. Let's take one more today. The Shadow Poison Master's lips curled into a ruthless smile. Boom! In an instant, the two sides' spiritual weapons clashed, and a tremendous sound filled the heavens and the earth. A burst of light erupted from the sky. It was as if a beautiful lotus flower had bloomed in the sky. However, the smile on the Shadow Poison Master's face froze. The expected scene of the dagger piercing through the opponent's sword light did not occur. Instead, it was firmly blocked by the opponent's sword light and could not penetrate any further. Not only that, his dagger was trembling violently, but the opponent's sword light remained as steady as Mount Tai, not only without trembling in the slightest, but also constantly forcing his dagger back. Wait, how can there be 3 different kinds of the aura of the laws of heaven and earth within his light? The Shadow Poison Master finally realized something was wrong. No way, could I be this unlucky? I only went out on a mission once in a while, and I ended up encountering a ruthless person who simultaneously masters 3 laws of heaven and earth. He knew that someone could do the same, having mastered 3 laws of heaven and earth. But such people usually rise to fame and have a bright future, and they would never be content to stay in a small town. Even if he encounters them, he will deliberately avoid them to prevent any entanglement or conflict. As a result, he went to hide and avoid it. I just happened to be out for a casual trip, and I actually ran into them. Friend, this is all a misunderstanding. Why don't we sit down? The Shadow Poison Master quickly tried to make peace, but it was too late. Seeing that he couldn't subdue his opponent in one go, Ku Hun simply put in more effort. The sword light of the 100-meter giant sword in his hand instantly became even more dazzling, and the sword light suddenly grew by more than 10 meters. A terrifying force poured down. The green dagger light shattered on the spot, and a 100-meter-long sword beam crashed down, engulfing the Shadow Poison Master who was trying to escape, along with the high-level martial generals on the ground who were staring wide-eyed in fear and despair. Chapter 61. The Withered Soul ascends the martial grandmaster ranking of the Bone-Eating clan. the immense potential of the synthetic space. Boom! The deafening roar could be clearly heard dozens of kilometers away. The billowing dust lingered for a long time. But Kuhun did not stop there because he could sense that the Shadow Poison Master was not dead and his aura was still there. So, he once again gathered the light of the 100-meter-long giant sword. Boom! 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 He repeatedly raised and lowered his sword, then raised and lowered it again, repeating the cycle endlessly. Within a radius of 100 kilometers, all the wild beasts that originally lived there were terrified and fled in panic by this terrifying commotion. Even some high-level martial general-level beasts with strong territorial instincts and ruthless strength tucked their tails between their legs and ran away without looking back, fearing that they would become the next target to be struck. The withered soul unleashed nearly 30 sword strikes. They only stopped after they had cleaved the earth into bottomless abysses. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. The first thing that came into view was the transparent bodies of more than a dozen high-level martial generals. Without a doubt, they were the high-level martial generals of Lionbone Town who had just been saved by the Shadow Poison Master, but ultimately could not escape death. In a large pit, the Shadow Poison Master, covered in blood and with multiple deep wounds that revealed bone, was on the verge of death, with blood still flowing from the corner of his mouth. It has to be said, the Shadow Poison Master's strength is indeed formidable. Under such an attack, it's quite remarkable that he didn't die on the spot. If it were an ordinary novice martial grandmaster, they probably wouldn't even need 30 swords. 10 would be enough to kill them on the spot. Of course, this also depends on the fact that the spirit armor he was wearing for defense was now full of cracks, had lost its luster, and had lost all its spirituality, making it completely unusable. Along with his spirit armor, half of his body also shattered. This also prevented him from taking out the pills, even if he wanted to. Why? How could this happen? The Shadow Poison Master looked at the transparent body of the withered soul in the sky, which was surrounded by three-colored light, and murmured unwillingly. He was unwilling to accept it. Why, after developing stealthily for so long, did he still have to die in the end? He was unwilling to accept it. Why was he so unlucky? Of all the people he could have met, he had to run into a ruthless person who had mastered 3 laws of heaven and earth. He was unwilling to accept this situation. Why did the other party attack without even saying a word? If the other party had shown even a little bit of strength, he would have turned around and run away immediately, and would never have ended up in this predicament. That's all. With a heart full of resentment, the Shadow Poison Master couldn't even close his eyes before his head lolled to the side and he breathed his last. Then, 3 identical, transparent figures silently rose from his corpse. Owner, they bowed and greeted Chen Xuanfeng from afar. Very good, excellent. I thought it would take some effort to get the second martial grandmaster level clone, but I didn't expect it to be done so quickly, and there are 3 of them at once. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes flashed with a sharp light. From now on, the 4 of you will continue to conquer and reap the rewards. At the same time, by using this strategy of besieging the stronghold and attacking the reinforcements, we can attract more martial grandmasters from the smaller towns. As long as the higher-ranking martial grandmasters don't come out, you will be invincible. Chen Xuanfeng has already investigated. The number of initial-level martial grandmasters in the small town is approximately 100 to 300. There are approximately 20 to 50 people at the mid-level martial grandmaster level. There are about 3 to 5 people at the upper-level martial grandmaster level. Only in small towns with only 5 people each at the highest martial grandmaster level can there be multiple highest martial grandmaster level officials stationed there. However, those at the highest level of martial arts mastery often don't get involved. They only intervene when the town is in a life or death situation. Otherwise, they leave most of the affairs to higher-ranking martial arts masters. Therefore, only those at the initial and intermediate martial grandmaster levels are capable of launching a campaign. Don't be fooled by the fact that his current martial sect clone team consists of only 4 people. However, the 4 of them, combined with the characteristics of the infinite space, could completely overwhelm the low-level martial grandmasters and could gang up on the mid-level martial grandmasters. Only when facing the high-level martial grandmasters would they put some pressure on them. Yes, Master. The clones accepted the order. Master, I have some special senses here. At this moment, the withered soul spoke. What special sensation? Chen Xuanfeng was curious. Anything that can be sensed by the clone must be an extraordinary event. After I killed that martial grandmaster, I clearly felt my aura being probed and recorded. After carefully sensing it, I finally confirmed that I had made it onto the martial grandmaster golden list of the bone-eating clan. The martial sect's golden list? Chen Xuanfeng was greatly surprised. He had never heard of this before, but judging from the name alone, this list must be quite impressive. But what puzzled him was that even if the martial sect golden list was powerful enough to record people without them being seen, the withered soul was just an avatar. In the infinite space, the avatar was considered an inanimate object, but on the martial sect golden list, it was considered a living thing. However, if we look at it from a different angle, that's actually quite possible. The clones are often mistaken for living people because they have an aura and presence. Apart from their transparent bodies being more obvious and the inability to continue cultivating and becoming stronger, they're basically no different from living people in every other aspect. Following this line of reasoning, it is sufficient to explain that the clones created by the system are equivalent to transparent living people. No, even the prestigious list of successful candidates has been deceived. Does the Marshall Set Golden list refer to the entire land of 10,000 races? Where are you ranked? Chen Xuanfeng inquired. Master, the Marshall Grandmaster ranking I made it onto is only the Bone-Eating Clan's clan ranking because I was a member of the Bone-Eating Clan in the past, which is why I was able to be on the list. Kuhun answered truthfully. I am ranked 97th on the initial Marshall Grandmaster level combat power ranking. Initial Marshall Grandmaster level combat power ranking. These categories have been subdivided to this extent. The powerful beings in the Bone-Eating Clan seem to have a lot of free time. Chen Xuanfeng couldn't help but complain. What I thought would be a major comprehensive ranking list turned out to be just a minor ranking list. Even minor realms require ranking. This shows just how prevalent the competitive spirit is within the Bone-Eating Clan. Moreover, the powerful members of the Bone-Eating Clan are willing to use such remarkable methods to encourage this behavior, directly probing and recording the aura from a distance, and immediately making it onto the list. However, this to give me some inspiration. The Withered Soul is synthesized from 100, which is why it is so powerful. If this momentum continues and it keeps synthesizing and getting stronger, is it possible for me to create a clone that ranks number 1? The synthesis space can be specified as the final synthesizer. If no one is designated, someone will be randomly chosen as the successor. This is why Zigu recognized his subordinates and why Kuhun mentioned his predecessor. Chen Xuanfeng had never paid attention to this. But after Emperor Wuzong's success in the imperial examination, he felt that there was great potential in this area. Sure enough, every function the system provides, even the smallest one, is not as simple as it seems on the surface. I've explored countless ways to synthesize infinite spaces, and it works just as well. After initially ranking 97th at the Marshall Grandmaster level, I've designated the Withered Soul as the final composite material to see how far it can ascend. Chen Xuanfeng was invigorated. The town of Gray Bones. Inside a mansion, many martial arts masters gathered here. The one sitting high up, clad in armor, was none other than a Grandmaster Silver Flame, a high-ranking martial grandmaster. Only those who have reached the martial grandmaster level are worthy of the title Grandmaster. Those seated on either side below were all mid-level martial grandmasters. Many newly promoted martial grandmasters could only stand silently in the background or in the corner. At this moment, the high-ranking martial grandmaster was discussing with other small cities the issue of who should manage a spirit stone mine. Although 99% of the output of the Spirit Stone mine had to be handed over to the Phoenix Bone Great City above them. But even this small gain is worth risking their lives for. This demonstrates the abundance of this Spirit Stone vein. At this moment, a servant rushed over and knelt down immediately. My lord, I had a matter of life and death to report. Explain. Grandmaster Silverfire paused slightly, then said coldly. The Shadow Poison Master, who was in charge of collecting taxes, had his life talisman shattered just now. Upon hearing this, all the martial grandmasters in the hall turned their heads, their faces showing surprise. Meanwhile, several mid-level martial grandmasters glanced at Grandmaster Silverfire without making a sound. Others might not know, but they were very clear that the reason why Grandmaster Shadow Poison was able to occupy the lucrative position of collecting taxes was entirely because of Grandmaster Silverfire. At first, everyone thought that Shadow Poison Master and Silverfire Grandmaster were relatives. No matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find any connection. It wasn't until later, when the Shadow Poison Master was having fun, that it was inadvertently revealed that he was actually the Silver Flame Grandmaster Savior. Before Grandmaster Silverfire reached the Martial Grandmaster level, Master Shadow Poison had saved his life. That's why he got such a leisurely and lucrative job. Boom! As soon as the news broke, the aura of a high-ranking Martial Grandmaster instantly spread, and the terrifying pressure made everyone present feel extremely uneasy. We'll discuss the matter of the Spirit Stone vein again tomorrow. From now on, everyone, investigate the death of the Shadow Poison Master. I don't care about the process. I only want the murderer. Chapter 62 Quickly Harvest Martial Grandmaster Level Avatars. Facing a Martial Grandmaster level team. Anyone familiar with Grandmaster Silverfire knows this. He usually doesn't show his emotions openly. They rarely get angry over anything. However, this time, everyone could hear the boiling, killing intent in Grandmaster Silverfire's words. Clearly, the death of the Shadow Poison Master had touched a raw nerve. Yes, everyone quickly accepted the order. Without much communication or words, they all transformed into streaks of light and sped away in an instant. each with a clear division of labor, a tacit understanding that came from working together for decades. You dare to mess with my men in Greybone Town? I'd like to see who you are. Grandmaster Silverfire's anger was not solely directed at the death of Grandmaster Shadowpoison. Knowing full well that there was a close relationship between them, the other party showed no mercy and directly attacked him. Wasn't this tantamount to slapping him in the face and trampling on his dignity? At the same time, he knew about the Shadow Poison Master, a cowardly and timid fellow who bullies others. Relying on his reputation, he committed many heinous acts in the town of Grey Bones, harming countless people. In particular, he forcibly abducted women from several towns just to select dancers, resulting in numerous murders. But this guy is also shrewd. He never provokes anyone he can't handle. As soon as he senses trouble, he immediately puts on a smiling face. And he never leaves the territory of Greybone Town, which is why he has been able to remain carefree until now. But such a despicable, new Martial Grandmaster level cultivator suddenly died. They couldn't even send out a distress signal. It is clear that the murderer was quite capable, however remarkable it may be. This matter is far from over if anyone dares to kill someone on Greybone Town's territory, especially his savior. While a major conflict was raging in the small town of Greybones, other smaller cities also began to realize that several towns within their jurisdictions had lost contact, and they began to stir. Luogu Town. We can't get in touch with any of the 3 towns. I'll go see what's going on myself. A newly promoted Martial Grandmaster quickly headed to the town where they had lost contact. When they arrived, they found the town devastated and littered with corpses. At that moment, he saw a transparent figure of the Bone Eater. Are you from this town? Tell me who did it. The newly ascended Martial Grandmaster flew straight forward, looking down at the figure and coldly inquiring. The transparent bone-eating clan figure turned around. The eerie, transparent face, devoid of any expression, made the novice Martial Grandmaster feel very uncomfortable. You ill-mannered fellow, a mere high-level martial artist, can't you even bow to me? A Martial Grandmaster? I'm asking you a question. Answer me. The newly ascended Martial Grandmaster felt insulted when he saw that the other party was just staring at him blankly, neither bowing nor answering his question. His tone became annoyed, but a few breaths passed. The transparent high-level martial arts master remained unchanged. Okay, very good. Disrespecting a Martial Grandmaster? I'll show you what the price you'll pay. The newly appointed Martial Grandmaster was enraged. With a wave of his hand, the power of heaven and earth surged, transforming into an invisible giant hand that directly grabbed the transparent high-level martial artist on the spot. Suddenly, the newly ascended Martial Grandmaster seemed to have sensed something. His expression changed drastically, and his heartbeat slowed down. The mind and spirit quickly took over. Suddenly, 3 newly appointed Martial Grandmasters appeared in 3 directions behind him. That's not the key point. The key point is that this guy has the exact same face, and they are all transparent. Who exactly are you? The newly appointed Martial Grandmaster was about to ask a question. The 3 transparent Martial Grandmasters immediately made their move, unleashing 3 enormous daggers of light, each tens of meters long and imbued with a law of penetration, that pierced straight towards him. Penetrating the laws, top-grade weapon techniques, and 3 more are finished. In just a moment, this newly promoted Martial Grandmaster figure was able to determine the methods used by the enemy. In that instant, he realized that he had no chance of escaping and was completely doomed. The town of Bones. A small town. The withered soul descended from the sky, leaving everyone in the town below in shock. Before they could react, he looked down from above and, with a wave of his hand, a 100-meter-long giant sword descended. However, the giant sword was actually blocked. Upon closer inspection, it was a massive shield, over 10 meters tall, formed by combining the laws of metal and earth. What did I tell you? This guy slaughtered several towns in my Bone City. How could he possibly let it go so easily? He'll definitely continue the slaughter. This guy really has some skills. I could sense that his attack just now incorporated at least 3 laws of heaven and earth. 3 laws of heaven and earth? That's definitely the mark of a master, right? They must be on the Martial Grandmaster ranking, right? Hey friend, tell me, where are you ranked on the Martial Grandmaster ranking? So what if he's an expert? We've dispatched 7 early-stage Martial Grandmasters, all of them elites. No matter how powerful he is, how many of us can he stop? Brother, I've been very puzzled by you since the first moment I saw you. How come your body is transparent? Did you use some special technique? Can you tell me about it? Above and below, 7 newly appointed Martial Grandmasters slowly appeared, each with a mocking expression. They all held weapons that emitted a shimmering light, and their bodies were surrounded by the aura of their cultivation techniques. Despite their nonchalant appearance, their positions are extremely close together, completely blocking all possible escape routes for the withered soul, leaving it no chance whatsoever. If anyone recognized them here, they would immediately recognize them as the 7 kill team from the town of White Bones. Under normal circumstances, the Seven Killers team will not easily gather unless facing major events or important wars. Their simultaneous appearance is enough to prove that the repeated massacres of the town by the Withered Souls have become what they consider a major event. You are wrong. The Withered Soul spoke, uttering his classic line, "I have never been alone." The words fell. Several figures at the initial martial grandmaster level suddenly appeared around him. 3 identical, transparent shadow poison masters. 2 identical, newly leveled grandmasters, each wielding a ball of flame. There were 3 other identical masters, all incredibly muscular and wielding large clubs, including the Withered Souls. The number of people who have just reached the martial grandmaster level has jumped to a full 9. What? Are you kidding me? How did these guys suddenly appear? Why are they all transparent? Look closely. Aren't those 2 wielding flames the Dark Flame Masters from Luo Gu Town who fought us before? And that one with the big stick, he's the Grandmaster of the Wilderness from Cloudbone Town. The one with 3 daggers is the Shadow Poison Master from Greybone City. I've dealt with him before, and he's said to have connections with high-ranking masters in Greybone City. How did he end up with 3? And why did he join the team invading my Whitebone City? These are all martial grandmaster level experts from nearby small towns. What's going on? All the martial grandmasters of the 7 Kills team had drastic changes in expression. They initially thought it was just a simple invasion and massacre, something that wasn't uncommon in this world where strength reigned supreme. But when they saw these familiar faces from different small towns that they had met before, they finally realized that the truth was probably not as simple as they thought. The enemy's intentions are definitely not just to slaughter a few towns. An unprecedented war has descended without any warning. Chapter 63, the 7 Kill team's shocking advancement. Withered Soul advances to mid-rank martial grandmaster. The Withered Souls didn't give them much time to think. He took the lead and chose the one with the strongest momentum, launching a fierce attack. The other martial sect clones were different. As if they had already planned it, they chose the weakest of the 7, a female novice martial grandmaster, and launched an attack on her together. A major battle is imminent. Boom, 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 boom. A series of deafening roars echoed out. The entire earth trembled violently. This is how every move and every action of a martial grandmaster level warrior brings about a natural disaster. So fast. Their strength is no less than ours. 7th Sister is injured. Damn it. Their target is 7th Sister. These guys are actually taking my attacks without even dodging. They're clearly risking their lives to fight us. They're insane. My sword was about to hit him, but that guy just vanished. What? How did he get over there? Only 1 round of fighting. The members of the 7 Kills team all changed their expressions drastically, losing their previous composure and calmness. They realized that the opponent's fighting style and ferocity were not only beyond their expectations, but beyond their comprehension. For example, those guys who collectively attacked 7th Sister. Faced with attacks from others, he neither dodged nor evaded, but instead endured them head-on, all in the hope of hitting 7th Sister once. Take, for example, that guy who mastered 3 laws of heaven and earth. He immediately unleashed his full power, bombarding the 100-meter-long giant sword with a barrage of attacks. He used his spiritual energy like it was free, leaving himself no way out. But the most outrageous one, among them, the 3 Shadow Poison Masters, who wield daggers, are the most prominent. He had clearly seized the opportunity, gotten behind his opponent, and aimed a blow straight for the throat. He was 90% confident he could kill the opponent on the spot, or at least severely injure him. And what was the result? The other party disappeared. Yes, just like that. Without any warning, it vanished into thin air. The next moment, the other side suddenly appeared and was attacking 7th Sister. The enemy's various actions put the 7 Killers under unprecedented pressure. They've been fighting each other until now. Starting as a lowly martial artist, he grew stronger through countless battles. What kind of tactics and fighting styles hadn't he encountered? But they had never seen the fighting style and methods of these invisible guys before, because these are things that a normal beginner martial grandmaster simply cannot do. However, these are just appetizers. How did that guy disappear too? The guys I attack will also disappear. Quick, they're attacking 7th Sister again. Go and rescue her. They seem to be able to teleport instantly through some kind of connection. They've disappeared again. Damn it. These guys just vanish whenever they face a fatal or crippling blow. This is a lie. What's the difference between this tactic and cheating? The members of the 7 Kills team clearly have a problem with their mentality. After several minutes of fierce fighting, they barely withstood the opponent's relentless and crazy fighting style, and gradually became familiar with the various moves of the opponent's several martial arts masters. After all, strictly speaking, the opponent could only be considered for people, and most of their moves were the same. But the one thing we really can't withstand is that ability to suddenly disappear and then suddenly reappear. No trace can be found. There was no pattern, no warning. There's absolutely no way to find a flaw. The only thing they were certain of was that the enemy was attacking Seventh Sister relentlessly, and as long as they focused on fighting around Seventh Sister, the war could continue. Just when they had finally managed to defend Seventh Sister from wave after wave of terrifying attacks, suddenly, the expressions of the 7 members of the 7 Kills team changed drastically once again. The 3 Shadow Poison Masters who had disappeared for a full 2 minutes not only reappeared, but also brought 2 new transparent initial-level Martial Grandmasters with them. The original team of 9 people has suddenly expanded to 11. That's the Blood Dove Grandmaster from Cloudbone Town. It's over 11 early-stage Martial Grandmasters. How are we supposed to fight them? Where's the distress signal? Quickly send a distress signal to the city and ask the higher-ups to send reinforcements. I've already sent it out, and I've explained everything that's happening here. But given the current situation, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out until reinforcements arrive. At that moment, the hearts of the 7 people sank to the bottom. The other party's disappearance was already cheating enough, but now they've even brought in 2 more accomplices. How are we supposed to fight like this? Seventh Sister. At that moment, someone let out a heart-wrenching scream. Upon closer inspection, the woman, who was at the initial Martial Grandmaster level, had several nails piercing her back, each radiating a blood-red light. His internal organs are all shattered. There's no saving him. How so? We were all careless because of Blood Dove's methods. Wait, Seventh Sister. The 6 people were in great pain. But suddenly they discovered that Seventh Sister, who had just lost her breath, had transformed into 2 identical transparent bodies and stood up again. Not only that, Seventh Sister even grabbed her weapon and, without any hesitation, launched an attack on the 6 people. The 6 people were deeply shocked. Run now. As the eldest brother, I order you to flee this place immediately. At this moment, the eldest brother, who was fighting with the Withered Soul, let out a hoarse roar. He was no match for the Withered Soul to begin with. Facing a formidable enemy who possessed 3 laws of heaven and earth and was ranked among the top martial arts masters, if he hadn't been skilled in defensive techniques and defensive laws, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Now that the enemy's numbers have increased and Seventh Sister has died and become invisible, the enemy's eldest brother can no longer hold back and immediately orders everyone to escape in search of a chance to survive. But just as he finished speaking, the 6 people were surprised to find that 10 out of the 13 transparent martial masters had simply disappeared. Even withered souls are among them. The 6 people were momentarily stunned. Just a second ago, they were facing a dead end. How did most of it disappear in the next second? But soon, fear rose in their hearts, and their faces showed an unprecedented look of horror and terror. Then, the withered soul reappeared. However, the aura emanating from him was no longer that of a beginner martial grandmaster, but rather that of a genuine mid-level martial grandmaster. Chapter 64 instantly annihilates the 7 Kill team. Kuhan ranks 45th on the martial sect gold list. How was this possible? Disappearing into thin air is already outrageous enough, but he actually advanced in the midst of battle. Heaven is going to destroy our 7 Kills team. The 6 were utterly desperate. Even those who have just reached the initial martial grandmaster level still have a glimmer of hope. But facing a mid-level martial grandmaster is basically a death sentence for them. What are you all standing there for? Run. Every single one of you who can escape is a winner. Only the eldest brother refused to give up. He swallowed all the pills he could take in one go, then roared and charged straight ahead, determined to buy the others some time to escape. The remaining 5 people were heartbroken. Faced with the opportunity that their elder brother had risked his life for, they dared not be negligent in the slightest. The 5 of them transformed into 5 streaks of light and sped out from 5 different directions. So what if you broke through your barrier in the heat of battle? It's not like I haven't fought against mid-level martial grandmasters before. The eldest brother roared, unleashing his full power. He transformed into a giant shield hundreds of meters tall, radiating light, and swept straight toward the withered soul. However, he ultimately misused the power of the withered soul. Even among the middle-ranking martial grandmasters, there are still differences. The strength possessed by Kuhan had long surpassed that of a typical mid-level martial grandmaster. He simply raised his hand. A transparent index finger extends. He pointed gently into the void. Behind him, the sky and earth suddenly changed color, the clouds shattered, and a huge finger, hundreds of meters long and composed of multiple rays of light, slammed down with unparalleled power, crushing down on his elder brother's shield. Is this the power a mid-level martial grandmaster should possess? Even a high-ranking martial grandmaster is nothing more than this. Big brother. The remaining 5 people were drawn by the momentum and the earth-shattering commotion. When they turned around, they were all dumbfounded. Their minds, which were already shocked beyond measure, were shaken again and went completely blank. Let's look at the eldest brother. Under the crushing force of the giant finger of light, the giant shield he had transformed into could not withstand it for even half a second. It was shattered on the spot like dry leaves and withered branches. The giant finger struck him hard, carrying his body directly into the earth. Boom! A terrifying roar, almost like a missile exploding, filled the air. From the air, it was clearly visible that the earth was shaking at a huge extent that was visible to the naked eye. The area hit by the giant finger was even dinted down like tofu. This magnificent scene caused the five people's brains to momentarily freeze. They've had dealings with mid-level martial grandmasters before. It wasn't just the eldest brother who had fought against a mid-level martial grandmaster. Several of the five of them had also sparred with mid-level martial grandmasters, so their understanding of their strength was very clear. But what they witnessed shattered their previous understanding. In their understanding, only those at the high martial grandmaster level could achieve such power. And just as they were stunned, the withered soul did not stop there. He simply clasped his hands together. When it was pulled back again, a blood-red spear quickly appeared. The blood-red spear trembled. In the blink of an eye, 5 identical blood-red spears appeared. Go, leave no one alive. With a flick of his finger, the withered soul vanished. The 5 blood-red spears shone brightly, and the number of laws surrounding them was no longer the previous 3, but an astonishing 6. The law of penetration plus the law of speed equals absolute extreme speed. The crimson spear was so fast that the 5 people immediately sped up their escape as soon as they noticed it, trying to pull out new life-saving treasures to buy themselves more time to escape. But before they could even use their life-saving treasures, the blood-red spear was already in front of them. The speed is just that incredible. This isn't over yet. The law of power plus the law of metal plus the law of penetration plus the law of fire. With the support of the 4 laws of heaven and earth, a single spear thrust easily pierced through the spirit armor worn by the 5 people and also penetrated their hearts. What speed? They're too strong. We're no match for them. Big brother, 7th sister, we've lost to a true powerhouse. The 5 men were completely convinced of their defeat. One by one, they breathed their last, their lifeless bodies falling to the ground in despair. Then, as the commotion caused by the giant finger gradually subsided and the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, apart from the 2 transparent big brothers that have quietly stood in the deep pit, at each of the 5 locations, 2 or 3 transparent novice martial grandmasters quietly rose into the air. They killed the remaining 6 in an instant. As expected, the one I specially created by combining elites with a top-tier soul of the same level is bound to be invincible enough to sweep away all others of the same level. On the other side, Chen Xuanfeng was thrilled to see that the number of initial martial grandmaster level cultivators had increased by a full 12. He knew that synthesizing the withered soul of a mid-level martial grandmaster would be very powerful. I never expected it to be so powerful. It should be noted that while each member of this 7 kills team may not be considered top-tier among their peers, they are still elite-level individuals. It would be impossible for an ordinary mid-level martial grandmaster to kill them all so easily. However, Kuhan's performance is enough to prove that he is not only at the elite level in the middle-level martial grandmaster category, but has reached the top level, and has even touched the threshold of the upper-level martial grandmaster category. Dry Soul, do you sense where you are ranked on the martial set golden list? Chen Xuanfeng asked. Master, I have sensed that I am currently ranked 45th on the mid-rank martial grandmaster combat power ranking. The withered soul answered quickly. 45th place. They improved by as many as 50 places compared to before. Looking at the entire bone-devouring clan, among those at the mid-level martial grandmaster realm, only 44 are stronger than Kuhan. Therefore, it is not surprising that Kuhan could instantly kill this group of novice martial grandmasters. This also fully verifies the correctness of the synthesis path. If I want to maintain my advantage, I can't just synthesize blindly anymore. I have to carefully select the elites or top-level figures among the initial martial grandmasters, synthesize them one by one to the top level of the mid-martial grandmasters, and then combine them with the withered soul. In this way, even the most powerful martial grandmasters, at the very least, will be invincible among their peers. If they're lucky, they might be able to fight against opponents of higher levels, just like me. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes burned with passion. This idea means that in the future, clones will no longer simply rely on quantity to win, but can also reach an unprecedented level in quality. Not only that, he can create a withered soul. He can create 2, 3, 4, or even more withered souls. The unparalleled powerhouses of the same level that others can only look up to will be produced by Chen Xuanfeng in a crazy, assembly line manner. Just imagine how terrifying the strength of the clone army will be at that time. Chapter 65, the cultivation technique, is complete. I have gained initial mastery of the power of time and space. The only difficulty in realizing this idea is that we need more and better quality martial grandmaster level clone materials. A typical novice martial grandmaster level clone only has the value of being a tool, but does not have the value of being synthesized and cultivated. Chen Xuanfeng pondered, although tool people cannot provide combat power, they can provide harvesting efficiency. As long as enough martial grandmaster clones are harvested, we can pick out a few that are usable. After deciding to pursue a high-quality strategy, Chen Xuanfeng's thinking underwent a significant change. Ordinary martial arts masters were no longer of interest to him. They were only fit to be tools. Only the elite masters and top figures in the martial sect are qualified to be favored and cultivated by him. Master, I just received news that a new martial grandmaster has appeared and is investigating the area around Limebone Town. I will go and kill him now. At this moment, the withered soul reported. The effect of besieging the enemy's stronghold and attacking their reinforcements has begun. Ku-hun, continue with the original plan, but this time you must be careful. If you encounter any elites among the initial martial grandmasters or top-tier individuals, even if it means taking some risks, do everything possible to kill them. Chen Xuanfeng gave the instructions. In order to gather more qualified synthetic materials as quickly as possible, it is worthwhile to take some risks. Yes, master. The withered soul accepted the order and immediately began to work. One withered soul is not enough. Now the number of initial martial grandmasters has exceeded 10 again. We can synthesize another one. Just now, this burly man blocked Ku-hun. His strength is second only to Ku-hun among all the initial martial grandmasters I have. We will use him as the second synthesis material to cultivate. With Chen Xuanfeng's actions, Transparent Brother merged with his 16 members clones and successfully advanced to become the second mid-level martial grandmaster under Chen Xuanfeng. The 7 Killers team has reunited in a different form. Your grandmaster title is 7 Kills. Chen Xuanfeng directly used the name 7 Kills team and said, 7 kills, go kill someone and see if you can make it onto the martial sect golden list. Yes, master. The 7 killings received the order. The feedback came back in just a moment. Master, I am ranked 64th on the mid-level martial grandmaster combat power ranking. Sure. Chen Xuanfeng was very satisfied. One ranked 45th and the other 64th. The 2 mid-level martial grandmaster clones he possesses are already considered to be at the top level among mid-level martial grandmasters. If I develop it further, maybe my clones can monopolize half or even more of the rankings on this gold list. Chen Xuanfeng felt a surge of emotion welling up inside him, dominating the martial grandmaster ranking of the Bone-Eating clan. This insane idea was something that so many powerful forces in the Bone-Eating clan wouldn't even dare to dream of, yet he had every opportunity to put it into reality. But let's forget about that. If I really try to dominate the rankings, the experts of the Bone-Eating clan will probably target me first. We're already conspicuous enough. We need to be more discreet. Despite his arrogance, Chen Xuanfeng was not blindly confident. Once someone dominates the rankings too much, how could the powerful members of the Bone-Eating clan not react? His current clone formation seems much stronger, but it is still too weak in the face of any true powerhouse. He still needs to develop slowly and take it one step at a time. Let me first tally up my current earnings. Another day of slaughter. The massacre affected 4 small cities, and his profits were naturally extraordinary. The benefits of having a clone are self-evident. 2 top-tier, mid-level martial grandmasters are enough to explain everything. The essence of the harvest delighted Chen Xuanfeng. Every glance brought him immense joy. Cultivation Essence, 349182. Practice Essentials, 114559. Both essence quantities have exceeded 100,000. After the cultivation essence was reduced by 1 major realm, the quantity exploded. Nearly 350,000 cultivation essences at 3 times the cultivation level. That's a full 1,050,000 hours of arduous training. Even if my cultivation aptitude is terrible, I should at least break through to the martial grandmaster level, right? However, there's no need for that right now. Reaching the advanced general level is no problem. It will have some impact on the benefits of training essence, but not too much. Going any higher would not be worthwhile. Chen Xuanfeng is currently focusing all his efforts on practicing the essence of martial arts. Raising one's cultivation level by 1 small realm can appropriately reduce the difficulty of cultivating the technique, which is beneficial for mastering the technique. However, in order to maximize the amount of essence gained from the practice, one should not raise the level too much. The most suitable range is the high-ranking military officer level. Immediately, Chen Xuanfeng took 100,000 units of cultivation essence to test it out. 300,000 hours of arduous training instantly entered the body. Chen Xuanfeng aura surgir rapidement. Seeing this, the transparent servants around him protected him and warned all the clones on guard to be on high alert and not to disturb their master at this time. This is the benefit of clones having wisdom and consciousness. They will consider everything for you without you having to say a word. A moment later, a brand new aura emanated from Chen Xuanfeng's body. high-ranking military officer, achieved. However, the momentum did not stop there, but continued to surge forward. But Chen Xuanfeng knew that while it was easy to advance to the rank of high-level general, advancing to the rank of martial grandmaster was not so simple. The most basic point: to become a martial grandmaster, one must at least master one of the laws of heaven and earth. He has only scratched the surface of the laws of heaven and earth, and does not meet the requirements at all. Really, their momentum quickly waned, and unsurprisingly, the attack failed. Next is the cultivation technique. This time, Chen Xuanfeng did not hesitate at all. 114,000 hours of practice essence, 228,000 hours, were all poured into 6 methods, the great canon of heaven and earth. His entire consciousness instantly entered the training space. I spent 228,000 hours in a completely immersive training environment. The moment Chen Xuanfeng's consciousness left the training space when the time was up, boom! Above his head, within a radius of 100 miles, a vast celestial phenomenon appeared. A fairyland appeared, with many ancient birds and beasts appearing in illusory form, and a 7-colored rosy cloud stretched across the sky, as if welcoming the birth of a new king. In the remote town of Tiangu, the supreme martial grandmaster, who was in seclusion, clearly sensed something was wrong and looked in Chen Xuanfeng's direction, but all he saw was a dark wall. Is it just my imagination? Even those at the highest martial grandmaster level wanted to investigate further, but found that the strange feeling had vanished without a trace. He pondered for a moment, then ignored it, and chose to close his eyes and continue his seclusion. Chen Xuanfeng opened his eyes. Within his eyes, a virtual Tai Chi diagram was quietly rotating. He raised his left hand. Space. With a thought, a spatial disc, about the size of a palm, appeared silently in his hand. But the more crucial one is the right hand. Time. A transparent sphere, distorting the void, with the scene inside completely frozen, floated in his palm. Time and space. Chen Xuanfeng easily manipulated and controlled them. A high-ranking military general possessing 2 top-tier attributes simultaneously would surely leave anyone else speechless with astonishment. However, even after all this, I still haven't even entered the basics of this divine-grade cultivation technique. That's really something. Chen Xuanfeng shook his head helplessly. Chapter 66 introduces a new feature: kill enhancement. Yes, even though it took 224,000 hours, and it seemed that Chen Xuanfeng had already gained a basic grasp of the power of time and space, in reality, his cultivation level still had not reached the true entry level. It goes without saying, the difficulty of cultivating this divine-grade cultivation technique is truly extraordinary. But that's not surprising. Divine-grade cultivation techniques, as the name suggests, are techniques that only martial gods are qualified to cultivate. What's more, this is a rare species with 2 top-tier attributes, making it exceptionally rare. Even if a martial god-level expert were to cultivate, if their comprehension were slightly lacking, they would probably not be able to even get started. Chen Xuanfeng, a mere high-level martial general, is not even up to the martial grandmaster level, and is far from the martial god level. How could he possibly master it so easily? Reaching this level is already the best result of pushing this slaughter training cheat to its limit. Cut. Chen Xuanfeng had a sudden thought. The space disc disappeared into his palm. A moment later, it reappeared in his palm. Call. Chen Xuanfeng exuded the aura of a high-ranking military general. The mansion he was in trembled slightly, and then the entire upper half began to slowly slide down. It turned out that the entire mansion had been cut in half. Protect the master. Upon seeing this, the servants immediately rushed over to protect Chen Xuanfeng. Time! But then Chen Xuanfeng murmured softly. An invisible force, like a hemisphere, rapidly expanded within the surrounding area, enveloping the continuously sliding mansion. Stillness. The words fell. The wind has stopped. The sound stopped. The mansion, now cut in half, was frozen in time. Large amounts of scattered dust solidified in the air. All the servants, still running, were completely frozen in place. The entire scene was like a movie that was playing, which was then paused. Everything within a 100-meter radius of Chen Xuanfeng was completely sealed off, and it was the only one that could move. Only Chen Xuanfeng. The time attribute is truly extraordinary. Once I use this time attribute in the midst of battle, even if it only affects the enemy for a few seconds, the enemy probably won't even know how they died. Looking at the stillness around him, Chen Xuanfeng couldn't help but sigh. His words also reveal that freezing time is not an absolute solution. When facing beings of the same or lower level as himself, he can completely freeze time. However, when facing beings more powerful than himself, the effect of the time attribute will weaken rapidly, and the effect of freezing time will only last for a few seconds, or even less. But that's enough. On the battlefield, a moment of distraction can be fatal for a few seconds. It's no exaggeration to say that it's enough to die hundreds of times over. The space technique I currently master is blinking. Its cutting and destructive power is stronger, and its speed is faster than before. At present, I can only use the ability to freeze time. Even if it is a martial grandmaster, I can make their movements completely slowed down. Overall, although my strength in terms of normal combat power is still at the level of a high-level martial general, in a real fight, I'm already qualified to compete with a martial grandmaster. Chen Xuanfeng was filled with excitement. Being able to fight against a martial grandmaster not only proves his combat strength, but also his ability to protect himself. With both space and time at his disposal, even if he is hunted down by a martial grandmaster in the future, he will no longer need to hide everywhere and will be fully qualified to confront the opponent head-on. And all of this is what I've achieved before even entering the basics. Once I master the basic level, the effects of the technique will be unprecedentedly explosive. Chen Xuanfeng looked at the power of time and space that he could wield with ease in his hands, his eyes sparkling. Even without having entered the basics, one can still influence martial grandmaster level practitioners. Once you've mastered the basics, wouldn't you be able to hold off a martial grandmaster level opponent? It might not just be Emperor Wuzong. The higher level, martial marquis level, might even be qualified to go toe-to-toe with him. The gains from both clones and essences have been roughly tallied. His own abilities have also made a significant leap forward. Next comes the final highlight, the rewards from Spirit Stones. 1.75 billion. Daily income of 1.7 billion Spirit Stones. This number is enough to terrify even some martial arts masters. You should know that even a newly ascended martial grandmaster, if he sold all his possessions, would at most get 20 or 30 million Spirit Stones, which is equivalent to half a small town. Unless they are at the level of a Shadow Poison Master or a newly established martial grandmaster like the 7-Kill team. Their wealth is comparable to that of a small town. Chen Xuanfeng's daily income is equivalent to that of dozens of them. It's easy to imagine how outrageous and exaggerated this number is. This also indirectly shows how many good deeds the clones did in the 4 small towns. The next level of the slaughter training requires 1.4 billion Spirit Stones, and these Spirit Stones are only enough to advance 1 level. But killing clone is only 3 levels away from reaching level 25, and the total cost for those 3 levels is about 1.4 billion. System, upgrade my killing clone. Without any hesitation, Chen Xuanfeng gave the order. Will be unlocked this time. Small features are enough, but I'd love to get a big one. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes were full of hope. Ding. Consumed 210 million Spirit Stones. Slaughter clone has been upgraded to level 23. Ding. Consumed 420 million Spirit Stones. Slaughter clone has been upgraded to level 24. Ding. Consumed 840 million Spirit Stones. Slaughter clone has been upgraded to level 25. Congratulations, host. Due to Slaughter clone reaching level 25, Slaughter cultivation reaching level 20, and Slaughter training reaching level 15, a new feature, Slaughter enhancement, has been unlocked. Kill enhancement. Level 1. When you or your clone kill a living being, there's a 10% chance to drop 1 enhancement essence. Enhancement essence. When used on any substance other than living things, it can increase the strength of that substance. Kill enhancement. Enhanced essence. The expected major function, named after Slaughter, appeared, but its description surprised Chen Xuanfeng greatly. Both the Slaughter cultivation and Slaughter training mentioned earlier are cheat codes based on reality and are related to normal martial artists. Slaughtering enhances one's cultivation level. Slaughtering is used to train and improve one's skills. Even a most outrageous killing clone can at least be considered a special technique by others. However, there is no real-world reference for this killing enhancement. Your clone has killed a living being. You have gained 1 enhancement essence. The highly efficient clone harvesting process yielded the first enhancement essence in just a few seconds. That's why the enhancement essence is blue. Chen Xuanfeng took out the enhancement essence and examined it carefully. Cultivation essence is white, training essence is yellow, and enhancement essence is blue. 3 different colors, each symbolizing a completely different effect. Aside from living things, can any substance be enhanced? Try my weapon first. Chen Xuanfeng pulled out a bronze longsword, a new weapon he had looted from a martial grandmaster. When the blue light seeped into the bronze longsword, the bronze longsword flashed its light for only a moment before completely dimming. Is the lack of change due to insufficient quantity? Chen Xuanfeng planned to continue trying after the second enhancement essence arrived. Suddenly, above the bronze longsword, a line of blue text appeared. Enhancement plus 1 progress. 1/16883 pieces. I'll go. A martial grandmaster level spiritual weapon requires over 16,000 enhancement essences to be upgraded to +1. Why don't you just rob it? Chen Xuanfeng was so shocked by the number that he rolled his eyes dramatically. He couldn't help but complain, but before he could finish the word grab, a system notification suddenly sounded. Enhancement notes. For every +1 enhancement level of the material, the item's strength can be increased by 100. Chen Xuanfeng swallowed the word steal back, replacing it with a classic exclamation. Chapter 67 Preparing to Attack the Small Town. Even Grandmasters need spatial attribute techniques. A +1 enhancement equals a 100 increase. Doesn't that mean that every successful enhancement will double the power? Does strengthening it 10 times increase its power tenfold? Enhanced to +100, the power increases 100 times. Wouldn't that be phenomenal? With the strength of a martial Grandmaster level spiritual weapon increased by 100 times, a casual strike from me could probably instantly kill an ordinary martial Grandmaster level weapon. And this is just a spirit weapon. If I were to give spirit armor, spirit boots, spirit bracelets, spirit rings, and so on, all of them 100 times the strength, wouldn't I be able to increase my strength 100 times without doing anything? Chen Xuanfeng was amazed. This is just a preliminary idea. 100 times is not the limit. As long as there is enough enhancement essence, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, or even more times are absolutely possible. By the way, the system description mentioned that any material other than living beings can be enhanced. So what about cultivation techniques? Can they be enhanced in the same way? And then there are the clones. According to the system's assessment, the essence of enhancing inanimate objects can also be applied to the clones. If this trend continues, it's simply... Chen Xuanfeng became more and more excited as he thought about it. My heart couldn't help but flutter with excitement. Try them all, and see which ones can be strengthened and which ones cannot. Once it's clear, then focus on strengthening one of them. Chen Xuanfeng took out several more enhancement essences. First, the training method. Although the cultivation technique has been integrated into his mind, Chen Xuanfeng can transform it back into a physical cultivation manual at any time if he so desires. After applying the energizing essence. Soon, the 6 laws, the grand ceremony of heaven and earth, enhancement +1 progress. 1/873615332. 1, 10, 100,000 trillion. Doubling the enhancement requires over 800 million enhancement essences. Chen Xuanfeng was completely stunned by this terrifying number. Having gained a deeper understanding of this peerless and rare divine cultivation technique, I'm truly fortunate to have reached the threshold of entry-level skill in just a few 100,000 hours. He then tried other techniques. Top-tier weapon skill, enhancement +1 progress. 1/95364. Top-tier special skill, enhancement +1 progress. 1/72561. Top-tier attribute cultivation technique, enhancement +1 progress. 1/112766. Only 90,000 to 110,000, it's totally acceptable. With the figure of 800 million in front of him, these tens of thousands seemed like a few cents in Chen Xuanfeng's eyes. These figures clearly distinguish the different levels of cultivation techniques, making it easy to choose which technique to cultivate next. Simply look at the amount of essence required for enhancement, and you'll have a clear idea. The same applies to clones. Withered Soul, enhancement +1 progress, 1/1598283. 7 kills, enhancement +1 progress, 1/127522. By highlighting the difference in the quantity of essences, the relative strengths of each essence are presented exceptionally clearly. This enhancement essence is indeed a good way to test one's strength. If I can't tell which clone is stronger or weaker later, I'll just give them all an enhancement essence, and I'll be able to understand them all on the spot. Use whichever enhancement essence is needed in the largest quantity to synthesize it. That's absolutely right. None of them succeeded in enhancing it even once, but Chen Xuanfeng had already thought of additional uses for the slaughter enhancement skill. Following that were attempts at crafting spirit armor, spirit boots, spirit rings, spirit gloves, as well as elixirs, rare and precious materials, and so on. Without exception, all of these items can be accurately determined by the amount of essence required for enhancement. There is no need to deliberately select them. Their value can be seen at a glance. System, oh system, I've been cynical again. Chen Xuanfeng sighed sincerely. I thought that slaughter training was the limit, but I never expected that the subsequent functions would be even more powerful and terrifying than the previous ones. It should be noted that both slaughter cultivation and slaughter training can only enhance the strength of his main body and do not greatly help his clones. But killing enhancement is different. The main body and the clones can both be used. It even includes unrelated cultivation techniques, spiritual weapons, elixirs, and so on. This means that the more enhancement essence he has, the greater his overall strength can be, making it an unprecedented, epic, and god-tier autoplay tool. System, put all the remaining spirit stones into slaughter enhancement. Chen Xuanfeng gave the order decisively. Ding. Consumed 400 spirit stones. Slaughter enhancement upgraded to level 2. Ding. Consumed 1,600 spirit stones. Slaughter enhancement upgraded to level 3. Ding. Consumed 100 million spirit stones. Slaughter enhancement upgraded to level 11. Congratulations, host. Due to slaughter enhancement, reaching level 5, an additional minor function has been unlocked, lowering by one major realm. Congratulations, host! Due to reaching level 10 in slaughter enhancement, the additional feature, double enhancement, has been unlocked. Really? The new feature not only has exaggerated effects, but the upgrade cost in spirit stones is also exaggerated, reaching a staggering 4 times. But behind the high price paid is also an exceptionally rich reward. At only level 11, I successfully gained 2 small features, lowering it by a whole level. With it, the enhancement essence's benefits immediately skyrocketed, jumping from a few drops to hundreds at a time. Needless to say, double the enhancement. Its appearance means that the amount of strengthening essence required for all substances has decreased by 50%. The amount of enhancement essence required for divine grade cultivation techniques has been reduced from 800 million to 400 million, effectively saving Chen Xuanfeng a full 400 million enhancement essences. If we add in all the other things that need strengthening, the savings would be an astronomical figure. Now, the essence of training and the essence of strengthening have become my necessities. It seems that allocating spirit stones will be difficult from now on. However, solving this problem is also simple. Kuhun, Qisha, get ready. In 7 days, we can begin our attack on the small town. Chen Xuanfeng's idea was unusually simple and crude. He has no money, but the bone eaters do. If the small town doesn't have enough supplies, then take them from the smaller city, since the smaller city will be attacked sooner or later anyway. However, he did not let the 2 of them take action immediately. Instead, he gave them 7 days to develop and make contingency plans. After all, attacking a small city is much more difficult than attacking a small town. Upper-level martial grandmasters and extreme-level martial grandmasters are all threats. It might even trigger some unexpected butterfly effects, attracting an even more powerful force, so we must be well prepared. Yes, master. And just like that, for days flew by. Inside the small city of Tiangu, the blood marrow has been there for 7 days already. Is it still not healed? Other martial grandmasters outside have already noticed the destruction of Red Bone Town and Purple Bone Town, and they're all asking me about it. I'm afraid I can't keep it a secret for long. 7 days have passed, and I haven't made any progress in my investigation. The guy might have already left the area of Heavenly Bone City. I need to hurry. The massive simulation array was still in operation, and the Blood Marrow Grandmaster was still performing the simulation. But the 3 martial arts masters beside him were suffering greatly. They used the highest authority of a martial sect to investigate, but found nothing, so they couldn't even be sure if the other party was still within the territory of Tiangu Town. Once the other party leaves Tiangu Town, they will be out of reach, and it will be extremely difficult to capture them across the city. I had sensed it 4 days ago, but suddenly the spatial power on that little guy increased, causing me to lose my exact location. The Blood Marrow Grandmaster frowned deeply. The 3 people beside them looked at each other in bewilderment. The power of space has increased again. Doesn't this mean that this little guy is constantly improving his spatial attribute techniques? How can a martial arts master possess such high comprehension? With such an outdated divination array and outdated divination methods, it's naturally difficult to find someone with spatial power using only this level of divination. Suddenly, a detached and slightly aged voice rang out. All 4, including the Blood Marrow Grandmaster, were taken aback and quickly looked up. The divination array was torn apart by a tremendous force and shattered on the spot. Wow! The great formation was broken, and the Blood Marrow Grandmaster coughed up a mouthful of blood. The other 3 looked up at the sky with expressions of horror. 2 tall figures slowly walked over through the air. They recognized one of the men in the gray robe. He was none other than Grandmaster Tianming, one of the top martial grandmasters of Tiangu Town. But the other face, dressed in white, was completely unfamiliar, yet he exuded the aura of a high-ranking martial grandmaster. You're ranked 3rd on the martial sect deduction ranking, a grandmaster of the righteous Yang realm? Only the Blood Marrow Grandmaster recognized the man in white, his face filled with disbelief. All 3 of them were stunned. Martial Emperor ranked 3rd on the prediction list. Why would such an important figure come to Tiangu Town at this time? Good. I was invited by Grandmaster Silver Fire of Greybone Town to conduct a divination. When I passed by this place, I wanted to catch up with my old friend, Grandmaster Tianming. But after entering, I found that someone had set up a barrier and was conducting a divination inside. So I went to investigate out of curiosity. But what I didn't expect was that I seemed to hear some incredible news. Tianming, you heard that too, didn't you? Grandmaster Xingyang waved his hand, setting up a brand new, more robust barrier. His eyes narrowed instantly. You're tracking a little guy with spatial attribute techniques, aren't you? Faced with the intense gazes and oppressive aura of the 2 grandmasters, the 4 were filled with fear and sweat poured down their faces. They knew that from this moment on, spatial attributes were completely out of their reach. Chapter 68, Chen Xuanfeng instantly killed. The Grandmaster's shock, the law of time. Besides spatial attribute techniques, does that human kid also possess a special technique that can create transparent beings? Under the pressure of two grandmasters, the four were forced to recount the entire story, including the special martial arts technique they also coveted. This made Grandmasters Tianming and Xingyang even more interested in Chen Xuanfeng. My lords, we have gone through countless hardships for that special cultivation technique. If you too succeed in obtaining two techniques from that little fellow, we know we are not qualified to covet the spatial attribute. But could you at least let us take a look at that special cultivation technique? The Green Soul Grandmaster still didn't want to give up, his tone full of pleading and cautious probing. Upon hearing this, the other three martial grandmasters also felt a renewed glimmer of hope in their eyes. They had lost their spatial attribute cultivation techniques, but if they could obtain that special technique, it would be of great benefit to them as well. Since you provided the intelligence, we will naturally treat you well. Grandmaster Xingyang's words brought a smile to their faces. Green Soul is the name, isn't it? According to what you just said, you are the only one among the four who has seen that little guy through soul searching. That's right, sir, it is I. Green Soul Master quickly responded. All right, then I'll use you as the subject of the deduction and personally perform the deduction. With a wave of his hand, Grandmaster Xingyang caused the entire area to change abruptly. The mansion was gone, replaced by a spacious palace surrounded by piles of books. The palace was filled with mysterious patterns. This is the battle formation inscription. From the ground to the ceiling, to every beam, and even the surfaces of everything including the books on the shelves, there are runes inscribed on them. I've only ever heard of the Heavenly Palace of Deduction, a place that only Grandmasters of Deduction are qualified to construct. I've never seen it before. Seeing it today is truly unbelievable. The Blood Marrow Grandmaster watched in amazement. From this step alone, everyone could clearly see that the Grandmaster Xingyang's mastery of divination had far exceeded their imagination. Xingyang, how long will your calculations take? Grandmaster Tianming asked a question. Normally, I only need 10 breaths at most, but since the opponent has spatial power, it will take a little longer than usual, about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The four newly appointed martial emperors were astonished. Even a Blood Marrow Grandmaster couldn't handle it in 7 days, but this top-tier divination master could finish it in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The difference is astonishing. Start. Grandmaster Xingyang uttered a single word. Then, all the inscribed runes within the entire Heavenly Palace of Deduction lit up at the same moment. Not only that, they even started to move. As if it had come to life like a finely tuned machine, it was constantly flipping, embedding, moving, and rearranging. Those nearby knew that every time this inscription moved, it was like touching a secret of heaven. Such a large-scale manipulation of the secrets of heaven showed that the art of deduction had reached a state of perfection. You come here. The Green Soul Grandmaster was placed uncontrollably in the very center of the deduction array. Grandmaster Xingyang extended a finger and gently touched the center of Green Soul's forehead. Instantly, countless runes lit up Green Soul Grandmaster's eyes, and he fell into a daze. This human lad is indeed a bit too young. In just 2 breaths, Grandmaster Xingyang had already located the target from Grandmaster Green Soul's memories. With a flick of his finger, a faint, ghostly aura emerged from between the Green Soul Grandmaster's eyebrows. Then, in front of everyone, he quickly materialized into the appearance of a handsome 16 or 17-year-old boy who was none other than Chen Xuanfeng himself. This was also the first time everyone had truly seen Chen Xuanfeng's true face. Numerous runes quickly climbed upwards. It completely enveloped Chen Xuanfeng's illusory image. The light from all the runes became even brighter. Turning, moving, everything became faster. The whole process lasted for almost the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Found it. Everyone was instantly invigorated. Grandmaster Xingyang waved his sleeve. A phantom map appeared before everyone, and the cities, jungles, swamps, deserts, etc. marked on it were all exactly the same as those in Tiangu Town, and it is located at the northernmost part of Tiangu Town. It is precisely where Redbone Town is located. A red light flickered and shone silently. That guy's in Redbone Town? I already sent people to investigate. That place has been razed to the ground. How could this be? This kid actually hid right under our noses. Everyone was extremely surprised. Unexpectedly, after searching high and low, they found that the other party was actually right beside them. But the next second, laugh. A soft sound of flesh being pierced rang out. The 4 men felt their vision suddenly reverse, and their bodies froze. Then, for breasts silently slid off their shoulders without a sound. Lightning struck. In just a moment, the heads and corpses of the 4 people were char black, making them unrecognizable. Tianming, your style of doing things is still the same as before. I thought you would let them go because they belong to the same Tiangu Town as you. Grandmaster Xingyang looked at Grandmaster Tianming, who was gradually retracting his great sword, and smiled faintly. Clearly, this wasn't the first time he'd witnessed such a betrayal. Spatial attribute cultivation techniques are a matter of life and death for us. The fewer people who know about them, the safer our lives will be. Grandmaster Tianming said coldly. Moreover, you never show your divinations to anyone. Letting them see them with their own eyes is practically an implication that I should eliminate them, isn't it? It's clear that Grandmaster Xingyang is no pushover either. It was no accident that the two were able to get along. Let's go. At our speed, it will take us about half an hour to get there. Without wasting words, Grandmaster Xingyang waved his hand and completely removed the Heavenly Palace and its barrier. Only the phantom map remained, though it had been shrunk to the size of 2 palms, but the regularly flashing red light on it was still particularly conspicuous. Immediately, the two transformed into 2 streaks of light and headed straight north. On the other side, his height was increased again, reaching a height of 8 meters, and the withered soul was kneeling on one knee in front of Chen Xuanfeng. The aura emanating from it was no longer that of a mid-level martial grandmaster 4 days ago, but a genuine high-level martial grandmaster. At this moment, Kuhan officially entered the ranks of grandmasters. A high-ranking martial grandmaster. Wow, this oppressive force, even when it's been reduced to the extreme, still puts me under immense pressure. Chen Xuanfeng couldn't help but exclaim, Kuhan, go kill someone and see where you are on the martial sect golden list now. Yes, master. The withered soul complied. The results came out quickly. He ranked 15th on the list of top-ranking martial masters. You've made progress again. It seems my efforts over the past 4 days haven't been in vain. Chen Xuanfeng was completely satisfied. 3 days ago, he had already collected 10 mid-level martial grandmaster level items, enough to upgrade the soul of the dead to the upper level again. However, in order to create a high-quality product, he did not do so, but continued to accumulate them. That's why the clones have caused quite a bit of trouble these past few days. First, the sheer number of towns slaughtered attracted the attention of high-ranking martial arts masters, such as Grandmaster Silverfire from Greybone Town, who personally came to find the withered soul. Grandmaster Silverfire thought he would completely crush his opponent, but he was surprised to find that a mid-level martial grandmaster actually had the strength to compete with him. However, when he finally used all his strength, his opponent suddenly disappeared and chose to escape. Therefore, Grandmaster Silverfire spared no expense to invite a master of divination, namely Grandmaster Xingyang. Furthermore, in the past few days, the clones have covered an even wider area. In order to slaughter more towns and accumulate more martial grandmaster-level battlefields, the scope of the affected towns expanded from the original 4 to more than 18. Therefore, after many days of accumulation, Chen Xuanfeng finally used a large number of elite-level initial martial grandmasters to synthesize a large number of elite or top-level, mid-level martial grandmasters. Finally, he combined them with the Withered Soul and successfully created the Withered Soul Grandmaster, who was ranked 15th on the Martial Grandmaster Gold list. The Withered Soul has arrived. Now we don't need 7 days. We can start causing trouble in the small town today. Withered Soul, you chose the first one. Just as Chen Xuanfeng was about to issue an order, his expression suddenly changed. He saw that the surrounding world had suddenly changed color. The originally clear sky had suddenly become as dark as night. Almost simultaneously. Boom! A colossal bolt of lightning, several meters in diameter and incredibly powerful, pierced through the clouds and crashed directly down upon Chen Xuanfeng's location. Faced with this sudden and fierce attack, Chen Xuanfeng had no time to react at all and watched helplessly as he was completely engulfed by the lightning. With his strike, he will surely die. But you're using the power you would use against a high-level martial master to deal with a mere high-level martial general. Isn't that overkill? Don't end up shattering his storage bag or spatial ring. That would be a huge loss. Don't worry. We haven't seen each other for a long time. You don't know that my Thunder Law has been raised to the leak-free level, which can directly bypass all his stored items and only destroy his physical body. If I wasn't afraid that he would use spatial power to escape, I wouldn't have needed to make such a big fuss. With my current strength, it's very easy. Why did you exclaim? What's wrong? My lightning slowed down on him. That's a time-related attribute. What? Chapter 69, The Shock of 2 Grandmasters. Chen Xuanfeng. My choice is to annihilate you. High above Chen Xuanfeng, not far away, 2 figures emerged from an array of runes, their faces filled with disbelief and shock. Their gazes were fixed on the handsome young man who was gradually emerging from the thunder. The scene that I had imagined, that he would be completely reduced to a pile of charcoal or even ashes, did not occur. On the contrary, the terrifying lightning that was enough to make other high-level martial grandmasters extremely wary was now swirling around this handsome young man. All the lightning that came within 3 centimeters of him became incredibly slow at this moment, as if it had entered an endless slow motion. Thus, the handsome young man appeared as if he were bathed in dazzling lightning, transforming into a god of thunder. The time attribute really is the time attribute. Grandmaster Xingyang's words were filled with shock. Time-space. He had only heard of the scenario of 2 supreme attributes appearing in one being, and read about it in classical books, but he had never seen it with his own eyes in reality. even the many geniuses, prodigies, extraordinary beings, and peak experts he had encountered before. No one can possess both of these attributes at the same time. Some even believe that time and space are mutually exclusive and inherently contradictory, making it impossible to simultaneously possess both attributes. However, now, the little guy in front of us has proven that time and space can coexist. Moreover, the result was that a mere high-level martial general was completely unharmed by the astonishing attack of a high-level martial grandmaster, as if nothing had happened. Keep in mind that the two were a whole major realm apart. How was this possible? Grandmaster Tianming was also so shocked that he could hardly speak. What enabled him to display this state of disarray was not merely the combination of time and space, nor the failure of his all-out attack, but rather that Chen Xuanfeng, at such a young age, had actually comprehended both time and space simultaneously. Are you kidding me? He has mastered the law of thunder, and the cultivation technique he uses is a thunder attribute technique. From this alone, it can be seen that his comprehension is far beyond that of ordinary people. But he knew that his ability to master the lightning attribute was not only due to his extremely high comprehension, but also because he was born with a resonance with lightning. That means any being that masters advanced attributes needs not only comprehension, but also natural talent. Therefore, even if he were given a spatial attribute cultivation technique, he wouldn't be confident that he could successfully cultivate it because he knew he didn't have the talent to resonate with space. People with this kind of talent are 1 in a billion. Naturally, the same applies to the time attribute. But Chen Xuanfeng in front of us can actually master both of these attributes at the same time. Doesn't that mean that this little guy can not only resonate with space, but also with time? Is this the kind of being that could be born from the weak human race they see? In his understanding, the only beings capable of producing such extraordinary talents must be from the immortal clan or the imperial clan, specifically the fairy maidens and imperial sons. Withered soul, 7 kills. The first thing Chen Xuanfeng did after realizing what was happening was to shout loudly. The next instant, the withered soul, exuding the aura of a high-level martial grandmaster, and Qi Sha, still at the mid-level martial grandmaster, were the first to arrive. They firmly shielded Chen Xuanfeng behind them. The weapon in his hand shone brightly, and his aura was released to its maximum. All his skills and the laws of heaven and earth were released and played, completely dispelling the originally gloomy, clear sky. This isn't over yet. Following closely behind were numerous transparent figures at the mid-level martial grandmaster level and the initial martial grandmaster level. Having just synthesized the withered souls, their numbers were almost depleted, but each one was ready to die for Chen Xuanfeng. As for the high-level martial general clones, Chen Xuanfeng did not send them over. In front of the superior martial grandmaster level, no matter how many martial generals there were, it would be useless. An invisible creature? Is this the special technique that Green Soul and the others were talking about? It wasn't until they saw Ku Han and the others in person that Tianming and Grandmaster Xinjiang understood why Green Soul and his group were so concerned about this special technique that could create transparent puppets. A high-ranking military general is able to create so many martial arts masters as his puppets, and even some high-ranking martial arts masters. In particular, the oppressive aura emanating from the only high-ranking martial grandmaster completely surpassed that of the two of them. This unprecedented, dreamlike scene was presented to them in such a simple and direct way. It is evident that this special technique is so powerful that it is almost approaching the level of a spatial attribute technique. Boy, I have to admit that your transparent puppets are indeed powerful, and the time and space attributes you possess are far beyond our expectations. But with these, you can only stop the two of us, but you can't stop a much more powerful being. Grandmaster Tianming suppressed the shock in his heart and said coldly, "If we can track you down once, we could track you down a second time. You can't escape, but I'm giving you a chance to live. Hand over the space and time attribute techniques you have, as well as this special technique. As long as you are willing to hand it all over, we will not continue to make things difficult for you, nor will we let others deal with you, because we do not want others to know about the existence of these techniques. This is your only chance to live. I have no patience. I'll give you 10 breaths to consider." Grandmaster Tianming is very shrewd, knowing that the two of them definitely couldn't break through the protection of these transparent puppets. Even if they could break through by killing Chen Xuanfeng, Chen Xuanfeng's time and space attributes would be enough to save his life. Therefore, he chose to use his knowledge of Chen Xuanfeng's whereabouts as leverage. They can't handle it, but having the trail allows them to bring in stronger people. They still have absolute initiative. Good. I am ranked 3rd on the martial sect's golden list of divination. My divination skills are beyond your imagination. Even if you escape this time, you won't escape next time. As long as you hand over those techniques, I can make a heavenly oath for you and never divination or track your whereabouts again. Grandmaster Xinjiang added fuel to the fire, saying, "You have 5 breaths left. I hope you'll make the right choice." "I see. So that's why I was found so suddenly and how you managed to get through all my defenses without me noticing and attack me directly. It turns out you sent a Grandmaster of Deduction to conceal the secrets of heaven and hide your figure. You're nothing to me now. Chen Xuanfeng smiled coldly, his eyes flashing with killing intent. However, I don't want to choose any of the options you mentioned. Being hunted down by powerful individuals? I don't care. Being locked in by the deduction? I don't care. But I care a lot even though I don't have you guys. Withered Soul, 7 kills, attack directly, leave no one alive. Chapter 70 Absolute Crushing. Grandmaster Xingyang escapes, encounters Chen Xuanfeng in the city. Almost immediately after Chen Xuanfeng finished speaking, before he had even finished his sentence, Ku Han made the first move. A massive sword, thousands of meters long and formed from various colored lights, carrying earth-shattering power, crashed down directly towards Grandmaster Tianming and Grandmaster Xingyang. Qi Sha, along with the other martial Grandmaster-level clones, all unleashed their weapons on the spot, gathering tremendous light as they launched their attacks. Say something nice. Do you really think we're easy to bully? Upon seeing this, both Grandmaster Tianming and Grandmaster Xingyang hardened their expressions, unleashing the aura of high-ranking martial Grandmasters. They gripped their weapons and pushed their techniques to their limits. They are all elites and top performers among their peers. Grandmaster Tianming goes without saying. With his attribute-based cultivation techniques at his disposal, few of his peers in terms of internal energy could rival him. Grandmaster Xingyang may be skilled in deduction, but he is also quite powerful in combat. Both of them condensed weapon light that stretched for thousands of meters. Faced with the attacks of numerous transparent clones, they chose to deal with a withered soul first. As long as they could withstand or restrain this only high-level martial Grandmaster, they would have a chance to deal with Chen Xuanfeng. However, the moment their weapon lights collided with the weapon lights of the withered soul, the two men's expressions changed drastically. What kind of power is this? How could he have mastered so many laws of heaven and earth? To the astonishment of the two, their proud attack was not even able to withstand for a moment, and was easily shattered by the light of the withered soul's huge heavy sword, which then slammed into the two of them. The two quickly took out their defensive measures, but it was too late. A deafening roar followed. Immediately afterwards, the two were blasted away like cannonballs, crashing into a mountain 1,000 meters away. The mountain was cracked and shattered into pieces. Wow! They coughed up a mouthful of blood that emitted a faint glow of law. This is a battle between high-ranking martial Grandmasters. Every now and then, mountains are broken and the earth is split. If the two hadn't actually possessed some real strength, this single attack would likely have taken the life of an ordinary high-ranking martial Grandmaster. Xingyang, that guy is ridiculously strong. Quickly cover our secrets, and let's go. Grandmaster Tianming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, quickly swallowed several pills, and hurriedly shouted, "Damn it, I thought I was here to find treasure, but I've kicked a giant iron plate like never before." Grandmaster Xingyang also took the elixir, and while gritting his teeth, he directly formed a hand seal to conceal the secrets of heaven. As numerous array patterns appeared, the divine secrets surrounding the Fangguang and the others rapidly changed, and their bodies gradually faded away, as if they were about to disappear. Suddenly, the two seemed to sense something and looked up at the same time. A massive sword beam, thousands of meters long, shone like the sun, carrying the same terrifying power as before, and slashed down at them once more. What kind of movement technique is this? Tianming, I'm casting a spell. Stop him. If the two of us can't stop them, how can I alone? Boom! The mountain collapsed. The earth shattered. Within a radius of several kilometers, it was as if a terrible earthquake had occurred, and the ground sank and spider web-like cracks spread for more than 10 kilometers, which was frightening to look at. But the withered soul did not stop there. Boom! 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 He fully utilized his fighting style. Regardless of how the enemy resisted or counterattacked, he would seize the opportunity to unleash a barrage of attacks. This fighting style was rather crude, but it really worked. Tianming and Grandmaster Xingyang, who had almost obscured the heavens and concealed their forms, were now unable to hide and could only passively endure the terrifying power of one blow after another. They kept taking out various defensive and life-saving measures from their storage bags. Try to minimize the damage received before the withered soul's attack ends. Pity. They overestimated their own survival skills and underestimated the determination of the withered soul to fight. Ku Han sensed that the two men's momentum had only decreased but was not completely weakened, so he continued his fierce attack without any intention of stopping. Not only that, the other clones also joined the carnival and decisively attacked the two high-level martial masters, completely ignoring whether their attacks were effective or not. All they wanted to do was fight. Xingyang, I can't hold on much longer. My treasures are almost used up too. Haven't you finished casting the spell yet? Grandmaster Tianming struggled to hold on, but he did not receive a response from Grandmaster Xingyang. Realizing something was wrong, he suddenly turned his head to look. Grandmaster Xingyang had somehow managed to escape, leaving only a array clone in the same spot, while his true self had vanished without a trace. That bastard! Grandmaster Tianming cursed angrily. Although he already knew what kind of person the other party was, being betrayed at this critical moment still made him extremely angry. At the same time, more than 10 kilometers away, a round, bulging object rose from the ground, which gradually grew larger and eventually transformed into the figure of Grandmaster Xingyang. Tianming, I have to owe you this time. I have a real chance to advance to the Martial Marquis level, and I absolutely cannot die here. It was so close to capsizing in the gutter. I never expected that such a character would appear among the human race. Space, time, and even that special puppet technique. I'm not qualified to obtain these. I'll report back to my superiors when I get back. They'll surely reward me. Grandmaster Xingyang knew very well that he could not possibly defeat Chen Xuanfeng in a one-on-one fight. But he didn't want to let it go. Since I can't get it myself, I might as well use it as valuable information and send it to the powerful figures above. Maybe I can even get a generous reward in return. At this moment, while he was fleeing at high speed, he saw a group of transparent clones slaughtering wild beasts. Grandmaster Xingyang's temper flared up immediately, and he wished he could wipe them out on the spot. But for his own safety, he ultimately chose to put his hand down. That's enough. My current state is not suitable for causing any more trouble. It must be said that Grandmaster Xingyang did indeed make the right choice. That's all. He concealed his presence and flew swiftly through the low sky, safely returning to the small city of Heavenly Bone. Call. The moment he passed through the city gate and successfully entered the territory of Qinggu town, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation and joy, as if he had survived a calamity. However, he did not go directly to the Lord of Heavenly Bone City. Although the Lord of Heavenly Bone City is a top-tier martial grandmaster, a formidable figure among his peers, he still has little chance of being completely confident in dealing with someone who simultaneously controls time and space, as well as a large number of martial grandmaster-level transparent puppets. Of course, the most important point is that the Lord of Heavenly Bone City is only a martial grandmaster level, and he won't be that wealthy. Only things bestowed upon him casually by figures like Marquis Wu, King Wu, or even Emperor Wu would have a great attraction for him. Let's rest at Tianming's residence for a day or two before setting off again. There's no need to go to Grandmaster Silverfire in Greybone Town. Let's go directly to Shadowbone Royal City and deliver the message to Shadowbone Martial King. With the ability of a Martial King to tear through the void, killing this little guy will be a piece of cake. Grandmaster Xingyang pondered as he arrived at Grandmaster Tianming's residence. At this moment, the entire mansion was quiet, and the servants and subordinates had no idea that their master had died. But just as Grandmaster Xingyang entered his room, in an instant, he was horrified to discover that all his movements, including his 5 senses and mental awareness, had slowed down by hundreds of times at this moment. Time! Suddenly, the space on the table in front of him, which was originally empty, twisted, and a familiar figure appeared in the eyes of Grandmaster Xingyang. It was Chen Xuanfeng. She was holding a teacup in her hand, looking at him with a smile, as if she had been waiting for a long time. Chapter 71: The Lord of Heavenly Bone City appears, and the battle of the city erupts. How is this possible? I'm clearly faster than him in terms of space. Just a second ago, Grandmaster Xingyang found it hard to believe that a high-level martial general could not compare to his full-force journey as a newly promoted martial master. But the next second, he realized that the reason Chen Xuanfeng was able to arrive at Qinggu town faster than him was because he used his spatial attributes. Space. Their greatest strengths aren't just cutting and killing, but also moving and traveling. When chasing someone with spatial attributes, it's often impossible to catch them. If the opponent adds even a little spatial power, their movement speed can be several times faster. The more spatial power one masters, the faster one's movement speed becomes, and it's not an exaggeration to say that one can eventually teleport instantly. Similarly, once someone with spatial abilities targets you, you can basically declare death because there's no way to escape. This is why spatial attributes are coveted by so many powerful beings. I knew he would come back, and it seems I was right. Since that's the case, then let's settle our scores and grievances. Tianming, he's in your hands now. Chen Xuanfeng drank the tea in his cup in one gulp and gave the order. The next moment, the transparent bodies of 3 Grandmasters of the Heavenly Cry suddenly appeared, and they tightly surrounded Grandmaster Xingyang, who was still in slow motion. 3 heavenly roars. He killed Tianming and turned him into a transparent puppet. Wait, is he planning to make a move here? Isn't he afraid of alarming the Lord of Heavenly Bone City? He doesn't seem to be afraid at all. After thinking for a while, Grandmaster Xingyang gave the answer himself. So what if you're a Grandmaster at the highest level? Now, Chen Xuanfeng not only has the trump card of the Withered Soul, but also 3 Grandmasters of the Heavenly Cry. In terms of combat power, he is qualified to compete with a small city. Not to mention that he himself has mastered the 2 major attributes of time and space. Even if he is targeted, No one below the martial marquee level can even think of harming a hair on his head. The next moment, boom! 3 terrifying bolts of lightning crashed down. The Grandmaster Xingyang, who was still slowing down, had no choice but to watch helplessly as the lightning rushed in and completely engulfed him. What's that noise? There's fighting going on inside the city. Are they tired of living? That's the residence of Grandmaster Tianming. This is a Grandmaster making a move? Why would a Grandmaster start a battle within the city? The commotion immediately attracted the attention of many people in the small town. Even those at the Martial Master and Martial General levels knew at a glance that it was made by a Grandmaster. Although they knew the ironclad rule in the city that violating it would mean certain death, this was the work of a Grandmaster, and their treatment was different from that of ordinary people. Therefore, they were more curious about the reasons why the Grandmaster had to take action within the city than about the outcome. What's going on with Tianming? How could he so blatantly violate the city's ironclad rules? What is he trying to do? 3 bolts of lightning? Tianming has gotten stronger again. Go and take a look, but don't make a big fuss so you can't explain it to the city lord. There were a total of 5 high-level martial grandmasters in Tiangu town. Except for one who was away and Grandmaster Tianming who was dead, the other 3 were all alarmed and came directly from the sky. When they arrived above Tianming Mansion, looking down, everyone couldn't help but show surprise. That's a human, and he's a high-ranking military general? How did he sneak in? And how did he get here? As the smoke cleared, the first thing they saw was none other than Chen Xuanfeng, who was still leisurely drinking tea in the same spot. Chen Xuanfeng made no attempt to disguise or conceal his true identity, revealing it to them in a completely naked manner. The only strange thing is that despite the terrible attack that turned the entire mansion into ruins, the spot where Chen Xuanfeng was located was not only intact, but also spotless and pristine. Such a scene. This completely baffled the high-ranking martial grandmasters of the Bone-Eating clan. But soon, an even more baffling scene unfolded. 3 identical grandmasters of the Heavenly Cry realm, with transparent bodies, appeared. It's Tianming. 3 Tianming. Why have they all turned transparent? This isn't over yet. Immediately afterwards, 3 identical grandmasters of the Righteous Yang realm, with transparent bodies, emerged from the smoke and dust. He is Tianming's good friend, a master of divination, Xingyang. He's become one of 3, and now he's practically invisible. Something's not right. Something unusual must be going on. A series of unusual events made the 3 realize that something was wrong. You made your move within the city, Tianming. I need an explanation from you. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Then a dazzling streak of light arrived at lightning speed. When the light dissipated, an old man in yellow robes with white hair appeared before everyone. City Lord. The 3 bowed. Chen Xuanfeng slowly raised his head. So this is the Lord of Heavenly Bone City. He is indeed extraordinary at the extreme level of martial grandmaster. Omans. The Lord of Heavenly Bone City looked at Chen Xuanfeng, his words full of surprise. Then he pointed to Tianming and the others. Is all of this related to you? Good. Chen Xuanfeng nodded. They want to kill me, so of course I can't let them go. Everyone present looked completely bewildered by these words. What does that mean? Why can't they understand some of it? 2 high-ranking martial masters tried to kill a high-ranking martial general, but not only did they fail to kill him, the high-ranking martial general chased them down and killed them. Are jokes these days completely illogical? So you killed them? The Heavenly Bone City Lord's tone suddenly turned cold. The aura of a supreme martial master quickly spread out, and half of the Heavenly Bone City could feel the powerful pressure emanating from him. It's not just them. Including you, the same goes. Chen Xuanfeng smiled slightly. The fact that he showed up here and caused such a commotion without any regard for the consequences is enough to show that he's going to take action against the small town. Therefore, Chen Xuanfeng's speech became increasingly unrestrained. Arrogant. How dare a mere human spout such nonsense within the city of my bone-eating clan? Court death. The 3 grandmasters were already hostile to the appearance of Chen Xuanfeng, a human. If it weren't for the many things they couldn't understand, they would have already taken action. Now that Chen Xuanfeng had said this, and with the Lord of Heavenly Bone City and even the entire Heavenly Bone Town watching, they could no longer hold back and made their move. The auras of 3 high-ranking martial grandmasters suddenly erupted. They all brandished their weapons, unleashing tremendous power as they charged straight at Chen Xuanfeng. Almost simultaneously, the 3 grandmasters of the Heavenly Cry also unleashed their full power, surrounded by lightning, and charged straight at him. Is this all you've got? They dare to run wild in my Tiangu town just because of this? I've been in seclusion for many days, but I never expected to be looked down upon to this extent. All right, I've been starving for a while anyway, so I'll make you my first dish. The Heavenly Bone City Lord activated his cultivation technique, unleashing the laws of heaven and earth, and his entire body was bathed in boundless light. Then he pointed directly at Chen Xuanfeng and made a gesture in the air. A gigantic finger thousands of meters long, pierced through the air and pressed down on Chen Xuanfeng. But the next moment, the withered soul appeared before Chen Xuanfeng, and numerous laws of heaven and earth, as well as numerous cultivation techniques, instantly enveloped him, causing his aura to explode to the extreme. This incredibly sharp aura caused everyone present to change their expression slightly. Is this the aura of a high-ranking martial grandmaster? How can he be this strong? Chapter 72, The Complete, Overwhelming Force of the Clones. This is not war, it's a massacre. They've seen firsthand the strength of the more powerful martial grandmasters. But the transparent high-level martial master protecting the human race in front of him was so powerful, and his pressure was so terrifying that it was almost comparable to the heavenly Bone City Lord at the highest level. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be able to climb the combat power ranking of the upper-level martial masters. Boom! The collision of their attacks. It produced a deafening sound, and the terrifying aftershocks would make the entire Tiangu town tremble. Although countless generals and martial arts masters sensed something was wrong immediately and tried to escape, they were still affected by the aftershocks. Those with some strength only coughed up blood, while the weaker ones died on the spot. The power of a battle between martial grandmasters is already terrifying. Not to mention that this is a collision between the extreme position and the superior position. Each collision is basically no different from a small nuclear bomb exploding. Soon, the results are in. The giant finger of the heavenly Bone City Lord was shattered. The withered soul was unharmed and began to condense into a massive sword thousands of meters long. He actually blocked it. This guy has the ability to fight opponents of higher levels. I'm familiar with most of the people on the martial sect's golden list, so how come I've never heard of or seen this person before? The three high-ranking martial grandmasters, while fighting, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but be shocked. They were not the only ones shocked. The Lord of Heavenly Bone City was also shocked. However, the object of his surprise was not the withered soul, but Chen Xuanfeng. Chen Xuanfeng was no longer in the same place. Instead, at some unknown time, he was moved to a towering spire several kilometers away, and even the table in front of him was taken along. He leisurely drank tea while watching them start the war. To teleport such a vast distance in an instant, how did this little guy manage that? The Lord of Heavenly Bone City was alarmed. This might be understandable for anyone else, but how could a high-ranking military general like him possibly do this? But before he could think too much, the withered soul's attack came fiercely. The Lord of Heavenly Bone City had no choice but to temporarily set aside his thoughts and focus all his attention on dealing with the attack from the previous collision. He had already realized that this high-ranking martial grandmaster was indeed as strong as himself, and he could not afford to be careless in the face of such an enemy. That's all. Ku Han was responsible for stopping the Lord of Tiangu City. The three transparent clones of Grandmaster Tianming were responsible for stopping the three high-ranking martial grandmasters. In an instant, the booming sounds generated by the collision of various martial arts techniques filled the entire world and continued to resound. In contrast, Chen Xuanfeng was in the distance. He sipped his tea, looking completely at ease, as if the fierce battle had nothing to do with him. How delightful! Watching the Tigers fight from the sidelines is a completely different experience than personally participating in the fight. Chen Xuanfeng couldn't help but sigh. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, the war drums in the small city of Tiangu began to sound continuously. These are war drums. Like the war horn of the town, it would not sound for decades under normal circumstances, but once it was sounded, it meant that the town of Tiangu was being invaded by a great enemy. Everyone in the town who heard the drum must pick up their weapons and fight back immediately. Within the small city of Heavenly Bone, streaks of light rapidly approached from all directions. They were all mid-level or newly appointed martial grandmasters within the city. Grown-ups, my lord, we have come to your aid. My lord, the Heavenly Bone Guard Corps has assembled and is ready to obey your orders at any time. After the arrival of many martial grandmasters, he resolutely decided to help the three high-ranking martial grandmasters. Don't worry about me. One of the high-ranking martial masters shouted a command to stop them, then pointed his long sword at the spire where Chen Xuanfeng was. That guy is the culprit. Kill him, and the war will end. Yes, sir. Without hesitation, all the martial grandmasters had already sensed the commotion and knew that the city lord and the three high martial grandmasters had made their move. They thought they had this war in the bag, but unexpectedly it was thwarted. Therefore, they completely changed their opinion of Chen Xuanfeng. Even though Chen Xuanfeng was only a high-level martial general, he still dared not slack off in the slightest. Streaks of light rushed straight towards Chen Xuanfeng. When the distance is not too far apart, each of them shone brightly, their aura soaring to its peak. They unleashed their signature skills, imbuing their weapons with fierce power, and launched a devastating attack on Chen Xuanfeng. Chen Xuanfeng remained completely calm and composed in the face of this. Boom! A deafening roar followed. In many small cities of Heavenly Bone, all the middle-level and newly established martial grandmasters were sent flying backward, spitting out blood. Some even had their spiritual weapons broken in two on the spot. Upon closer inspection, not far in front of Chen Xuanfeng, the three transparent grandmasters of a righteous Yang realm withdrew their hands with cold expressions. Three high-level martial grandmasters. We might have a chance against one high-ranking martial grandmaster, but against three of them, there's absolutely no way we can win. What's there to be afraid of? More and more people are arriving from the city. Once we have enough men, we can handle even three high-ranking officials. Only one round. The numerous martial grandmasters in Tiangu town were already intimidated by this spectacle. However, there are some tough nuts to crack, and we'd like to test them. You guys go over there and help take care of those three high-level martial grandmasters and those mid-level beginners. I'll have someone handle them. Yes, master. The three grandmasters of Xinjiang received the order and then vanished without a trace. It's gone. Where did you go? This made all the martial grandmasters in the surrounding Heavenly Bone City tremble with fear, but at the same time, it made some people have second thoughts about Chen Xuanfeng. Just as they were about to launch another attack and finish off Chen Xuanfeng in one fell swoop. Suddenly, numerous transparent, mid-level, and initial-level martial grandmasters appeared out of thin air. There was no warning whatsoever. Nearly 100 transparent martial grandmaster-level bodies suddenly appeared before everyone. 7 kills. It's time to make a move. Leave no one alive among these bone-devouring clan martial grandmasters. Chen Xuanfeng casually gave an order, and all the transparent martial grandmaster-level clones quickly obeyed. An earth-shattering aura suddenly erupted. One after another, the laws of heaven and earth emanated from their bodies. Armed with weapons and employing all sorts of techniques, they launched a near-mad attack, charging directly at the martial grandmaster-level cultivators of the Heavenly Bone City. And those generals and martial artists who are fleeing on the ground, we can't let them get away with it either. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Chen Xuanfeng had a thought. The entire sky above the small city of Tiangu was suddenly hit by a torrential downpour of transparent clones. A large number of transparent clones descended from the sky and began bombarding the ground with artillery shells. In just a short while, the entire Tiangu town gradually turned into ruins amidst the continuous roaring sounds. Blood splattered on the ground, and tens of thousands of people wailed, their cries growing ever more mournful. However, Chen Xuanfeng showed no sympathy whatsoever for this, because he knew it very well. When these bone-eating clan members breached human cities and trampled on humankind, the sins they committed were far greater than this. This is nothing compared to what they did. Chapter 73, A Deadly Kill at the Extreme Martial Grandmaster Level. The Heavenly Bone City Lord was dumbfounded. What kind of city dwellers, after they die, turn into several identical, transparent beings? Is this his trump card? The small town of Tiangu is doomed. The only one who still had some energy left was the Lord of Heavenly Bone City. When he saw that regardless of whether they were martial artists, generals, or grandmasters, they would turn into several invisible beings, as soon as they were killed, his already unpleasant expression became even more grim. Martial arts masters and generals were destined to be slaughtered. The number of Wuzong disciples was also completely overwhelmed. The 3 high-ranking martial masters have already suffered heavy losses, and their deaths are only a matter of time. The process of these variables occurring was so fast that it was unacceptable to him, not even within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. But he had to admit it. Under this trend, Tiangu town is basically doomed. Unless the Heavenly Bone City Lord's gaze was fixed directly on Chen Xuanfeng. It all started because of this little human. As long as we kill him, all the problems will be solved. He has already played all his cards, intending to use this formidable, transparent army to completely crush my Tiangu town. In that case, it's my turn to reveal my hand. Thinking of this, the Lord of Heavenly Bone City suddenly changed his actions. He had originally tried to counter the Withered Soul with a heavy blow, but he suddenly put down his weapon and let the Withered Soul's attack land directly on him. Although Ku Han was somewhat puzzled and surprised by the actions of the Heavenly Bone City Lord. But faced with this hard-won opportunity, Ku Han did not hesitate at all, and continued to increase its power, smashing it fiercely. Boom! 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 A relentless barrage of heavy sword strikes. The attack caused the small city of Tiangu to tremble violently. The aftershocks alone were enough to send some of the weaker martial grandmaster-level individuals flying. The commotion drew everyone's attention, and they couldn't help but turn their heads to look. City Lord! Upon seeing this, the 3 high-ranking martial masters were terrified. They never expected that the City Lord of the highest rank would be defeated, and by a mere high-ranking martial master. Oh, that solves it. Chen Xuanfeng naturally noticed the situation and was quite surprised. Logically speaking, as the strongest martial grandmaster on the field, and with the power he has held for many years as the City Lord and various treasures, the Heavenly Bone City Lord should certainly have many ways to protect himself. Therefore, Chen Xuanfeng only thought that after he dealt with the rest of the people in Tianghu City, he would use his combined strength to deal with the Lord of Tianghu City. Unexpectedly, the Lord of Heavenly Bone City couldn't hold on for long. Chen Xuanfeng gazed curiously at the burial site of the Heavenly Bone City Lord. Withered soul, disperse the dust. With a flick of his sleeve, the withered soul departs. The thick, billowing dust quickly dissipated. What was revealed was a deep pit, hundreds of meters long, riddled with cracks, and the Heavenly Bone City Lord lying in the pit, half his body gone, covered in blood, his body smashed to pieces. The Lord of Heavenly Bone City still seemed full of resentment. But then he shuddered. With his imposing aura extinguished, his life force extinguished, and his vitality completely gone, the Lord of Heavenly Bone City was officially declared dead. The City Lord is dead. How so? It's completely over now. Seeing this, many martial grandmasters from the small city of Heavenly Bone were filled with despair. The three high-ranking martial grandmasters were completely desperate and no longer held any hope. They directly chose to take a large number of pills with side effects to forcibly boost their aura in an attempt to escape. But Chen Xuanfeng felt something was amiss. He had been eagerly anticipating the appearance of the Heavenly Bone City Lord's clones, even speculating whether there would be 2, or if you were lucky enough to have 3. After more than 10 seconds, there was still no response. Even the number of clones on the character attribute panel remained unchanged. Could it be that? Master, watch out! The withered soul let out a startled cry of warning. Almost simultaneously, Chen Xuanfeng felt the surrounding light suddenly dim, as if the entire sky had been obscured by something. An incredibly terrifying aura suddenly appeared from behind him. That's the Lord of Heavenly Bone City. He did not die. There wasn't even any trauma on his body. But unlike the already deceased Lord of Heavenly Bone City, he is now wearing a black robe and is much taller than before, with dark mist swirling around him. He raised his hands high, holding a large sword formed entirely of dark mist. The height of the dark sword increased wildly, exceeding 2,000 meters, and was still rising rapidly. Everyone knows that I practice swordsmanship, but no one knows that I also practice a special technique, just like you, which is a special technique that creates clones. But the difference is that I can only create one clone, and it has taken me many years of effort and countless resources. Now, in order to kill you, I have no choice but to sacrifice my clone. In addition, I have been in seclusion for many years for a more important law, the Dark Law. Now that I've emerged from seclusion, I've mastered the Dark Laws. Although it's only at an incomplete level yet, it's enough to deal with you. I'll make you the first undead sacrifice to my Dark Laws. Without any hesitation, the Lord of Heavenly Bone City brought down his dark greatsword amidst the shock and astonishment of everyone present. Within a certain radius, this scene had already been discovered, and the clones who tried to return to provide assistance were all too late. Even if they used infinite space teleportation right now, it still wouldn't be enough. The Heavenly Bone City Lord's attack was too sudden and too fast. It was so fast that it didn't give anyone time to react. Just as the Lord of Heavenly Bone City was full of confidence and victory was in his grasp, about to take Chen Xuanfeng's life, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Why did his dark mist slow down the moment it touched Chen Xuanfeng's surface? If it were just a little slower, you might not think there was a problem. But that's way too slow. It was slowed down by at least 5 times. Wait, could this be? The Heavenly Bone City Lord's expression changed drastically in horror. He immediately thought of something that made him very uneasy. The law of time. No, that's not right. This is not a law of time, because there was no power of heaven and earth surging around. So that's how it is. It can only be a time attribute. A high-ranking military general who possesses the attribute of time. Just who is this kid? But regardless of whether it's a time-related attribute or not, they must die. The Heavenly Bone City Lord's heart was churning with turbulent waves, but even so, he did not relax his efforts in the slightest. So what if it's 5 times slower? Even if someone is right in front of you, you can still kill them. However, the next second, the space where Chen Xuanfeng was located suddenly curved, taking on a spherical shape, and the surrounding scenery was also affected, making it look as if Chen Xuanfeng was enveloped by a sphere. Then, the space returned to normal, but Chen Xuanfeng disappeared. What? The Lord of Heavenly Bone City could no longer contain himself and cried out in horror, his voice so sharp it was practically screaming. His dark greatsword struck the ground. But the Lord of Heavenly Bone City had no time to pay attention to the terrifying scene of the earth shaking. Instead, he unleashed his spiritual awareness to the maximum, looking around in search of Chen Xuanfeng's whereabouts. Soon, he found it. It was actually several kilometers away, on a flat piece of land. Chapter 74, Synthesizing the Ultimate Martial Grandmaster Level. One strike instantly kills the Heavenly Bone City Lord. Several kilometers in an instant. Combined with the spatial distortion we just witnessed, isn't this a manifestation of the laws of space? No, there's still no surge of the power of heaven and earth this time, you bastard. Not only has he mastered the attribute of time, but he even has the attribute of space. Where did this freak come from? How could such a being exist among humans? The Lord of Heavenly Bone City could no longer remain calm and immediately began to curse. The time attribute was already outrageous enough to break his defenses, and now there's a space attribute too. Time-space. Two extremely rare super attributes can actually appear in one person at the same time, and that person is only a human with the rank of high-level general. If it weren't for seeing it with my own eyes, but only hearing about it, the Lord of Heavenly Bone City would definitely think that person was joking. But now he has not only seen it with his own eyes, but also experienced it firsthand. Lord, save me. At that moment, a shrill cry rang out. Still in shock, the City Lord of Heavenly Bone City was drawn to look, only to see that his three superior martial grandmasters had all suffered devastating blows during the time he was dealing with Chen Xuanfeng. One by one, half of their bodies were blasted away, and they were clearly doomed. But that's not the key point. The key point is that after they died with resentment, their bodies fell helplessly from mid-air, leaving behind 8 transparent bodies in the sky that looked exactly like them in life. They were all exactly like the previous Grandmaster Tianming. From 3, it became 8, including the 6 next to me, Tianming, Xingyang, and the one holding me back, Kohan. This kid has already mastered as many as 15 high-level martial Grandmaster puppets. And it's not just them, there are also other martial Grandmaster level beings. The Lord of Heavenly Bone City glanced sideways again. All over the entire Sky Bone City, martial Grandmaster level beings were being killed one after another. Corpses rained down from the sky above the small town, as if a rain of corpses belonging to martial Grandmaster level beings had fallen. Each of them left behind 2 or 3 transparent bodies in the air, their gazes fixed on him in unison. Immediately afterwards, they all unleashed their full power, raising their weapons and charging towards him. In an instant, transparent martial Grandmaster level attacks came from all directions around the Heavenly Bone City Lord. Among them, the withered soul was not to be outdone. He once again wielded his terrifying heavy sword, which contained numerous laws and techniques of heaven and earth, and stretched for thousands of meters, and slashed fiercely at him. The tide is turned against us. I can't protect Tiangu Town anymore. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I might not be able to save myself in this situation. Don't be fooled by his ability to escape unscathed and to employ dark laws. He seems to have exceptional abilities. However, compared to his clone, his strength was only slightly stronger, and there was not much difference between them. Therefore, a single withered soul was still enough to restrain him. If combined with 15 other high-ranking martial arts masters, it would be even more impressive. If the Lord of Heavenly Bone City gets too entangled, his life will definitely be lost here. Things have come to this. He only had one option left: escape. The dark laws within the Heavenly Bone City Lord were operating at their maximum. The dark fog grew even thicker. They chose a relatively weak gap in the encirclement and began their breakout. At the same time, call. Fortunately, I have successfully broken through to the entry level of the 6 laws, the great canon of heaven and earth in the past few days, otherwise he would have almost stolen it from me. Chen Xuanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. These past few days he's been frantically and relentlessly attacking 6 laws, the great compendium of heaven and earth. All the essence of my training was used on this, and that's how I finally mastered the beginner level. Therefore, his power over time and space underwent a qualitative leap. Otherwise, with his strength, how could he have so easily made the Heavenly Bone City Lord, who was a whole major realm ahead of him, slow down his full force attack by 5 times? How could it be possible to travel several kilometers away so easily in an instant? It's even more impossible for someone at the level of a mere high-ranking martial general to directly enter the city and come here to provoke a supreme martial grandmaster. As it turns out, this divine-grade cultivation technique is truly powerful. He's only at the beginner level, yet it's already enough for a high-level martial general to have the ability to survive across a whole realm. If his attack methods were more powerful, he might not even need to run away. He could have captured the Heavenly Bone City Lord on the spot. Oh, he's trying to escape? At this moment, Chen Xuanfeng noticed the movements of the Heavenly Bone City Lord. Seeing that the other party did not intend to confront him head-on, but instead broke through the encirclement, he immediately realized the Heavenly Bone City Lord's intention. You hit me, and you think you can run away? Dream. Chen Xuanfeng sneered. Then, with a wave of his hand, he initiated a new round of synthesis. First, a large number of novice martial grandmasters were used to synthesize a group of mid-level martial grandmasters. Then, from all the existing mid-level martial grandmasters, people with relatively strong auras were selected to synthesize several high-level martial grandmasters. Finally, and this is the key, 1 withered soul, 3 heavenly cries, 3 righteous yang, plus 3 carefully selected high-ranking martial masters begin the synthesis. Disappeared. Since you can't sense their momentum at all, do you know you can't catch up? So you're planning to give up? The Heavenly Bone City Lord, who was being hunted, was surprised to realize that the withered souls chasing him and several high-level martial grandmaster clones had all disappeared. But he immediately came up with a reasonable explanation. As a supreme martial master, if I wanted to escape, these guys wouldn't be able to stop me. Rather than wasting time, I might as well give up the chase. He just didn't understand. Giving up is giving up. What happened when they suddenly disappeared? No matter what, after leaving this time, I will have to come back to cause him trouble sooner or later. There's also such a powerful special technique. If I can get either part of it, I will have a chance to step into the martial marquee level. Like the others, the Lord of Heavenly Bone City also coveted the many treasures on Chen Xuanfeng's body. If he weren't currently lacking in strength, he would have loved to kill Chen Xuanfeng and seize the treasure right now, while the Lord of Heavenly Bone City was secretly making plans. Suddenly, a profound sense of impending doom swept over him, causing all his blood to rush backward and his aura to become chaotic on the spot. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. His face was filled with shock as he stared intently at a transparent figure that suddenly shot up from the ground not far ahead. He recognized the transparent body. It was a withered soul. A high-ranking martial master can fight alongside someone of the highest rank. However now, the opponent disappeared for only a moment, yet he rose from a high-ranking martial grandmaster to a top-ranking one. Of course, what truly terrified him was not the level of attainment. Rather, it was the aura emanating from the withered soul. The sheer power of that aura reminded the Heavenly Bone City Lord of the feeling he had once received from a martial marque-level expert named Ku Han, whom he had once respectfully bowed to. It was exactly the same feeling he had experienced with that martial marque-level expert. The withered soul didn't waste any more words. He immediately brandished his heavy sword, unleashing numerous techniques that caused the laws of heaven and earth to roar. The giant sword, formed by countless forces of heaven and earth, not only reached an unprecedented height of 5,000 meters, but its width also reached an astonishing level that blocked out the sun. How is this possible? How is this possible? The Lord of Heavenly Bone City was terrified. He still tried to struggle, his body exploding with a dense, dark mist to its maximum as he attempted to escape, knowing that a direct confrontation was futile. But in the next instant, he suddenly realized that he had been locked down from all sides. There was nowhere to escape. In that instant, a terrifying power engulfed him completely. He didn't even have time to scream before his entire body shattered and disintegrated in a burst of light. Chapter 75. Good news. The key to the secret realm has been discovered. Bad news. The secret realm has already opened. The Lord of Heavenly Bone City is dead. Just a moment ago, he was full of vigor and vitality, filled with reverence, preparing to leave and develop his strength before returning to seize the treasures from Chen Xuanfeng. The next moment, his momentum vanished. All his vitality disappeared, and all his thoughts became empty talk. But he is dead. But the transparent clone that Chen Xuanfeng wanted appeared. The terrifying roar that had lasted for a full 2 minutes gradually subsided. The entire earth was shattered by the blow from the withered soul. 3 transparent city lords of the Heavenly Bone City emerged from the smoke and dust and respectfully bowed in the direction of Chen Xuanfeng. Owner. Chen Xuanfeng was lifted into the air by a weapon of a martial grandmaster-level clone and arrived in front of the 3. He glanced again at the small town of Tiangu, where the massacre was nearing its end. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He won this war decisively. But unlike the previous wars, when he was weak and unable to appear in person, he could only remotely learn about the situation through reports from his clones. Now he's taking the stage himself, and he personally witnessed the entire process of the war from its start to its victory. Not only that, during this period, they also experienced the setback of being ambushed by the Lord of Heavenly Bone City. After all that trouble, the sense of participation, experience, and accomplishment was off the charts, making him feel great from head to toe. Dry Soul, how's it going? Have you noticed your new ranking? Chen Xuanfeng inquired. Master, I sensed it. My current ranking is 7th on the Extreme Martial Grandmaster Level Combat Power ranking. Very good. This wave has directly squeezed into the top 10. Master, I also sense that I've climbed onto another prediction ranking list. But on that list, I'm only ranked 13th. Oh, what a pleasant surprise. It made onto 2 lists in one go. Moreover, its ranking on the prediction list is quite high, almost reaching the top 10. Did the City Lord of Bone City manage to preserve his Chinquan bag? After winning the war and determining the rankings, the next step was to settle the spoils of war. However, he didn't have high expectations. After all, he had felt the power of that attack firsthand. It was too overwhelming. The Lord of Heavenly Bone City was killed on the spot, and even his corpse was shattered to the point that it was unknown how many bits of flesh would remain. The Chinquan bag is so fragile. The probability of it being preserved is extremely low. Master, it's saved. The withered soul flashed in front of Chen Xuanfeng and respectfully presented a slightly damaged Chinquan bag with both hands. When I attacked the Lord of Heavenly Bone City, I specifically used the Thunder Law and the Body Protection Law to protect his Chinquan bag. Well done. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes lit up. He took the Chinquan bag and quickly probed it with his spiritual sense. With just one glance, his smile widened even more. A vast amount of spirit stones, a vast array of rare and precious natural materials, and many treasures whose names he couldn't even recall. The only regret was that the cultivation technique Chen Xuanfeng had been hoping for did not materialize. They're all just top-grade cultivation techniques. None of them are spiritual grade. The reason Chen Xuanfeng was so eager to inquire about the spoils of war from the Heavenly Bone City Lord was that he wanted to obtain a good cultivation technique. He now has no shortage of resources in all aspects, except for a good cultivation method like 6 laws, the great canon of heaven and earth. Especially after tasting the benefits of the cultivation method, he is even more eager to learn it. Unfortunately, the highest grade of cultivation techniques in the Heavenly Bone City Lord's Chinquan bag was only top grade. There is no higher-level spiritual cultivation technique that only those at the martial marquee level are qualified to practice. What's this? Suddenly, Chen Xuanfeng discovered a fragment of a tortoise shell in his Chinquan bag. On the fragments of the tortoise shell, mysterious and obscure array patterns were clearly imprinted. Chen Xuanfeng hadn't paid any attention to it until he discovered that this thing could actually absorb his spiritual consciousness. After the spirit stone was placed on top, it was completely swallowed up like a clay ox entering the sea. This piqued Chen Xuanfeng's interest. Dead soul, try using your spiritual consciousness. Chen Xuanfeng took out the tortoise shell fragment and gave instructions. His cultivation level is low, only at the high-level martial general level, but his soul-dead cultivation level is high, so he might be able to glean some useful information from it. Master, this is a key to his secret realm. Soon, the withered soul gave an answer that surprised Chen Xuanfeng. Key to the secret realm? Explain in detail. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes gleamed. He certainly knew about the secret realm. Those who can leave behind secret realms must be powerful beings of high realms, at the very least capable of tearing through the void and creating an independent space. Such beings not only left behind a secret realm, but also a key to it. It's obvious that the secret realm must contain extraordinary treasures. Master, according to the information recorded above, the secret realm was left behind by a god-level powerhouse named Breaking Heaven God. Breaking the Heavenly Venerable God. Definitely a martial god level. Chen Xuanfeng was overjoyed. The celestial god of Breaking Heaven left behind a divine legacy and numerous divine treasures in the secret realm, aiming to cultivate a descendant who could avenge him. Therefore, this secret realm can only be entered by those at the martial grandmaster level. The withered soul hesitated for a moment, however, but what? Based on the address information left by the secret realm, the location seems to be at the intersection of multiple races, not only the Bone-Eating Clan, but also the Poison Demon Clan, the Crimson Flame Clan, the Rock Clan, and the Human Clan. Omans. Chen Xuanfeng raised an eyebrow. This means that not only will these races enter the secret realm to compete for the human race, but they will also likely do so. However, given the current dire situation of the human race, where even their own homeland is on the verge of collapse, sending people there would probably be futile. Why doesn't the Lord of Heavenly Bones City go? Chen Xuanfeng thought of this. But after he saw the 3 identical transparent Heavenly Bone City lords, he knew what they were thinking. The Lord of Heavenly Bone City is indeed of the highest rank. His strength is considered among the elite masters, even among the highest-ranking martial arts masters. However, it couldn't even last a second against the 7th-ranked Kohan and was instantly defeated. Such a secret realm involving several races would inevitably attract the top geniuses on the martial sect golden ranking. In comparison, the Heavenly Bone City Lord's strength is naturally insignificant. In addition, this secret realm has officially opened. Suddenly, the withered soul uttered a sentence. What? Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanfeng immediately felt unwell. So it turns out this secret realm isn't about to appear, or will take some time to appear, but it's already fully open. Does that mean all the races have already sent people in for a long time? How long has it been open? Chen Xuanfeng immediately asked. According to the date recorded above, it has been open for 7 days. 7 days. It doesn't seem like much. But what if all the good resources and treasures have already been taken by people from various groups? What would be left for me if I went there? There's not a single hair on it. All the good stuff has been taken by others. If I rush over now, it will take me at least 10 days to half a month. By then, will I still have anything left? Etc. They must have taken something good, but I can take it from them. Chen Xuanfeng was initially extremely annoyed, but suddenly his mind cleared up. Chapter 76, Chen Xuanfeng decides to travel personally. New feature, Enlightenment of Laws. Having figured this out, Chen Xuanfeng became much more energetic, whether he's late or not. Anyway, once the secret realm is opened, you can enter. The secret realm will exist as long as that heavenly venerable god doesn't find a genius capable of inheriting his legacy. Even though people from other ethnic groups have already taken all the good stuff, he only needed to rely on his absolute power of speech to successfully persuade them to hand over all their spoils. Not only that, he wants treasures and resources. He also wants those geniuses who can participate in the secret realm. The secret realm is located at the intersection of several races, which means that there will be at least several dozen top martial grandmasters who enter it. But in reality, there are definitely more than several dozen. There will also be ethnic groups from other, more distant places that do not border each other, sending people there. No one would just sit idly by and let go of the treasures and resources of a god-level secret realm. It's possible that not just a few groups or even a dozen will get involved, but dozens or even hundreds. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes gleamed. If we assume that each clan sends 20 to 30 top-tier martial grandmasters, and all of them are among the hundreds of clans listed on the martial grandmaster gold list, then that would mean at least 2,000 to 3,000 top-tier martial grandmasters who can be ranked. If I could bring all these guys under my command, even just half of them, how terrifying would the martial mark level clone I created be? This is still the most conservative calculation. The actual situation might be much more exaggerated than Chen Xuanfeng estimated. After all, the land of myriad races is too vast. There are just too many living beings. A divine-level secret realm is enough to drive many races mad. Ku Han, immediately arrange for a martial grandmaster-level clone to proceed to the address provided. Chen Xuanfeng decisively ordered, "Make sure it gets there as quickly as possible." "Yes, master," the withered soul said. "However, master, if we're talking about speed, you are the fastest. If you go there yourself, you can arrive in just 1/10 of their time." He was telling the truth. Chen Xuanfeng, who has mastered the properties of space. The speed was so fast that even the Lord of Heavenly Bone City was shocked. Even Ku Han, who is currently ranked 7th, cannot match Chen Xuanfeng in terms of speed. Even those at the higher martial marquee level, in terms of pure movement speed, are probably quite different from Chen Xuanfeng. The advantage of spatial attributes is far greater than any other attribute or law of heaven and earth when it comes to traveling. "It seems I'll have to make the trip myself this time." Chen Xuanfeng nodded, agreeing with Ku Han's statement. The longer a secret realm remains open, the better. With so many top-tier martial grandmasters entering, who knows, one day, someone might pass the test of the heavenly venerable god and obtain a divine inheritance. At that time, the clone might still be on its way, which would be a huge loss. Moreover, harvesting also takes time. Enter a day earlier. That way, we can start harvesting a day earlier. If I had to point out the only drawback, it meant that Chen Xuanfeng had to personally risk his life. Fortune favors the bold. Obtaining a key to a divine-level secret realm in this way, and with a whole host of top martial grandmaster geniuses eagerly waiting to reap the rewards, once this opportunity is missed, who knows when the next one will come. Perfect timing. That area is close to the human race. The battle on the human front is currently fierce. My clone can definitely make a difference there. At the same time, my true self will also have the opportunity to enter the human race's main camp and receive full protection. Chen Xuanfeng's mind gradually became active. You can participate in the secret realm and reap huge rewards. They can participate in large-scale intertribal wars, help the human race, and also reap huge profits. It can even ensure the cat's safety within human territory. Huge profits. Extraordinary wealth. With a little risk. The Heavenly Bone City has been breached. Now we can easily sweep through the other small cities of the Withered Soul. It's up to you to see how you perform next. Yes, master. I will certainly live up to your expectations. The Withered Soul accepted the command. He then decisively left some of his martial grandmaster-level clones behind, while he led the rest of his martial grandmaster-level clones to disappear quickly, shifting the battlefield to another small town. I'm about to set off now, but before that, I need to add 2 more layers of insurance. This is the first layer of insurance. Chen Xuanfeng then took out another new Qianquan bag from the infinite space. The owner of this Qianquan bag is Grandmaster Zhengyang. Soon, an old manual of cultivation techniques appeared in Chen Xuanfeng's hands. The art of creation. Special skill, graded as top quality. However, Chen Xuanfeng had personally experienced its power. It could easily deduce the location of his own true form. He effortlessly bypassed the layers of protection he had set up and silently crept up to him. Concealing the secrets of heaven and hiding my aura will be of great help to my journey ahead. The method of deduction can use the secrets of heaven to locate me. If I learn it, I can use the secrets of heaven to reverse the deduction and prevent others from finding me through similar means. From now on, if someone pushes you into a position and you end up being hunted down, you could be exempt from 99% of the consequences. There's one more. It is possible to encounter a deduction master even more powerful than Grandmaster Zhengyang. I currently have 45,000 training essences on hand. That is 90,000 hours. That should be enough to get a basic grasp of it. Without any hesitation, Chen Xuanfeng decisively smashed it. As the 45,000 essences of cultivation shattered, his consciousness quickly sank into the cultivation space, and he began to diligently practice, following the creator of this deduced cultivation method. When he opened his eyes again, a formation of diplomas appeared all around him. A massive simulation array, covering thousands of meters, appeared both in the sky and on the ground. After 90,000 hours, I have not only reached the beginner level of the heavenly evolution creation technique, but I am also just one step away from entering the master level. Maybe if I spend another 10,000 hours, I can reach the master level directly. However, the beginner level is more than enough for my current travel needs. Chen Xuanfeng casually made a hand seal. All the runes on the divination array emitted a dazzling light. Then it began to move like a machine. Every time you move, this means that Chen Xuanfeng has manipulated some heavenly secrets. His originally conspicuous aura and imposing presence began to rapidly diminish until they were completely eliminated. Chen Xuanfeng stood still. He's basically just like an ordinary person. They're even less noticeable than ordinary people. This is what it means to conceal the secrets of heaven. Look at my current state. Chen Xuanfeng skillfully opened his character attribute panel. Host, Chen Xuanfeng. Realm, high-level martial general. Normal power level, high-level martial general. Standard defense level, high-level general. Standard movement technique level, high-level martial general. Unlocked features, killing clone, level 27. Killing cultivation, level 24. Killing training, level 16. Killing enhancement, level 12. Number of clones already possessed. Extreme martial grandmaster level, 4. Upper martial grandmaster level, 4. Mid-level martial grandmaster, 32. Initial martial grandmaster level, 405. Military general level, 380,000. Martial master level, 55.14 million. Martial artist level, 440 million. Quasi-martial artist level, 5.89 billion. Amount of cultivation essence possible, 838,000. Number of training essence possessed, 1742. Number of enhancement essences possessed, 46,000. You can see it from the panel. Over the course of 4 days, he upgraded all the functions. Killing clone leveled up by 2. Slaughter cultivation has increased by 4 levels. Slaughter training leveled up by 1. Kill enhancement has been upgraded by 2 levels. Originally, he wanted to accumulate more spirit stones and then spend them all on a certain function. However, he couldn't be careless when attacking the small town. Every level he upgraded would increase his chances of victory. Therefore, he simply spent all of his spirit stones without holding back. The second layer of insurance is slaughter cultivation. You're already level 24. With just 1.6 billion, you can reach level 25. After that massacre, the number of spirit stones has soared to over 2 billion, which is more than enough. Let's see what new things the system can bring me this time. Upgrade my slaughter cultivation. Ding! Consumed 1.67 billion spirit stones. Slaughter cultivation. Increased to level 25. Congratulations, host. Your slaughter cultivation has reached level 25, and you have unlocked an additional minor feature, law comprehension. Law comprehension. You can extract any law of heaven and earth from your clone, and then use your cultivation essence to comprehend it. Chapter 77. Mastering the laws of heaven and earth, his strength soars. Chen Xuanfeng enters the karmic obstacle ranking. What? Insights into the laws. When Chen Xuanfeng saw the system's description, even though he had prepared himself mentally, he was still genuinely shocked by the effects of this new function. Slaughter cultivation didn't unlock the drop rate or the multiple cultivation points, but it actually unlocked a completely unrelated law enlightenment. It should be noted that, based on the functional description, this insight into the laws could definitely stand alone as a major function. Unexpectedly, it's just a minor feature, but then I thought about it again. That actually makes sense. Cultivation level represents one's realm of attainment. The laws of heaven and earth, to put it bluntly, are also a branch of the realm, and to break through to the martial grandmaster level, one must master one of the laws of heaven and earth. Since it is a hard requirement, it means that it is a necessary requirement for the realm. Therefore, it makes perfect sense for the law insight feature to appear as a minor function. I didn't expect that when I added an extra layer of protection, a new cheat code would come out. I've been eyeing the laws of heaven and earth for a long time. With this, I'm going to take off like a rocket. Chen Xuanfeng's smile grew even more unrestrained. He remained at the high-ranking military officer level, not because he liked it, but because he had no other choice. His own comprehension is mediocre. Even the most versatile law of power would take him at least a year and a half to comprehend. However, the emergence of law comprehension not only means that he can instantly grasp the laws of heaven and earth, but also that he can master multiple laws at the same time, just like cultivation techniques. The laws of heaven and earth are like an alternative cultivation method. The more you master, the stronger you become. The withered soul is the best example of this. Each time it is synthesized, it gains a bunch of laws of heaven and earth and cultivation techniques. It is with the support of these things that its strength can rise wildly and reach an astonishing level. But we shouldn't be too happy yet. If the laws of heaven and earth, like strengthening, require an excessive amount of cultivation essence, then it will all be for nothing. Chen Xuanfeng quickly calmed down. We have to give it a try first. Let's get right to it. He took out a cultivation essence. Then, he randomly selected a martial grandmaster level clone and used law comprehension to extract the power laws it possessed from between its eyebrows. This is the law of heaven and earth. It was a small ball about the size of a thumb, formed from a regularly shaped, ever-flowing golden mist. The whole thing exists between reality and illusion. Chen Xuanfeng could clearly sense that the power of heaven and earth was surging around it, and the laws of heaven and earth were flowing. As the name suggests, it could communicate with heaven and earth and could easily draw upon the power of heaven and earth for its own use. There wasn't much time to appreciate or ponder it. He directly crushed his cultivation essence, letting it scatter and merge into this power law. Soon, a white text prompt that looked almost identical to kill enhancement popped up. The law of power, incomplete, 1/86935. Call. This number is perfectly acceptable. Chen Xuanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Only 87,000 essences are needed to bring the law of power to the incomplete level, which is already quite good. Like cultivation techniques, the laws of heaven and earth also have internal distinctions of realm. Incomplete, half-finished, flawless, the pinnacle. From minor realms, each advancement to a higher realm greatly increases the power of the laws of heaven and earth. For example, Grandmaster Tianming's lightning law had already reached the flawless realm, making him extremely powerful. Unfortunately, he encountered a withered soul, and no matter how powerful it was, it could only die in the end. Start smashing. Chen Xuanfeng took out 87,000 units of cultivation essence in one go and poured it all onto this law of power. It burst forth with a brilliant golden light. The light reflected off Chen Xuanfeng's eyes, making them appear completely white. Soon, the light gradually dimmed. Looking again, the golden sphere had changed from its previous elusive state, existing between illusion and reality, into a solid golden sphere full of cracks and even missing several parts. It appears to be. It's definitely the ultimate battle-damaged version. But even though it looks a bit shabby, but it is already a realm of the laws of heaven and earth that countless people dream of. The law of power. Incomplete. 1/162,281. 162,000? No big deal, keep going. Chen Xuanfeng didn't stop. He continued smashing. Another dazzling light shone. After the light dimmed, the damage and cracks on this battle-damaged golden sphere have been significantly reduced, and it now has the overall outline of a complete sphere. This is the state of being incomplete. The law of power, without leakage, 1/358,231. 358,000. Continue. The familiar, blinding light shone once again. A perfectly round golden sphere, its surface seemingly coated with a dreamlike luster, without a single crack, was presented before Chen Xuanfeng. Power law peak, 1/807162. The final peak level requires 800,000, and Chen Xuanfeng clearly can't continue this time. Immediately, Chen Xuanfeng decisively guided the small golden ball into the space between his eyebrows. Boom! The moment the golden ball entered his brow, a silent roar exploded in his mind. My whole being entered a mysterious and indescribable state, as if I had ascended to heaven. This is the state of sudden enlightenment in the laws of heaven and earth. Once you have an epiphany, this means that we have connected with heaven and earth and can usher in a new level of the laws of heaven and earth. A moment later, Chen Xuanfeng opened his eyes and a golden light flashed in them. He then examined his own state of mind. Normal strength level. Initial martial grandmaster level. Chen Xuanfeng has once again gained the ability to fight beyond his level. Ordinary high-level martial generals can only comprehend the laws of heaven and earth to a partially complete level at most. Even some novice martial grandmasters can only reach a half-complete level at most. Like Grandmaster Tianming, only those at the upper-level martial grandmaster level have finally reached the flawless realm. Chen Xuanfeng immediately used the no-leaks technique. Their strength is naturally much greater. With both layers of insurance in place, we can set off now. Chen Xuanfeng's eyes flashed. Without further hesitation, as the power of space attached itself, his entire body twisted and began to flash forward wildly, heading straight for the location of the secret realm. At the same time, the bone-eating clan, the bone-melting divine kingdom. This is the kingdom founded by the most powerful being of the bone-eating clan, the god of Migu. The venerable god of Migu entered the Tao through the laws of heavenly secrets, and later mastered the great Tao of reincarnation. He is the only martial god level among the bone-devouring clan who excels in divination of heavenly secrets. Chen Xuanfeng had been paying close attention to the martial sect golden list and various rankings covering the entire bone-eating clan. They were all created by the deity Migu Zunshan. No authentication is needed. Simply killing someone is enough to immediately get you on the list, demonstrating just how terrifying the celestial god's mastery of divination is. However, within this divine kingdom of Migu, but there's one list that even he couldn't create, and every time he sees it, he can only marvel at it. This list is not only for the bone-eating clan. Throughout the entire land of myriad races, it exists in almost every race, inspiring fear in all the strong and gratitude in all the weak. It is the luck and karma obstacle stele. One of them is a monument to destiny. One is a karmic obstacle monument. As the name suggests, being able to ascend the monument signifies that one's fortune or karmic obstacles have reached the absolute peak within the entire bone-eating clan. Among them, the karma stele attracts the most attention. The karma monument stipulates that any strong person who slaughters more than a certain number of weak people from a certain race will generate karmic burden for that race. The more people are killed and the heavier the karmic burden, the higher the name will be ranked in the race's inscription. Anyone who kills this person can transform all the karmic obstacles created by that person into good fortune and blessings, which will then be bestowed upon themselves. Those at the peak of their fortune will have continuous good luck, encounter great treasures on the road, survive great calamities, and even bring blessings to all their clansmen and future generations. Therefore, once anyone is ranked on the karma monument, it means they will be relentlessly hunted down by the entire bone-eating clan. Right now, the inscriptions on the list of karmic obstacles began to change. The numerous people around, who were specifically responsible for recording and transmitting information, immediately took out their jade talismans, ready to have their names engraved. It could happen very quickly. Many people look surprised and puzzled. Chen Xuanfeng, ranked 982nd on the karmic obstacles list? Chapter 78, Chen Xuanfeng's fame spread far and wide, and even the powerful figures of the human race were stunned. Almost all the recorders who saw the name were stunned. The names of the bone-eating clan are very distinctive. Don't be fooled by their use of names like Fu Luo, Zigu, and Honggu when they call them out. Their actual names are much longer, such as Moon Shadow Halberd Order, Fu Luo, and Blood Sea Frost. See You Mad Warrior, Honggu, etc. Of the 1,000 people mentioned on the monument, 995 have such special names. The remaining 5, they came from foreign tribes. Even among foreign races, their real names are extremely long, ranging from 5 or 6 characters to dozens of characters, similar to those of the bone-eating clan. 3 characters like Chen Xuanfeng. They could only imagine one other race. Humans. Humans, regardless of whether they are strong or weak, almost all of them have this kind of short name. Outrageous. A human is on the list? My bone-eater clan was actually slaughtered by a human. Report this immediately. How dare a mere human be on the list? He's courting death. We can accept other races, but humans are our food source. There has never been a human being on the karma tablet before. We cannot allow his name to remain there for long. Report this immediately and have the officials issue a bounty for his capture. The recorders were immediately in an uproar. They were certainly aware of the existence of the human race, but they never regarded the human race as a normal opponent. They considered the human race as a weak race whose overall strength couldn't even make it onto the list of all races. Apart from the delicious taste of their meat, they couldn't find anything else worth mentioning about them. This race, which is no different from trash, actually dared to slaughter the creatures of their bone-eating clan. It was an enormous provocation, not to mention that they even climbed the karmic monument, which shows how enormous the number of people slaughtered was. Immediately, they quickly recorded the new rankings, especially emphasizing Chen Xuanfeng's existence. Then, using a treasure for transmitting information, they sent the message at an unimaginable speed to various divine kingdoms, imperial cities, and royal cities of the bone-devouring clan. In just half a day, the various divine kingdoms within the bone-eating clan were the first to receive the news. Humans have ascended the karma monument. Without any precedent, immediately order people to deduce his location, send the strongest members of the clan to intercept and kill him, and transform all his karmic burdens into the fortune of our clan. Why do I have absolutely no recollection of the name Chen Xuanfeng? I know the real names of many martial gods, martial emperors, and even martial kings among the human race, but I've never heard of Chen Xuanfeng before. What? The human race has been placed on the karma tablet? This is outrageous. Immediately change the clan missions. Remove all missions for hunting other karma targets, and put Chen Xuanfeng's name high on the list. You must remove this name within 3 days, otherwise, if other races find out, the prestige of my bone-eating clan will plummet. The human race has been placed on the karma monument. I wonder which city or force under the jurisdiction of which divine kingdom has suffered. However, this is also a rare opportunity to collect fortune. The other targets on the Karma Monument all have the background of various forces, so they cannot be easily touched. But the human race has no such background. Immediately send people to go and take them down before other forces can make a move. As expected, when the various powers within the divine kingdoms that were paying close attention to the Karma Monument learned that a human had made the list, almost all of them made the same choice. They had to eliminate this human first, one without the backing of the Bone-Eating clan. It will also affect the prestige of the Bone-Eating clan. How could they possibly miss out on such an excellent opportunity that would also bring them a great deal of good fortune? One day later, the news also reached all the imperial cities within the Bone-Eating clan. Kill. They must be killed. The human race has slaughtered all the creatures of my Bone-Eating clan, even marking them on the Karma tablet. If these people are not killed, it will be a disgrace to my Bone-Eating clan. Chen Xuanfeng spread this name throughout the capital, major cities, and minor towns. Any leads will be richly rewarded. Immediately contact a powerful expert skilled in divination and have them locate this boy's exact location. Then, send troops directly. Kill the person who can ascend the Karma Monument, and my clan will be able to ascend the Fortune Monument in one fell swoop. Generally speaking, matters concerning the Karma Monument are usually conflicts between divine kingdoms and have nothing to do with the imperial city. But after realizing that this was a human race without any background or power and driven by the allure of great fortune, they also wanted to get a share of the pie. If they succeeded, their clan could enjoy glory for at least several hundred years, or even 1,000 years. Then, the news gradually spread to various royal cities, large cities, and small cities. More and more people have come to know the name Chen Xuanfeng, and they have also learned about the fact that a human was massacring the Bone-Eating clan. Just a few days later, all 60 beings of the Bone-Eating clan made Chen Xuanfeng their primary target for elimination. In the history of the Bone-Eating clan, few have received such treatment. Chen Xuanfeng is worthy of being recorded in history. As expected, with such a high transmission intensity, how could outsiders not hear it? Look, the Bone-Eating clan has been slaughtered by a human, and they've even made it onto the Karma Monument. Upon learning this, the powerful beings of the Poison Demon clan's divine kingdom burst into laughter. It's a shame that the Bone-Eating clan is ranked on the golden list of all races, yet they were slaughtered so miserably by a third-rate trash race like the human race. What bold words did their martial god make before? That they would enter the top 9,000 of the golden list before the next update? I doubt they can even hold on to their position on the golden list. The powerful figure from the Crimson Flame clan's divine kingdom sneered. It will take at least 3 days for the news to reach me, right? That human's name is still on the Karma Monument? The Bone-Eating clan is getting worse and worse. My Rock clan has such an ally, which is a disgrace to my Rock clan. The powerful beings of the Rock clan's divine kingdom snorted coldly, clearly annoyed, until the news reached the human race. The core base of a human race, inside the highest meeting room. My goodness, did I hear that right? The names of humans are on the Bone-Eating clan's Karma tablet, and they've been there for 3 days without being removed. A burly, tall, bald man in golden armor rushed in, extremely excited. More than that, it started at 982nd place, but I just checked in the Bone-Eating clan territory, and it's now risen to 970th, more than a dozen places higher. A refined middle-aged man with silver hair and a white robe spoke, his smile impossible to hide. If Chen Xuanfeng were here, he might be able to roughly recognize that this person was the human race's powerful being, the boundless venerable god, with whom he had previously exchanged a sentence. Chapter 79, a huge surge in strength, explosive gains in 5 days. What? The clone can't enter the secret realm? Good heavens, who exactly is this kid named Chen Xuanfeng? Among those of us old guys who are currently stationed on the front lines, none of us are actually named Chen Xuanfeng. Another elderly man with a full head of black hair and a face covered in wrinkles had exaggerated expressions, puffing out his beard and glaring, like a mischievous old man. He racked his brains trying to recall, but he couldn't remember such a person at all. I had my men investigate. There are over 300 people in the human race with the same name as Chen Xuanfeng, but their lowest level is only a beginner-level quasi-martial artist, and their highest level is only a martial general. There isn't even a martial grandmaster. I'm starting to doubt whether this Chen Xuanfeng is actually a member of our human race. A stunningly beautiful woman in her early 30s, dressed in red, with an incredibly curvaceous figure, parted her red lips slightly and spoke softly. Ha. Whether it's true or not, it's a great thing to make the Bone-Eating clan suffer a setback, and it's worth celebrating. A middle-aged man carrying 2 swords on his back, exuding a carefree air and sporting a prominent scar on his face, took a big gulp of wine and laughed loudly. God bless our human race. The human race is now suffering defeat after defeat in the war. Not only have we retreated to within the Blue Star, but nearly a third of the Blue Star's territory has also been occupied by foreign races. This good news Must be because these foreign races have started a war among themselves for their own interests, right? I hope this person named Chen Xuanfeng is truly one of our human race. With him here, even if Blue Star ultimately falls and is destroyed, at least the flame of humanity can be preserved and continued. An elderly woman, holding a cane but dressed in a noble and elegant robe, sighed. I'm never worried about the continuation of the human race. What I am worried about is whether my hometown can retain all hope, which rests on her. A middle-aged man with a square face that always had a stern expression, exuding the aura of someone in a superior position, and dressed in military uniform, spoke in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, the other 6 people fell silent. Indeed, the 7 of them present represent the highest remaining fighting force of the human race. However, their existence only gave humanity a brief respite and was utterly powerless to reverse the entire war situation. True hope lies in the 8th powerful human being. She has been in seclusion, trying to break through the venerable god realm of the martial god level and step into the higher level of martial saint. Only by succeeding can she lead the human race to a desperate turn of events and protect this precarious blue planet. The 5th day of our journey. The great city of Soulbones. A luxurious palace on the top floor, located in a central location. Chen Xuanfeng was leisurely soaking in the heavenly pool, enjoying the open-air sunshine and warm water, while also basking in the spiritual fruits and delicious food fed to him by his clone. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. Master, I have arrived in a new small town. There's also a bounty on your head in this town, and the bounty amount has been increased again. The current bounty amount is 100 million spirit stones. TCH, only 100 million? Who do you think you are? We're destroying 3 or 4 small towns every day, and our spirit stone income is close to 50 billion. 100 million isn't even close to what I'd earn under my fingernail. It's just that those guys from the Bone-Eating clan are too poor. They're relentlessly hunting me down for such a small amount of spirit stones, forcing me to slow down. Chen Xuanfeng took a bite of the spiritual fruit and said with a displeased expression. At this moment, the aura emanating from him was no longer that of a high-level martial general when he set off 3 days ago, but a genuine initial-level martial grandmaster. With the blessing of the laws of heaven and earth and a massive influx of cultivation essence, it was a perfect match. Breaking through to the initial martial grandmaster level was naturally not a big problem for him. This also changed Chen Xuanfeng's travel speed from blinking on the ground to blinking in the sky, increasing his travel speed by at least 10 times. Not only that, these past few days his clones have been very effective, and their efficiency in slaughtering cities has been increasing. As a result, his daily income from spirit stones has jumped from over 1 billion to an astonishing nearly 50 billion. But the profits from spirit stones have increased dramatically. His ranking on the karmic obstacle monument also improved accordingly. This also caused the amount of his bounty to rise from the initial 10 million spirit stones to 100 million spirit stones. Even so, despite the wrath of the world, Chen Xuanfeng brazenly entered the city guarded by a marquis-level general, not only purchasing a luxurious palace, but also enjoying it with great relish. This all stems from an increase in strength. Within 5 days, except for the first day, when the revenue was slightly lower, the other days saw a revenue of over 40 billion, and today is approaching 50 billion. More than 200 billion yuan in funds. This allowed him to easily upgrade all the killing functions. Killing clone has been upgraded to level 30. While spawning 3 clones, 100 successfully unlocks Infinite Space 3 and Synthesis Space 2. The former increases the space from 50-50-50 to 500,500,500. The latter, Synthesis Space 2, reduces the synthesis efficiency from 10 to 1 from 8 to 1. Slaughter cultivation has only been raised to level 27, increasing the probability of obtaining it by 20. The killing enhancement has been upgraded to level 15, but this time no new features have been unlocked. Instead, it has been upgraded to 100x drop rate 2, meaning the drop rate has been increased from 100x to 200x. The slaughter training skill has been upgraded to level 20, successfully unlocking triple training and also bringing the additional feature, lowering major realms. Therefore, the benefits of training essence skyrocketed, at one point reaching the same level as cultivation essence. Not only did he successfully elevate the creation technique of heaven to a perfect level, he also practiced another top-grade disguise technique, Tai Xian Huanhua Bian, which he only reached the great perfection level. Not only that, during these 5 days, Chen Xuanfeng also specially acquired several laws of heaven and earth to protect himself. The laws of heaven, the laws of penetration, the laws of concealment, the laws of darkness, and so on. The laws of heaven and earth plus top-grade heavenly secret technique, plus top-grade disguise technique, plus power of time and space equals even if Chen Xuanfeng stood in front of a martial marquis. The other party would not recognize that Chen Xuanfeng was an imposter of the Bone-Eating clan. Even some of the top experts of the Bone-Eating clan, who wanted to deduce his true location, couldn't do so in the short term due to the interference of so many factors. This is why Chen Xuanfeng can enjoy himself so comfortably, without fear of being hunted down or discovered. Heavenly Bone, how's the situation in the secret realm? Chen Xuanfeng inquired. That's right. After using spatial power and flying to travel continuously, Chen Xuanfeng arrived at the Soul Bone City, where he was currently located, in just 5 days. It was near the secret realm. Master, the entrance to the secret realm is stable, and it is guarded by many powerful martial mark-level experts from various clans. According to my assessment, there are at least 150 clans participating in this struggle for the secret realm. 150 ethnic groups participated? Upon hearing this, Chen Xuanfeng perked up, his eyes shining. Try going in and take a look. Remember, as soon as you enter, immediately summon your other clones to go there. Chen Xuanfeng immediately gave the order. Yes, Master. The Lord of Heavenly Bone City complied. However, a moment later, Master, they did not stop me when I arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, but just as I was about to step into the secret realm, I was blocked by an invisible force at the entrance, which prevented me from entering. The Lord of Heavenly Bone City responded. Blocked by the entrance to the secret realm? How could that be? You have the key to the secret realm. Chen Xuanfeng was surprised. I don't know why, but it feels like I'm being rejected by the entrance to the secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm is repelled? Did the entrance to this secret realm discover that the Lord of Heavenly Bone City was just an avatar, and that's why it teleported him out? How come the martial sect's golden list can include the Withered Soul clan, which Chi Sha considers to be normal, but it can't be included at the entrance of the secret realm? Let others try. Chen Xuanfeng then sent another avatar of a supreme martial grandmaster. But the result was predictable, the same as before. Chen Xuanfeng refused to believe in superstition and continued to send out his troops. He tried this 5 or 6 times, and without exception, he was teleported out of the secret realm every time. He then tried sending a clone of the high-ranking Emperor Wuzong over there, but still didn't work. Regardless of whether it's a high-ranking, middle-ranking, or initial-ranking position, as long as it's a clone, it's all unacceptable. What's going on? Chen Xuanfeng looked puzzled. Does this mean I have to go in myself? Going in person is not a problem. The problem is that the harvesting needs to be done by multiple clones. Otherwise, relying solely on him, a mere initial martial grandmaster, even with the power of time and space, would be far too slow. I was just thinking about this. Master, a martial mark-level expert scanned me with a spirit stone. Master, I've been discovered. Master, several gasps of surprise rang out, then abruptly ceased. The 3 martial grandmaster-level clones, the initial, middle, and upper ranks, were killed in action. Only Tiangu reacted quickly and used the infinite space to escape, thus avoiding disaster. Now that my transparent clone has been discovered, I have no choice but to go there myself. I'll test it once I'm inside the secret realm. If it can't get in, then my grand plan to reap the rewards will probably be ruined. Chapter 80. A martial mark-level expert wants to steal the secret realm key, showing all martial marquises the power of space. Chen Xuanfeng was helpless. He had been looking forward to the secret realm for so long, hoping to let his clone go in and reap the rewards. However, he never expected to encounter this situation. To make matters worse, because he tested too many times and multiple clones were rejected by the entrance to the secret realm, it aroused the curiosity of those martial mark-level beings. They directly used spiritual stones to scan these clones, which had no disguise or means of concealing their secrets. They had nowhere to hide and were killed on the spot. Now, let alone entering, even getting close to the entrance of the secret realm is as difficult as ascending to heaven.